Chapter 91 The Ninth Oasis. As the three members of the Oasis team briefly stopped firing, the two people hiding behind the bunker quickly covered their heads with their hands and ran in different directions. Their other two teammates also poured out all the bullets in their guns at this time. But unfortunately it didn't work, because the three members of the Oasis team were relatively scattered, and their bunkers were also relatively resistant to attacks. Therefore, the cover of these two hunting team members basically did not cause any interference to the three members of the Oasis team. A muffled sound was heard. From Chung Moo's perspective, the man running to the left was shot in the head, and then more than a dozen bullets pierced his body. The man running to the right had his legs broken by a bullet. Several other bullets flew past his body, and the inertia of the speed also made him fly several meters forward. Then this man lay on the ground and cried bitterly. The three people of the Oasis team did not seem to be in a hurry to kill him, but to see if his teammates would save him. This kind of thing is obviously impossible. They are just a temporary team, not teammates who have been together for several years. The wailing man lying on the ground is still crawling forward with a strong desire to survive. But the people of the Oasis team will not give him this opportunity. Swoosh, swoosh. Several more bullets were fired. The accuracy of these people was not that high, but two bullets hit his body. One broke his arm, and the other shot into his torso from his ribs on the side. The man twitched a few times on the ground, and then there was no movement. Chung Moo looked at the other two members of the Oasis team. They were sitting on the ground, with their backs against the bunker. Chung Moo could see their chests rising and falling violently, and they were breathing heavily. The two people's lips moved a few times, but unfortunately Chung Moo had never learned lip reading, so he didn't know what they were plotting. Then, the two of them beat their trembling legs hard, as if this would make them more obedient. After beating their legs, they each took out a Molotov cocktail from their crotch. Damn! Why do these people like to hide things in their crotches? Aren't they afraid that one of them will accidentally get burned and end up as a roast chicken? After throwing a Molotov cocktail to attract the attention of the Oasis team, the two immediately crouched forward and ran in different directions. Unfortunately, one of them was too nervous after all. His legs were weak, and he couldn't run at all. He staggered forward a few steps and fell to the ground. The man on the ground also attracted the firepower of the other person, and was shot into a sieve a few seconds later. These few seconds bought precious time for another person, and the direction that person ran away was actually towards the outside of the light curtain. Chow! Chung Moo immediately raised his gun and followed the person's movement. As long as he left the light curtain, Chung Moo could kill him immediately. Did this group of people also find the loophole in the game? Or were they just panicking? But no matter what, this person can no longer live. If he escapes successfully, although it is not 100% certain, there is a high probability that Chung Moo may not be able to attack this oasis again. So this man must die. Whether he dies in the oasis or outside the oasis, he must die. The large amount of adrenaline secreted also made that man burst out at an extremely fast speed. And it happened that none of the bullets of the three people behind him hit him. He actually ran out of the light curtain abruptly. After running out of the light curtain, this man did not even take a breath and continued to run forward. But this was the last moment of his life. A bullet was fired from Chung Moo's gun and accurately penetrated his head. After killing this man, Chung Moo hurried to the light curtain of the oasis. However, he also suppressed his impatience and deliberately controlled his running speed within the range of a normal person. If he showed too amazing speed, it would be bad to scare the people inside. It's okay to scare them, but I'm afraid that they will scare themselves to death after seeing Chung Moo's extraordinary strength. In this case, Chung Moo will have no place to cry. Before and after reaching the light curtain, the game prompts that it will take an hour to continue attacking this oasis. Chung Moo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't show that the oasis was under attack and could not be entered. The three people left in the oasis were looking at Chung Moo with cold eyes, trying to shock Chung Moo in this way. If Chung Moo would be scared by this method, he would not be Chung Moo. Now Chung Moo could see everything these people did, so he didn't have to look for their location after entering the oasis. Under Chung Moo's eyes, these people entered the innermost building of the oasis. Chung Moo watched them move, and quickly asked Yunchi and Xiaoluka to drive the Mud King around the back of the house to prevent them from going out of Chung Moo's blind spot. In this way, Chung Moo stared at the movements of the three people in the oasis, waiting for the 1 hour cooling time to pass. Chung Moo looked at his watch, and when the time just passed an hour, he immediately entered the oasis. He, Yunqi and Xia kept staring at the three houses, and no one came out of them. The attack method he chose was also very simple and crude. He rushed directly into the oasis, and threw grenades at the building. One on the first floor, and one on the second floor. The people inside could not withstand such an attack. Even if some of them survived the explosion of the grenade, the building would definitely be blown into a hole. At that time, they could just force the attack. The moment Chengmu entered the oasis, two people in the building immediately raised their guns and shot at him. And the other one was staring at Yunqi and Xia to prevent them from attacking. Chengmu burst out with extremely fast speed and easily dodged the bullets. The two people in the building seemed to be shocked by the speed shown by Chengmu, and they were stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. And in these 2 or 3 seconds, a grenade had already flown into their house. After a huge explosion, the game's kill prompt appeared in front of Chengmu. Both of them were directly killed by the grenade, leaving only the last person. The grenade also blew a big hole in the building, and the last person also appeared in Chengmu's sight. The man looked shocked, and seemed to be unable to understand how Chengmu avoided the shooting of his two teammates. What was even more confusing was that it was only a few seconds later, and his two teammates died just like that. Chapter 92. Keep moving forward. The man's shock lasted only half a moment before Chengmu ended his life. After quickly looting the supplies and power cores inside, the three drove the Mud King to the next oasis. There were not many supplies in this oasis, but there were quite a few power cores, and he decomposed 7 of them. Unfortunately, he only found one valuable blueprint from these supplies. The other blueprints were either what he had already obtained or were relatively useless. Chengmu threw these useless blueprints directly into the storage box, and then asked Xiao Lucha to pick out 5 more useless blueprints from this pile of useless blueprints. Chengmu traded the 5 blueprints to the leader of the hunting team. That was the hunting team that tried to attack this green area at the beginning. He also thought of not giving it directly, but he thought it was unnecessary to affect his reputation for such a small benefit. Although even if these people started to curse in the group, few people would believe it. After all, such things are not based on words. And he and that person were chatting privately, not on the public screen. This game obviously doesn't have the function of taking screenshots of chats. But it's always good to have fewer people scolding you. It's just a few useless drawings, not worth paying attention to, let alone damaging your reputation. And reputation plays a huge role. Just like the last time he directly drove away more than a dozen people. It would be difficult for someone else to do this. No longer thinking about these trivial matters, Chengmu looked at the coordinate machine and found that it would take about 10 o'clock in the evening to reach the next oasis. Finally, we are at the last place. After completing the system task, Chengmu must take a good rest. He is really tired during this period, running around all day. Fortunately, his physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, the high-intensity fatigue during this period can make people sick. And not only him. Xia and Yunqi are also very tired during this period, and their faces have become much paler. After finishing today's business, they will immediately have rosy faces. After eating something in the car, Chengmu continued to rest in bed, lying in a big shape on his bed, trying to relax his limbs as much as possible, thinking that he might be able to complete the task tonight. Chengmu's mood became cheerful, and he hummed a little song. "Brother, what makes you so happy? I thought that if we succeed in taking down the oasis below tonight, we can rest for 2 days. I am happy when I think of these things." Of course, he did not say that completing the system tasks made him happiest. After all, the improvement of strength is the most exciting. If you have enough strength, you can rest in this game every day, travel around every day, and no one can do anything to you. If you don't have strength, do you still dare to think about playing? You don't need others. The beasts on the road can eat you. Why do you have to collect 10 oases? Yunqi, who was driving in front, also turned her head and asked Chengmu in confusion. Well, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. I feel uncomfortable if I can't get 10. Yunqi rolled her eyes at him, and then continued to concentrate on driving, while Xiao Lucha sat on the side and giggled. They obviously didn't believe Chengmu's words, but they wouldn't go into it. They knew that Chengmu must have his reasons for doing these things. And the attribute points obtained by destroying the oasis during this period also greatly improved their strength, which was a great help to the future of the three. The two of them also told Chengmu that they wanted to fight with him tonight, but Chengmu rejected it on the spot. Although they have obtained 9 extra attribute points, They have no actual combat experience after all. The bullets fired from the gun will not become soft just because you are a woman. And the most important point is that they only have one life. Chungmu has 2 lives. And if one of them dies, he can be resurrected on the spot and continue to play. If anything happens to them, Chungmu will not even have time to regret it. Chungmu certainly knew that his battle would be much easier with the help of the 2 of them. And he also knew that the 2 of them now had a certain ability to protect themselves. But he was still worried. This worry was like the feeling of parents towards their children. Even if their children have grown up, they still worry that they will be hurt in various ways. It was more like the worry of a man in love towards his girlfriend. Maybe the girl was just a few minutes late to come home, and the man would be worried to death. So Chungmu would not let them participate in the battle. He looked at his supplies. He still had 4 grenades and 1 ricochet. These 5 grenades were enough for him to attack the last oasis. As long as this oasis could be attacked, it would be easy to take it down, even if the people inside hid and didn't come out. Chungmu had a way to deal with them. He took out the pretty good blueprint. Molotov cocktail manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: glass *2, gasoline *1, cloth *1. Note 1. Before using, you need to use a lighter to light the cloth and then throw it out. Otherwise you will just throw out a bottle of gasoline. Note 2. Please throw the Molotov cocktail farther away, or you might burn yourself. Chungmu had seen this burning explosion with his own eyes. Although its power was far less than that of a grenade, the material used to make it was very easy to obtain. It was not difficult for Chungmu to make 100 or 80 of them. Unfortunately, the Molotov cocktail also had some limitations, one of which was the issue of lethality. The lethality was only okay if the battle was fought near water. The effect of this thing would be greatly reduced. It is not as convenient to use as a grenade, and you have to light it with a lighter every time you use it. Also, this thing will not burn for long. If there is no flammable material nearby, it will automatically go out after a while after it explodes. You have to know that this is a desert, and only in the oasis are there some trees, flowers and plants as combustion aids. However, this Molotov cocktail is enough for Chungmu at present. After all, it is a range-killing weapon. Apart from anything else, it is enough for Chungmu to force others out of their hiding places. This thing may become useless in the future, but it is more than enough to attack the oasis now. In the final analysis, Chungmu has too many high-level materials. That's why he found these shortcomings of the Molotov cocktail. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely see all the advantages of the Molotov cocktail. He made some Molotov cocktails casually, played with them in his hands, and relied on them to attack the next oasis. Chapter 93: The Last Oasis. As time went on, the last oasis also appeared in Chungmu's sight. It was an ordinary, exposed oasis. Chungmu walked in front of the light curtain, and there was no prompt that it could not be attacked, nor any unexpected special situation. Hard work pays off. After so many days of hard work, the harvest is finally coming. Chungmu restrained his impulse to enter this oasis immediately. He wanted to return to the Mud King to adjust his mentality and observe the situation in the oasis. If he was too excited, it would definitely affect his performance. Chungmu returned to the car, washed his face with cold water, and equipped all his weapons and protective gear. Then he took a few deep breaths and walked towards the light curtain of the oasis. Now Chungmu's mood is a bit complicated. A little nervous, a little excited, and a little uneasy. However, these emotions did not appear because he was going to fight in the oasis, but because he was looking forward to the reward given by the system after completing the system task. In this oasis in front of us, the lights of the 5 buildings inside were all on, and the rest of the place was quiet, with no signs of human activity. Except for the small piece of land beside the swimming pool, there were some dried bloodstains. There were also 4 bodies with their heads and limbs chopped off, which were probably used as a deterrent. Chungmu was no stranger to such things, and as soon as he entered the light curtain, he began his snake-like movement. However, there were no gunshots or movements, as if there was no one in this oasis at all. Are these people hiding and waiting to attack me? Okay, let's see how long you can hide. Seeing this group of people hiding like turtles, Chungmu sneered. First found a shelter, then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a few Molotov cocktails. Then he threw them towards the woods in the oasis. With a bang, the Molotov cocktails exploded in the woods, but there was no large-scale fire immediately. The trees in the oasis are all living trees. Not as easy to burn as dry wood. But it was only a matter of time. Gasoline was an excellent fuel after all. It was only a matter of time before the whole forest caught fire. In order to speed up the process, Chung Mu threw a few more Molotov cocktails into the forest. Soon, the whole forest burst into flames, illuminating the dark oasis. He carefully observed the situation in the oasis. Not only himself, but also Little Green Tea was helping him keep an eye on the oasis. Yun Chi was on guard against any unexpected situations in other directions. The whole forest was about to catch fire, but there was still no movement inside. It seemed that this group of people were hiding in the room. In the oasis, only the forest and the small building were suitable for hiding people to attack. Other places were too easy to be discovered. It was unlikely that there were people in the forest now. So it was basically certain that the oasis team was in these buildings. Chung Mu ran quickly and changed to a more solid bunker facing the 5 buildings. He hid behind this bunker. And at this time, Xiao Lucha sent a message. Brother, a figure just flashed past the middle building among the 5 buildings. Is he in this building? Let's throw a Molotov cocktail in first. I don't believe he won't come out after it burns. Chung Mu looked at the glass of the building, aimed, and immediately lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it over. With Chung Mu's current accuracy, he can hit the target 100% even if he throws something. Besides, he would take some time out every day to train his throwing accuracy by throwing the extreme spear. The Molotov cocktail he threw flew at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it had reached the window of the building. The glass shattering sound that Chung Mu expected did not appear. The Molotov cocktail hit the glass, but did not cause any damage to the glass. Instead, the bottle body shattered directly. The flames that burst out from the Molotov cocktail quickly extinguished because there was no fuel to burn. This shouldn't be the case. With Chung Mu's current strength attribute, he could have shattered the glass by throwing a small stone. Could this be a bulletproof glass? This is the only possibility. Thinking of this, Chung Mu picked up his pistol and fired a few shots at the glass of other buildings. The glass of this building was not broken, but there were cracks. It seems that the people in this oasis have replaced all the windows with bulletproof glass, and they are hiding in the room waiting for others to attack. In this way, they can take advantage of the terrain of the room in the building to kill the other party unexpectedly. This plan is not bad, but unfortunately this group of people met Chung Mu. Apart from anything else, if they were hiding in the building and not coming out, Chung Mu could just demolish the building. And the bulletproof glass only played a little bit of a blocking role for Chung Mu. It's like 2 people playing chess. The other party is racking his brains to think about the next move. And Chung Mu directly picked up the chessboard and slapped the other party in the face, winning the opponent directly through the physical level. There is no other reason. Just the difference in strength. Bulletproof glass can't really prevent bullets. They can only resist a few more bullets. Chung Mu picked up the rifle and shot directly at the glass where the Molotov cocktail was thrown. He also aimed at a corner of the glass. He had read in Approaching Science that hitting the 4 corners of the glass is more likely to break than hitting the center. He didn't quite understand the principle, but this method worked anyway. Before the round of bullets was finished, the glass was directly broken by Chung Mu. As mentioned earlier, no matter how strong something is, it has a critical value. And the critical value of this bulletproof glass is obviously not very high. Not to mention the glass. Even if the Mud King was shot at by someone with a gun, he would be blown up. After breaking the glass, Chung Mu threw 3 Molotov cocktails directly into the room. But the person inside did not run out. Hiding in the bathroom? It doesn't matter. Chung Mu has a way to force him out. And there are many ignitable objects in the building. As long as enough Molotov cocktails are thrown in, the whole building can be burned. Chung Mu lit 5 more Molotov cocktails and threw them in. Then hid behind a bunker and waited patiently. Anyway, this was the last oasis of his system mission, so he was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to play with the people inside. Watching the house in the middle slowly burn up, Chung Mu was also observing the movements of the other houses. So far, except for the lights being on from the beginning, there was no other movement in the other 4 houses. Could it be that everyone in this oasis team was hiding in the building in the middle? Chapter 94: A Fire in the Oasis. No matter where they hide, let's burn the building in the middle first. This also has a disadvantage. That is, after the oasis is burned down, the supplies inside should be lost. After all, if the fire starts, it may not be extinguished in an hour. But it's not a big problem. After completing the system's task, it will be the biggest reward. These things in the oasis are dispensable. Brother. That guy threw 2 grenade-like things to both sides of the house. Just as Chungmu was waiting for the raging fire to force the people out of the house, Xiao Lucha's message appeared in front of him. He's going to climb out of the window behind the house. Okay. You guys don't come in. He can't run away. Chungmu's mind moved, and he quickly sent a message back to Xiao Lucha. He was afraid that if the two of them saw any opportunity, they would rush in to help him. Again, this would only distract Chungmu. In the current situation, Chungmu's strength is more than enough to deal with these. If there is a problem that even Chungmu cannot solve, then the two of them will only die. A moment later, the grenade thrown from the room by the person Xiao Lucha mentioned burst into thick smoke. At this time, the window of the house at the edge was suddenly opened, and then 2 people took AKs and fired at the bunker where Chungmu was. The shooting accuracy of these 2 people was not ideal, and many bullets did not hit the bunker. However, why did they have so many bullets? The continuous shooting time of one magazine is about 2 to 3 times that of Chungmu. Do they have something to expand the magazine? But there is no time to think about this now. Chungmu stuck one eye out from the side of the bunker and looked into the smoke. Suddenly, the smoke on the right seemed to be moved by a gust of wind. Chungmu reacted very quickly. He saw that the smoke was moving abnormally and immediately fired a few shots into it. A red blood mist appeared in Chungmu's sight, and then quickly dissipated. However, Chungmu did not receive the game's kill notification. Perhaps because he did not hit the vital part. Brother, you hit his leg, and he is now leaning against the second house on your right. As expected, in order to make a quick decision, Chungmu took out a grenade and threw it behind the house. After an explosion, the game's kill notification came. Enemies in the current oasis have been killed, 1 out of 3. The other 2 people are in the 2 buildings at the edge. After determining the target, it is much easier. The bunker where Chungmu was located was not small, and the 2 men in the oasis did not have range-killing weapons like grenades, so they could not do anything to Chungmu with just 2 rifles, and their accuracy was really poor. Even without this bunker, it was impossible for these 2 men to miss Chungmu when he ran. Seizing the brief gap when one of them was changing bullets, Chungmu fired wildly at the bulletproof glass of the building. In just a few shots, the windows of the building were directly broken. Chungmu stopped using Molotov cocktails and took out grenades instead. The main reason was that Molotov cocktails took too long to work and were far less simple and crude than grenades. The fire in the nearby woods had already started completely. Soon the entire oasis would probably be covered by the sea of fire. Get rid of them quickly so that we can still search for supplies in the oasis. There was an explosion. The people inside were not killed directly, but a big hole had been blown out of the building. Chungmu looked through the hole and did not see the man inside. But he must still be in this building. If he ran out, Xiao Lucha would definitely tell him. He immediately threw another grenade in. This grenade did not disappoint Chungmu. After a loud bang, the game's kill prompt came. There was only 1 left. Chungmu did not stop and ran out from behind the bunker. The last person left in the building saw Chungmu running out from behind the bunker and immediately raised his gun to shoot at Chungmu. Unfortunately, his speed and accuracy in moving the muzzle were far inferior to Chungmu's snakeskin movement. Chungmu was also running and shooting at the man, who was hiding under the bulletproof glass. But the glass was destroyed in a moment. After breaking the bulletproof glass, Chungmu immediately threw a grenade into it. The game's kill prompt came again. Finally completed the system task. But Chungmu didn't have time to get excited now. He had to take away all the supplies that could be taken away from the oasis before the fire completely engulfed it. The power core must be put first. However, only 3 cars were found in this oasis. After Chungmu disassembled their power cores, he immediately went to those buildings to search for supplies. Unfortunately, there was no level 2 vehicle among these 3 cars. While he was running on the road, he was also wondering why the system had not set a prompt to complete the task. Could it be that this thing still has a delay? Or does it mean that the system will determine that the task is completed after he leaves the oasis? Don't think about it anymore. Anyway, the system will not cheat. If it is completed, it is completed. If it is not completed, it is not completed. There will be no changes in this thing. Now we still have to find the supplies inside. The smoke bomb and the expanded magazine are both very attractive to Chungmu. The house in the middle has been burned beyond recognition, and it is estimated that there will be no supplies left inside. He can only pray in his heart that these people will not put all the supplies in this house. He kicked open the door of one of the other 4 houses, and several drawings and some supplies appeared in front of Chung Mu. Without taking a closer look at what these things were, he picked up everything he could hold, then rushed outside the light curtain and threw them all out. Xiaoluoka and Yunqi were responsible for picking up these things outside. They also told Chung Mu that they wanted to come in to help find them, but Chung Mu rejected them on the spot. The biggest gain was not these supplies at all. To be honest, finding these was just icing on the cake, and they couldn't feel how hot the oasis was now outside the light curtain. With Chung Mu's physique, he was a little overwhelmed by the heat, let alone the 2 of them. Fire and water are merciless. After looting the remaining 4 buildings, Chung Mu was already sweating all over, and his clothes felt burnt. After looking into the oasis again and not seeing anything obvious, Chung Mu hurried out of the oasis. If he didn't run, the flames behind him would burn his butt. Chung Mu had just returned to the Mud King when the prompt from the system appeared in front of him. Chapter 95: The Fear of Being Dominated by Penguins. System mission completed. Rewards: System experience asterisk 40%. Attribute points asterisk 10 points. Black material box asterisk 1. Blueprint asterisk 1. System upgraded. Current system level, level 2. Current system experience value, 0%. Additional functions after system upgrade. You will get a chance to draw a lottery every time you complete a system mission. Note 1. After getting the chance to draw a lottery, you can also choose not to draw a lottery. Note 2. The system lottery may draw any item. Looking at this information, Chung Mu began to digest it slowly. Let's not talk about the things that the system rewards. First of all, the issue of system experience. Before completing this system task, Chung Mu's system experience value was already 80%. How come after gaining 40% experience today, the experience value became 0? Although the system has been upgraded to a level, then according to common sense, the experience should be 20%. Does it mean that every time the system upgrades, the extra experience points are directly reset to 0? At present, this is the only explanation. In addition, a new black supply box and a blueprint were obtained, and both of these items appeared directly in Chung Mu's storage box. He walked to the storage box and looked at the 2 newly obtained items. The current prompt given by the system for the black supply box is still to run away quickly. However, the words have changed from run for your life quickly to there is a great and fatal danger. Although the meaning is similar, the danger level has been reduced a bit. It seems that the system is more humane and not so rigid. You can also change your judgment of the danger in the supply box according to your own strength. In addition to the black supply box rewarded by the system before, he now has 2. But he doesn't plan to move these 2 boxes for the time being. Wait until the game gives you another chance to open the box without injury, or open the box to take a chance when you encounter a fatal crisis. There is no need to gamble now. At present, he is the strongest person in this game, and no one can threaten him, unless the game throws in some buggy stuff, like the Bald Chong from last time. But Chung Mu still can't figure out how this game threw Bald Chong into this game. Bald Chong is just a character in a cartoon he liked to watch in his previous life. He doesn't exist in reality at all. Chung Mu is very sure of this. This is also what makes him wonder, why does the game throw in a virtual character? Does the game also like to watch this cartoon? Or, in fact, the game just wanted to create a boss here, and it happened to know about Bald Chong through some channels. Then, he created a boss like this based on the image of Bald Chong. There is another possibility. That is, Bald Chong is actually real. When this thought came to his mind, he was shocked by himself. Before he could think about these things, Chung Mu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and the pain even made him feel that he was about to die. This kind of pain is not only physical, but also mental. He couldn't describe the feeling, but it was like his soul was broken into countless pieces, and each piece was pierced by thousands of needles. In just a blink of an eye, Chung Mu broke out in a cold sweat. He endured the pain and walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, let the warm water hit him, and then stopped thinking about these things. Only then did the pain in his head finally ease. Damn it! How could this happen? Chung Mu cursed angrily. He was just thinking just now, how could it suddenly become like this? But this kind of trembling in the depths of his soul did not dare to let him think any more. He added the attribute points he had just obtained, still using the method of adding points equally. The attribute points and the warm water turned into a warm current that washed Changmu's body. He felt that the fatigue during this period of time had faded a lot with the improvement of his attributes. Even the weak feeling after the stinging just now was taken away by this warm current. Adding the 10 attribute points obtained from attacking the oasis in the past 2 days, he has obtained a total of 65 attribute points so far. Each attribute is divided equally, and the value of each attribute has reached 13. Changmu thought about the improvement after this system upgrade while taking a shower. In addition to the reminder of the danger of the supply box, there is also a lottery function. However, if you want to get a chance to draw a lottery, you need to complete a system task. Looking at this function of the system, he recalled the fear of being dominated by the penguin in his previous life. The system shouldn't be so deceptive. No, it definitely won't. He could only comfort himself. After coming out of the bathroom, Changmu called Yunqi and Xiaolu Cha to the back to sleep, and he drove to find a safer place. The two of them also washed up casually and fell asleep on the bed. Changmu originally planned to make them look rosy after destroying the last oasis today, but seeing how tired they are, this matter can be put aside for the time being. Then he took out the blueprint of the system reward from the storage box. Level 4 Vehicle Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Excellent Alloy Ingots *50. Excellent Steel Ingots *30. Power Cores *20. Large Magic Cores *5. Oh my god! Why are the conditions for manufacturing level 4 vehicles so harsh? Some of the materials here he has never even found in the blueprints. And why do you need a magic core to upgrade the Mud King? Do you want to upgrade the Mud King into a transformer? Unfortunately, it was useless for him to think about these things now. So it was better not to think about them, because upgrading the Mud King to level 4 was obviously not something that could be completed in a short period of time. And the materials here were enough for him to find for a long time. Ignoring this blueprint for the time being, he glanced at his watch. It was already past 12 o'clock, which was the 19th day of officially entering the game. In 2 days, the game should usher in the next update. Alas, I can't rest for 2 days, and there will be a new challenge. He took out the coordinate machine and looked at the location of the Oasis team ranked first in the game. It was a bit far from him. Changmu originally planned to attack the Oasis team ranked first after destroying 10 oases. But now it seems that the game version may have been updated by the time he gets there. And it is very likely that the people in this oasis have discovered the loophole in the game rules and used it. In that case, he would have made a wasted trip. Forget it. It's just 2 days of rest time. So I should adjust my condition. Although he personally felt that his body was okay. Xiaoluoka and Yunqi were exhausted. The high-intensity driving every day made them a little unbearable. Chapter 96, Drums and Smoke Bombs. Changmu drove the Mud King away from the oasis area, and now he was refreshed. After driving for a while on the road, he arrived at a place where he should not be disturbed. Changmu stopped the car, drank a few sips of fruit wine, and prepared to go to bed. He made a gap between Yunqi and little green tea, and Changmu also lay down between the two soft places to sleep. It must be said that without the pressure of system tasks, this sleep was so sweet and authentic. The sun's rays hit Changmu's buttocks, and he slowly opened his eyes. After stretching, Changmu changed his posture, and after struggling for several times, he still couldn't get up from the bed. It was not until 12 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally got up from the bed. Yunqi was preparing lunch for today, and Xiaolu Cha was driving in front. "Where are we going?" Changmu said to them with sleepy eyes. "Just a stroll," Yunqi replied lightly. "Take a walk? On such a big day when I..." Changmu successfully upgraded the system. "You still have the mind to take a walk? It's time to move now." With a cry of surprise, Yunqi was embraced by Changmu. Doing some exercise is good for the body. After 2 hours of exercise, Yunqi's face was rosy again, which had not appeared for a long time. This is the effect of exercise. After the exercise, Changmu also felt hungry. He got up from the bed and heated up the food he made at noon. Although his physique has surpassed the scope of humans, he has not completely gotten rid of eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Man is made of iron, and food is made of steel. Looking at the two people lying on the bed, Changmu also smiled crookedly, and then began to check the supplies seized from the last oasis yesterday. Soon, Chung-Moo found what he wanted in a pile of things in the storage box. Drawing 1. Automatic Rifle Drum Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements: Reinforced Alloy Ingots *2. Reinforced Steel Ingots *2. Note 1. Each drum can hold 100 rifle bullets. Note 2. After equipping the drum, you will be able to shoot more. Drawing 2. Smoke Bomb Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements: Smoke Powder *1. Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1. Note 1. After pulling the smoke bomb safety pin for 5 seconds, the smoke bomb will produce a large amount of smoke. Note 2. If you stay in the smoke for a long time, there may be a risk of suffocation. Fortunately, I also brought out some useful things from the oasis yesterday. But there should be a lot of good things left in that oasis forever. There are 3 people in the oasis, and they can save a lot of high-quality blueprints in the past few days by relying on the supply boxes released by the game every day. It's a pity that the fire didn't give Chung-Moo too much time to find supplies. Otherwise his current strength would be further improved. Driving aimlessly on the road, Chung-Moo admired the scenery along the way in the desert. The current life is really comfortable. The only drawback is that there is no computer around. Otherwise, the RV is driving, the beauty is accompanying, and the computer is playing. Chung-Moo was so happy just thinking about it that he was shaking. I don't know if there are blueprints for building computers in this game. If there are, I have to get them. While driving, he opened the ranking panel of the game and took a look. During this period of time, the rankings of the Oasis team and the hunting team have also changed. In the hunting team, Chung-Moo still ranks first, and the second place is the one who successfully hunted 5 oases. This team was just out of the area where Chung-Moo was hunting. Otherwise, if he met them on the road, he would have killed them. As for the Oasis team, it was still the team that ranked first from the beginning. Now they have resisted 7 times. If the distance was not too far, Chung-Moo really wanted to see what the people inside were capable of. It is unlikely that they have 2 powerful weapons. The most powerful weapons in the game now are automatic rifles or grenades. Later on, other types of weapons may appear. Will there be any skill-based equipment? For example, the dragon blade he got from the black supply box can be used to cast skills. Chung-Moo judged that it would be easier to find such props after the game. Or, for example, if he did nothing in the future, he would just look for magic cores every day, then make dragon souls, and cast skills, and he could directly sweep the entire map. After the next update, there should be more such props. For example, things that only appeared in black supply boxes before may appear in purple supply boxes after the game is updated several times. However, Chung-Moo did not think about these things too much, and he would know them naturally when the game version is updated in the future. Now we can think about how this Oasis team resisted so many attacks. There is also the second-ranked Oasis team, whose record is also very good. While these 2 teams obtained the attribute points rewarded by the game, they must have also gained a lot of supplies and power cores. This is a hidden danger for Chung-Moo. Although he is the most awesome person in the whole game, he still needs to make some plans. You can show off occasionally, but you must not be blindly arrogant. Arrogant people usually have a bad ending. He estimated that whether it is the Oasis team or the hunting team, it is more likely that they have achieved such a record by relying on teamwork. Weapons with too many bugs will not appear for the time being, even if you are lucky enough to find the blueprint. There is no material to make it. After all, even the blueprint of the heavy sniper that Chung-Moo got, he couldn't gather all the materials to make it. And Chung-Moo, if he didn't have the most supplies in the whole place, then he was definitely one of the best. If even he couldn't make it, then it would be even more impossible for others. Then Chung-Moo looked at the game's number panel again. Currently, the number of people in the entire game has dropped below 8,000, with only more than 7,000 people. Because of this game revision, thousands of people have died during this period. It is normal for so many people to die. After all, there are dozens of people who died at his hands. But there is no other way. If he does not kill these people out of pity, then one day when others kill him, they will not have the slightest mercy. And there is no other way. If you want to survive, you can only make yourself stronger. And on this land, in this world where the strong prey on the weak and there are no rules, in the journey of making yourself stronger, life and death are bound to occur. Chapter 97 Peach. Even Chung-Moo cannot avoid this. The rules of this game are not clearly stated. But in fact, when one person becomes stronger, Another person may die. When one person finds a piece of material, another person will find less of the material that originally belonged to him. Everyone must abide by this rule, unless you are stronger than the rule itself. Jung-Moo continued to drive the Mud King into the distance in this endless desert. Now he drove like before to complete tasks or find materials. Now it's just for driving. I have to say that the driving pleasure of Mud King is quite enough. When Jung-Moo first entered this game, he was busy looking for supplies and trying to survive. And then there were various tasks. And he was busy running around all day. Until today. After he had a certain ability to protect himself, and there were no tasks waiting for him to do. He really relaxed and felt the Mud King. Accelerate. Mud King. It can hit whatever you point at. And it is as flexible as a small car. And at the same time it has a huge size, giving people a full sense of security. This is the Mudhead King. If it wasn't the Mudhead King who accompanied him when he first entered the game, he probably wouldn't have gotten to this point so easily. Thinking of this, Jung-Moo really wanted to get off the car and give the Mudhead King a good hug. Unfortunately, the Mudhead King was too big, and it was estimated that dozens of Jung-Moo couldn't hold it. Jung-Moo was carefully feeling the Mudhead King's every move, and the two of them also whimpered and woke up. After Yun-Chi and Xiao Lu-Cha got up from the bed, they stretched their bodies. Jung-Moo looked back from the rearview mirror, and Yun-Chi's amazing curve appeared in his eyes, while the little green tea next to him was directly ignored by him. He looked at this curve, and his eyes became hot again. But he also took a few deep breaths and took a bottle of iced fruit wine from the refrigerator and drank a few sips to cool down. Be moderate. Be moderate. Don't let the small head control the big head. The big head should be the commander of the small head, not its slave. Jung-Moo took a few deep breaths of fresh air again, and his fiery heart finally calmed down. Then Jung-Moo asked them to sort out the supplies they had collected in the past few days, and sort them out. In addition, they had picked up a lot of boxes of supplies on the road in the past 2 days, so they were sorted out as well. Jung-Moo would open them all at once later. Little Green Tea came to the co-pilot and began to sort out the supplies attentively. Yun-Chi was tidying up the room in the back. Soon she picked up a lot of miscellaneous items, which were basically the supplies that Jung-Moo sometimes took to the back, but did not put away. As a result, Jung-Moo didn't pay attention to the road and bumped when passing a small pit. This bump was not a big deal, but it caused Yun-Chi to lose her balance, and the supplies in her arms fell to the ground. After angrily rolling her eyes at Jung-Moo, Yun-Chi squatted down and picked up the supplies that fell to the ground. Something also rolled under the bed. Yun-Chi had no choice but to kneel on the ground and bend down to look for it. The light blue tight jeans outlined the perfect curves, and through the tight fabric, you can even see the powerful leg muscle lines. Even the little green tea girl beside him was stunned by this scene. Boil. Jung-Moo looked at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. He had just finished lunch, and it was time for dinner. If he couldn't get up, he would just continue to sleep. The main reason was that the attack on the oasis during this period was too tiring. The oasis made people's waist and knees sore. Now, because of the oasis, Jung-Moo couldn't get out of bed. At nearly 8 o'clock, Jung-Moo was awakened by the aroma of food in the air. When he opened his eyes, Zailuoka and Yun-Chi were sitting by the bed, looking at him with rosy faces and smiling, while Wang-Kai, the dog, was busy eating. After slowly getting up from the bed and washing his face in the bathroom, Jung-Moo sat down to taste the food. It was called food, but in fact it was something made with cooking pots. Although there was a kitchen on the Mud King, it was too troublesome to cook by yourself, and the smoke was very strong. It was different with this cooking pot, which was very easy to use. If there was this thing on Blue Star, it would definitely be a big hit. Alas, Jung-Moo sighed, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad when he thought of Blue Star. After all, that was where he had lived for 10 to 20 years. And most importantly, his computer browsing history hadn't been cleared yet. I'm not afraid of being torn to pieces. I just want to keep my innocence in the world. It's a pity that Jung-Moo is destined to not realize this wish. He has already died once, and he has to die socially again. If there's a computer in this game, Jung-Moo will definitely turn on the invisible mode this time. After dinner, Jung-Moo looked out the window. It was almost dark, and it was windy outside today, so it was quite cold. The three of them put on a blanket, moved a chair down from the Mud King, and sat next to the Mud King. Each of them held a bottle of fruit wine and looked at the starry sky. It was a rare leisure time. Apart from anything else, the scenery in this desert was absolutely first class. It might also be because Chung Mu had never been to such a place in his previous life. He always felt that he could never get tired of looking at these scenery. Especially at night. The sky is full of stars, which is something you can't even imagine on the blue planet. Chung Mu was busy with various trivial matters before, and he had no mood or time to appreciate this artistic scenery. He looked up at the sky, and the stars were twinkling one by one. Wait, why does it feel like someone in the sky is waving at him and calling him? Chung Mu rubbed his eyes and looked up at the sky again. This time, he didn't feel the same as before. Could it be that he saw it wrong? He turned his head and looked at Yunqi and Xiaoluka next to him. They were both leaning on their chairs, looking up at the stars in the sky, with a faint smile on their faces. And there was nothing unusual. If he saw it wrong, it was unlikely. Chung Mu had just had that feeling. And this feeling was very strong. It was definitely not an illusion. Besides, he had rested normally in the past 2 days, both mentally and physically. And it was reasonable that he would not have such an illusion. But Chung Mu didn't know what this feeling meant now. He had too many doubts. Chapter 98 The Real Boss. The sound at the bottom of the immortal lake, this plug-in system, the headache from the depths of the soul, the strange feeling just now. These are the mysteries that trouble Chung Mu. However, too many lies do not bite people. Chung Mu has an advantage that when he has something that he cannot solve at the moment, he will choose to ignore it directly, and will not be troubled by it. Because if you think too much about things that cannot be solved, it will only add trouble to yourself. There is no other effect. It would be better to do what you can do now. Improve your strength, and then come back to deal with these problems. Without thinking about these things, Chung Mu continued to accompany the two of them to appreciate the beautiful night. Except for being a little cold. Everything else was perfect. Not long after, the wind blew stronger and stronger, and 1 or 2 thunders were heard in the distant sky. It's going to rain again. That's good. I can give the Mud King a bath. The three of them packed up and returned to the car. It was just past 9 o'clock, which was an awkward time. They had slept for a long time today, and they didn't feel sleepy at all. If they continued to move forward, it would be a bit late. Without the urging of game tasks and system tasks, Chung Mu suddenly felt a little bored. The main reason was that the three of them didn't know what to do now. There were no entertainment facilities in the Mud King, and the things that needed to be sorted out during this period had been sorted out. So the three of them were very bored now. In this case, they had no choice but to continue exercising. Anyway, I'm free anyway. 2 hours later, it was raining heavily outside the Mud King. After Chung Mu finished his exercise, he went to the bathroom to take a hot bath. While taking a bath, he was also reflecting on the fact that he was dominated by Xiaofu today. Chung Mu, how can you be so indulgent? Have you forgotten your oath and ideals? Have you forgotten your original intention to become the strongest? There are still so many things waiting for you to do. There are so many mysteries waiting for you to solve. How can you indulge in such low-level enjoyment? From now on, you must let the second child know who is the real boss. Brother, Sister Yunqi, and I just found jelly and popping candy. There is no way. The enemy is too powerful. But Chung Mu is far from being his opponent, and can only surrender to the opponent's attack with tears in his eyes. Another 2 hours passed. Yunqi and Xiaoluka were already exhausted, and fell asleep beside Chung Mu. But Chung Mu couldn't sleep. It was past 1 in the morning, and the game had entered the 20th day. When the time reached 12 o'clock in the morning again, the game would officially enter the 21st day, which is the 3rd week. If nothing unexpected happened, the game would usher in another version update. After this version update, the hunting team and the oasis team should no longer exist. The game won't allow one way of playing to last too long. And when the team restrictions are gone, the people in the oasis team and the hunting team will inevitably fall into a civil war because of the competition for supplies. In this case, there will be a large number of casualties in the game again. In addition, the game will give extra rewards to the first-ranked team tomorrow. I don't know what this reward will be, but there will definitely be attribute points. By then, the strength of him, Yunqi and Xiaoluka will be greatly enhanced. In the future, if there are any less dangerous missions, they can be called upon. It's not that they can provide much help to Chung Mu. The main purpose is to exercise their abilities. However, the game should become more dangerous after the next version update. and Chungmu is still worried about letting them go. And if the game really cancels the rule that teammates in the hunting team and the Oasis team cannot attack each other, then these teams will start to raise goo. In the end, a goo king will emerge. Take the Oasis ranked first for example. They resisted so many attacks. Plus the supply boxes that the game puts in there every day. And there must be more than one person in it. In this way, the total amount of supplies in it is probably about the same as Chungmu. If they divide the spoils, everyone in the team will probably think that they have made the greatest contribution and should get the most. In this situation, it is obviously difficult for them to reach an agreement. If they can't reach an agreement, they will have to fight. In the end, there will be only one survivor left in the team. If all these supplies are taken by one person, then this person's strength will make a qualitative leap and become a threat to Chungmu. The hunting team will also have this kind of killing each other. Of course, this does not mean that this situation will definitely occur. Maybe the people in the team have already made distribution measures in advance and are ready to disband. The hunting team is better. It is estimated that several people have already taken the good things and parted ways before the version update. They may have guessed in advance that the game will have such a version change. As long as they distribute the items before the update and drive away from each other. In this way, even if the game cancels the restriction that teammates cannot attack each other, they will not lose anything. After all, they don't even know each other's coordinates. So how can they chase each other? If the game does not cancel this restriction, then they can just find another set of coordinates. Not only Chungmu. There should be many people who think of this. After all, when Chungmu is thinking about these things every day, others must be thinking about it too. From this perspective, the people in the Oasis are in danger. The hunting team is not restricted from entering and leaving, while the Oasis team is locked in a specific area. Once the rules of the game are gone, the people inside will probably take action immediately. We will know what the game version will be like in more than 20 hours. The peaceful days will begin again in a few days. Chungmu murmured in a low voice. In fact, for Chungmu, he has already adapted to the high-intensity and fast-paced life. He is still a little uncomfortable with the sudden leisure these 2 days. So when the game was about to usher in another version update, he was actually looking forward to it. Although the life of eating and sleeping and playing, and eating again after playing is not bad, it always feels a little empty. After the version update, he will definitely continue to work hard to make himself stronger. Although it is a bit tiring and dangerous, it is very fulfilling. And as I said before, it is a wonderful feeling to watch yourself getting stronger little by little. After thinking about these things, he also felt a little sleepy. Gently patting Yunchi and Xiaoluka who were sleeping soundly, Chungmu also hugged them and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 99 Right Hook. The desert was moist and fresh after a night of heavy rain. But as the sun rose, it soon became hot again. Chungmu got up from the bed at about 11 a.m. and Yunchi was preparing lunch for the day. Little Green Tea sat on the bed with her hands on her knees, looking at the scenery outside the window. When she saw Chungmu wake up, she smiled at him. Chungmu rubbed his aching temples, mainly because he had slept for too long and his head hurt. After today, the game version will be updated again. After sitting up and having a hysterical moment, Chungmu got off the bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. That means he can still sleep in now. But when the game version is updated, there will be no such good days. Chungmu is a person who will never hesitate when he should work hard. And he is also a person who will never stand up if he can lie down for a while if there is no danger. Take advantage of the leisure time of today's last day and lie down as much as possible. After washing up in the bathroom, Chungmu got out of the car to stretch his body, and then returned to the car to wait for dinner. The lunch was very rich, with meat, milk, eggs and vegetables. But Yunchi made too much, and these things filled up a large table. The appetite of the 3 people was definitely not enough. But the unfinished food could be poured to Wankai. Chungmu often wondered how Wankai could eat so much with such a small body. If it was not an ancient beast, how could it eat so much without being stuffed to death? There must be something fishy about this dog. However, Wankai's appetite has always been quite amazing. If you feed him less, he won't complain of hunger. If you give him extra food, he will also accept it. The 3 of them enjoyed the food leisurely at the table. And from time to time, they would throw a piece of meat to Wankai on the ground. And he would also run over happily and swallow all of them. After eating, Chung Mu found the supply boxes he had picked up in the past 2 days from the storage box. There were 7 purple supply boxes and 6 yellow supply boxes. He used the system's perspective function to look at the pile of supply boxes. The income level of the yellow ones was all E. It seemed that there should be no drawings in these boxes. As for the purple supply box, there is a box with a profit level of D+. Chung Mu first asked Yunchi and Xiaoluka to open all the boxes except this one. He sat aside to prevent any danger from coming out of the supply box that they could not handle. In fact, this worry is unnecessary. With their current attributes, it is a piece of cake to deal with a purple supply box. Chung Mu watched the 2 people who were constantly killing the animals that jumped out of the purple supply box. And his smart little head was also thinking at the same time. Are there other supply boxes between the purple supply box and the black supply box? After all, the purple supply box has a profit level of D, and the black supply box has a profit level of C. Chung Mu still knows the order of ABCD, and the profit of the purple supply box is only 1 level lower than the black one. But the danger in the black supply box is much higher than that in the purple box. The purple supply box. Anyone who is still alive in the game can handle the danger inside. But even Chung Mu is not capable of opening the black supply box now. And he doesn't even know what the danger inside is. Before, he opened the black supply box because the game gave him the opportunity to open it without getting hurt. The range of danger levels is too big. Just 1 level difference is the difference between life and death. As for the higher B level and A level benefits, Chung Mu doesn't dare to think about it yet. He will think about these when he can solve the black supply box. Now a black supply box can kill him. So he still needs to constantly improve his strength. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. I want to become the strongest person on this land. Chung Mu roared in his heart. Yes, even if he doesn't consider himself. For the happiness of his second brother, he must become stronger. Being a man. That's all. After watching the 2 of them solve the other supply boxes, Chung Mu took out the high-level purple supply box. And the system prompt appeared in front of him. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. The system previously gave a medium danger level for this high-level purple supply box. But now it has become low as his strength grows. After letting Yunchi and Little Green Tea return to the Mud King, Chung Mu opened the box. A creature over 5 meters long, resembling both a leopard and a tiger, jumped out of the small supply box. This thing was pitch black, and its slender body looked like a muscular cheetah. But the huge head is completely tiger-like. The most exaggerated thing is not its size and appearance, but its scorpion-like tail. Apart from the 5-meter-long trunk, the tail is at least 3 or 4 meters long, and there is a scorpion-like stinger at the end of the tail. Its hair is all black, and only the hair on its 4 claws is snow white. If this kind of fur appears on cats and dogs, it would be the famous Infiltrating snow. This thing looks pretty handsome. After killing it, it should also explode a magic core. Moreover, it is quite large, and it might even explode a large magic core. Although the size and momentum of this big tiger look very intimidating. In Chung Mu's eyes, it is just a paper tiger. As soon as the huge black tiger came out of the supply box, it rushed towards Chung Mu. Looking at the fierce black tiger, Chung Mu did not dodge, but just waited quietly for it to come. There was no way. Chung Mu's attribute points were too high, and the movements of this black tiger seemed to be slowed down countless times in his eyes. After all, it was so small that even bullets seemed to move in slow motion. Not to mention this huge tiger. The black tiger rushed to Chung Mu in the blink of an eye, and it kicked its 2 hind legs hard, and its huge body flew over. The black tiger in the air stretched out its front paws to grab Chung Mu, and each claw flashed with a sharp cold light. If it was scratched by its claws, it would definitely die. The black tiger, which was already huge, flew in the air, showing its hugeness even more. This is so powerful that it blocks out the sun and the sky. Unfortunately, this is useless to Chung Mu. Chung Mu slightly turned his body and easily avoided the attack of the black tiger. Then he pulled his right foot back slightly, and then pushed the ground hard. A huge force rose from the ground and then passed to his waist. He twisted his waist, and the force was passed to his upper limbs. Then, there was a beautiful arm swing, and the force finally gathered on Chung Mu's right fist. A perfect right hook hit the black tiger's face. Chapter 100 Scorpion-tailed Tiger. The huge black tiger was hit by this punch and flew several meters away. It wailed and struggled for several times before shaking its huge head and getting up with difficulty. This black tiger was quite resistant to punches. If it were another creature, it would probably be killed by this punch. However, in the game, Chung Mu is probably the only one who has the strength to fight a beast with his body. After all, his attributes are much higher than others. Even if someone who puts all his attribute points into strength came, he still couldn't make this attack. Don't underestimate this simple punch. It is the product of the coordination of the whole body, and there may be a bit of luck in it. The black tiger that was knocked away by a punch stood up again. But this time it did not rush towards Chung Mu, but swung out its thick tail. The black poisonous stinger with a cold light on the tip of the tail stabbed at Chung Mu. Unfortunately, this black tiger still overestimated its own strength, or underestimated Chung Mu's strength. Its tail, like a steel whip, was caught by Chung Mu with one hand as soon as it swung over. Of course, Chung Mu was not stupid enough to grab the stinger directly, but grabbed the part below the stinger. Apart from anything else, its tail feels pretty good. Soft, fleshy and textured. Having its tail caught meant that the black tiger was doomed to a bad ending. Chung Mu exerted force with his arm and directly pulled the black tiger's tail to fly it up. And then exerted force again, and the black tiger was thrown heavily from the air. After repeating this several times, the black tiger was about to die. Then Chung Mu slowly walked towards the black tiger, who had already fainted, took out a gun and put it in his ear hole. With a gunshot, Chung Mu ended the life of the black tiger, and the game's decomposition prompt came. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain meat *50. Large magic core *1. Scorpion tail tiger sting *1. Oh! Magic core. And it's a large one. This time I'm lucky. It seems that the lucky attribute is not in vain. In addition to the one he just got, he now has 2 large magic cores. If he collects another one, he can create a dragon soul. After having a dragon soul, you can try to open the black supply box to see. After all, the skills of the dragon blade can even defeat Bald Chung. The things in the black supply box must be some top-grade props. And then my strength will be greatly enhanced. However, this is hard to say. Although the dragon blade skill looks cool and awesome, Chung Mu doesn't know how powerful this skill is. At that time, this skill was only used to defeat Bald Chung, and it didn't seem to cause any harm to him. But this skill can kill other people in the game instantly. He doesn't think that anyone in the current game can resist this skill. Otherwise, the black supply boxes will be everywhere. I just don't know what kind of danger is in the black supply box. And I don't know if the dragon blade skills can solve the danger inside. These are all question marks. Even if you create a dragon soul, you can't take the risk to open the black supply box. If there is a danger that he can't deal with, it will be difficult to deal with. However, this kind of thing can't be rushed now. So let's wait until the game is updated. As the first place in the hunting team, I can get some extra rewards. After getting those rewards, I will consider this matter again. Anyway, the next game update is only a few hours away. Chung Mu moved all the things he got from decomposing the black tiger into the storage box. He also carefully put the stinger of the scorpion-tailed tiger into the storage box by pinching the tail of the stinger with his hand. After all, he didn't know how strong the toxin of this thing was. Nor did he know what it was used for. There was no need to rush about this. You would naturally know the function of this thing when you find the corresponding drawings later. Now the things in the supply box are getting better and better. Similarly, the creatures that may appear in it have become more dangerous. For example, today's scorpion-tailed tiger. Although Chung Mu solved it very easily, it was just like getting off the car for exercise. However, the strength of this scorpion-tailed tiger is stronger than the things opened in the previous supply box of the same income level, which Chung Mu can also feel. After finishing the tiger, Chung Mu turned around to see the things in the open purple supply box. In addition to a blueprint and some basic materials, he picked up the blueprint from the box. Manufacturing blueprint of the Knight Shield of the Lost Homelander. Manufacturing requirements: excellent alloy ingot *5. Plate armor of the plate rhino *10. Note 1, extremely powerful defense. Note 2, just hide behind it, and let the shield do the rest. Note 3, do not try to use the shield to perform shield counter operations. It looks pretty awesome from the introduction. Chung Mu thinks this shield should be able to block ordinary bullets, but it's hard to say for more powerful weapons. After all, The notes say that it has extremely powerful defense. So it must not be too bad. And the materials used to make it are also very rare. Chungmu has never seen those two materials. I will build one after I gather enough materials. If the shield is really strong, I won't have to move around when attacking others. Just hold the shield and push forward without thinking. After putting away the blueprint and the things in the supply box, Chungmu was in a good mood. Whether it is the magic core or the blueprint, they are both high-quality things. No matter who it is, they will be in a good mood after getting good things. After humming a little tune and returning to the car, Xiao Lucha sat on the bed, swinging her legs and looking at him with a smile. Brother, what good things did you find that make you so happy? Chungmu looked at little green tea and first noticed her pair of small feet in white sandals, swinging in the air. They were so pretty, with toes as white and tender as mangosteen flesh. And every part of her feet was so perfect. Looking at this pair of white and tender feet, Chungmu couldn't help but think of something. Where is the stockings blueprint that he bought 2 days ago? I haven't seen them wearing them yet. They will definitely look good when they put them on. Don't get me wrong. Chungmu just has a heart that appreciates beauty. He doesn't have any other purpose. Little green tea should wear white. Preferably the kind that is not so transparent. Like ice cream. Yuanqi should wear black. Chungmu hurriedly shook his head. He couldn't think any further. Thinking any further would be against the rules. Although he couldn't think any further, it was still okay to take some practical actions. No one could see it anyway. Chungmu then said to little green tea and Yuanqi with a smirk, Hey, where is the stockings manufacturing blueprint I got back 2 days ago? Chapter 101 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 102 First Prize Reward. I have to say that some things in the game are of very good quality. I, Chungmu, am really ashamed of myself. What is the meaning of life? Does time have a length? Does the universe have an end? Are the questions I was thinking about just now still the ones I am thinking about now? That is, if I had a pack of cigarettes? Chungmu could have continued to think for another half an hour. After Chungmu finished the sage mode, Xiao Lucha and Yuanqi also started to prepare dinner. Day after day. It's all for the 3 meals a day. Tonight Chungmu asked them to have some barbecue. Not the ones made in cooking pots, but the ones grilled on a real grill. The grill in the oasis was also brought out by Chungmu and put into the storage box. And now it's just in time to use it. Watching them take the grill out of the storage box and move it outside the car, Chungmu didn't go over to help. With their current attributes, taking a grill is a piece of cake. The enhanced physical fitness is here. And Chungmu also has a deep understanding of this. After lying on the bed for a while, the charcoal in the grill slowly heated up. And it was time to start grilling. It's rare to have this free time. So enjoy it well, because it will be difficult to have such a relaxing time in the future. Chungmu moved another chair down from the car and held Wankai in his arms. I haven't noticed it for a few days, and Wankai seems to have gained some weight. But the meat is more fleshy, and it feels good to pinch. Fortunately, although Wankai is a little fat, he is not the kind of excessive obesity. Otherwise Chungmu would have to help him lose weight no matter what. Xiaoluoka and Yunqi were holding iron skewers to wear tonight's ingredients, while Chungmu was playing with Wankai. The fiery red sun in the distance slowly lengthened the figures of the 3 people. The sun had just set, and the summer heat had not completely dissipated. Chungmu also took out several bottles of fruit wine from the bed. Recently, there are other people in the group who are selling alcohol. But Chungmu has not been selling alcohol for a long time. There is no profit margin in selling wine now. The competition is too fierce. And the wine barrel blueprint is not a rare thing. It is estimated that everyone will have one in a few days. Besides, he doesn't care about this little profit now. And there are piles of supplies in the storage boxes of the 3 people. 3 people and a dog sat in front of the charcoal fire, eating skewers and drinking fruit wine. Chungmu even felt the warmth of home. After dinner, Yunqi and Xiaoluka were busy packing up, while Chungmu sat on a recliner beside him to watch for any emergencies. It was already dark, although other players might not come out to hang out at night. The danger level of the game during the day and at night did not change much. However, facing this darkness, humans always have the most instinctive defense mentality. After packing up all the things outside, Chungmu took them back to the Mud King. He looked at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock. He could sleep for a while. Anyway, the game update notification would wake him up at 12 o'clock at night. Although it was still early, Chung Mu was indeed a little sleepy. After all, he had done so much exercise today and consumed too much physical energy. He must replenish his physical strength through sleep. As for Yunqi and Xiaoluoka, they were not very sleepy, but they would probably go to bed soon. After all, there were no entertainment facilities on the Mud King, not even a mobile phone to use. If they didn't sleep, they could only chat. But they had been chattering all day, so how could they have so much to say at night? So not long after Chung Mu fell asleep, the two of them washed up and went to bed. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the game version update prompt also appeared on time in the eyes of all the people who were still alive. The Survivor game will be updated again. The update content is as follows. Chung Mu looked at the familiar subtitles in front of him and woke up instantly. Although he has the habit of staying in bed, he can get into the state in 1 second when he needs to wake up. Xiaolucha and Yunqi also woke up from their sleep, looking at the subtitles in front of them. The three of them are also looking forward to the content of the game update. First, calculate the rewards of the first-ranked Oasis team and hunting team. The rewards are as follows. Each team member receives 10 attribute points reward. That's it? Just 10 attribute points as a reward? Chung Mu was a little disappointed. He thought the game would give him something good, but he only gave him 10 attribute points. If others knew Chung Mu's thoughts, they would probably want to kill him. You are not satisfied with 10 points? Are you going to the sky? Not to mention, even Yunqi and Xiaolucha were very happy after getting these attribute points. They couldn't understand why Chung Mu was disappointed. Alas, 10 points is 10 points. It's better than nothing. Chung Mu could only accept this reality helplessly. He had no choice but to accept it. If he upset the game, he would lose even these 10 points. Note, out of consideration for the balance of the game, the game decided to reward 5 attribute points to all players except the top-ranked Oasis team and hunting team. Damn. This stupid game. This rule is just for me. Right? After all, Chung Mu is the only one who affects the balance of the game. And the game actually directly rewards 5 attribute points to everyone except them. This is a blatant black box operation. Is there still law? Is there still law? Report? I want to report that there is something fishy going on in this game. It's a pity that this game doesn't have a reporting system. But even if there is, the first person to be reported should be Chung Mu, who is the best at cheating. Ignoring Chung Mu's indignation, the subtitles of the game continue to appear in front of everyone. After 8 a.m., the remaining oases in the game will disappear, and players in the oasis can leave on their own after the oasis disappears. The rule that teammates in the oasis team and the hunting team cannot harm each other will be removed. And the rule removal time is after 8 o'clock. Sure enough, just as Chung Mu guessed, there are no hunting teams and oasis teams after the version update. The people in the previous team would probably kill each other. After all, the rule that teammates cannot attack each other has been removed. At this time, the evil in human nature will be fully released. The daily calculations, the uneven distribution of materials, and all kinds of trivial matters will be fuses. In this place where there are no rules, the most primitive evil of human beings can erupt. However, the hunting team is better, because their activities are not restricted by the game. And the game also gives them 8 hours to make decisions. Chapter 103: The Rising Tide of the Blue Sea. The remaining Oasis teams are in a bit of a pickle. As mentioned before, the hunting team still has 8 hours of protection time to consider the issue of disbanding. If they really can't decide, they can run away. The Oasis team has nowhere to run, and it's just a small place. If they can't reach an agreement in 8 hours, they will have to die on the spot. Chung Mu didn't think about these things anymore. It didn't matter to him anyway. He continued to look at the game's prompt subtitles. Game version changes are as follows. Change 1. Higher quality supplies and blueprints will appear in the supply box. Change 2. More powerful creatures will appear in the game, and these creatures will actively attack players. Change 3. All remaining players in the Survivor game will receive 10 attribute points again. Sure enough, the game update is similar to what Chung Mu expected before. As the game progresses, more advanced supplies will gradually appear. In a few days, he should be able to upgrade the Mud King to level 4. The 4th level Mud King will definitely become more powerful. Just like Chung Mu, there will also be changes to stronger creatures in this game. Chung Mu thinks this change is also quite good. More powerful creatures mean that higher quality materials can be decomposed. With higher quality materials, More fancy equipment can be made. However, there are definitely dangers. In this game, greater benefits also mean greater dangers. The game handles this point very reasonably. Change 4. Blue Sea Rising. The game will be launched in the game after 8 o'clock. Blue Sea Rising. The game mode update content is as follows. Update content 1. The Survivor game map will be expanded again. Update content 2. An ocean will appear outside the southeast area of the map. Update content 3. When a vehicle enters the sea, it will automatically convert into a ship. The converted ship level will be consistent with the original vehicle level. The ship will automatically convert into a vehicle after landing. Update content 4. Specific creatures that live in the ocean will appear in the sea area. Killing them will give you unique materials. There are also supply boxes in the sea area. Note: supply boxes obtained in the ocean cannot be opened on land. And supply boxes obtained on land cannot be opened in the ocean. A new map has been opened again. This is still an ocean map. However, this map is quite good. I am almost tired of staying in the desert all day. It is nice to go and see the sea. And there is no need to build a boat. When you drive a car into the sea, it will automatically turn into a boat. This is very convenient. The Mud King is a level 3 vehicle. After entering the sea, it will also turn into a level 3 ship. Chung Mu is looking forward to it. He really wants to see what kind of ship the Mud King can turn into. There are more diverse creatures in this ocean. And there are also supply boxes. This is not much different from the desert. Chung Mu has never driven a boat in his previous life. But he should not worry too much about this. The game will simplify these operations. For example, it is a bit complicated to drive a large vehicle like the Mud King on Blue Star. But it is very simple here. Driving a boat will probably be simplified to a steering wheel, a brake, an accelerator, and an anchor. As for the unique creatures in the ocean, Chung Mu really wants to see them. With the 10 attribute points he just got, he has now accumulated 85 attribute points. As long as the creatures in the ocean are not too abnormal, they can't do anything to him. But there shouldn't be a super huge whale that swallowed up your ship in one gulp. That would be no fun. Chung Mu thought about it carefully. The possibility of such a super creature appearing at present is not high. It can be said that it does not exist. The purpose of the game is not to kill everyone directly. Such a thing may appear in the later stage, but it will not appear now. Otherwise, it would not have rewarded all players with 10 attribute points just now. This move is obviously because it is afraid that other players in the game will die too quickly. After all, there will be more powerful creatures in the game. If you don't add some attribute points to people, what will happen if they are killed by these things? So Chung Mu must go to the sea. If he doesn't go, if others find something good here, they may widen the gap with him. This is something Chung Mu can't accept. After dividing the newly obtained attribute points equally, the little green tea next to him also exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you have become handsome again. I seem to love you even more." Humph. Who said that charm attribute is useless? This effect is immediately reflected. But then again, second brother, I added this attribute purely for you. Chung Mu couldn't help but be moved by his own selflessness again. After thinking about these things, Chung Mu opened the chat panel again. He really wanted to see what the stupid netizens thought about this game change. Brothers, can you drive a boat? I haven't even been on a boat. This update is just too hard for us landlubbers. I want to complain. Stupid. The game will definitely simplify the ship operation. It's brainless at first glance. I'm anxious. My son is anxious. What should I do if I get seasick? I wanted to vomit as soon as I got on the boat before. I get seasick too. But we have been strengthening our attribute points so many times. We shouldn't get seasick again. Yes. I think we can no longer use the common sense on Blue Planet to measure this game. Yes. I mainly increased the strength attribute. Now I feel like I can kill Daoge's mother with one punch. Which is obviously impossible on Blue Star. Yes. I mainly increase agility. The speed of the last catheter was worn out by me. Alas. Will this sea be very small? Will it be easy for everyone to encounter it? Based on the nature of this game and my years of experience, the ocean that appears after this update will definitely be very large. And everyone can play in it without worry. Player XXXX has been banned for 24 hours for insulting the game. A moment of silence. A moment of silence. There must be a lot of good things in the sea. I want to be the first to rush in. You rush in. You'll be the first to drown in it. You? I'm fucking you. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for the 21st day. I'm starving to death. With the various words of the stupid netizens, the atmosphere in the Mud King also became cheerful. Now, let's have a good sleep. When we are well rested, we will set out to the sea to see what good things there are. After entering the sea, the trailer chain should be directly converted into a towboat chain. Right? Otherwise, there will be no way for Zailuoka and Yunchi's car. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. And you will know when you go to the beach tomorrow. Chapter 104, Pursuit. Just when Chungmu was about to fall asleep, the system's task prompt subtitles appeared in front of him. This system always appears on time. System task, enter the ocean. This time the system is quite cool. The task is just these 4 words. Nothing else. Enter the ocean. Just drive the Mud King into the sea. This task is too simple. The reward for completing the task must be very low level. There is no way around it. The difficulty of the tasks given by the system is random. Sometimes you just need to kill a few beasts. And sometimes you need to attack 10 oases. Of course, the more difficult the task is, the richer the reward will be. However, the system has been upgraded now, and you can get a chance to draw a lottery every time you complete a task. Chungmu also wants to see what can be drawn from the system's lottery pool. Unfortunately, this is not something that should be considered now. What we need to do now is to go to bed quickly. At about 6 in the morning, Chungmu woke up with anticipation for the system task. This time, he did not choose to stay in bed, but jumped out of bed, went straight to the bathroom to wash up, and then rushed to the cab. Mud King. Go. Go. Go! Although there is still more than an hour before the update. The game also said that this sea area will appear in the southeast corner. Chungmu can drive there first. Although he doesn't know how big the map is. It shouldn't take too long. He has been heading southeast to find the oasis during this period. The coordinate machine in the game is also different from that on Blue Star. The coordinate machine can only show the current coordinate point, and cannot infer the size of the entire game map. If we look at the coordinate longitude and latitude on Blue Star, we can infer the size of the map through the numerical value. But unfortunately, the coordinate machine here does not conform to this common sense. There is no need to see how big the map in the game is. Anyway, it will definitely continue to update the map later. Now just keep driving in the southeast direction. The east, south, west and north can be distinguished. There are many compasses in the supplies that Chungmu looted before. Zailuoka and Yunchi were still sleeping in the back, while Chungmu was driving with full energy. At 8 o'clock, the game also sent an update notification on time. The people in the oasis should have started fighting. Right? Without the protection of the rules. The moment the oasis disappeared, the people inside either started fighting or ran away, and the probability of them still working together was almost 0. But these had nothing to do with Chungmu. Whether they were dead or alive, it would not affect him for the time being. Zailuoka and Yunchi also got up and made some breakfast. After eating casually, Chungmu continued to drive towards the southeast. The morning passed quickly, and 2 purple supply boxes were picked up during this morning. Chungmu took advantage of the lunch time to get off the car and casually opened the 2 purple supply boxes. Unfortunately, these 2 supply boxes were just ordinary, not high level. Only 2 pistol manufacturing drawings were opened from them, and no magic core appeared after the beast that jumped out of it was killed. These 2 supply boxes were just a small episode, and the real goal was to find the sea. After lunch, Chungmu continued to drive the Mud King, while Yunchi and Xiaolu Cha slept in the back. After driving for an hour or so, he also changed shifts with the 2 of them. It was good to drive with 3 people. Chungmu lay on the bed, looking at the scenery outside the window. Time passed by minute, and the Mud King was also approaching the seaside little by little. Slowly, Chungmu was also a little sleepy from the sun outside, lying in Yunchi's arms, and slowly fell asleep. Brother, get up quickly. There seems to be a car over there. Chungmu, who was still asleep, heard this and got up from the bed and rushed to the cab. Looking through the windshield, there was a small black dot moving about 1 or 2 kilometers in front of the left. Chungmu picked up the telescope and looked over there. It was indeed a car. A black supercar. The man also found the Mud King and recognized that it was 9527's car. He had already fled in the opposite direction of the Mud King. But Chungmu didn't intend to let him go. He wanted the supplies in this man's hand. If he drove the Mud King, he really couldn't catch up with this car. Although the speed of the third-level Mud King was not weaker than that of ordinary vehicles. And it also had a real man driving mode. But it was difficult to catch up with this car. After all, it was a supercar. Although the other attributes of this car were weaker than the Mud King in all aspects. The speed was stronger than the Mud King. Unless, use Yunqi's supercar. Although the other party's black sports car was somewhat different from Yunqi's car. It did not look like a second-level vehicle. Although the second-level vehicle did not have a very obvious appearance change. Chungmu could still tell one thing or another. He immediately asked Xiao Lucha to stop the car. Picked up his weapons and equipment. Asked Yunqi for the sports car key. And then immediately got out of the car. Untied the trailer chain. And entered her red supercar. The lights of her supercar were very large and white. Especially the curves of the car body. Which were extremely beautiful. But now Chungmu didn't have much time to appreciate these. He was waiting to chase the car. Chungmu's speed was very fast. It only took a few seconds to complete all these. But in these few seconds, the black spot moved away a few points. After he started the sports car, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and chased the black car. It must be said that Yunqi's car was really fast. After just a few seconds, the speed directly increased to more than 200 kilometers per hour. If it was an ordinary car, it would be very drifting at this speed. Fortunately, Yunqi's car was not comparable to ordinary cars in terms of speed and stability. Not long after, Chungmu got closer to the man, while Xiao Lucha and Yunqi drove the Mud King to follow behind. The reason why he wanted to chase this man was nothing else. But Chungmu wanted the supplies in his hand. It was always good to find more supplies during the game version update. And we would enter the sea later. So more supplies would increase our hope. Besides, it would not take much effort to kill this man, as his attributes had been greatly improved in the past 2 days. As long as he could catch up with him, Chungmu could accurately shoot a bullet into his head while driving at high speed. The survival in the game during this period of time has worn away all of Chungmu's compassion. If you don't take the supplies that are delivered to your door, then you are a fool. Put yourself in his shoes. If the person driving the black sports car is stronger today, will he let Chungmu go? Will he let Yunqi and Xia go? Again, in this place, if you are kind to others, you are cruel to yourself. Even the two of them understand this. Chapter 105 Punk Style Jacket. When he was still a few hundred meters away from the man, Chungmu lowered the car window, held the steering wheel with one hand, and stretched out the gun with the other hand. Then he started the high-speed mode of this super sports car. With a row sound, the pointer of the speedometer turned directly to the bottom of the mark. The strong push back made Chungmu feel a little numb. The current speed may have exceeded 400 kilometers. That is, Chungmu can drive this car with the window open. If it were someone else, would you still use one hand? You still open the window? You still held the gun? You still wanted to kill someone with this gun? I wouldn't even dream of that. It takes a strong force to allow Chungmu to reach out of the window at such a fast speed and huge wind resistance. Not to mention that he was holding a rifle weighing nearly 10 pounds with the drum. His quick reaction allowed him to predict the best next move in a split second. And the extremely accurate precision allowed every bullet fired from the gun to hit the target, plus a little bit of luck. So all these things combined together to create this successful interception. With the extremely fast speed of the extreme speed mode, Chungmu's car was at the same level as the black sports car in the blink of an eye. Right now, if it was 1 second faster or 1 second slower, there would not be such a good opportunity. A burst of gunfire appeared in the desert, and bullets passed through the glass of the black sports car and shattered the head of the person in the car. And until this time, the extreme speed mode had only lasted for a few seconds, and Chungmu had to continue driving forward. Anyway, the person in the car had to continue driving a long distance before stopping because of the speed of the car. After a while, Chungmu turned around and came to the black sports car that had stopped. The car was filled with a bloody smell. Chungmu opened the door, pulled the body out with one hand, and then began to loot the supplies inside. Yunqi and Xiao Lucha also drove the Mud King and slowly stopped here. After looting the supplies in the car and decomposing the power core of the car, Chungmu picked up the supplies and returned to the Mud King. What surprised Chungmu was that he found 2 power cores in this person's car. Although he already has dozens of power cores, these 2 are still very precious. Upgrading vehicles in the future is inseparable from this thing. And maybe making other things may also require power cores. Apart from these 2 power cores, Chung Mu began to count today's gains. Among these materials, he also found 2 good quality blueprints, one of which is the upgrade blueprint for a second-level vehicle. Fortunately, this person has not collected enough power cores. If he upgraded this sports car to the second level, the plan to kill Chung Mu today would also be ruined. But in reality, there are not so many ifs. The dead are dead, and the living are alive. Chung Mu opened another blueprint. Blueprint 1, Punk-Style Jacket Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, medium size for *1. Small magic core *1. Enhanced alloy ingot *2. Note 1. This is a leather jacket covered with rivets. Note 2. After wearing this jacket, charm +2, agility -1. And it is the only passive, which cannot be stacked. Note 3. These rivets are too heavy and will affect your actions. Oh! Another piece of equipment with added attributes. But it seems useless. Charm has little effect on combat, unless your charm value is high enough that people will fall in love with you at first sight. This thing is okay for picking up girls, but it is completely incompetent for other things. You can consider selling this blueprint in the trading market, and you should be able to get other blueprints. There is also the second-level vehicle upgrade blueprint. Chung Mu does not plan to trade it for the time being. Currently, there are only more than 100 people in the game who have upgraded their vehicles to the second level. If this blueprint is traded, it can be exchanged for some good quality materials. However, this is not cost-effective. If someone else has this blueprint and upgrades the vehicle to level 2, it will also be a threat to Chung Mu, although this threat is small and can be ignored. Why do we have to add another person who threatens us in the game? More importantly, if Chung Mu goes to kill someone else in the future, and the person who upgraded the vehicle to level 2 because of Chung Mu's blueprint runs away, then it will be a big loss. Moreover, even if this blueprint is traded, it can only be exchanged for some decent quality materials. That's all. For more advanced things, people who need the second-level vehicle blueprint can't take it out, and people who can take it out don't need it. Put it in the storage box first, and see if this blueprint can squeeze out any surplus value later. The quality of this person's materials is not very high, and they are all relatively useless things. Chung Mu frowned. However, this time the interception did not cost anything. The whole process was very easy and lasted only a few minutes. In addition, 3 power cores were obtained. Thinking of this, Chung Mu's frown relaxed again. People should not be too greedy. This mentality just now was wrong. We should reflect on it. It is good to get 3 power cores. Be content with what you have. It is true that it is very important to have a heart that is always trying to make progress. But it is also very important to know how to be content with what you have. After finishing all this, he sat in the car and looked at his watch. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's keep going. Yunchi and Xiaoluka took turns driving, while Chung Mu lay on the bed with his eyes closed. The 3 of them continued to head southeast. Chung Mu had a strong premonition that if it was early, it would be today. And if it was late, it would be tomorrow. He would be able to see the newly appeared ocean. Mud King. Full speed ahead. After driving on the road for more than half an hour, they encountered another purple supply box. If you see a purple supply box on the road, you must stop the car to pick it up. At least now you must pick it up. Chung Mu still has a long way to go before he can ignore the purple supply box. He hopes to finish this road sooner. But now, he still needs to get out of the car and walk to the purple supply box. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. The system prompt subtitles appeared in front of Chung Mu on time. Good luck. Another high-level purple supply box. Chung Mu originally planned to let them open this ordinary purple box, so that they could practice their fighting skills through the things in the box. But he opened this high-level purple box himself, because he also needed to practice. Otherwise, if he didn't fight for a long time, his fighting skills would become rusty, which Chung Mu couldn't accept. Chapter 106 Shuezi. Although he had just fought a battle not long ago, and even though the beasts from this high-level purple box were not a threat to him, but it was good to warm up, so that he could keep himself in a good fighting state. As for the creatures that jumped out of the ordinary purple supply box, they were not enough for Chung Mu to slap. After opening this high-level purple supply box, The things that jumped out of it were far beyond Chung Mu's expectations. It was a small cat that looked a bit skinny. The cat was covered with scabies of varying sizes, which looked disgusting. And although the cat looked skinny, through its fur, one could see the obvious muscle lines hidden underneath. Before Chung Mu could think about it, the cat jumped left and right, stepping on the supply box and jumping towards him. In the blink of an eye, it jumped in front of Chung Mu, and a few cold claws stretched out from the pads of its paws, scratching Chung Mu's eyes. This cat is very fast. Although it is small, its claws are very sharp. If it catches you, your skin will be torn apart instantly. He slightly turned his body to avoid the cat's attack, and the cat continued to fly forward. Chung Mu raised his left leg, twisted his waist, and kicked the cat's torso with a powerful whip kick. Not to mention a cat. Even a tiger would not feel good if kicked by this kick. When Chung Mu's whip kick hit the cat, he felt as if he kicked a ball of cotton, and it didn't seem to cause any harm to the cat. However, due to the force, the cat was kicked more than 10 meters away. After landing, the cat seemed to be uninjured. As soon as it landed, it immediately rushed towards Chung Mu. Wow! This cat is quite interesting, Chung Mu also exclaimed. Although it is small, ugly, and a bit disgusting, its strength is not bad. The fact that it can still jump around after being kicked by Chung Mu is enough to prove its strength. However, Chung Mu will not be merciful just because it is a cat. The important thing is that this cat has a strong desire to attack Chung Mu. He took out the pistol on his waist and shot at the cat. But the cat twisted its body and easily dodged the bullet shot by Chung Mu. With Chung Mu's current accuracy, it is impossible to miss the target. The reason for not hitting the target is that the cat is too flexible and twisted its body to avoid the bullet the moment he shot it. Fortunately, the cat is not very big. If it is as big as an ordinary tiger, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. However, just because there is no such creature now, does not mean that such creatures will not appear in the future. The game also said that more powerful creatures will appear in the game as the version is updated. And this cat is the best example. Although it is not big in size, it is extremely sensitive, and its sharp claws are not small. If it is pounced on, even a beast with thick skin and flesh will not feel good. As the cat flew over again, Chung Mu dodged sideways again, when it was still in the air and had not landed. Chung Mu also clamped its neck with one hand from behind it like lightning. The cat reacted very quickly. When it was in the air, it felt Chung Mu's hand grabbing from behind, and it tried to turn around in the air to resist. But it was still not as fast as Chung Mu. After Chung Mu grabbed the cat's neck, it tried to stretch out its front paws to grab Chung Mu's hand. Unfortunately, it didn't have this opportunity. Chung Mu's other hand grabbed the cat's head like lightning. Then he pulled hard with both hands and directly pulled the cat's head off. After pulling off the cat's head, Chung Mu quickly threw its body to the side. Fortunately, I had hunter gloves on my hands, and the cat was covered with scabies. Although these scabies were harmless, they were still disgusting. Wearing gloves on my hands at least provided a layer of protection. The cat's body was thrown out, and its limbs twitched a few times before it lost its movement forever. Chung Mu walked to its corpse, and the game's decomposition prompt immediately appeared in his eyes. It was a pity that no magic core was decomposed from this cat, and magic cores were still relatively scarce. Apart from the magic core, there was nothing else that could be used on this cat. The fur and meat were also marked as carrying germs in the game. Seeing this prompt, Chung Mu quickly took off the hunter gloves he had just worn and threw them away, and then washed his hands with clean water. After so many times of strengthening, Chung Mu's body should not be easily infected with diseases. But it is still better to be careful about this, in case the viruses in this game are also super viruses. No longer caring about the cat's body, Chung Mu turned and walked towards the open supply box. As expected, there was a blueprint in the supply box. He took it out and opened it. Flower Crown Ring Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Gold *1. Large Magic Core *1. Lucky Clover *1. Note 1. After wearing this ring, you can increase the luck attribute by 2 points. Note 2. The increase in luck attribute is the only passive one and cannot be stacked. Note 3. Legend has it that this is the ring that the goddess of luck once wore on her middle finger. Note 4. It can only be equipped when the luck attribute is greater than 5. This is the best. Chung Mu was overjoyed when he saw this blueprint. A ring that directly increases the lucky attribute. And there are no side effects. The only thing is that it cannot be infinitely stacked. Otherwise Chungmu would have to wear several on one finger. And also on his toes. However, the material of this thing is a bit difficult to get. A small ring actually needs a large magic core. I don't know how such a large magic core can be matched with such a small ring. Could it be that a magic core is embedded directly in the ring? That's too stupid. The game shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Now even the materials are not gathered. It's useless to think about these things. Chungmu collected the things in the supply box and returned to the Mud King. And continued to head southeast. There are more and more fancy things in the game now. And there is also a lucky 4-leaf clover. I wonder if eating this grass will add some luck attributes. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Chungmu smiled foolishly again. What are you laughing at? Yunqi, who was sitting next to him, rolled her eyes at Chungmu and asked him, what am I laughing at? This is a question that contains philosophical truths, and it takes a lot of thinking before answering. Chungmu raised his head and looked at Yunqi. When he saw the pair of milky white snow-white pupils through Yunqi's tight white short-sleeved shirt, everything had an answer. He took Yunqi into his arms and said to her in a vicious manner, I will tell you now what I am laughing at. Chapter 107 Ironclad Warship. After a bit of exercise, Chungmu suddenly felt that even the air had become sweeter. He lay on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling of the Mud King. Yunqi had already gotten up to take over Little Green Tea's shift. After a while, when Chungmu was still lying there thinking about philosophical questions, Little Green Tea's scream came from the cab. Brother! The sea ahead! Hearing this, Chungmu jumped up from the bed and rushed into the cab in 2 steps. Looking ahead, a blue coastline with no visible boundaries appeared in his sight. He took out the telescope from the storage box and looked forward. It was indeed the sea. No mistake. Chungmu calmed down his excitement and turned to Yunqi and Xiao Lucha and said, You two go to the back to rest. I will drive the rest of the way. Hearing this, the two also went to the back to rest. They were very tired after driving for an afternoon. And not only the two of them needed to rest, but now they were close to the sea and might meet other players. It would be safer for Chungmu to drive. The mountain is in front of us. And although we can see the coastline now, it will take a long time to drive to the beach. Chungmu looked at his watch. It was just past 5 o'clock, and he could have dinner at the beach after arriving. I have to say that this game map is really big. Chungmu looked at both sides of the coastline with a telescope, and he couldn't see any edges at all. It is estimated that the probability of players meeting here is not too high, let alone this endless sea. I will drive the Mud King into the sea later to see what kind of ship it will become, and complete the system task by the way to see what good things I can draw. Thinking of this, Chungmu also increased the speed of the Mud King. Time passed quickly. Chungmu opened the window of the Mud King and could already smell the salty smell of the sea breeze. In about 10 or 20 minutes, he would reach the beach. During this driving distance, he did not see any more supply boxes. But because of the beach, the supply boxes were refreshed in the sea. When Chungmu really drove the Mud King to the beach, he really felt the magnificence of this sea area. The blue sea and the sun dyed red by the setting sun merged into one, revealing endless mystery. The tiny waves hit the shore again and again, making waves. If a tsunami hits this sea area, the waves will probably be 100 meters high. Chungmu thought to himself. Then he gave up the idea of exploring the ocean tonight. Today, I will drive the car in and do the system task. I still have to be in awe of the ocean, so I'd better wait until tomorrow to explore it. Who knows if there will be a tsunami in the middle of the night? Besides, the ocean is not like the land. It is pitch black at night. If something attacks you, you don't know where to find it. The game has already said that there are creatures in the ocean, and they are special creatures that cannot be seen on land. Chungmu doesn't know their strength, let alone how they attack. Facing the unknown, humans have the most primitive fear, and darkness can deepen this fear. It's better to hide. But now, Chungmu still has the courage to drive the car into the sea. Not only that, but it is very big. He loosened the trailer chain that connected their two cars, and went down to see the situation first. Anyway, the game said that the vehicle will become a boat when it enters the water. And this will not lie. He drove the Mud King slowly into the sea in front of him. The Mud King has a deep draft. After driving forward for some distance, the wheels of the Mud King can still touch the sand on the coast. It is equivalent to still driving on land, but just submerged in part of the seawater. Let's drive forward a little further. It may take until the entire body of the car enters the water before it can turn into a boat. Chung-Moo slowly stepped on the accelerator and continued to drive forward. Then he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The Mud King suddenly sank and then floated up in an instant. When he looked more carefully, Chung-Moo found that his cab had changed a little. These changes were not big, except that the windshield became larger. Looking forward, the front had become a deck. Chung-Moo looked back at Xiao Lucha and Yun-Chi. The two of them were looking at him nervously on the shore. He walked out of the cabin and saw the whole picture of the ship that the Mud King had transformed into. The ship was more than 10 meters long, and the entire hull was made of a black metal that exuded a strange luster. This metal was the same color as the body of the Mud King. This should be considered an ironclad ship. Chung-Moo continued to observe the ship. Behind the cabin was the cabin. Chung-Moo turned the door handle and opened the door of the cabin. The layout inside was similar to those luxury yachts he had seen in movies before. If there were no dangers in the sea, it would be really nice to drive the Mud King for vacation. In addition to the comfortable accommodation, the Mud King also has all the necessary supplies. He went to the cockpit to study the operation of the ship. The driving system inside was indeed simplified a lot. A brake, an accelerator, a steering wheel, and a knob to control the anchor. And there is a compass in the dashboard. Yes, if Chung-Moo really restored a ship 1-to-1, he would not be able to drive it. Chung-Moo circled the deck a few more times. Perhaps it was the novelty that made him want to drive it and sail deep into the sea. Resisting this desire in his heart, he drove the boat around in the sea for a few laps to get familiar with the operation, and then turned back to the shore. He also wanted to see what Yun-Chi and Xyluka's car would look like after entering the sea. When he just drove the Mud King back to land, his eyes blurred again. The Mud King, which was a boat just now, turned into a familiar mud truck. At this time, the system prompt about the completed task also appeared in front of him. System task completed. Task reward, yellow material box *1. Chung-Moo had already prepared himself mentally. He knew that the reward for this task would definitely not be good stuff. After all, the task was so simple. Even if the system did not give him this task, he would come to this ocean himself. However, out of some expectations, he still took out the yellow material box that he had just been rewarded and checked it with the system. What if the box given by the system is better than the one picked up in the game map? Yellow supply box. Income level, E. Danger level, low. It is really a most ordinary box. But it doesn't matter. I was not expecting this box in the first place. Chung-Moo was expecting a chance to draw a lottery after completing the task. When the reward prompt for completing the task appeared, another prompt subtitle appeared in Chung-Moo's eyes. Chapter 108 Heart of Xuanwu. The task has been completed, and you have obtained a chance to draw a lottery in the system. Note, the lottery system will have any form of rewards, and these rewards may also bring you danger. Ciao. This time, Chung-Moo really remembered the fear of being dominated by that penguin. This system is even darker than that penguin. At most, other people spent money and couldn't draw anything good. But this system is so good. You can draw danger for me when you draw a lottery? Please select whether to participate in this lottery. If you choose no, the chance to participate in this lottery will disappear. As soon as the subtitles appeared, Chung-Moo saw two options, yes and no. With my current luck attribute, even if I can't get anything good, I won't get anything dangerous. But I don't know if the system considers the luck value in this lottery. Even if it doesn't, the system won't create something that will kill me. Right? If you kill me, you will have no host. System, don't mess around. Just as Chung-Moo was thinking about the lottery, the system prompt subtitles came again. Please make your choice. After 10 seconds, if you don't make a choice, it will be automatically judged as no. Countdown, 10, 9. You two should retreat and hide in the car. Chung-Moo looked at the countdown and shouted this to the two of them. If he was really unlucky and something dangerous happened in the first lottery, it would be better to keep them away. At least they would not be hurt by mistake. Always prepare for the worst. Although the two of them didn't know what happened, they immediately hid in the car and picked up their weapons when they saw Chung-Moo's serious expression. After seeing the two of them get into the car, Chung-Moo thought about it and chose yes. In a moment, a message from the system appeared in front of Chung-Moo. Congratulations. You have won a mysterious reward. and the reward has been put into your storage box. Huh? Seeing this line of subtitles, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the two of them and said, "Come out. It's okay." After Yunchi got out of the car, she looked around and found that there was no danger, so she slowly relaxed. And Zyluoka ran to Chungmu with a serious face. "Brother, what happened just now?" "It's okay. I felt it wrong." Chungmu just found a reason to fool around. For this kind of thing, the more you talk, the darker it gets. After sending Zyluoka away, Chungmu returned to the Mud King and opened the supply box, and found that there was indeed an extra thing. He opened the storage box and took out the item. The system prompt subtitle immediately appeared in front of him. That's right. It was the system prompt, not the game prompt. There is a clear difference between the two. Heart of Xuanwu incomplete. 1/3. Note 1. Legend has it that Xuanwu once wandered around the world. Because of the long time, it lost part of itself. Note 2. Note 3. Chungmu's first reaction when he saw this item was to curse. He knew that this thing was awesome, but that didn't stop him from cursing. It was the first time he had seen such a note. What did all the question marks mean? And the only note he could see, the first one, didn't even finish the sentence. Chungmu knew better than anyone the feeling of stopping halfway through reading something. In his previous life, he was a failed author and an online novel enthusiast. Until now, when he thought of those eunuch authors, he still wanted to drag them into the Survivor game and torture them. While torturing them, he also asked these authors if they felt good about not updating. If the answer is good, then increase the intensity. If it is not good, then increase the intensity even more. Chungmu took a few deep breaths before calming down and throwing the thing into the storage box. This thing is obviously not something he can control at the moment. He doesn't even know what it is for. The name is quite domineering. Xuanwu Heart. Xuanwu. He knows that Xuanwu is a combination of a turtle and a snake, and likes to live in water. Water? Currently, there are places with water in the Survivor game. One is the immortal lake in his oasis at that time, and the other is the sea in front of him. When he completed the oasis eradication station, he had observed other oases, and there were no lakes in them, only in his oasis. The oasis had disappeared, and only the sea was left. Put this thing in the sea and see? Chungmu did it immediately, and immediately took out the ruby-like thing from the storage box, walked to the beach, and dipped it into the water. There was no golden light, no strange phenomena in the sky and earth, and there was only the waves that wet Chungmu's trouser legs. Damn! What the hell is this? Never mind. Chungmu said he would never mind, and he turned around and put the thing into the storage box, and then went to do other things as if it had never appeared. It's not that he doesn't want to know what this thing is for, but he really doesn't have the ability to answer it now. In addition, the notes on this thing, the feeling of saying half a sentence, made him feel itchy all over. Let's go and see what Yunchi and Zyluoka's car will become after entering the sea. Chungmu also asked Yunchi and Zyluoka to drive the car into the sea one after another. This time he saw clearly how the car turned into a boat in the sea. Simply put, after the car drove into the sea for a distance, it would suddenly sink, and then float up again, and it would become a boat. This game is really a talent, and it can actually think of such a method. Zyluoka's car turned into a standard pink small yacht. It is called a yacht, but it is just a small boat, except for a cab and a place to sleep. There is nothing else. This boat is only a few meters long, not even 1/5 the size of Chungmu's Mud King. A big wave on the sea can directly overturn it. After Yunchi's boat entered the sea, it turned into a speedboat that looked very fast. There was nothing else except the cab and the sleeping place. This is not okay. The two of them can't withstand any big waves in the sea, and they still have to use a trailer chain to carry them. However, if they really encounter a huge wave, Chungmu's Mud King will be useless. The sea is not like the land. In the desert, his Mud King can be rampant. In the sea, a big wave can knock him down if it doesn't like him. You still have to collect the blueprints to upgrade the Mud King to level 4. Otherwise you will be finished if you encounter any emergencies in the sea. Look carefully in the next 2 days, and then look for acquisitions in the group. You should be able to find the blueprints of excellent materials. After all, high-quality blueprints will become easier to find after the game is updated. And large magic cores should also be much easier to find. It depends on how hard you work. Chapter 109 Voyage. No longer thinking about the supplies, Chung Mu connected the three vehicles together with a trailer chain. He wanted to see if the trailer chain could still be used after being in the sea. This trailer chain was not a soft chain, but a hard and straight one, as if the two cars were directly welded to this chain. So when Chung Mu braked suddenly while driving the Mud King on land, the vehicle towing behind would not rear end. It would be best if the towing chain can still be used in the water, but it would be a bit troublesome if it can't be used. They couldn't just throw their cars away. If the towing chain couldn't be used in the sea, they would have to act separately. It was easier to reunite on land, but it would be difficult to deal with any emergencies in the sea. After connecting the three cars, Chung Mu drove the Mud King and took their cars into the sea one after another. Fortunately, after the three cars were turned into boats, the towing chain did not disappear. But now it should be called a towboat chain. However, if there is a large storm at sea, the trailer chain is at risk of breaking. But there is no need to consider these now. If there is such a storm, the Mud King will be in trouble. So whether the trailer chain breaks or not will not have much impact. The ocean, which seems to be calm at present, may hide great dangers. Chung Mu took out the telescope from the storage box and observed the sea level in the distance. He did not see any supply boxes on it. The game said that there are also supply boxes in the ocean. So these supply boxes should be floating on the water. As for the possibility that the supply box sank to the bottom of the sea, it is unlikely. If that were the case, no one would be able to find it. The telescope also has its field of view limit, at least within the current field of view. Chung Mu has not seen any supply boxes floating on the sea. It is estimated that we should drive a distance inside to find the supply box. As for exploring deeper into the ocean, we should wait until tomorrow to see. At night, Chung Mu does not know whether there will be any danger in the ocean. Anyway, there is still a lot of time, so there is no need to search for supplies on the sea tonight. After working for so long today, he looked at his watch and found that it was already past 7 o'clock. It was almost dark. So he ran away from the beach and found a place to sleep. Chung Mu was still a little worried about sleeping on the beach. What if a tsunami happened at night? That would be a disaster. The three of them sat in the Mud King and turned back to the direction they started from, temporarily saying goodbye to the salty sea breeze. After driving for more than half an hour, Chung Mu finally stopped. The distance was just right. If there was any danger in the ocean at night, he would have enough time to escape. It would only take another half an hour to reach the beach tomorrow. After stopping the car, Chung Mu felt a little hungry. After Yunchi and Xiaoluka made something to eat, Chung Mu went to sleep first. Although it was still early, Chung Mu's great ability was that he could fall asleep whenever and wherever he wanted. Xiaoluka and Yunchi obviously don't have this skill. But it doesn't matter. Since they can't sleep now, they can just take it as a warning. There must be many players coming over here on the sea, so it's always better to be vigilant. Around 11 o'clock at night, Chung Mu, who was in a daze, felt two soft balls rolling into his arms. He hugged Yunchi and Xiaoluka and fell asleep slowly. The next morning, when it was just dawn, Chung Mu woke up from his sleep. He climbed out of bed on tiptoe. But even though he was very careful, he still bumped into Xiaoluka without noticing. The main reason was that the three of them were too close to each other, and little green tea liked to hug Chung Mu tightly when she slept. But he still had something to do today, so he got out of bed resolutely. It was still a little chilly in the early morning at the seaside. After tucking the quilt for the two of them, Chung Mu walked into the cab, started the Mud King, and drove towards the seaside. He was looking forward to what he would get in the sea today. There was no tsunami or anything like that Chung Mu had expected last night. He planned to observe for 2 more days. If the ocean remained relatively calm during these 2 days, he might stay at sea at night. According to Chung Mu's speculation, the game should not have any tsunamis or storms in this update. At present, even Chung Mu's Mud King could not withstand a large storm, let alone other people's small broken boats. The half-hour journey passed quickly. When Chung Mu was about to reach the beach, he looked at his watch, and it was already past 6 o'clock. Get up, lazy dog, Chung Mu shouted to Yunchi and Xiao Lucha behind him. After hearing Chung Mu's voice, Yunchi stretched and climbed out of bed, and Xiao Lucha was whining for a long time and refused to get up. After Yunchi got up and washed, she walked over and lifted Xiao Lucha's quilt. Chung Mu smiled when he saw this. After a simple meal, Chung Mu drove the Mud King into the sea, with their cars behind it. As the car body moved up and down, the Mud King turned into an ironclad ship. Go! 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 Changmu stepped on the accelerator, and the Mud King immediately rushed towards the distant ocean. The speed of the Mud King in the sea was much slower than on land, which was about tens of kilometers per hour. However, Changmu knew that this speed was already considered extremely fast on Blue Star. After all, driving in the ocean is completely different from driving on land. The Mud King's speed was beyond his expectation. Looking at the endless blue in front of him, Changmu's heart was a little excited. He was looking forward to the harvest in this ocean. After driving in one direction for more than half an hour, the coastline was almost invisible. Yunchi and Xyluka had calmed down from their initial excitement. It was still a bit creepy to float on the empty sea surface. Fortunately, the three of them could still keep each other company and talk. Otherwise, boredom alone could drive people to death. But this game map is really big. This is the second day of the update. Except for the person who was killed that day. I didn't meet anyone else. You know, there are still more than 7,000 people in the game. And most of them are probably on their way. Hurry up and get more people. More people will at least make it more lively. If the timing is right, Changmu can still hunt them down. It must be said that the loneliness on the sea is much stronger than on land. Even with the two of them as company, Changmu still felt a little lonely. Chapter 110 Special Cooking Ingredients. However, this feeling of loneliness will not affect Changmu. As long as he can become stronger, loneliness is nothing. While driving towards the distance on the sea, Changmu took out the telescope to observe the surrounding situation. Soon, he saw what he wanted. On the blue sea level in the distance, a purple supply box was rising and falling with the waves. Changmu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed towards the supply box. 10 minutes later, Changmu approached the purple supply box and fished it out of the water. The system prompt subtitles also appeared in front of him. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. High level purple supply box? Not bad. The first box has such a harvest. But the game also said that there are specific creatures in the ocean. Does this supply box have such specific creatures? Let's open it and see first. With Changmu's current strength, the things in the purple supply box can no longer do anything to him. He took the box to the deck, equipped himself with weapons and protective gear, and then asked Yunchi and Xyluka to hide in the cabin. If any creature popped out, since it couldn't do anything on the ship, Changmu could kill it instantly. But the area on the ship was not large, and it would be bad if they were accidentally injured. In fact, the better choice would be to bring the supply box to the land. But unfortunately, the rules of the game did not allow it. The space on the ship was too small. Changmu was still a little restrained, and it might cause some damage to the Mud King. But these problems are not big. Changmu really wants to see what the difference is between the supply boxes in the ocean and those on land. He opened this high-level purple supply box from the back. Almost 2 seconds after opening the box, there was no movement inside. Could it be a fake box? But the system prompts will not lie. Changmu went around to the front of the box, and there was indeed a blueprint inside, as well as some other basic materials. There is profit. But what about the danger? Changmu was a little confused. Before he could be confused for too long. Just a few seconds later, he felt the whole ship shake. But not too violently. He rushed to the side of the ship where the impact came from. He stood on the deck, holding the railing and looking down. A shark 4 or 5 meters long appeared in his sight. It turned out that the special creatures mentioned in the game also came out of the box. The only difference from the land is that after the supply box in the ocean is opened, the creatures are summoned from the sea to attack the player, instead of jumping out directly from the supply box. The shark was a terrifying white color, with healed wounds all over its huge body. Is this the danger of the supply box in the ocean? Changmu stopped thinking about these things. Now was not the time to think about them. He raised the Type 95 and shot at the great white shark. The shark seemed to sense it and immediately dived to the bottom of the sea. The bullets he fired did not cause any damage to the shark. Damn. It's running pretty fast. Changmu cursed. Before he finished speaking, he felt the Mud King being hit again. Drive somewhere else first. Changmu shouted to Yunchi and Xyluka. Fortunately, they were familiar with the driving of the boat at that time. Otherwise they might not have reacted. When the Mud King just started, the shark in the sea jumped out of the water and opened its bloody mouth to bite the Mud King's boat. However, The Mud King's defense was very good. Not only did it not cause any damage to the Mud King, but it also broke several of its teeth. This time, the shark attacked from a different direction than before. From the other side of the boat, Chung Mu had to run to the side it attacked. This shark was a bit annoying. Chung Mu also shouted to them to speed up. As the speed increased, the shark was left behind by the Mud King, but it kept chasing after it. Chung Mu fired another round of bullets at it, but the fish kept following them in the water, and the bullets were not very lethal after entering the water. Chung Mu was also a little irritated by the shark. Bullets can't hit you. Then I'll let you taste something more powerful than bullets. Spear. With a loud shout, the extreme spear flew accurately into Chung Mu's hand. With his current strength attribute, the extreme spear thrown out is faster and more powerful than bullets. If the attack frequency is not lower than that of a gun, he would use the extreme spear as his main weapon. Not to mention that one shot can kill the shark, but it is no problem to hurt it. At any rate, it is worse than the bullets that can't hit him at all. Moreover, after his last attack on the building, he had worn out his extreme spear, so he used his spare time to make several extreme spears. Anyway, the materials for making extreme spears were nothing to him now. Chung Mu aimed at the shark that was chasing him at high speed in the sea, took a few steps and threw the extreme spear at it. The extreme spear slowed down a bit after entering the water, but it still accurately penetrated the shark's body. A burst of blood mist also burst out in the water. It really works. Chung Mu praised him, but did not show any mercy, and immediately threw out several more extreme spears. All of these spears were inserted into the shark's body. The shark's movements were damaged by so many spears, and it slowly floated up. The moment he surfaced, Chung Mu, who had been prepared for a long time, also shot several bullets into his head. Chung Mu recalled all the extreme spears, and the shark's body also floated on the sea not far from him. He asked Yun Chi and Xiao Lu Cha to turn around, and Mud King stopped beside the shark's body, which was still shaking slightly with the waves in the sea. When his eyes stopped at the shark corpse, the game prompt subtitles also appeared on time. Animal corpse. Can be decomposed. Decomposition can obtain. Sharp-toothed shark fin *1. No way. Such a big shark can only be decomposed into a shark fin. Although he felt a little regretful, Chung Mu still chose to decompose it immediately. Since such a big thing can only be decomposed into a shark fin, it means that this shark fin is very likely to be a good thing. As the game was decomposed, a triangular shark fin that felt a little sticky appeared in Chung Mu's hand. He looked at the shark fin, and the prompt subtitles appeared in front of him again. Sharp-toothed shark fin special cooking material. Can be used for special cooking. Note 1. Only when it is made with a cooking drawing can it play its greatest effect. Note 2, of course. You can also choose to make it yourself, but this will make it useless and even a little unpalatable. Note 3. Precious special cooking material. If you want to explore its effect, you need a special cooking drawing. Chapter 111 Gemstones. Looking at these game prompts, Chung Mu was also a little confused. Special cooking ingredients? And special cooking drawings? What are these? Are these the special items mentioned in the game? However, looking at the introduction of this shark fin, it seems to be quite cool, and you must use a special cooking drawing to make it work. Not bad. It has personality. I like it. Chung Mu put the shark fin he just got into the storage box, then walked to the purple supply box he just opened, and took out the drawings inside. Ocean Heart Necklace Manufacturing Drawings. Manufacturing Requirements. Small Magic Cores *2. Clownfish *3. Sapphire *1. Note 1. Jack. Slufak. Note 2. The wearer of this necklace will have a charm +3, and it is the only passive, which cannot be stacked. Note 3. The necklace that was said to have sunk to the bottom of the sea, until someone found it on a huge ship. The things in this sea are really good, and the first supply box opened a piece of equipment that can increase attributes. Although it is a charm increase, it is much better than ordinary blueprints. As for the materials needed in it, they are quite rare. Chung Mu had never seen clownfish and sapphire, but they should be available from the supply box. Most of the materials in this game can be found in the supply box, except for a small part that needs to be killed by monsters. As for this necklace, when it is made, Yunchi and Xiaoluka can wear it to see, and then he can experience the effect of charm firsthand. Only by experiencing it yourself can you know the effect of charm. Not bad. Not bad. The first harvest of the ocean trip is not bad. There must be more good things in this sea. Thinking of this, Chung Mu was also full of motivation to sail far away. After putting the things just obtained into the storage box, the three of them continued to set off into the distance. Yunqi and Xiaoluka took on the task of driving in the cabin, while Chung Mu stood on the deck with a telescope to observe where there were supply boxes. His eyesight was the strongest among the three, so it was reasonable for him to do this. After driving for about half an hour, a yellow supply box appeared in the telescope's field of view. Go over there. Chung Mu pointed in the direction of the yellow supply box and shouted to the two people in the cabin. After a while, the Mud King stopped next to the yellow box. Yellow supply box. Benefit level, E. Danger level, none. Seeing the familiar system prompt appear, Chung Mu immediately opened the supply box in front of him. There was not much in it. Only a red gem, and nothing else. Chung Mu's eyes stayed on the stone, and the game prompts followed. Ruby. Can be used to make items. Wow. Good stuff. But it's a pity that it's not sapphire. But this also verified Chung Mu's guess that the materials for making the Heart of the Ocean necklace can be found in the supply box. And there is no need to search for it yourself, since the ruby has been found. The sapphire should not be far away. Right? Mud King. Speed up. It is undeniable that this cooperation of the three people also increased their efficiency in finding the supply box. If there is only one person, it is a bit difficult to find the supply boxes floating on the sea because of the obstructed view in the cockpit. Moreover, it is very easy to get visual fatigue here, looking at the unchanging sea for a long time, which greatly increases the difficulty for others to find the supply boxes. I don't know if this sea will still be there in the next update. I have to take advantage of this time to find more supply boxes. The materials of the supply boxes in the ocean are indeed better than those on land. Chung Mu was enjoying the salty sea breeze on the deck while observing the somewhat calm sea. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything during this period of time. He moved his body on the deck and walked back and forth. It didn't matter that he moved around. He found that there was a small black dot behind the Mud King, which was a direction he hadn't noticed before. Could it be a black supply box? Chung Mu quickly set up a telescope and saw the small black dot through the telescope. But the result made him a little disappointed. The black dot was a ship. There seemed to be a man standing on the deck of the ship, holding a telescope and looking at him. He seemed to see Chung Mu through the telescope. When Chung Mu looked at him through the telescope, he found that he had already fled in another direction. What a pity. If it was on land, Chung Mu would definitely kill him. But this was on the sea. Whether he could catch up or not was another matter. Even if he did, it would waste a lot of time. And just now Chung Mu took a rough look and found that the man's ship seemed to be a bit like a second-level ship, which made him give up the idea of killing him. If you have this time, you might as well look for more supplies in this vast ocean. That person probably just entered the sea today, and the supplies he has are probably ordinary goods on land. So there is no need to kill him. Chung Mu thought about it for a while, and felt that it would be more profitable to continue searching for supply boxes on the sea. There may be higher-level supply boxes on the sea. There are more people in the sea. But it is not easy to kill others on the sea. The efficiency is too low. I have to hurry up to find supplies. Otherwise, I will be at risk of being left behind by others. Although his attribute points are much higher than others, the advanced equipment and supplies in the game also play an important role. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, which is also a major feature of Chung Mu's character. It is this feature that allows him to continue to become stronger here. Of course, the system also has a great contribution. The morning passed quickly. In addition to the 2 boxes they just found, the 3 of them also found a yellow supply box and 3 white supply boxes. A blue gem was opened from the yellow supply box. A clownfish was opened from the 3 white supply boxes. And the other 2 were ordinary supplies. When Yunqi and Xiaoluka saw Chung Mu bringing a basket of 2 gems, 1 red, into the cabin, they couldn't help but exclaim. Especially Xiaoluka, whose big watery eyes were almost staring straight. Chung Mu smiled and directly put the 2 gems in their hands. Women just like these things. Even if they have come here, they will still pursue these things as long as they have the conditions. After rubbing his sore eyes, Chung Mu went to bed for a while. He was not very tired this morning, but his eyes were not very good. He was lying on the bed, with his eyes closed, while enjoying the massage from Yunqi and Xiaoluka. It must be said that after Chung Mu's training during this period of time, Their techniques have become much more skilled. Chapter 112 Radioactive Fish. Hey. Hey. In broad daylight. Ahem. Well, since this is what you asked, I, Chung Mu, will have to agree with reluctance. Alas, who made me, Chung Mu, so great and selfless? An hour later, Chung Mu was left alone lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Business is important. Business is important. After a simple lunch at noon, Chung Mu lay on the bed and took a nap for a while. The main reason was that I overused my eyes in the morning and needed to take a rest. Zailuoka drove the boat, while Yunchi stood on the deck to look for the supply box. For the sake of safety, Yunchi was prevented from falling into the sea by accident. Chung Mu also took out a rope from the storage box and tied one end to Yunchi and the other end to the pillar in the cabin, making a simple safety belt. Looking at the rope tied around Yunchi, her already attractive curves were even more prominent. Alas, why didn't I think of this earlier? Chung Mu woke up after sleeping in bed for about half an hour, and immediately went to replace Yunchi's shift. Although he can sometimes stay in bed for hours without getting up, he is definitely the most diligent one when there is something to do. This is also an important reason for his success today. Apart from anything else, his name Chung Mu 9527 is well known in the Survivor game. Moreover, his attribute points are absolutely the first, and he has abundant materials in his hands. If he is not the first, he is definitely in the top few. If the game has a comprehensive ranking of players, then if he is second, no one dares to be the first. After changing Yunchi into the cabin, Chung Mu continued to observe the surrounding situation with a telescope on the deck. His efficiency is much higher than Yunchi. After all, Yunchi is far inferior to him in terms of vision, and this is what is most needed in this work. Soon, he found two more small black dots in two different directions. He picked up the telescope and found that they were two more ships. But they didn't seem to notice the Mud King. Maybe it was because of the limited vision. It is estimated that they will be able to see Chung Mu's Mud King in a while, and they will run away at that time. However, after the Mud King turns into a ship, it seems that they may not be able to recognize me as 9527. At that time, someone may be tempted. If he dares to get close, I will rush over and kill him like a real man. But after a while, the two black spots seem to have discovered Chung Mu and turned around immediately. Chung Mu smiled bitterly. He just forgot that he was towing two boats behind him. The legend of the Black Mud King towing two cars has long been known to everyone in the game. It is estimated that it is impossible to rob other people's supplies in this sea. But he changed his mind and thought that this is good, so that some scumbags will not disturb his search for supplies. His main goal during this period was to find a supply box on the sea. If he went to kill other players, whether there would be any profit or not was another matter, but it would waste a lot of his time. The supply box on the sea was quite profitable, so he didn't go far away. After driving for more than 40 minutes, a reflection of sunlight caught Chung Mu's eye. He picked up the telescope and looked along the reflection, and a familiar purple appeared in the telescope. Chung Mu was overjoyed and immediately shouted inside, "Drive over there. There is a purple supply box over there. Bring out another bottle of fruit wine." Cold. The scorching sun made Chung Mu a little irritable, but the purple supply box that appeared not far away flowed into his heart like a spring, dissolving his irritability. As long as he could find the supply box, he didn't care whether it was hot or not. If it hadn't been strengthened, these people in the game probably couldn't stand the strong sun. It seemed that the game had become even hotter in recent days. A few minutes later, the Mud King stopped in front of the purple supply box, and Chung Mu fished it out of the sea. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. Yes, it is another high-level supply box. The ocean supply box, which is worthy of its reputation. After letting the two of them hide in the cabin, Chung Mu pressed the switch of the supply box. With a whoosh, a water arrow shot out from the side of the Mud King and shot towards Chung Mu. Chung Mu was also shocked when he saw the water arrow. When he was at the bottom of the immortal lake in the oasis, he was also attacked by this kind of water arrow. However, the power of the water arrow in front of him was incomparable to those in the dead lake, and the one in the undead lake was more like a casual attack. After easily dodging the water arrow, Chung Mu ran to the deck on the side where the water arrow attack came from, and saw a 2-foot-long strange fish. This strange fish has a dozen hard barbs on its back. a small fin on both sides, a small body at both ends, and a fat body in the middle, and a few pustules on it. The front of this strange fish has a sausage mouth. If you use one word to describe it, it is that it looks like a fool. Maybe this fish was transported here after being irradiated by the nuclear leak of Libyan. This time Chungmu saw clearly how this strange fish fired water arrows. First, its tail contracted, and then a stream of water was sucked into its body, and then it opened its mouth and shot a water arrow from its throat. Even its attack method is so abnormal. Its water arrow attack speed is actually not slow. If it were other players, it would really cause them some trouble. But this speed was not enough for Chungmu. After easily dodging the water arrows it shot, Chungmu aimed his gun at it. This strange fish was obviously not as smart as the shark in the morning. Seeing Chungmu pointing a gun at it, it didn't know how to dive underwater. After 2 shots, the strange fish was directly cut in half, and a stream of green juice came out of its body. These juices melted into the waves, hit the hull of the Mud King, and bursts of white smoke appeared. Then Chungmu received a reminder that the Mud King's durability was reduced. Fortunately, the next wave washed away the poisonous liquid. However, there were some signs of corrosion on the side of the boat of the Mud King. Chungmu was not surprised. It was normal for this thing to be poisonous, since it looked so ugly. The water arrows shot by this strange fish were probably poisonous. Chapter 113. Gamblers don't die well. He immediately took out the vehicle repair blueprint from the storage box and repaired the durability of the Mud King. This was at sea, and the reduced durability was no joke. The repair materials were just a drop in the bucket for him anyway. After repairing the Mud King, he walked to the corpse of the strange fish and looked at it. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain poisonous arrowfish bone spur *1. Looking at the bone spur in front of him, Chungmu casually put it into the storage box. He couldn't use it yet. Then he took out the blueprint from the storage box and opened it. Cowardly Squid Meatball Cooking Blueprint Special Cooking Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Cowardly Squid *1. Flour *1. Egg *1. Note 1. After eating the Cowardly Squid Meatball, the agility attribute will be +3 within 30 minutes. This increase is the only passive and cannot be stacked. Note 2. It can only be taken once within 24 hours, and multiple use is invalid. Note 3. Delicious. Inexpensive. Economical. This is a top-quality blueprint. This is Chungmu's first reaction when he saw this blueprint. He just wondered if the raw material, the timid squid, was easy to find. Chungmu had also obtained this kind of blueprint that could increase attributes after eating it before. But the increase was obviously not as good as this one. The one I found at that time was called foot oil pills, which could only increase a certain speed in a short period of time, and it did not indicate how much it would increase. According to Chungmu's estimation, the speed of the foot oil pill will not be very fast, and the duration will not be too long. Maybe just 3 minutes. But this timid squid pill is different. It can directly increase 3 points of agility in half an hour. You should know that the increase of agility attribute is not just speed. It is a comprehensive increase. Even your reaction and thinking speed can be enhanced. It can be said that the effect of this cooking blueprint is very powerful. The timid squid should also be opened in the supply box. Just find a few more supply boxes to find out. It's impossible to search for it by yourself in this endless sea. The game still talks about the most basic principles. However, looking at the blueprint in front of him, Chungmu also felt a sense of crisis. Now the players in the game can basically solve the dangers in the purple supply boxes. Even if it is a high-level purple box, they will just waste more effort if they find enough purple boxes, although it will not pose a threat to themselves for the time being. If they become stronger and hunt other players, then slowly the snowball will roll in this way, which is also a troublesome thing, although the probability is relatively small. The game map is so large that sometimes you can't see anyone for several days. But it can't be ignored. The main thing is that we don't know what the next version of the game will be updated to. Chungmu guessed that some later drawings or weapons may even make up for the gap in attribute points between players. If it weren't for this unknown, he would be lying down now. Because of the system, he always gets more attribute points than other players. But this kind of thing is just a thought. Chungmu's personality determines that he can't really lie down. He must roll up and roll them to death. In fact, Chungmu's guess just now is not without reason. This game is very humane. It will also adjust the game progress according to the strength of the players in the game. Maybe this game is actually controlled by humans. For example, everyone's strength is relatively weak at the beginning. At that time, whether it was in the supply box or in the desert, the degree of danger was relatively low. Now everyone can clearly feel that these dangers have increased. But the quality of the materials obtained has also become higher. And the most important point is that the game of this prosperous day will deliberately adjust the balance of the game. For example, in this game version update, except for the team ranked first, other players are directly rewarded with some attribute points. Although it has not been named that it is because of Chungmu. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is aimed at him. This is a pitfall game. I can't afford to play it. And if the next version is updated, the game will directly reward other players with a lot of attribute points for the sake of balance. Then the gap between him and other players will definitely become smaller again. If that happens, there will definitely be many players who want to hunt him down. It's not for anything else. It's just that Chungmu is famous. As long as you are famous, no matter what you do is right or wrong, it will cause jealousy from others. This kind of jealousy will slowly ferment in your heart and evolve into hatred. But there is no way to do this. Everyone will be jealous, but they just express it in different ways. And even Chungmu is no exception. If someone else gets better supplies than him, how can he not be jealous? Besides, in this game, a little more supplies can mean the difference between life and death. Thinking of these things, Chungmu also put away the joy of just getting this blueprint, and immediately asked Yunchi and Xiaoluka to set off again to find the supply box. On the way to another place, Chungmu also took out the coordinate meter to take a look, because they did not go straight on the sea but went around. They were now about 3 hours away from the shore. Since Chungmu entered the sea this morning, he has been thinking about whether to spend the night in the sea. If he does, it will be difficult to deal with any danger. If he does, it will delay the time to find supplies. And there is no need for any special danger. Even if there are a few big waves, it will not be easy to deal with. The Mud King can be domineering on land, but he is just a dozen-meter ironclad ship in the sea. 10 meters is nothing. A wave in the sea can be more than 10 meters high, not to mention the huge waves. Although the sea's surface looks calm now, it doesn't look like there will be any waves. But you can't be sure about this. It's a life-threatening matter. Although staying in the sea at night may find more supply boxes, and it doesn't have to be so troublesome to run back and forth. But the benefits are not proportional to the danger. Maybe there is no danger in the ocean. But what if there is? Then it will be really dark. After thinking about these things, Chungmu decided to wait for another 2 hours to return to the shore and spend the night on land. Compared to supplies, life is still more valuable. Besides, his current position as the strongest in the game will not be shaken in the short term. Only people who have nothing would do this. They would not consider the danger just to find a few more supply boxes. This behavior is tantamount to gambling. And gamblers usually die a miserable death. Chapter 114 The Beauty on the Beach. After sorting out his thoughts on where to spend the night, Chungmu was full of energy to look for the supply box. He looked at his watch, and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He planned to return to the shore around 5 or 6, so that it would be dark the day after he returned. Now he still had more than 3 hours to search for supply boxes. The goal of these 3 hours was to find another purple supply box. It felt like the probability of supply boxes refreshing on the ocean was lower than on land. Probably because the things inside were of higher quality. But it's not a big problem. Not to mention Xiaoluka and Yunchi's European physique. With Chungmu's lucky attribute, it's not difficult to find a purple supply box in these 3 hours. Chungmu narrowed his eyes and stood on the deck quietly looking at the vast and mysterious sea in front of him. The strong sunlight shone on the sea, causing waves of reflections, which made it more mysterious. With this mysterious feeling, Chungmu also remembered the prop that the system gave him yesterday. The so-called Xuanwu of the heart of Xuanwu should also be in the sea. Right? He also has some knowledge of these ancient legends. Although not much. But the 4 great beasts still know. Is the heart of the black tortoise the prop used to find this beast? Or to awaken it? In the past few days, Chungmu occasionally thought about these things. Such as the origin of this survivor game. The voice in the immortal lake. The mysterious palace. But every time he had a little idea, he would feel a sharp pain in his head, forcing him to stop thinking. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't want to think about it, then don't think about it. Now these are too far away from him. What he needs to do now is to find more supply boxes and make himself stronger. standing on the deck of the bow. Chung Mu took a few deep breaths. The salty sea breeze filled his lungs and made him sober up instantly. A few hours passed quickly. During this time, Chung Mu also found a purple supply box, 2 yellow supply boxes, and 3 white supply boxes as he wished. Unfortunately, the purple supply box found in the afternoon was just an ordinary one, not a high-level purple supply box. He only found a useless blueprint in it, which was nothing, as today's harvest was already rich. However, it is worth mentioning that a timid squid was found in the yellow supply box. This squid was only the size of a palm, and if it weren't for the game's prompt, Chung Mu really wouldn't have recognized it. It's a pity that this timid squid is not a living creature, just like the clownfish. Otherwise, Chung Mu would still like to take it in his hand and play with it. After putting everything they found this afternoon into the supply box, the 3 of them began to drive the Mud King back to the shore. Chung Mu drove the boat back, while Yun Qi and Xiao Lu Cha stood on the deck to enjoy the sea view under the sunset. The sun hanging in the sky had turned red, and the afterglow sprinkled on the 2 of them, further highlighting Yun Qi's graceful curves and Xiao Lu Cha's smart and playful appearance. Chung Mu drove the boat while looking at the 2 of them, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. It is worth mentioning that on the way back, they actually encountered another yellow supply box, and Chung Mu also opened a sapphire from it. Chung Mu estimated that this box should have drifted from somewhere else. There were still dense waves on the sea. With the blessing of his lucky attribute, this box also drifted all the way to the 3 people's way back, just in front of them. After picking up this box, Chung Mu was also looking forward to whether he could encounter any more supply boxes on the next journey. This feeling is still quite refreshing. Unfortunately, he didn't see any more supply boxes until the land appeared in his sight. When the 3 of them landed, it was almost completely dark. Chung Mu looked at the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock. While he was lying on the bed, he also made the timid squid meatball, looking at the small ball in his hand, which was the size of a ping-pong ball. Chung Mu remembered the octopus meatballs he liked to eat on Blue Star. However, the one in front of him felt more like a rubber ball. After holding it in his hand for a while, Chung Mu put it in the storage box. When you need it in the future, just take it out. Chung Mu took a special look at the shelf life of this thing, and found that it is permanent. That's it. If it expires, Chung Mu will really curse. This cowardly squid ball needs to be stored more, although it can only eat one within 24 hours. But the effect of adding 3 points of agility in 30 minutes can be said to be the best. And there is no side effect. This is much better than the Reebok shoes that will make you ugly when you wear them. The 3 of them stayed at the beach, eating a sumptuous dinner while sitting in the car and watching the ebb and flow of the tide. After dinner, after confirming that there was no danger around, Chung Mu accompanied the 2 of them to sit on the beach for a while. The 2 of them were also running and laughing on the beach. Every time the tide hit the shore, they ran from the beach to the land. And when it fell again, they ran again. And they never tired of it. After a while, the pants of the 2 were wet by the waves. Little Green Tea was fine. Yunqi was wearing a pair of white pants today. After being wetted by the seawater, you could vaguely see some charming things through the cloth that was tightly attached to your skin. Seeing this scene, Chung Mu's eyes gradually became hot. He stood up and slowly walked towards the 2 of them. After an hour or so, the 3 of them returned to the Mud King and simply washed the mud-covered body. After washing, Chung Mu drove the Mud King inland for about half an hour, and stopped only after reaching a safer place. Although it would take some time to travel tomorrow, it would also ensure safety. It was much safer on land than in the ocean, and he would have enough time to deal with any emergency. It was still the same sentence that was emphasized all the time. No matter when, life was the most important. Only when alive can we do more things. And when dead, everything is gone. After driving to a safe location, the 3 of them snuggled in bed and drank a few bottles of fruit wine. What surprised Chung Mu was that Yunqi was a little drunk after drinking only half a bottle, and a blush crept up on her face. As for Little Green Tea, she drank several bottles and was still fine. You know, the alcohol content of the fruit wine brewed by Chung Mu is not low. Although it is not as good as white wine, it is definitely high among fruit wines. A bottle of wine weighs 1 kilogram. Little Green Tea can drink several bottles and still be fine. This really surprised Chung Mu. Chung Mu had never seen the 2 of them drinking before. She thought Yunqi could drink much more than Little Green Tea. After all, This aloof and cool queen style is here. Chapter 115 Silly Netizens. And now, Yunqi, who was a little drunk, knelt in front of Chengmu like a child. She looked at Chengmu with an inexplicable smile on her face. Before Chengmu could say anything, she rushed over to him and pressed him under her. Then Chengmu looked confused. After a while, Yunqi and little green tea fell asleep contentedly beside him, leaving Chengmu alone, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, and Chengmu recovered after a while. He looked at his watch, and it was already past 11 o'clock. He had to go to bed quickly, and he had to get up early tomorrow to find supplies. Chengmu fell asleep slowly, touching the two lumps of slippery things beside him. The next day, Chengmu got up from the bed at dawn. When he had something on his mind, it was as if there was a clock in his heart. As long as he subconsciously told himself what time to get up the night before, he would wake up at that time on the next day. Now, what he was thinking about was to quickly go to the sea to find the supply box. The joy of getting high-quality supplies could not be compared with sleeping in. Chengmu raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was exactly 5 o'clock, which was basically the same as what he had silently said in his mind yesterday. After getting up from the bed and stretching his body, Chengmu simply washed up, and then drove the Mud King to the seaside. Yunqi and Xiao Lucha were still lying in bed sleeping. With Chengmu around, they slept very peacefully. Let them sleep a little longer. Anyway, there is nothing for them to do now, and they were exhausted yesterday. Especially Yunqi. She was really tired and wild yesterday. More than half an hour later, Chengmu drove the Mud King into the sea. After going up and down, the original driving room of the Mud King became a cabin again. Today's weather is a little gloomy, and the air is a little stuffy. However, the air conditioning in the Mud King is also quite powerful, so Chengmu did not feel any discomfort in the boat. Yunqi and Xiaoluka were still sleeping soundly in bed. After just a short while in the sea, Chengmu felt that today was more bumpy than yesterday. It should be because of the weather. In addition to being a little gloomy today, the wind was also a little stronger than yesterday. But fortunately, there is no sign of wind and rain at present. Chengmu made a plan. If there were any traces of dark clouds today, he would retreat immediately. If it really rained and the wind blew, there would definitely be big waves on the sea. If you don't retreat in advance, you will most likely be left on the sea forever and be eaten by fish. Although the supplies on the sea are good, they are only good if you have a life to enjoy them. After finding the blueprints of the excellent alloy ingots and steel ingots, you must upgrade the Mud King as soon as possible. The size of the Mud King on land after upgrading to level 4 should not increase too much. However, if it enters the sea and turns into a ship, it should increase a lot. After research, Chengmu found that the higher the level of the vehicle, the longer the ship will be after entering the sea. He had tested this with Yunqi and Xiaoluka's cars. On land, their cars were almost the same. But after entering the sea, Yunqi's second-level car turned into a boat that was obviously longer than Xiaoluka's first-level car. As for Chengmu's Mud King, it goes without saying that the 10-20-meter-long boat of the two of them combined is not enough to compare. A bigger boat, apart from other things, will also be more confident in resisting large waves. The sky was still a little dim at the moment, and Chengmu picked up the telescope and looked around. Far away to his right, a small white dot was undulating on the sea. Because the distance was too far, Chengmu had to use a telescope to look hard for a few times before he saw the outline of a boat. The early bird catches the worm. It's not just Chengmu. There are definitely many diligent people in this place. And this person is the best example. The person in the distance probably also discovered Chengmu. After all, the Mud King is so big, and because it is dragging two boats, it is easy for others to see it. However, due to the distance, Chengmu and the man had no idea about each other. Let's each find our own supplies. We can still meet on land. Forget about the sea. We don't have the time. Maybe it's because God rewards hard work. Or maybe it's because of luck. After just over 10 minutes in the sea, Chengmu found a yellow floating object in front of him in the cabin. He walked to the deck, took out a telescope and looked. It was indeed a yellow supply box. Good luck. Chengmu was secretly happy. The income in the yellow supply box on the sea is still good. Yesterday, I found some good quality manufacturing materials in the yellow supply box. It is still 10 minutes away from the supply box in front. Yunqi is still not awake. Chengmu is also bored. So he opened the chat channel to check. It was early in the morning, just after 5 o'clock, and someone started to water the group. Brothers, the sea is too dangerous. I suggest you don't come. I almost died in the sea yesterday. Yeah. I was attacked by a whale several dozen meters long as soon as I entered the sea yesterday. Fortunately, my domineering aura scared it away at the last moment. Everyone, please don't come. No one is going. And then let you two idiots find supplies. Right? Don't listen to the nonsense of the idiots above. I came across a purple supply box on the sea yesterday and opened a top-quality blueprint. Ha ha ha. The things in the supply box in the sea do seem to be better than those on land. Yeah. Even the stuff in the white supply box is better than the stuff on land. Fuck you. I told you idiots not to come. But you still came. Didn't you? I'm going to block you on the shore now. Whoever comes, I'll shoot you first. I'm anxious. Anxious. He's anxious. The game map is so big. Why are you blocking your mother? Is there any food for you? Brother? I haven't eaten for 23 days. I can't do it anymore. I'm so hungry that I can't even type. Looking at the chats of the stupid netizens in the group. The journey that was supposed to take 10 minutes seemed to pass in just 1 minute. Mud King has already reached the yellow supply box. Chung Mu reluctantly closed the chat channel and said a brief farewell to those silly netizens who brought him a lot of joy. He stopped Mud King and fished out the yellow supply box from the sea. Yellow supply box. Benefit level, E. Danger level, none. It's still the familiar system subtitles. But then again, why hasn't the system assigned tasks to me in the past 2 days? Whether the system assigns tasks is random, which is beyond Chung Mu's control. This should also assign tasks to me. Chung Mu is still waiting for another draw to see if he can draw anything good. Chapter 116 Snake Desire Fruit. Unfortunately, even though Chung Mu called out in his heart, the system still did not appear. It seems that whether the system assigns tasks to oneself depends purely on its mood. There is no good way to wait slowly. Anyway, there will always be tasks. Now we still need to open the yellow supply box in front of us. Chung Mu pressed the switch to open the supply box. A bright red fruit that looks a little strange appeared in front of him. This red fruit is covered with winding lines, like little snakes crawling. Chung Mu focused his attention on this red fruit with a unique look. And the game prompts came. Snake Desire Fruit Special Cooking Material. Can be used for special cooking. Note 1. Can be taken directly. But the taste is a bit bitter. Note 2. This fruit has a certain aphrodisiac effect. Please use it with caution. Note 3. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. This is aphrodisiac? Zhao. What does this game think of me? Chung Mu? They actually gave me this kind of thing? Chung Mu, am a gentleman. Would I need this kind of thing? Chung Mu, would never keep this kind of thing in my hands. Wouldn't it affect my glorious image? After careful consideration, Chung Mu decided to put this thing in a storage box for safekeeping. This thing really can't be kept in the hand. It's not safe. It's safer to put it in the storage box. After confirming that it would not deteriorate, Chung Mu continued to search for the supply box in the depths of the sea with a cheerful mood. Of course, he was not happy because he found this thing, but because he was happy because he found the supplies. After all, this thing is also a good manufacturing material. Chung Mu has reason to be happy. If the corresponding special cooking drawings are found later, it may be able to play other roles. Looking at Yunchi and Xiaoluka who were still sleeping, Chung Mu continued to move forward into the sea. The huge sun slowly rose above the sea level, sweeping away some of the haze in the sky and making the sky clearer. I hope there won't be any special situation today, Chung Mu muttered to himself. When Chung Mu just set out from the land this morning, he had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. However, as the weather changed after the sun rose, the uneasiness in his heart also dissipated a little. But if there is any unusual movement on the sea later, he will still run back to the shore as soon as possible. Because of this uneasiness in his heart, Chung Mu also arranged today's search for supplies in the sea not far from the shore. In this way, if there is any emergency, as long as there is no huge wave of dozens of meters on the flat ground, there is time to return to the land. After driving deep into the sea for about half an hour, Chung Mu stopped the Mud King. He planned to search here and then search horizontally on both sides. This place is only an hour away from the shore, and he can retreat in time if there is any danger. No wonder Chung Mu is so cautious. Fire and water are merciless, so we have to be on guard. It is better to be careful now than to regret it when the crisis really occurs. Although the supplies should be more abundant in the deep sea, safety should be put first at this stage. The ocean after the version update should not disappear with the next game version like the oasis. This ocean should have become part of the game map. So Chungmu also has enough time to explore it, and is not in a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. First feel the temper of the sea, and then explore its depths. Anyway, Chungmu doesn't have to go in now, so it's not bad to explore the periphery first. Wait until the time is right before going straight to Huanglong. This kind of thing should be done slowly. Don't rush. Besides, although the harvest in the periphery is a little less than that in the interior, it is only the number of supply boxes that is less. Not that the quality of the supply boxes is not as good as that in the interior. As long as you can find the supply box, the quality of the things open from it is no different from those in the boxes inside. With the luck of the three of them, they could find a lot of supply boxes by rubbing around outside. So there was no need to go so deep now. Around 7:30 in the morning, little green tea first sat up from the bed with a whimper. Then she sat on the bed and stretched her waist. After all, the clothes she wore when she went to bed were short. When she stretched her waist, the clothes, which were not long to begin with, shrank again, revealing some of the scenery inside. It's a pity. There's nothing to see. Chungmu looked at the scenery, grinned and muttered to little green tea. Yes, there is nothing to see at the airport. When little green tea heard what Chungmu said, a blush quickly appeared on her face. Then she pouted, picked up a pillow next to her, and threw it directly at Chungmu. She easily dodged little green tea's attack. Chungmu was about to fight back, and Yunqi was also awakened by the noise, rubbing her eyes and getting up from the bed. She rubbed her head first, and the alcohol last night gave her a slight headache now. Then she stared at Chungmu blankly for a few seconds. Then, as if she remembered something extraordinary, her face turned red all the way to her ears. Then, she immediately hid in the bed. Logically speaking, there was nothing to be shy about. After all, the three of them knew each other very well. But it might be because her performance last night was too wild. Yunqi was a little embarrassed to face it. Chungmu thought of the contrast of Yunqi last night. Even now, when he thought about it, his legs were still a little weak. Oh! Yunqi reluctantly crawled out of bed only after little green tea got up and prepared breakfast. Fortunately, she returned to normal after washing up in the bathroom. After all, things have developed to this point, and there is nothing to say. At the dinner table, Chungmu kept looking at Yunqi with a half smile. She felt uncomfortable with Chungmu's eyes, and her cold face instantly turned red to her ears. Then she gritted her teeth and stared at Chungmu viciously. Chungmu also stopped when he saw that things were going well. After finishing his meal, he ran to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. It is worth mentioning that Chungmu had good luck today. From 6 o'clock just now to the time when the two of them got up, Chungmu also found 3 white supply boxes. Although he didn't get anything good out of them, it was a good start. Today was far less hot than the previous 2 days. Even in the morning, he could still feel a slight chill. The slightly cool sea breeze blew on Chungmu, making him feel quite comfortable. After the two of them finished eating, Xiao Lucha also brought out a cup of hot milk from the cabin and handed it to Chungmu. After drinking the milk, Chungmu stood on the deck and observed the situation around him. Yunqi and Xiao Lucha returned to the cabin, and the three of them continued to look for supply boxes. Chapter 117 Tentacle Monster. Standing on the deck, Chungmu looked up at the sky. The sun was blocked by several huge white clouds, so the sea was not very hot until now. Fortunately, these clouds were white, and there was no sign of rain. Otherwise, Chungmu would be panicked again. If there is rain, there will be wind. If there is wind, there will be waves. If there are waves, you may be killed by the waves. Chungmu stood on the deck for a while, and made sure there were no ships around. He returned to the cabin, and then asked Yunqi and Zailuoka to search for the supply box on the deck. The sun was small in the morning, so they were asked to search first, while Chungmu drove the boat. When the sun got brighter in the afternoon, Chungmu would take over, and the two of them would go into the cabin to cool off. Anyway, this was not difficult. Just focus. Brother, there's a purple supply box over there. Chungmu had just been in the cabin for more than half an hour when he heard Zailuoka shouting outside. Damn. So fast? Chungmu was also a little surprised. We are now in the inland sea. And purple supply boxes are still relatively rare in this sea area. And the two of them actually found the purple supply box in just a short while. And it really has something. I must reward them heavily in the evening. No. It should be my credit to find this supply box. I must let them reward me heavily in the evening. A few minutes later, Changmu drove the Mud King and stopped next to the purple supply box. By the time he walked out of the cabin with a gun and wearing protective gear, Yunqi had already fished the supply box out of the sea. Changmu walked forward, and the system prompt subtitles appeared in front of him. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. Changmu was also a little happy when he saw this line of subtitles. Another high-level purple supply box. After he let Xiluoka and Yunqi enter the cabin, he pressed the switch of the supply box. What kind of creature will come out this time? Changmu was a little curious. After a while, Changmu heard a sound coming from the hull on both sides of the Mud King. Then, the Mud King suddenly sank. But fortunately, the sinking was relatively small. Only a few centimeters. This sudden fall also caused Yunqi and Xiao Lucha to almost fall in the cabin. However, this did not have any effect on Changmu. Changmu's sense of balance was far beyond theirs. And of course, there was also a reason why they were not as cautious as Changmu. As mentioned earlier, as long as the attribute points are added, it doesn't matter which attribute the attribute points are added to. It will increase the invisible functions of the human body to a certain extent, including vision, hearing, sense of balance, and even the sense of foreknowledge of crisis. So this is why Changmu felt a little uneasy when he saw the weather was a little unusual this morning, while the two of them were still sighing that it was finally cooler. It's nothing but the nature. When the sound just now reached Changmu's ears, he immediately felt that the sound was a little strange. It was a bit like the sound of a person's hand hitting an armored car. Snapping. He ran to the deck with some doubts and looked down. 3 thick tentacles with suction cups were firmly attached to the hull of the Mud King. The sudden sinking of the hull just now should be caused by this thing pulling it down. However, Changmu only saw a few of its tentacles and did not see what the body of this thing looked like. Its body should be hidden under the bottom of the Mud King's ship. Changmu was also glad that this was just a purple supply box and the danger level inside was not high. If this creature came out of a higher level black supply box, it would probably be able to pull the Mud King down in an instant. At the same time, he was also pleased with the huge size of the Mud King. If it was another small boat, although it would not be pulled down directly, the people on it would definitely be affected. If someone fell down during the battle, it would not be a joke. This thing should be a giant octopus or squid. And looking at this tentacle, it looks more like an octopus. Changmu knew that creatures of this kind on Blue Star could grow to huge sizes, let alone in this alien world. He would not be surprised if creatures several dozen meters long came out of a higher level supply box. When Changmu looked down from the railing on one side of the deck, a tentacle stretched out again from the sea that was a little turbulent due to the tentacle monster. This tentacle emerged from the water and slapped Changmu with a sound of breaking wind. This tentacle has eyes. So it knows my location so well? Seeing this tentacle attacking him so accurately, Changmu was speechless. The body of this thing was clearly on the bottom of the boat. How could it see him? Game. I want to report that someone is cheating. However, even though he was speechless, Changmu did not ignore the attack of this tentacle. He easily dodged the slap of this tentacle by turning his body to the side. This tentacle almost brushed past Changmu, and Changmu could still see the moss on the tentacle and various barnacles parasitic on it. This blow also bent the railing on the deck of the Mud King a little. The power is okay, but the speed is not enough. Changmu put his hands behind his back and gave a faint evaluation. After finishing this, he immediately raised his gun and shot at the tentacle. Fuck you. You dare to hit my Mud King. You dare to bend my railing. Dozens of rifle bullets were instantly poured on this tentacle, and dozens of holes were also punched in it. But this thing seemed to have no sense of pain, and pulled out its tentacles again and hit Changmu. The reason for pulling is that its tentacles were tightly attached to the deck of the Mud King. When the tentacle attacked, Changmu pulled out the dragon blade from the scabbard and cut it. With a flash of cold light, the tentacle was directly cut in half. There was no blood or limbs flowing out on the smooth fracture surface. Only some sea water was dripping. The tentacle that was cut into half was still jumping on the deck. Changmu cut it randomly, and cut it into pieces, and threw the mincemeat into the sea to feed the fish. After removing this tentacle, another sound of breaking wind came from behind Changmu. After using the wind blade technique again to cut this tentacle into pieces, Chung Mu walked to the railing and found that there were 3 thick tentacles on each side tightly attached to the Mudhead King's ship. These 3 tentacles were thicker than the 2 tentacles that launched the attack, but they were also much shorter than the 2, and the attack distance was obviously not as good as the 2 long ones. So these 3 thick tentacles were at least attached to the Mudhead King. The tentacle monster with 2 tentacles cut off seemed to be furious. It frantically pulled the Mudhead King up and down in the sea. But its strength was obviously not good enough, and it did not cause the Mudhead King to shake too much. Chapter 118 Snake Desire Cake. It was destined that it did not have the strength to overthrow the Mud King because it came out of the purple supply box. If this creature came out of the black supply box or a higher level, then Chung Mu had no doubt that it had the power of destruction. But this is a purple supply box, since the game has issued several attribute points. The danger in the purple supply box is that the player is not too extreme in attribute points. For example, the kind of person who adds all the attribute points to luck or charm, which are not suitable for combat. Then just be cautious. Under normal circumstances, the things in the supply box of this level will not cause any harm to the player. The shaking of the Mud King did not affect Chung Mu. He stood by the railing, raised the Type 95, and shot at one of the tentacles. What made Chung Mu a little helpless was the tentacles of this tentacle monster were tightly attached to the hull of the Mud King. Every bullet Chung Mu fired penetrated the soft flesh on its tentacles, and then shot at the Mud King. Every time a bullet is fired, the durability of the Mud King will decrease. There is no way to do this. You can't go into the sea to fight it. The sea is someone else's home court. It is better to maintain some basic respect for others. After a few minutes, the 6 tentacles of this thing attached to the Mud King were finally broken by Chung Mu. I don't know if it doesn't feel pain or it's a problem with the game settings. No matter how Chung Mu hit it, its tentacles were firmly attached to the Mud King. It must be said that this dedication is touching, and Chung Mu could only lick the bag with tears in his eyes. After breaking all its tentacles, a huge head slowly floated up from the side of the Mud King. This time Chung Mu saw clearly that it was a giant octopus, which looked a bit like Squidward. After its head floated to the surface, Chung Mu shot a volley at it, and the game's decomposition prompt also came. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain large magic core *1. Paralyzed octopus's small foot *1. After the decomposition, Chung Mu also had a large magic core with a light pink glow and a small octopus foot the size of a finger in his hand. This octopus foot was the size of a finger and had lost its activity in Chung Mu's hand. Such a large giant octopus only decomposed into such a small thing. The effect of this thing should be very powerful. Right? Concentration is the essence? Chung Mu paid attention to this small tentacle. Paralyzed octopus foot special cooking material. Can be used for special cooking. Note 1. An octopus with paralyzed pain nerves. Note 2. It has a certain pain-relieving effect, and can be used with cooking drawings to achieve the maximum effect. Note 3. After eating the food cooked with this material, you will become fearless. No wonder the octopus didn't react no matter how I hit it just now. It turns out that it can't feel pain at all. As for the material obtained by decomposing it, it can only be said to be average. The food made with it, as the raw material, should be temporarily pain-free after eating. It may also boost courage. However, this effect can easily make people rush into it. So it has both advantages and disadvantages. In Chung Mu's opinion, this is not as good as the cowardly squid balls, which have no side effects, and the materials for manufacturing are relatively easy to find. However, there are not many cooking drawings now, and finding more drawings can maximize the effectiveness of these special cooking materials. This game is quite interesting, and there is also a special cooking, which is actually just another form of manufacturing drawings. The biggest gain today is this large magic core. Now Chung Mu has 3 large magic cores in his hand, and he can make dragon souls. After making dragon souls, the dragon blade can release skills again. Although the skills of this knife are quite cool, I don't know what the specific destructive power is. When fighting against Bald Chung, Chung Mu only felt its coolness and awesomeness, but he didn't feel its true power. I guess it must not be too weak. But when fighting against Guanto Chong, Chung Mu had a feeling that Guanto Chong was not hurt by this skill at that time. But he recognized Chung Mu's strength at that time. Moreover, this skill also has its limitations. That is, it can only cause damage to enemies in a straight line. there is still a chance of being dodged. As for the specific strength of this skill, Chungmu has not been able to test it yet. If you use this skill to test it casually, you will be a loser among losers. He did not use the magic core, he just got to make the dragon soul immediately. Instead, he stored it first, because it would not go bad anyway. And there was no need to use the dragon blade skill now. At present, various problems in the game can basically be solved with guns. Using skills is really a waste of talent. After putting all these things into the storage box, Chungmu turned around and walked towards the purple material box he had just fished out. There was nothing in it except a blueprint. Chungmu took the blueprint from it and opened it. Snake Desire Cake Cooking Recipe Special Cooking Recipe. Cooking Requirements: Snake Desire Fruit *2. Small Magic Core *1. Sugar *1. Flour *1. Butter *1. Note 1. After eating the Snake Desire Cake, you will gain Strength +5. Agility +3 attribute bonus within 10 minutes. This bonus is the only passive and cannot be stacked. Note 2. After 10 minutes of attribute bonus, you must find a person of the opposite sex to have sex within a maximum of 30 minutes. Otherwise you will burst and die. Note 3. You can only take it once within 24 hours. If you take it multiple times, you will not get any bonus. But the side effects are still effective. Fuck. Why does this game always give me such weird things? But then again, this blueprint is a bit tricky. But the quality is impeccable. It is a good item. After taking this thing, you will increase your strength by 5 points and your agility by 3 points within 10 minutes. Which is a huge improvement. 10 minutes is enough to basically solve a battle. And after 10 minutes, it gives you half an hour to find the opposite sex. It doesn't explode and kill you immediately after 10 minutes. At first glance, this thing is still very good. It can be regarded as a prop that can explode. As for the side effects, this is also acceptable. It's just that in novels, this kind of thing that greatly improves strength in a short period of time will cause backache for several days after use. This side effect is nothing. After all, he still has Yunchi and Xayluka by his side. In the future, if you encounter any difficult situations, eat a small cake, and then naturally find them to solve the problem of side effects. Hee hee. Chapter 119 Lurking in the Group. What did you find that makes you so happy? Yunchi's cold voice reached Chungmu's ears. It turned out that she saw Chungmu grinning on the deck in the cabin. So she came out to take a look. It's okay. I found a pretty good blueprint. Take a look, Chungmu said as he handed the blueprint in his hand to Yunchi. After looking down at the introduction of the blueprint, Yunchi's little face also showed a touch of lipstick. And the huge ravine rose and fell for a while. Then she rolled her eyes at Chungmu and walked into the cabin with the blueprint. Hey, put the blueprint away, or I'll punish you. Chungmu also hurriedly shouted to Yunchi. It took a lot of effort to find this blueprint, so there can't be any mistakes. After getting the blueprint of the snake cake, Chungmu was in a good mood. After confirming that Yunchi had put the blueprint into the storage box, Chungmu took out a bottle of fruit wine from the refrigerator and returned to the deck. After drinking 2 sips of wine, the three continued to search for the supply box horizontally in this sea area. The reason why he didn't go deeper into the sea was because Chungmu always had a sense of uneasiness in his heart. There was no sign of any abnormal movement on the sea surface at present. Blue sky and white clouds. Calm sea. However, because of the sense of crisis in his heart, Chungmu didn't dare to go deeper. It's good to explore the periphery. Today has just begun, and the harvest is already very good. Chungmu looked at his watch. It was only 8 or 9 in the morning, and he had already found several supply boxes. Today's luck was great. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be no problem to find 5 or 6 purple supply boxes today. With anticipation, Chungmu kept looking at the sea in the distance to see if he could find some more supply boxes. While the Mud King was looking for supply boxes ahead, 3 or 2 messages came from the chat group intermittently. The weather is good today. I want to drive deeper into the sea. There should be more advanced supply boxes there. By the way, what are the best supply boxes you found? White. What about you? I'm looking for the same green one as your dad's. What about you? Seeing that another quarrel was about to break out in the group, Chungmu simply closed the chat page. These stupid netizens could quarrel over anything, and there was nothing they could do about it, since there was no punishment for cursing online anyway. And in this place, everyone was under a lot of pressure. and they all needed to vent by cursing occasionally. If they disagreed, they would pull out their keyboards and fight. This is the internet. Chung Mu originally wanted to see if he could find some useful information through the chats of the stupid netizens. Now he has been interrupted by this verbal battle. Let's wait and see. According to Chung Mu's experience, a verbal battle can last from a dozen minutes to several hours. There are even some people who have been swearing at each other since the chat function was open in the game. Instead of swearing at others, wouldn't it be better to find a few more supply boxes? Chung Mu really couldn't understand the train of thought of these people. Maybe this is the diversity of life. After about 20 minutes, a small yellow dot appeared in the distance. Chung Mu picked up the telescope and confirmed that it was a yellow supply box and not someone else's garbage. After shouting to them, the Mud King also drove towards the direction of the yellow supply box. After more than 10 minutes, he fished out the yellow supply box from the sea and took out a dragon power fruit from it. Chung Mu had seen this dragon power fruit before on the manufacturing blueprint of the power pill. However, that blueprint was obviously not high grade enough. The power pill made with that blueprint could only indicate some power attributes for a certain period of time, and the blueprint did not explain how much this sum was. Chung Mu estimated that the effect of this amplification might not even have any attributes. And the notes of the dragon power fruit also stated that this special cooking material needs to be matched with a special cooking blueprint to achieve the greatest effect. It is very likely that the raw materials and quantities required for manufacturing are the same, but the effects of the products are different because of the different drawings. Chung Mu plans to keep this dragon fruit first, and consider whether to use it as a raw material after finding a better drawing. Regardless, this dragon fruit is also a special cooking ingredient, and it is estimated that it can only be found in the sea for the time being. If it is used to make a powerful pill, it would be a bit too wasteful. In addition, a small magic core is needed to make a powerful pill. Chung Mu is short of magic cores, no matter how big or small. After putting the dragon fruit into the storage box, Wang Kai followed Chung Mu out to the deck to get some fresh air. When it first came to the sea, it was still a little scared, but after 2 days of adaptation, it got used to it. While the sea breeze was blowing on the deck, Chung Mu also muttered, "The wind is a bit strong today." After muttering, he drove Wang Kai into the cabin and opened the chat channel. "Family, I just found 2 purple supply boxes in the deep sea in the past 2 hours. It seems that the deeper you go, the more supplies you will find." "Me too. There are indeed more supply boxes inside than outside. Don't listen to them. They know nothing. The deeper you go, the fewer supplies you will find." "Yeah. I walked around inside yesterday and didn't find anything. There are still more supplies outside. I always feel that the deeper you go, the more dangerous it may be. I suggest you don't go." Yeah. No one else is going. So you idiots are left to search for supplies. Right. What the above person said is right. Let's rush into the ocean together. I found a black supply box. There must be some top-notch items in it. Ha ha ha. Can anyone give me some food? I haven't eaten for 23 days. It seems that after 2 days of adaptation, most people are ready to explore the ocean. That's fine. Let them go and test the waters first. Even if they find some high-level supply boxes inside, it will not have much impact on Chung Mu. The things in the purple supply box are not a threat to Chung Mu. As for the black supply box, even Chung Mu can't deal with the danger inside, let alone other players in the game. The person in the chat group said that he found the black supply box, which should be true. After all, although this box is rare, it is not so rare that only Chung Mu can come across it in the whole game. Finding it is nothing, and if you open it rashly, you will just die. Chapter 128 Program to save energy. Besides, Chung Mu is not so naive as to think that others cannot find high-level supply boxes. As of now, many people in the game may have found black supply boxes, but they just don't have the ability to open them, or they have already opened them and died. In any case, he has no control over what kind of supply boxes others find. Although most people in the group are calling for exploring the depths of the sea, Chung Mu has no such plan at the moment. The uneasiness in his heart made him choose to search honestly not far from the shore. No longer caring about other players, Chung Mu asked the 2 of them to drive the Mud King to continue searching for supply boxes in this vast ocean. Standing on the deck, Chung Mu felt that the wind seemed to be a little stronger, and the waves were a little more fierce. However, this change was very subtle, and could not be felt at all if you didn't feel it carefully. In the sea, there are wind and waves, and it is impossible to detect it if you don't have a strong sense of perception. This is like boiling a frog in warm water. By the time they react, they are already cooked. Drive closer to the shore. After sensing this change, Chung-Moo also shouted to the cabin, asking them to move closer to the shore. There are fewer supply boxes near the shore, but it is also much safer. Chung-Moo always feels that there may be a storm in the sea today. At the shortest, by this afternoon. And at the longest, by tonight, a storm will blow on the sea. At present, the sky is still so blue. The clouds are still so white. And the air has become fresher, without any signs of the coming storm. But Chung-Moo had this premonition in his heart. At about 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung-Moo saw a flash of purple light on the sea again. He took out the telescope and found that it was indeed a purple supply box. However, it took more than an hour of searching to find such a purple box. After Chung-Moo fished the box out of the water, he used the system to see it, and found that it was just an ordinary purple supply box with a profit level of D. But it is better to have it than not to have it. Besides, it is not easy to find a purple box in the sea area close to the inland. Chung-Moo casually opened the box, and this time nothing came out of the sea to attack him. Instead, a brown wolf about 2 or 3 meters long came out of the box. As soon as the wolf came out of the supply box, it seemed to have no interest in anything else. Its only goal was to tear Chung-Moo into pieces. As for the process of dealing with the wolf, there is nothing much to say. Chung-Moo killed it in no time. It is worth mentioning that a small magic core was also decomposed from the body of the little wolf. So the harvest was not bad. After finishing the things in the box, Chung-Moo turned around and looked at the supply box. In addition to a blueprint, there were also some miscellaneous basic supplies. He took out the blueprint from the supply box. 43.96-inch high-end LCD color TV manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: reinforced plastic *2. Reinforced glass *4. Chip *2. Note 1. This TV can watch 77 channels. Note 2. 70 of them are free channels, and 7 channels are paid channels. Note 3. The paid channels will broadcast the programs that require a lot of energy. The programs that require a lot of energy? Let's make them first and see. Anyway, the materials needed are just some basic materials. A moment later, a 43.96-inch color TV appeared in the cabin of the Mud King. Chung-Moo picked up the remote control and tuned to the paid channels. He found that it only took 1 gram of gold to unlock each channel. If you unlock 7 channels at once, you can get a discount, and it only costs 5 grams of gold. Moreover, this activation is a one-time activation and can be used permanently. This is much more reliable than the previous one on Blue Star. On Blue Star, sometimes you have to pay a monthly subscription to unlock the vehicle air conditioning function when you buy a car, and you may have to pay to unlock the brake function after further development. In comparison, the Survivor game is really a conscientious merchant. Chung-Moo did not unlock 7 channels at once, but first spent 1 gram of gold to unlock a channel. Let's see what this exciting program is first. Don't be like the person who spent a lot of money to buy the complete set of Ultraman. I just unlocked this channel, and some learning materials appeared on the screen. Damn. This is Libens, but it's a cavalry. Unlock another one and take a look. This is European and American. Next. Next. This is good. This is infantry. And it's HD. Good. Very good. Very good. I didn't expect that such a small TV would have such rich learning materials. I will take Yunchi and Xyluka to learn the movements in the evening. As for now, we still have to look for the supply box. Chung-Moo walked out of the cabin to the deck with a refreshed spirit. He never expected that such a magical thing could be found in a small supply box. Just as he whistled and prepared to continue looking for the supply box, suddenly, something strange happened. The sun in the sky seemed to be covered by a hood and darkened instantly. Chuck! The big one is coming! Run! Chung-Moo didn't expect that the crisis he had anticipated would come so quickly. The sky was clear just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, it suddenly became dark. He looked up at the sky, and the originally vast sky was now covered with large patches of mysterious black clouds. He didn't have time to think about how such a sudden change happened here, and ran into the cabin. Before the two of them could say anything, he picked up Xiao Lu Cha, who was driving the boat, and threw her on the bed. then grabbed the steering wheel. He turned the steering wheel and shouted to Yunqi and Xiao Lucha, "Find a place. Hold on. Hold on." While turning the bow, he also looked towards the sea. There was a large dense black cloud in the sky, with flashes of lightning coming from it. Fortunately, although the sea is not very calm now, there are no huge waves. If the people in the deep sea have a better boat and some luck, they still have a chance to escape. Although the storm is formed, it will take a lot of time for it to stir up the sea completely. It was just that this storm appeared too suddenly, and many people were not prepared for it. It is estimated that many people will die in it. Normally, the sea storm on the blue planet is first strong wind, then lightning and thunder, and then heavy rain. Here, it was all three at the same time. Fortunately, Changmu had a strong sense of crisis and did not choose to run into the ocean. He also asked the two of them to move closer to the shore. Otherwise, even he would probably be in danger. This kind of large storm is not a joke. Chapter 121 Runaway. Changmu looked at the storm and estimated that it could at least raise a wave of more than 10 meters in the sea. Moreover, this was a different world. So even if there were waves of 100 meters, he would not be shocked. Changmu immediately activated the real-man driving mode as soon as the bow of the ship turned back to the normal. The powerful acceleration instantly raised the bow of the Mud King to nearly 1 meter high. Fortunately, the center of gravity of the Mud King was stable enough. Otherwise, there would be no need for a tsunami, and he would have overturned himself. Using the extreme speed mode on the ocean is completely different from using it on land. Fortunately, Changmu reminded Yunqi and Xiaoluoka in advance. Otherwise, this acceleration would have made them fly directly in the cabin. Changmu himself did not dare to be careless at all, and his hands tightly grasped the steering wheel. 120 seconds passed quickly, and these 120 seconds could only be described as exciting for Changmu. Xiaoluoka's face turned pale. She had never felt this level of speed before, and it was on the sea. She could only hold onto the railing in the cabin tightly to avoid losing balance. When the speed just slowed down, she ran directly into the bathroom and vomited. Yunqi was slightly better. After all, her vehicle was a second-level vehicle, and it was a sports car known for its speed. She should have used the speed mode before. But even so, she was only slightly better than Little Green Tea. Boom! Boom! The Mud King's speed mode had just ended. And first the dark sky flashed a few times. And then Changmu heard a huge thunder behind him. He looked back and saw that the sea in the distance was no longer balanced, and thousands of tons of seawater were surging restlessly. Although these were still quite far away from Changmu, they would not affect him for a while. However, he did not look at it anymore, but concentrated on driving the Mud King away. When you can see the tsunami, it means that you can no longer escape. Now every minute and every second is precious, so there is no time to look more. After more than half an hour, the three of them were finally about to return to land. At this time, the heavy rain in the sky had been falling for more than half an hour. The heavy rain poured on the windshield of the Mud King, blurring the vision of the three of them. But they could still barely see the road ahead. And not only was it the heavy rain, but the strong wind was also raging in the dark sky, as if it was going to blow the boundless sea upside down. Fortunately, the sea area where Changmu was located was less affected, but the Mud King was also swaying in it, rising and falling with the waves. Xiao Lucha and Yunqi also slowly recovered, with some color and spirit on their faces, but their condition was still not very good. Until then, Changmu looked around and made sure that he would not be affected by the storm. He turned back again. Looking around, the whole sea was in a mess. Changmu's place near the shore was not so bad. He took out a telescope and looked into the ocean. The sea there was churning wildly. The originally horizontal sea surface was now full of small hills made of sea water. These hills rose and fell one after another. As soon as one side fell, the other side rose again. If there were people in this sea area, the chance of survival would be almost zero. Most people's boats are small boats a few meters long. And in this situation, even the Mud King has a great chance of capsizing. Many people will die. After a few minutes, the Mud King finally returned to land. When the boat of more than 10 meters turned into a mud truck, the three people finally breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to land, Changmu did not stop running, but asked Yunqi and Xiao Lucha to drive the Mud King forward. He continued to observe the movement in the ocean. In just a few dozen minutes, the number on the game's player panel had already decreased by dozens, And most of these dozens of numbers disappeared in the past few minutes. The number is still rising. This storm is so terrifying. After driving inland for an hour, Chung-Mu asked the two of them to stop. This place is more than 100 kilometers away from the sea. And no matter how powerful the tsunami is, it can't reach here. After stopping the car, Chung-Mu climbed onto the roof of the Mud King and took out the telescope to continue observing the seaside with the advantage of height. Now the sea can only be seen as a line in the field of vision. And coupled with the dim sky, Chung-Mu can't see the situation inside at all. This is the case when there are few obstructions in the desert. If there are more obstructions or the terrain is more undulating, then the sea cannot be seen at all, at a distance of more than 100 kilometers. If it weren't for the enhanced vision, it would be impossible to see even a hair. The big raindrops kept hitting Chung-Mu and the body of the Mud King, making a clattering sound. After looking for a long time without any clues, Chung-Mu returned to the car from the roof and drove forward for another half an hour. It was not clear what was going on, so he drove forward more, just in case. It was not until this time that Chung-Mu finally relaxed. And then a feeling of surviving a disaster emerged in his heart. With the emergence of this feeling, he felt a little scared until then. If he was greedier today and went deeper, the numbers on the death panel would have their own place. Although he still had a chance to resurrect on the spot. Resurrecting in the sea would only mean dying once more. After taking a few deep breaths of cool air, Chung-Mu took off his clothes soaked by the rain and went into the bathroom to take a warm bath. When Chung-Mu came out of the bathroom with a little steam on his head, Little Green Tea threw herself into Chung-Mu's arms and burst into tears. Yuan-Chi was sitting beside him in a daze. But when she saw this scene, she cried and hugged Chung-Mu. Today's incident was nothing to Chung-Mu, but it was thrilling to them. They hadn't recovered from their shock just now. When Chung-Mu asked them to drive, they just mechanically followed his instructions. It seemed that they were frightened by today's scene. Water and fire are the most ruthless, and humans have an innate fear of them. It's no wonder that some people don't even run when they see a tsunami coming. They are really scared. Although Zailuoka and Yuan-Chi are not weak, they are women after all. And their psychology is indeed much more fragile than Chung-Mu. Chapter 122. This is called professionalism. All the pressure they had been under during the days since they came here was released through today's large storm. Crying is also a kind of emotional release for them. Today's situation is probably the closest they have ever been to death. If it weren't for Chung-Mu's foresight, they would probably have been buried in the belly of the fish like other players. When the pressure of death really came to them, the fear was indescribable. A person can be strong when facing other things, but when such a thing becomes death, it becomes a completely different matter. Besides, they had no one to rely on before and cried to. And when they were alone, crying could not solve any problems. Now with Chung-Mu, they dared to cry without restraint. When they first came here, they were just weak girls. But when the reality of survival was in front of them, they could only temporarily hide their useless weakness. Until what happened today, the fragility in their hearts was touched again. Chung-Mu patted their backs with some distress. After a few minutes, the two finally recovered. After crying, Xiao Lucha raised her slightly red and swollen eyes to look at Chung-Mu, but suddenly burst into laughter. This laugh was not a big deal, but a snot bubble came out of her small nose. Chung-Mu couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Little Green Tea raised her fist and punched Chung-Mu in the chest, then ran straight to the bathroom. Yuan-Chi couldn't help laughing when she saw Little Green Tea's snot bubbles. Fortunately, she cleverly covered her nose and mouth with her hands. Otherwise she wouldn't be much better. Yuan-Chi is worthy of being older than Little Green Tea, so she is smarter than her. While the two of them were washing up, Chung-Mu opened the game's number panel again to take a look. In just over an hour, the number of survivors in the game has directly decreased by several hundred. Looking at this cold number, Chung-Mu was also a little scared. This storm was so terrifying. The number of people still alive has now dropped below 7,000, reaching more than 6,000. However, after what happened today, the remaining players in the game will definitely become more cautious. Anyone with a normal brain will learn from this. If the map is updated in the future, they will definitely try countless times before exploring in depth. Chung-Mu opened the chat channel. Those who had been bragging about entering the deep sea in the group had lost their voices forever. Some were glad that they did not go deep and came back alive. Some were even planning to go, but were delayed by something and did not die. There are also some players in the game who have never entered the sea. Some of them may not have planned to come from the beginning. And some may not have come yet. After all, if they were in the northwest corner of the map when the game was updated, it would take several days to get from there to the southeast corner of the game. Although these people got less supplies than those who entered the sea first, it was a blessing in disguise. After about 10 minutes, the two of them slowly walked out of the bathroom. "Are you hungry?" Looking at the two people who came out, Chung-Moo asked them with a smile. "Yeah." Little Green Tea replied Chung-Moo with a strong nod. "Then go cook." "Humph." Little Green Tea raised her pink fist to protest and went to cook. Yunchi rolled her eyes at Chung-Moo and joined Little Green Tea silently. "Huh?" Until then, Chung-Moo relaxed and laid down on the bed. Letting out a long sigh, he cleared his mind, relaxed his body, and laid down on the bed. The heavy rain outside still showed no signs of weakening. Chung-Moo listened to the sound of the rain, closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. In the darkness, he seemed to have come to the majestic palace in the immortal lake again. The palace just appeared in front of him, and his eyes blurred. And then his body appeared on a white cloud again. He looked up and saw a staircase built of clouds. There was a huge white halo on the top of the staircase. In the halo, there seemed to be a slightly illusory human figure. When he was about to concentrate on looking at the illusory figure, a voice suddenly came from a distant place. Then, everything in front of him became illusory until it disappeared. "Stinky Chung-Moo, get up and eat, and then go to sleep after eating." The voice in the dream just now came from Little Green Tea. Chung-Moo was interrupted at the critical moment of his dream, and he was also a little angry. "Pa!" A slap was directly slapped on Little Green Tea's butt. "Let you disturb my sleep. How long have I slept?" he asked Xiao Lu Cha while feeling the soft touch on his hand. "Just a few minutes. I'll call you as soon as the meal is ready." "I only slept for a few minutes?" Chung-Moo was also a little confused. When he had that dream just now, he felt that a long time had passed. He didn't expect that only a few minutes had passed. This is normal. Men, sometimes they always think about time as long as they want. He stood up from the bed, went to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and sat directly on the dining table. Maybe because they survived the disaster, the two of them prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes today, which they could not finish. But it doesn't matter. Just pour it to Wonkai later. After lunch, the three of them lay on the bed, and the raindrops outside the car were still crackling on the Mud King. Chung-Moo felt a little bored when listening to the rain. So, he thought he should find something to do. It was so rainy outside, and the vision was blocked. It seemed impossible to find the supply box. Then, watch TV. It just so happened that a TV was just made this morning, so it came in handy. The three of them were watching some serious programs. But Chung-Moo rolled over and accidentally pressed the remote control, and directly changed the channel to the exciting program. Well, such a big thing happened today. It's good to relax. The raindrops outside the window hit the body of the Mud King. 2 hours later, the sound of rain gradually subsided. Chung-Moo lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling in front of him, while Yunchi and Xiao Lu Cha lay on the bed with ruddy faces, hugging Chung-Moo on the left and right. After a while of being in a daze, Chung-Moo hugged them and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 123 Playing Games. At around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung-Moo slowly got up from the bed. Little Green Tea was still sleeping in his arms, while Yunchi moved a chair and sat in front of the Mud King's window. It was unknown when she got up from the bed. Chung-Moo rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. The rain outside was now a little lighter, but it was still drizzling. In this situation, although it was still a little dangerous to search for supplies in the sea, it was no problem on land. Such a light rain could not block the driver's sight. He went to the bathroom and washed his face with cool water to relieve the fatigue caused by sleeping too long in the afternoon. Then he went to the cab and started the Mud King. He decided to look for supplies horizontally along the current road. And by the way, he could also see how long the coastline of the sea is. He drove in one direction for an hour or so, but he didn't see a white box. The coastline of the sea still had no end in sight. He couldn't find the supply box, probably because the supply box was no longer refreshed near the sea. Otherwise, with his current lucky attribute, he wouldn't have been unable to find the supply box for so long. Chung-Moo was also somewhat helpless. There was nothing he could do in this situation. No matter how lucky you were, they didn't refresh here at all. What could you do? It was not impossible to search outside, but if he went back and forth into the sea again, It would also delay several hours. Besides, the quality of the refresh supply boxes on land was not as good as that in the sea, and he had no shortage of the things he could find on land. After weighing the pros and cons, Chung Mu decided that it would be better to stay in the Mud King. When people are idle, they tend to have wild thoughts, and Chung Mu is no exception. He walked to Yunqi and whispered to her, "Can I play a game with you?" Yunqi looked at him with some confusion, not understanding what Chung Mu was talking about. Chung Mu continued to stick to Yunqi's ear and said softly to her, "We are idle anyway. Why don't we? By the way, let's see how long you can last without making any noise. If you wake her up," he pointed at the little green tea, who was still on the bed, "I will punish you even harder." Before Yunqi could say anything to refuse, Chung Mu covered her mouth with his hand and held her in his arms. Unfortunately, after a few minutes, little green tea was woken up. She looked up blankly, rubbed her eyes, and then covered herself with a quilt and went back to sleep. It was not until a few seconds later that she suddenly seemed to remember something and sat up from the bed. Then little green tea also joined the game. As the game ended, the rain outside slowly stopped. Chung Mu looked at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. Now the rain had completely stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky had all dispersed. Only one red sun was left hanging in the low sky. If we go to the sea to search for supplies now, we should be able to get some, Chung Mu thought in his heart. Moreover, after the storm, there should not be a second storm in a short time, and now is just a vacuum period between crises. If we rush over now, it will be almost 7 o'clock when we reach the sea, and then we can look for a supply box for 3 or 4 hours, and come back at 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. This way, there will be no danger, and we can also get some gains. In 3 or 4 hours, it is not difficult to find 1 or 2 purple supply boxes. Moreover, after the storm, other players should not dare to enter the sea to search for supplies, so the chance of finding a supply box will become higher. I am really a clever little ghost. Chung Mu couldn't help but feel proud of his idea. He climbed up the Mud King, picked up the telescope and looked at the sky in the distance. Although the fiery red sun had shown some signs of fatigue, there were no clouds in the sky, and it was obvious that it would not rain again. The breeze in the air blew gently on Chung Mu's face, making him feel very comfortable. The game would not create 2 storms in a short period of time. Otherwise it would not be in line with its usual style. It would create various dangers for the players in the game, but it did not intend to kill everyone immediately. Obviously, it is a slow-burning game that likes to kill people slowly. The storm just now lasted for several hours, and hundreds of people died. It's time to calm down. And because of the stirring of the seawater, some of the supply boxes in the sea may have been carried to the sea area near the inland by the waves. Now, most players definitely dare not enter the sea again. Maybe a small number of people have the same idea as Chung Mu, and they also plan to enter the sea now to plunder. But this did not affect Chung Mu. With such a large ocean, the abundance of supply boxes inside made him not afraid of others coming to rob. Moreover, he could not control whether others came or not. He could only control himself. After confirming his thoughts, Chung Mu returned to the Mud King from the roof of the car, and then started the Mud King and drove to the seaside. When the Mud King was started, the two of them came over to ask where to go. When they learned that the destination was the sea, they were also a little worried about whether there would be any danger in the sea. However, after Chung Mu explained it to them, and after they saw the clear sky outside the window, they relaxed. An hour later, the three of them came to the beach that had just been raging. Looking up, the mud and sand on the coast seemed to have become more. Chung Mu knew that this was the residue left by the seawater hitting the coast. Not far to his right, a light that seemed to be reflected by metal attracted his attention. He drove over, picked up the metal object stuck in the sand, and played with it in his hand. If I guess correctly, this should be a fragment from a car. To be precise, it is a metal fragment from a ship. The ship was torn into countless pieces by the huge waves in the sea, and a small piece of it happened to come to the shore with the waves and came to Chung Mu's eyes. Throwing the fragments away, Chung Mu climbed onto the roof of the Mud King's car, took out a telescope, and looked at the sea in the distance. The sea within the telescope's field of view was like a calm line, without much ups and downs. He raised his eyes, and saw that the sky in the distance was not a single cloud except for the reddish color cast by the setting sun. It seemed that this storm was completely over. I wonder when the next one will appear. Thinking of the storm a few hours ago, Chung Mu still had lingering fears. If he had not had a strong ability to predict crisis, he would have died there. After what happened today, Chung Mu also made up his mind that if he felt a little uneasy when exploring the ocean in the future, he would never go too deep. Chapter 124 Wonkai. Even if there are no signs of a storm coming, as long as he has a hunch in his heart, he will definitely not go deeper. Isn't it good to pick up supply boxes outside the sea? At least you won't lose your life while picking up. The ocean is not like the land. If something happens in the sea, there will be no one to help. However, we can explore a little deeper tonight. After all, a large storm has just passed, and the sea is calm now, and there shouldn't be a second storm in a short time. It was getting dark, and Chung Mu was in a hurry to launch the Mud King into the water. Although the high beam of the Mud King was very powerful, it would inevitably affect the efficiency of finding the supply box after dark at night. When entering the sea, the moment the Mud King turned into a boat, Chung Mu could clearly feel that Yunqi and Little Green Tea were still a little nervous. But Wonkai, the dog, didn't have any nervousness at all. He still ate and drank as usual, and there was no sign of seasickness at all. It must be some ancient beast. How can an ordinary dog be so brave? It's just that I haven't discovered its true potential yet. What Chung Mu didn't know was that Wonkai was not afraid just because he was heartless. Wonkai didn't know why Chung Mu's eyes suddenly became hot when he looked at him. He was just a little dog who loved to eat. After Chung Mu comforted them, their nervous emotions were slightly calmed down. In order to divert their attention and make them less nervous, he also gave them the glorious and arduous task of making dinner. For dinner, he fried a few eggs with a cooking pot, toasted a few slices of bread with a toaster, and then cut a few slices of tomatoes, added a few slices of lettuce and grilled meat, and a simple sandwich was freshly baked. Wonkai ate it so much. After about half an hour, a white, lowest level supply box appeared in the front field of vision. Previously, Chung Mu would not bother to pick up such a low-level supply box, because the supplies inside were too low-level, and the gains were not enough to waste time. However, this white box in front of him was the first box he encountered tonight. And there might be some novelties in the supply box in the sea, so he might as well pick it up and take a look. Chung Mu fished it out of the sea, and used the system to take a look at this white supply box. There was nothing special about it, and the gains were still the lowest level F. This was nothing to him, since picking up this box was just for the sake of luck. He opened the box, which contained only some basic food. After opening it, Chung Mu threw the small box on the deck. In fact, it didn't matter where it was thrown, because the supply box would disappear automatically after a while after being opened. The sky gradually darkened. It was better during the day, but it was really difficult to find the supply box at night, not to mention anything else. When it was completely dark, even if there was a supply box a few dozen meters away from you, you might not be able to find it. Moreover, searching for a supply box in this vast ocean is a very eye-straining thing. Chung Mu also felt a little sore in his eyes after searching around for a while. He returned to the storage box and covered his eyes with a hot towel. And then he felt better. After all, the high beam of the Mud King is not the kind of light that can rotate 360 degrees. But like the one on the vehicle, it can only shine directly in front. This also adds some difficulty to Chung Mu's search for supplies. The temperature has also dropped a little today, which has little impact on Chung Mu. But Xiao Lu Cha just came out to accompany Chung Mu and stood for a while and felt a little cool. She also went back to the cabin and put on a pair of white knee-high socks on her legs. I have to say that Little Green Tea's straight legs with pure white socks are indeed very imaginative. But Chung Mu has no mind to think about these things at the moment, as he has consumed too much energy today. He has to take it slow, and finding the supply box is the main task at the moment. When Chung Mu stood at the bow of the ship with a telescope looking for supplies, Wonkai, the dog, also wanted to run out to join in the fun. But Yunqi and Little Green Tea locked the door, mainly because they were afraid that it would accidentally fall into the sea after running to the deck, which would be a disaster. Although this dog usually eats and sleeps, it still looks like a dog, and Yunqi and Xyluoka like it very much. Chung Mu looked at the dark and deep sea at the bow, while Wonkai pawed at the door with his two paws at the back. Let it out? I'll watch it, Chung Mu shouted inside. At the same time, he was also thinking, could Wonkai be an ancient beast that would transform only after entering the sea? No. I'd better go and pick it up. It would be bad if this dog ran out and jumped directly into the sea. He opened the door of the cabin and took Wankai out in his arms. Brother Wankai, your true identity is indeed an ancient beast. Right? Wankai turned his head in Chungmu's arms, frowned, and looked at Chungmu with a puzzled look. In fact, it just wanted to get some fresh air after staying in the house for too long. These days, he slept after eating every day in the car, and his bones were almost soft from sleeping. Wankai also needed to stretch his muscles. Looking at Wankai with a silly look on his face, Chungmu knew that his plan to cling to Chungmu had failed again. How could there be an ancient beast that looked so stupid? Originally, Chungmu was still looking forward to Wankai transforming into some kind of extremely powerful creature one day, so that he could experience the feeling of a man relying on a dog. Now it seems that there is no such opportunity. Wankai's body shape is now almost fixed, and it has not changed much in the past 2 days. Except that it eats more than others. It is nothing special. Have you finished your tour? Do you want to go back to the cabin now? After standing at the bow of the ship with Wankai in his arms for about 10 minutes, Chungmu lowered his head and asked it. Wankai shook his head very humanely. Chungmu was also a little helpless. This dog was a little abnormal today. Usually he would lie in his little doghouse and not move. But today he was making a fuss to come out. But it was not a good idea for Chungmu to hold him like this all the time, as it would affect his search for the supply box. If he was placed on the deck, it would be a disaster if he fell into the sea. This was easy to do. Just tie Wankai up with a rope. Chungmu took out a piece of rope from the storage box, tied one end to the deck railing, and the other into Wankai. However, he did not put the rope directly around Wankai's neck. The rope was not elastic. If Wankai fell, he would not need to go down to rescue him. He would just guillotine Wankai. He made 4 small loops around the rope and put them around Wankai's limbs. Wankai, who was tied up with ropes, looked more like a fool. Chungmu's mood became cheerful when he saw him. Chapter 125 Excellent Alloy Ingot. After tying up Wankai, Chungmu continued to look for supplies on the sea with a telescope. It was almost completely dark. Although the sea was not pitch dark with the help of the reflected light from the moon, it was still a bit difficult to find a supply box in this deep sea. Luckily, among the supply boxes he had found in the game, except for the black supply box, the colors of the other 3 supply boxes were also brighter. Otherwise, the search would be even more difficult. Just as Chungmu was standing at the bow and struggling to find the supply box, Wankai, who was sitting next to him, suddenly called out twice in a direction to his right. Chungmu looked in the direction Wankai called out, but didn't find anything unusual. He picked up the telescope and looked hard, but still didn't find anything unusual. Oh, my God. My dear brother Wankai. Look at my memory. How could I forget that you have the ability to find high-level supply boxes? Are you talking about the supply box in that direction? The first black supply box that Chungmu was looking for was indeed found with the help of Wankai. At that time, Chungmu was about to drive away, but Wankai shouted at the back, and he found the black supply box hidden in the sand. It was the props open from the black supply box that saved Chungmu's life and allowed him to defeat Bald Chung. Wankai just lazily lay on the deck and enjoyed the sea breeze, as if he didn't hear Chungmu's question. Chungmu was also a little confused. When Wankai helped him find the supply box before, he kept shouting, but it was not as abnormal as now. But since they were looking for the supply box anyway, it didn't matter where they looked, so they might as well go in the direction where Wankai was shouting. Chungmu told the 2 people in the cabin to adjust their direction. At this time, Wankai turned his head and shouted twice towards the cabin, indicating that he was going back to sleep. He untied the rope on Wankai, carried him into the cabin, and took out a bottle of iced fruit wine from the refrigerator. Standing at the bow, feeling the breeze and drinking a little wine, it was so pleasant. After driving for about 20 minutes in the direction Wankai had called, Chungmu saw a hint of purple in the sea ahead. However, this hint of purple only appeared for a moment before being covered by countless waves in the sea. Although it only appeared for a moment, it still did not escape Chungmu's eyes. He took out a telescope and took a closer look. Not far ahead, there was indeed a purple supply box that was rising and falling with the waves in the sea. Wankai is Wankai. He found a purple supply box by just calling it twice. If he called it dozens of times, there would be thousands of black supply boxes. A few minutes later, Chungmu fished out the purple supply box he had just seen from the water, Purple supply box. Income level, D. Danger level, low. It was a pity. Chung Mu was a little disappointed. This was just an ordinary purple supply box. It would be better if it was a higher level one. In an ordinary purple supply box, the drawings that can be opened are basically some low-quality drawings. But this is not absolute. Chung Mu had opened some pretty good blueprints from ordinary purple boxes before. However, compared to the advanced purple supply boxes, the things inside were still much inferior. The things opened from the advanced purple supply boxes were either blueprints of some powerful weapons, or things that could enhance strength in a short period of time. For example, the manufacturing blueprints of the timid squid balls and the snakeless cakes, both of which were opened from the advanced purple supply boxes. Chung Mu easily solved the monster that jumped out of the purple supply box in front of him. But it was a pity that the monster did not explode the magic core. This can't be blamed on him. After all, he is just a small monster. The probability of exploding a magic core is not high. If he can't explode a magic core, you can't force him. Fortunately, there is still a blueprint in the supply box. Chung Mu opened an ordinary purple box before, but didn't get the blueprint. So as long as there is a harvest, it's fine. After decomposing the corpse of the monster, Chung Mu took out the blueprint from the supply box. The result after opening the blueprint instantly made him overjoyed. Excellent alloy ingot manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements, enhanced alloy ingot *5. Chung Mu was a little excited when he saw this blueprint. The first thing he thought of was to upgrade the Mud King. To upgrade the vehicle to level 4, you need excellent alloy ingots and excellent steel ingots, as well as a large number of power cores and some large magic cores. He had found the upgrade blueprint for the level 4 vehicle before, but he had never seen the 2 excellent materials required for the upgrade. So when he saw this blueprint, he was overjoyed. With this blueprint, he was one step closer to upgrading the Mud King to level 4. Moreover, the manufacturing requirements of the superior alloy ingots are also very simple. No other things are needed. Just take the most basic alloy ingots and stack them up one level at a time. As for the most basic alloy ingots and steel ingots, he still has a few hundred in stock. And these 2 things are also easy to purchase. And the daily trading volume is very huge. It just so happens that Chung Mu has too many supplies on hand now. So he can take out some of them and trade some alloy ingots and steel ingots later. If he finds a manufacturing blueprint for the superior steel ingot and 2 large magic cores, he can start upgrading and upgrade the Mud King to level 4. The upgraded Mud King will probably be even bigger after it becomes a ship. With so many alloy ingots and steel ingots, the size must be large. At that time, the Mud King will have a certain ability to resist storms, and it can explore the depths of the ocean. And there will definitely be more high-level material boxes in the deep sea. But I don't know when I can find the manufacturing drawings of the excellent steel ingots. You can go to the chat group to see if anyone has this drawing. If you can trade it directly, it will be the most convenient. Buy a manufacturing blueprint for an excellent steel ingot. Chat privately. After Chung Mu sent this message, he also flipped through the chat history in the group. Many players died in today's storm. Until now, the group is still basically discussing this matter. There are also excellent materials. I haven't heard of it. The boss is awesome. He can actually find this kind of thing. I haven't heard of this kind of thing. I thought the steel ingots were at most enhanced. Alas. Luckily I didn't go too far into the sea today. Otherwise I would have been dead. I don't dare to go into the sea anymore. I'd better look for supplies on land. After waiting in the chat group for a long time, there was still no transaction information about this blueprint. Chung Mu smiled bitterly, and had to continue to look for supplies. Chapter 126 Stone Monster. Even Chung Mu himself has only found a blueprint of an excellent alloy ingot until now, let alone other players. It was expected that he could not acquire it, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. If anyone had the blueprint of an excellent material, Chung Mu would be in trouble. He walked into the cabin and put the blueprint in, and rubbed one-sized dog head by the way. I have to say that the touch is getting better and better. When he entered the cabin, Wang Kai was lying on the ground eating. Chung Mu walked over and praised Wang Kai. He added 2 pieces of meat to his food bowl to reward him for helping Chung Mu find the supply box. Wang Kai is indeed an ancient beast. No dog can match him just by his eating momentum. I don't know if this dog really has a talent for treasure hunting. Wang Kai has shown his magical powers twice. Once for the black supply box and once just now. Both times, Wang Kai took the initiative. Just now, Chung-Mu also tried to communicate with Wonkai to see if he could go out and help him find the supply box. Wonkai simply ignored Chung-Mu and concentrated on eating. He was a little helpless. And then, he could only stand alone at the bow of the ship and continue to look for the supply box in the cold wind. The visibility has dropped a little now. Chung-Mu looked at his watch. It was past 9 o'clock. He would have to return in 1 or 2 hours. He shouted to the cabin, asking them not to go deeper, and just search for the supply box horizontally in this sea area. If we go too deep, it will waste a lot of time to return, and we may encounter some danger. He stood at the bow, and could only look straight ahead, which was the direction of the Mud King's high beam. If we look at other directions, we can only see darkness. The night in the game is much darker than the night on the blue planet. This dark night did add a bit of cold loneliness to Chung-Mu. Fortunately, Yunji and Xyluka were there to accompany him. Otherwise, it would be easy to have some psychological problems if he stayed here for a long time. Humans are social animals. And fortunately, there is a chat channel in the game for everyone to relieve boredom. If there is no chat channel, it is estimated that some people will commit suicide alone. Chung-Mu's life is now leisurely. When he is bored while looking for supplies, he can chat with the two of them and sleep. Other people in the game can only vent through the chat channel and crafts. This is also the reason why a large-scale quarrel will immediately start if a wrong sentence is said in the chat group. There is no other way. I am really uncomfortable. If I don't curse someone to vent, I will go crazy. Anyway, cursing someone will not get me banned, and I won't be exposed offline. It's better to curse. These quarrels in the group are also a lot of fun for Chung-Mu. When he is bored, he often reads the chat records in the group. I can laugh myself by watching. After standing at the bow for a while, Chung-Mu suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing from the back of his neck. It seems that there is something behind him. And this feeling seems like there is a supply box in the sea over there. This feeling is hard to explain, and it flashed through Chung-Mu's mind. But since this feeling has appeared, let's go and take a look. Anyway, it's the same no matter which direction we go. Let the two of them turn the bow and head diagonally behind the previous one. And as a result, after more than 10 minutes, hey, guess what? There is really a purple supply box in the sea ahead. It seems that this is the legendary Sixth Sense. Chung-Mu hurried over to fish the box out of the sea, but he used the system to see through it and found that it was just an ordinary purple supply box. Ordinary is fine. Maybe I can get a blueprint for an excellent steel ingot. Then I will get 2 large magic cores, and then directly upgrade the Mud King to level 4. And then the Mud King will transform into an aircraft carrier to conquer the sea. And then I, Chung-Mu, will directly become the new generation of Pirate King. I can't think about it anymore, or I will orgasm right here. Chung-Mu pressed the switch of the purple supply box. And this time what came out was no longer those beasts, but a stone man the size of a little man. This stone man was made of cracked granite, more than half a meter tall, with a small head and 4 healthy limbs. Chung-Mu never expected that such a thing would come out of the supply box. This stone man was obviously beyond the range of normal creatures. Chung-Mu did not dare to be careless for a while, and immediately retreated a few steps, then shouted to the inside to let the two of them prepare for battle. He picked up the gun and fired at the stone monster. Unexpectedly, the shot directly broke one of the stone monster's arms. Damn! What the hell is this? It looks quite intimidating, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. Chung-Mu originally thought that this thing was invulnerable to swords and guns because it looked so hard, but he didn't expect that it was defeated by an ordinary bullet. This is no different from those small animals that popped out of ordinary purple boxes. Chung-Mu could kill those small animals with his fists, but for this little stone monster in front of him, he should use a gun. Anyway, it looks pretty tough. It would be bad if it hurts my hand. Chung-Mu raised the Type 95 and shot at it, and the little stone monster was directly broken into pieces by the dozen bullets. Chung-Mu walked to its body, and the game's decomposition prompt appeared in front of him. Fortunately, it was not like in the movie, where it could be reassembled after being broken into pieces. He looked at the game subtitles in front of him, and was a little surprised. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Rock core of small giant rock monster *1. Is this rock monster also an animal? But maybe the definition of animals in the game is that all moving objects are called animals. As for the rock core of this small giant rock monster, it is a rare thing. Chung Mu took it in his hand and played with it. It was a small stone the size of little green tea's fist. It was not very regular, but it was still a circle. This small stone was actually a little bigger than little green teas. He pinched the rock core, and it felt a little soft. Not like stone. It should be a good thing. After all, I have never seen it before. This thing should be a basic material for making high-level materials. The general materials can be found in the most basic white or yellow material boxes. If this is really a material, then the effect of the things made with it will definitely not be bad. Not bad. Not bad. The harvest tonight is still quite rich. Chung Mu was once again proud of his decision to search for material boxes on the sea tonight. Chapter 127. People sitting on the boat. After putting the rock core, he just got into the storage box. Chung Mu returned to the purple supply box. There was also a blueprint lying quietly in the purple supply box. He took it out and opened it. High-intensity flashlight production blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: reinforced plastic *1. Reinforced glass *1. Battery *1. Note 1. This is a solar-powered high-intensity flashlight. Note 2. Please expose it to the sun for 2 hours every day. Otherwise it will starve to death. Note 2. The flashlight has 2 modes: normal mode and flash mode. Fuck. Looking at this blueprint, Chung Mu was overjoyed. This is a timely help. Chung Mu's current situation is that it is difficult for him to find supplies because the light is too dim. And this manufacturing blueprint of a high-intensity flashlight can help him alleviate this dilemma. The raw materials for making this thing are not rare, and Chung Mu has a lot of them ready-made. I just don't know how effective this thing is. Let's make it and see first. The light of this thing probably can't reach too far, and it may not be of much help. But it's better to have it than not. He went to the cabin and took out the materials for making a high-intensity flashlight, and made 2 in a blink of an eye. These 2 high-intensity flashlights are not very big, with a diameter of about 3 centimeters and a length of about 15 centimeters. And the overall shape is a cylinder. Although the volume is not large, it is still quite heavy in the hand. Chung Mu took the 2 high-intensity flashlights to the deck and shot them to see the effect. I have to say, this thing doesn't look very big, but it can shoot quite far. It can be considered short and powerful. The light emitted by the high-intensity flashlight increased Chung Mu's visible range by at least dozens of meters in this darkness. If it is farther, the high-intensity flashlight will not be able to reach it. A few dozen meters is enough. At least it will not let him miss the supply boxes within this few dozen meters. And because the flashlight is very flexible, he can also take care of other directions. Chung Mu turned on the flashlight, one in his left hand and one in his right hand, and shone them into the sea, so that he could also see both sides of the Mud King. Then Chung Mu continued to stand at the bow to look for the supply box. The temperature in the air had dropped a lot by now, but fortunately, there was no strong wind. Yunqi also took out a blanket from the cabin and put it on Chung Mu. Xiao Lucha took out a hot towel every 10 minutes to cover Chung Mu's eyes to relieve eye fatigue. Searching for supply boxes in the dark was really eye-straining, and it was a tough job. But fortunately, with Xiao Lucha's care, he felt much more relaxed. During this time, Yunqi and Xiaoluka also told Chung Mu to go in and rest for a while, and then the 2 of them stood outside to search for the supply box. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they were severely spanked by Chung Mu, and then criticized and educated. With Chung Mu's eyesight, it would take a lot of effort to find the supply box in the dark, and it would be a waste for them to come out. The waves would rise and fall, and would also cover the supply box. Even if they searched for the supply box during the day, it would be difficult to find it, let alone in the dark. Chung Mu estimated that many boxes of supplies might have slipped past the Mud King in the past few hours. The 2 of them could not find the boxes of supplies except to feel the coldness in the dark night. After being spanked, they were obviously much more honest and returned to the cabin with blushing faces. Chung Mu continued to stay at the bow to search for boxes of supplies. After sailing forward for about half an hour, Chung Mu saw a reflection in the corner of his right eye. The reflection was fleeting, but it still did not escape Chung Mu's eyes. He turned his head to the right, where it was pitch black. He shone 2 flashlights at the same time, but found nothing. However, Chung Mu believed that his senses would not be wrong. He asked Yunqi and Xiaoluka to turn and drive towards that direction immediately. Perhaps because the waves were carrying the supply box farther and farther away. Mud King drove forward for several hundred meters before he saw the source of the reflection just now. A week, Helpless, useless white supply box was rising and falling with the waves in the sea. Chung Mu fished it out of the water with some disappointment. A white supply box is better than nothing. After all, it is a bit difficult to find it in the sea at night. Although most players dare not continue to search after the storm, the competition pressure is much smaller. However, because the vision range at night is too narrow, it is much more difficult to find the supply box. As mentioned earlier, Chung Mu has a lot of reason to suspect that many supply boxes have slipped away from him in the past few hours. There is really no way to do this. It is really hard to see clearly. White is white. It is better than nothing. He picked up the white supply box from the sea, and just as he was about to open it, a very subtle collision sound suddenly came from the hull of the Mud King. This sound is like the sound of the sea hitting the hull, and it is also like the sound of small fish hitting in the sea. Add to that the breaking waves in the sea, and if you don't have super hearing, you can't tell the difference between this sound and the sounds mentioned above. But Chung Mu happened to be a person with super hearing. He put down the white supply box he had just picked up and walked to the deck railing where the special sound came from. He looked down and saw a purple supply box floating in the water. The sound he heard just now should be the sound of the purple supply box being brought by the waves and then hitting the hull of the Mud King. Chung Mu hurriedly picked up the purple supply box from the water. When his eyes focused on the box, the system's perspective function also appeared in time. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. It was actually a high-level purple supply box. It seems that today's luck is really good. People are working on the boat, and the box comes from the sea. This situation is also related to the fact that he has gained a lot of attribute points in the past 2 days, with the increase of attribute points after completing system tasks and attacking the oasis. Chung Mu's lucky attribute has also been improved a lot. He really feels that his luck is getting better and better recently. If nothing else, he can always hit the bullseye when playing games with Yunchi and Xyluka these 2 days. The lucky attribute is really awesome. But luck and Chung Mu's diligence complement each other. He couldn't help but think of an old saying on Blue Star. The harder you work, the luckier you are. This is indeed the case. If Chung Mu hadn't decided to come to the sea to look for supply boxes tonight, he would never have encountered such a good thing. Of course, Chung Mu is not the kind of diligent person who rushes forward without thinking. The reason why he dared to come to the sea to look for supply boxes after the storm today was that he made the decision after a lot of thinking and weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 128 Return. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be as meticulous as Chung Mu, and they might not have the courage. Chung Mu could not help but feel proud of his wise and brave decision again. But now is not the time to be proud. First open this purple supply box and then be proud. Chung Mu was also hesitating whether to open this box now. The vision was too dim now, and facing the crisis might not be as handy as in the daytime. Although the supply box found in the ocean cannot be brought to land to open. This is the rule set by the game. But it does not mean that the supply box cannot be brought to land. He can bring the supply box to land first, and then wait until the next day to open it in the sea. This is the rule that Chung Mu studied when the game mode of the Rising Sea was just launched. Chung Mu can get to this point today, which is inseparable from the help of the system, and also inseparable from his understanding of the game. Although the system has indicated that the danger level is low, it is better to be cautious in this dark night. Chung Mu casually threw the high-level purple supply box into the storage box. Anyway, he was not in a hurry to get the things inside. It was not a matter of life and death, so he had to open the supply box. He could wait until tomorrow morning to open the box. Although the box with a low danger level no longer posed any threat to him. But it's always better to survive. It's healthier. After searching in this sea area for about half an hour, Chung Mu looked at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. It was getting late. We could return to land. It would take 1 or 2 hours to go back now. And it would be after 12 o'clock to reach land. Go back. Back to land. Chung Mu shouted to Yunchi, who was driving the boat. And she turned the boat around immediately after hearing it. I have wanted to go back for a long time. I feel uneasy staying in this place with no foothold. It is better to go back early. Little Green Tea was sitting on the bed with her hands on her face, looking dazed. They both looked a little sleepy. You guys go to sleep first. I'll drive the rest of the way. Chung Mu walked into the cabin and said to them softly. Don't we still need to find a supply box? Yes, brother. It will take more than an hour to go back now. Maybe we can find a few more supply boxes on the way back. Obey orders. Yes, master. Little Green Tea answered loudly, then took Yunqi's arm and walked to the bed. Yunqi rolled her eyes at Chengmu and followed Little Green Tea to the bed silently. The two of them looked happy and energetic these 2 days. They really need to rest more. They don't have as many attribute points as Chengmu, nor do they have Chengmu's strong recovery ability, so they can only replenish their physical strength by sleeping more. Yunqi and Little Green Tea are often surprised that he is so energetic every day. But Chengmu would not reveal these. He just said that he was gifted. That's all. After Xyloka and Yunqi returned to bed, Chengmu sat in the cockpit, took out the coordinate instrument, and started to drive towards the land. The main reason was that Chengmu was too tired to find supplies in the dark night. His eyes were really tired, and he also needed to rest. So he also let Yunqi and Xyloka go to bed first, and he drove the boat himself. Anyway, in this vast ocean, as long as you adjust the direction, you can drive with your eyes closed, and you don't need to concentrate at all. At present, Chengmu has not seen the island in this sea area, so he will not have any traffic accidents if he drives with his eyes closed. As for other players' ships, their first reaction when they see the Mud King is to run away. Besides, who can hit the Mud King? Of course, Chengmu will not really drive the boat with his eyes closed, but it is okay to be lazy. Lying on the seat, he drove for an hour or so, and the land appeared not far in front of his vision. During this hour or so, Chengmu was also in a state of half asleep and half awake. Every time he opened his eyes, as long as he saw that the direction was not wrong, he would continue to close his eyes and rest. As for the supply box, Chengmu did not deliberately look at it. It was not easy to find the supply box in the cabin due to the lack of vision, let alone in the dark. If he could bump into a supply box on the road, it would be his good luck. And if he didn't, it would be nothing. Looking forward, except for the small area illuminated by the light, the rest was completely dark. It was good enough to be able to see the road clearly. Why would he need a bicycle? And tonight's harvest is already very good. If the game has a ranking panel for collecting supplies, then Chengmu will at least surpass 99% of the players tonight. After all, most players dare not go to the sea to look for supplies after the storm. Not everyone is a person who dares to ride the waves like Chengmu. Yunqi and Xyloka are deeply aware of this. After a few minutes, with a flash of light in front of their eyes, the cabin turned into the familiar driving room of the Mud King, and Chengmu and the other two successfully returned to land. Fortunately, this is on the sea. There are no obstacles. If it were on land, it would be very difficult to travel. After transitioning from the sea to the land, Chengmu also perked up. He still had to drive the Mud King a distance further into the land. Although there should be no danger on the seashore tonight, it is better to drive a little further in for safety reasons. It won't take much time anyway. In this way, Chengmu sat up straight, focused his attention, and began to drive inland. He drove slowly, because land is not like the sea where you can drive with your eyes closed. There are many small hills and large gravel in this desert, and it is easy to cause safety problems if you are not careful. Although the Mud King is durable, it is not a big deal to hit these, and there are vehicle repair drawings. Even if it hits, it can just take out the drawings and repair it. However, this kind of unnecessary waste should be avoided as much as possible. Besides, Chengmu has a deep relationship with the Mud King, and it hurts him to hit it. Mud King is Chengmu's good brother. Chengmu must protect his good brother well. After driving inland for about 40 minutes, Chengmu looked at his watch. It was already past 1 in the morning. Almost 2 o'clock. Now it is the 24th day of officially entering the game. When others see the calm sea tomorrow morning, they will probably be ready to move again. Although many people died yesterday, the quality of the supply boxes in the ocean is indeed higher than that on land, which is quite exciting. Those who have tasted this sweetness will definitely not give up easily. Those who have not experienced this taste will definitely feel itchy when they see the records in the chat channel. Chapter 129. Get some sleep. So the greed in their hearts and the lucky mentality that everyone has will make many people lose their minds and go into the sea again to look for supply boxes. With more advanced weapons and equipment, you can directly rob other people's supplies and then get more benefits. This method is the simplest and crudest, and the benefits are also quite high. Many people in the game have this idea. The further you develop, the greater the gap in strength will be. And other players also know that the game will not create such storms every day. If you play like this every day, then everyone who enters the sea will die. So what's the point of playing? Is it necessary to update a sea map? If it really doesn't work, the worst that can be done is to search for supply boxes in the sea area closer to the land. Although it may be crowded here, you can try to attack other players if you meet them. Once successful, it will be a huge profit. This huge profit is a huge temptation for everyone, including Chung Mu. A crisis like the storm at noon yesterday should only occur once in a while. Even Chung Mu made this judgment. Judging from the recent updates of the game, he believed that his judgment was correct. But now is not the time to think about these things. Now we should consider how to sleep. Little green tea hugged Yunqi tightly on the bed, and her little face was buried in the deep ravine. The two of them fell asleep in bed hugging each other. Aren't you afraid of suffocation? Chung Mu complained helplessly. If he tried to get in between them, he would definitely wake them up. Forget it. Just make do for one night, and sleep in the empty space next to them. Chung Mu had always slept between them before. And today, there was suddenly no one hugging him next to him, which made him a little uncomfortable. He lay on the bed, and tucked the quilt for Yunqi and Xia. In order not to wake them up, he also moved another quilt over, and slept alone in a separate bed. After doing all this, Chung Mu rubbed his sore eyes, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, just after 7 o'clock, Chung Mu felt as if something was pressing on him. Zhua! Sleeping? He opened his tired eyes dazedly. And what appeared in his eyes was the sweet face of little green tea. Looking at this sweet face, Chung Mu was furious. You are the one who stole my pillow yesterday. Right. Chung Mu silently complained in his heart, then stretched out his hands, and pinched little green tea's cheeks hard. Ah! Little green tea was pinched by Chung Mu and felt some pain, so she couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. Brother, you are so bad. You bully me so early in the morning. He patted little green tea's, but to let her get off him. And then he got up from the bed. Yunqi was preparing breakfast, and seeing Chung Mu getting up from the bed, she also told him to get up quickly and stop lying in bed. Chung Mu rubbed his temples, moved his body, and climbed out of the bed. Although he had only slept for 5 or 6 hours so far, with his current physical fitness, 5 or 6 hours of rest was enough for him to recover to his peak condition. Besides, he can take a nap at noon. A half-hour nap is equivalent to 2 hours of sleep at night. His sleep time is completely sufficient. After washing up in the bathroom, Chung Mu sat at the dining table. Today's breakfast is rigiamo with milk. The roasted meat is cooked in a cooking pot, and then chopped into fine pieces with a knife. Then it is seasoned with simple pepper and chili powder, and a meat-filled rigiamo is ready. Chung Mu's appetite is very good today. He eats 3 rigiamo in one breath and drinks 2 glasses of milk. After eating and drinking, Chung Mu lay on the sofa like Kuyu. It would be nice if he had a cigarette at this time, whether it is after a meal or afterwards. A cigarette is better than a living god. Unfortunately, smoking is harmful to health. Chung Mu's sudden death on Blue Star was partly caused by smoking. However, if we can find the cigarette manufacturing drawings in this alien world, we should not have this worry. After the enhanced body, smoking 2 cigarettes will not have any effect. Moreover, tobacco is more addictive than alcohol. If we can really find such drawings, we can do business and earn materials in the chat group. Chung Mu still likes the feeling of making money. Let's go! After resting on the sofa for a few minutes, Chung Mu waved his hand and said to Yunqi and Xia, it's time to go to the sea to search for supplies. After reaching the sea, open the high-level purple supply box found last night. Yunqi and Xia drove in the cab, while Chung Mu took a nap on the bed. Anyway, there was nothing for him to do now, so he could sleep as long as he could. Before going to bed, he also told Yunqi and Xia not to rush into the sea when they arrived at the beach. Let him get up and observe first to prevent any accidents. After an hour or so, Mud King arrived at the beach, and little green tea went to the bed to wake up Chung Mu. Chung Mu got up from the bed again and washed his face with cold water. The cold water splashed on his face, which instantly made him more awake. Then he climbed onto the roof of Mud King's car and took out a telescope to observe the situation on the sea. Today's sun was very big and a little dazzling, but the sea was very calm. Chung Mu squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. The sun was high in the sky. Wherever he looked, there was basically a blue sky with a few scattered white clouds. It seemed that there would be no storm today. I said that the game would definitely not do these things in a row. If it wanted to do something fancy, it would definitely take some time to do it. Otherwise, the players would really not be able to bear it. He picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. There were already a few small black dots floating on the ocean. Although these small black dots were very small and could not be seen clearly if you didn't pay attention, Chungmu knew that these small black dots were the ships of other players. The early bird catches the worm, and other players also have a deep understanding of this. After feeling the sea breeze today, Chungmu was more certain that there would be no storm today. Today's wind was like the gentle hand of little green tea, caressing his skin. Then he asked Yunchi and little green tea to drive into the sea. During this time, he also opened the chat channel to see what the players thought of yesterday's storm. Many people were scared by yesterday's storm and peed. There were also a small number of people who had survived. These people were not in the deep sea at the time, but were just searching for supplies near the shore. However, as witnesses of the terrible storm yesterday, they were still in fear and were spreading the horror of the storm in the chat group. In addition to these, there were also some people who had the same judgment as Chungmu. That is, the storm would only happen once in a while. Of course, there were also a large number of people who loved diving and did not speak. As the vehicle went up and down, the Mud King entered the sea and turned into a ship. After driving forward for a distance, Chungmu took out the purple supply box he found yesterday from the storage box. This morning on land, Chungmu also tried to open the supply box, but he found that it could not be opened after pressing the switch button. It seems that the rules of the game are the rules. If it says you can't open it, then you can't open it. However, some of its rules also have loopholes. If you use your brain, you can also use these rules a little bit. This point of the game is quite interesting. Chungmu stood on the deck at the bow, put on his protective gear, picked up his gun, and pressed the switch of the purple supply box. A few seconds after opening the purple supply box, there was no movement in the box or in the sea. He was a little confused. Before opening the box, he also used the system to check the supply box, and the danger level was indeed low. But why is there no movement now? Chungmu walked around the front of the box. There was only a blueprint inside, and nothing else. Generally speaking, there should be some basic supplies in addition to the blueprints in the box. Chungmu has encountered this situation of only one blueprint several times, so he is not surprised. After all, they have opened so many boxes and have seen the market to some extent. If there are no other supplies but only one blueprint, it means that the quality of this blueprint is still good. However, Chungmu did not rush to take the blueprint out of the box, and the danger prompted by the system had not yet appeared. He quietly waited for the danger to come. Chungmu was a cautious and patient person. After more than 10 seconds, it seemed that something could not be restrained any longer. Chungmu's strong hearing allowed him to hear the sound of something breaking through the water on the right side of the Mudhead King. Before Chungmu could go over to check, a colorful sea snake flew out from that side of the ship. If there was no intervention, the sea snake would draw a beautiful arc above the Mudhead King, coming out of the water from one side of the ship, and then falling into the water from the other side of the ship. The body of this sea snake is very small, only a few dozen centimeters long, and colorful all over. It seems that a layer of film is attached to the surface of its body, emitting a strange light under the reflection of sunlight. Chungmu did not ignore the sea snake because of its small body. He knew that small creatures like this have special ways of attack. For example, poison. The speed of this snake's poison is extremely fast. As soon as it flew out of the sea water, it opened its mouth and revealed two fangs 1 or 2 centimeters long. Before Chungmu could wonder how the snake attacked, a large amount of transparent water like venom suddenly shot out from its two fangs. Chungmu had seen this attack method before. When he was on Blue Star, he liked to watch Animal World. At that time, it seemed that the king cobra used this attack method. If the venom it sprayed dripped into the eyes, it would cause blindness. However, the venom sprayed by the king cobra on Blue Star fell to the ground after flying a few meters. Chapter 130 The Hot Heart of the Black Tortoise. The colorful little snake in front of him sprayed venom at a speed comparable to that of a high-pressure water gun. Not only was it fast, but the amount was also very large, and it seemed to be spraying endlessly. With such a high shooting speed, he could be a stuntman in a Japanese movie. Facing the venom, Chungmu did not dare to be careless. He rolled to the side and took out his pistol and aimed at the head of the sea snake while rolling to the side. The sea snake moved along the perfect arc in the air, and venom was constantly sprayed from its mouth before it could fly for long. The bullet in Chung Mu's Desert Eagle shot into its little head. After the gunshot, the little head of the snake was shot off directly, and the bullet was longer than its head. After losing its head, the sea snake could no longer complete the arc that was expected to fall into the water again when the Mud King fell into the water. The diving sport that originally had a full score can now only be scored 0.1 points. And the other 9.9 points are all deducted because of Chung Mu. With its head smashed by the bullet, the headless sea snake fell from the air onto the deck of the Mud King, twisting its body madly. Chung Mu fired again and broke its body into several sections. And then its twisting amplitude became smaller and smaller. The venom that was sprayed out at the beginning fell on the deck of the Mud King, burning the steel deck with bursts of white smoke. Chung Mu quickly covered his mouth and nose to prevent the white smoke from being toxic. After getting rid of the sea snake, Chung Mu walked into the cabin and took out a lot of clean water to wash the deck of the Mud King. By the way, he washed several sections of the sea snake's body into the sea. There is no need to worry about not being able to find its body to decompose later, as the bodies of animals killed in the sea will automatically float up. After washing the deck of the Mud King, Chung Mu found that the places where the snake venom had just been shot were all charred. The durability of the Mud King was also reduced a bit, so he took out the vehicle repair drawings from the cabin and repaired the Mud King. After the repair, the deck of the Mud King instantly became brand new. After doing all this, Chung Mu walked to the side of the boat where he had just washed the snake down. The body of the sea snake was floating in the water. Fortunately, I didn't choose to open this box last night. The snake endured for so long before jumping out of the sea, showing that it was a very patient little snake. If I hadn't been careful last night, I might have been injured by this snake. It would have been unpleasant to be touched by the venom it sprayed. Thinking of this, Chung Mu couldn't help but feel proud of his wise and brave decision. He focused his eyes on the body of the sea snake, and the game's decomposition prompt also appeared in his sight. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain 3 thorny snake venom. Then 3 small glass bottles appeared in Chung Mu's hand, each of which contained a drop of venom ejected by the venomous snake just now. Chung Mu was not interested in the venom at the moment. After putting the 3 small bottles into the storage box, he turned around and walked towards the purple supply box that had just been opened, and took out the blueprint lying alone in the box. Stone cake cooking recipe. Special cooking recipe. Cooking requirements: rock core of giant rock monster *1, flour *1, sugar *1, salt *1. Note 1. The effect of the stone cake produced varies with the quality of the manufacturing materials. Note 2. After eating the stone cake, your body will become indestructible within 3 minutes, just like the hardest granite. Note 3. My head is itchy, as if I am going to grow a brain, as hard as a rock. What surprised Chung Mu was that there was actually stone in the stone cake. And what about the wife cake? This blueprint is good, but I don't know how effective it is. After all, the small stone monster that came out of the box that day was directly crushed by him. However, the notes on the blueprint also said that the better the raw materials used to make stone cakes, the better the effect of the stone cakes will be. The one he crushed before was a small rock monster, and there must be medium-sized rock monsters and large rock monsters. The small rock monster can't even stop bullets, so the stone cake made with its rock core will definitely not be much better. If Chung Mu really eats this thing and then goes to fight with others, he might be crushed by others. One bad thing about this game is that the effects of some things made from drawings are not directly marked, but players need to test them themselves. But if you make them yourself to test, it will be a waste. If you use them in combat without testing, it is very likely that something will go wrong because you are not familiar with the characteristics of these items. It's better to have things that can directly add attributes. They will add a certain amount of attributes, as they say. There is no ambiguity. As for things like stone cakes, the game description is too ambiguous. It is said that after eating, it will become as hard as a stone. But Chung Mu doesn't know how hard it is. However, speaking of attributes, Chung Mu remembered something. That is the manufacturing drawing of the Heart of the Ocean necklace. This thing can add 3 points of charm attributes. Chung Mu has never felt the effect of charm attributes in person before, so he can make this necklace and let the 2 of them wear it, and then feel it for themselves. However, it takes 2 small magic cores to make this thing, and magic cores are still relatively scarce for Chungmu at present. In fact, what Chungmu wants to make most now is the flower crown ring, which can increase the luck attribute. After increasing the luck attribute, you can find 2 more supply boxes, find more supply boxes, and you can increase more attributes. Then you can repeat it in a cycle. Unfortunately, Chungmu has not found the lucky 4-leaf clover needed to make this thing, and it requires a large magic core to make it. He currently only has 3 large magic cores, and he doesn't plan to use them for the time being, and keeps them as energy reserves for making dragon souls. I always feel that the next update of the game will make a big one, and holding a dragon soul in hand can also add some confidence to himself. And upgrading the Mud King also requires a large magic core, which is also a higher priority. However, if you find another large magic core, you can make the flower crown ring first. Anyway, 1 magic core can't do much, and adding 2 points of luck is still quite cost effective. Unfortunately, luck is something that can only be appreciated after having more. Although adding 1 or 2 points will improve luck a little, the improvement is not very big. In the final analysis, there is still a lack of supplies. If there are enough magic cores, there is no need to worry about these things. Thinking of this, Chungmu cheered up again and continued to search for supply boxes in this vast ocean with full enthusiasm. In fact, from the perspective of an observer, Chungmu already has a lot of supplies. After all, there are so many kinds of supplies in the game, and the things he found during this period of time are of good quality, which is quite rare. I guess there are many people in the game who are looking for 10 supply boxes in a row, but the things in the 10 boxes are useless. This is the most frustrating thing. After driving forward for more than 10 minutes, Chungmu saw a yellow supply box in the sea ahead through the telescope. Behind this yellow supply box, there are 2 white supply boxes. Oh! 3 gunshots. He drove forward and picked up the 3 boxes. From them, a green emerald, a clownfish, and another species of fish came out. Chungmu looked at his watch. It was just past 9 o'clock. Today's luck was good. Not long after going out to sea, he found 3 boxes of supplies at once. It seems that today we must search the deep sea hard. We can't waste today's good luck. Moreover, the sea is calm today, which is also a good weather for searching for supplies. We can go deeper into the ocean appropriately, but not too deep. There may be unknown dangers in the ocean. It is better to upgrade the Mud King to level 4 before considering going deeper. He thought of the fragment of the heart of the black tortoise that the system had given him in a lottery. He took out the red stone from the storage box, which was different from before. The heart of the black tortoise today was different from before, and it felt a little warm in his hand. As for the reason for this warmth, it should be because it is now inside the ocean. And when he first got it, he just took it out on the shore and looked at it. Chungmu turned his head and squinted his eyes to look into the depths of the sea where he could not see the boundaries. It was too early for him to think about these things now, so he would think about them after upgrading the Mud King to level 4. Ships after level 4 should also have a certain ability to resist storms. At least, they will not be helpless when encountering storms like now. He touched the slightly hot red stone in his hand, played with it for a while, and put it into the storage box. Judging from the current situation, this Xuanwu is most likely in this sea, and the heart of Xuanwu should be an important prop to awaken Xuanwu. And Xuanwu should be in the deepest part of this ocean. As for what is the use of finding it, Chungmu doesn't know. What he needs to do now is to find more supplies, and slowly make himself stronger. Only in this way, when facing these mysteries of my body, I will have a chance to stand. After driving forward for about half an hour, a purple supply box appeared and disappeared in the waves in the distance. It seems that today's luck is really good. Of course, Yunchi and Xyluka also played a part in this. They are both European emperors anyway, so it is reasonable to encounter more supply boxes. During the time he was looking for the supply box, he was also thinking about the equipment manufacturing drawings he had obtained during this period. For example, the Heart of the Ocean necklace, the crown ring, the Reebok shoes, the punk jacket. If you make all these equipment and equip them, your attributes will be further improved. Although some of these equipment have side effects, they can complement each other. For example, Reebok shoes can increase agility but reduce charm, while the Heart of the Ocean will increase charm. This way, it is equivalent to getting some agility attributes for free. If you make all these things in your hand, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. However, Making these things basically requires magic cores. And magic cores happen to be what Chungmu lacks. Chapter 131 Iron Fist Shark. If you want to get magic cores, you can only get them by hunting creatures in the game. There are no creatures that attack you on the ocean. Basically, you can open the supply box and then passively summon some creatures. Killing them also has a certain chance of getting magic cores. It's different on land. You can often drive a car on land and encounter some walking magic cores. But in general, it is more profitable to find supplies on the sea. There are special items in the supply boxes on the sea, and the quality of the items in the supply boxes is also higher than that on land. And as long as you find enough supply boxes, you can also get magic cores by killing the creatures in the supply boxes. So you don't have to worry about not finding magic cores on the sea. While thinking, the Mud King had already stopped in front of the purple supply box. After picking up his weapons and putting on his protective gear, he fished the box out of the sea. Chungmu focused his eyes on the box, and the system prompt also appeared in his eyes in time. Purple supply box. Income level, D+. Danger level, low. It's good to have perspective. Every time I have a general understanding of the box before opening it. And today's luck is really good. The supply boxes appear one after another, and there has never been a vacuum period for too long. I hope that a magic core will explode in this supply box. Chungmu is looking forward to the items in this box. The sea snake that was opened in the high-level purple box yesterday. Although the things decomposed are new items, they look of good quality. The venom of the sea snake should be the raw material used to make some weapons or medicines, and the quality of the things made should not be bad. However, this thing is far less useful to Chungmu than the magic core at present. If a large magic core can be obtained from this box today, after finding the lucky 4-leaf clover, Chungmu plans to make a flower crown ring. He pressed the switch button of the box. In just a moment, a huge wave rose in the seawater on the side of the Mud King's hull. Then, a thing that looked a bit like a human jumped from the sea to the deck of the Mud King. When this thing just jumped out of the water, Chungmu directly fired more than a dozen bullets at it. These bullets also accurately made more than a dozen bullet holes in it. So this thing just jumped onto the deck and couldn't hold on and fell on the deck. Only then did Chungmu see the appearance of this thing clearly. This is a shark man. It is shaped like a human, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and its skin is also the gray of shark skin. Muscles bulge all over the body, especially the 2 arms, at the end of which are 2 huge fists, which look like they can smash a person into a meat pie, from the thigh root upwards. Except for the 2 arms. It is completely in the shape of a shark. The huge head has a mouth full of sharp teeth, and bursts of fishy smell are constantly emitted from it. This shark man was nearly 3 meters tall and extremely strong. But now, he was lying on the deck half dead. It fell from the air and hit the deck of the Mud King, making a loud noise. Although its whole body was wrapped in exaggerated muscles, it could not resist bullets. When this thing appeared in Chungmu's vision, he was not very surprised. There was a precedent of the Stone Man before, so he was not surprised to see this creature similar to the stitched monster in the game. Chungmu raised the muzzle of his rifle and fired several bullets into the shark monster's head, ending its life. The game's decomposition prompt also appeared in Chungmu's eyes at this time. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Large magic core *1. Meat *50. Iron fist shark skin *1. Looking at this decomposition information, Chungmu was also a little surprised that this shark monster could actually decompose a large magic core. He thought that only creatures with a body length of 5 or 6 meters could explode a large magic core. I didn't expect that a shark monster this tall could also explode a large magic core. But on second thought, this makes sense. Large magic cores are basically exploded by creatures that come out of high-level purple supply boxes. Today's shark monster not only exploded a magic core, but also harvested a shark skin. Chungmu took the decomposed magic core and shark skin in his hands. The magic core is azure blue in color, and after holding it in his hand, he felt a sense of coolness. What's more magical is that the shark skin obtained by decomposition is very smooth to the touch, like silk. Chungmu pulled the shark skin with both hands and found that it was very elastic. Under his strong force, he did not tear the fish skin. He took out the bayonet from the storage box and cut the fish skin. The tip of the knife only left a white mark on the fish skin and could not penetrate it any further. The defense power was amazing. Good stuff. Chungmu also praised. This thing should be the basic material for making some kind of protective gear. The defensive effect of the thing made should be very good. And it is also very light. After putting these things in a storage box, he walked to the purple supply box that had just been opened. As expected, there was a blueprint inside. Take out the blueprint from the box and open it. Iron Fist Shark Diving Suit Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: Iron Fist Shark Skin *2. Small Magic Core *1. Note 1. After wearing the diving suit, you will swim faster in the water. Note 2. After wearing the diving suit for more than an hour, you will feel hotter and hotter. Because this is Shark Chili. Note 3. The heating effect is refreshed every 24 hours. After Chungmu looked at this blueprint, he was a little disappointed. This thing is useless to him. At least that's the case for now. This thing is not very helpful in combat. It's mainly used for diving. If you plan to explore the seabed, then this equipment is a good prop. However, Chungmu obviously has no such plan at the moment. Although the creatures in this ocean have not yet appeared to actively jump out to attack people, it does not mean that there are no terrible existences in this sea. In that small place of the Immortal Lake, there were so many things that could kill him. Not to mention in this vast and mysterious sea, he survived last time purely because of luck. So he dared not to do that this time. So in the short term, Chungmu would never run into the ocean. He must not fight when he should hide. When he has a few hundred attribute points and upgrades the Mud King into an aircraft carrier, he will explore the world deep under the sea. After putting all the things he had just obtained into the storage box, Chungmu stood on the deck at the bow again. He took out a telescope to observe the situation on the sea in the distance. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Chungmu decided to continue searching for the supply box. If there was anything wrong, he would move inland. After confirming that it was safe, Chungmu put down the telescope and was about to continue to look for the supply box when the system's task prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. System task: dive more than 100 meters in the ocean. Note 1. This task needs to be completed within 4 hours. Countdown: 4 hours. Note 2. If you cannot complete the task within the specified time, you will be deducted 5 attribute points. Note 3. If you respond negatively to the system task, your hidden score will be reduced by the system. Chungmu looked at the task of this system, and suddenly he felt an urge to curse. Just now, he silently said in his heart that he would never go into the sea in a short time, and this system forced him to go into the sea. I am a serious person, and I really don't want to go into the sea. It's a pity that the system will not pay attention to Chungmu's wailing. Actually, a diving depth of 100 meters is nothing to Chungmu. On Blue Star, this is an impossible task for him. But in this alien world, a diving depth of 100 meters is simply child's play. When he was in the Undead Lake, when he didn't have so many attribute points, he dived hundreds of meters in it. Not to mention now that he has obtained so many attribute points, he felt that his current body on the blue planet could dive to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Of course, this was just a fantasy. And in this sea area now, to be honest, he was a little timid. The water arrows at the bottom of the Immortal Lake before left him with a big psychological shadow. After all, if the owner of the mysterious voice hadn't saved him at that time, he would have been 100%. How could he live a fairy-like life like now? Eating, playing Dowdu, sleeping with Yunchi and Xyluka. Therefore, before he was strong enough, he dared not explore the bottom of the ocean. But now the system task forced him to go down. Although it was only a short 100 meters, Chungmu did not want to take the risk. But the system forced him to go. If he did not go, he would be deducted 5 attribute points, and the system's evaluation of his hidden score would be reduced. Although I don't know what the system's hidden score is for. It sounds pretty cool. I'd better go down and have a look. The system has never had such a situation where failure to complete the task will result in a penalty. If I choose to face this task passively this time, it may cause serious losses. It is very likely to cause a series of chain reactions. If I didn't have the system, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. It will definitely not harm me. There shouldn't be any danger within 100 meters of the sea. I am the host of the system. If the system kills me, it will have nowhere to go. It's just 100 meters. No big deal. Chungmu could only comfort himself in his heart. He stood by the railing of the deck, looking down at the deep sea, still a little worried. Fortunately, looking down from above, the sea water still has some visibility, and you can roughly see some scenery under the sea. Seeing this, Chung Mu's mood was also slightly relaxed. The most feared thing is the situation of knowing nothing. Although the sea in front of you is mysterious and deep, at least you can see the surrounding environment clearly after diving into it. This is enough. At least, he won't be like a headless fly flying around. He can see the surrounding environment clearly. So even if there is any danger, he will have a certain amount of time to deal with it. Don't worry about whether you can deal with it or not. It's better to have time than not. Chung Mu looked at the relatively calm sea surface, took a deep breath, and resolutely jumped over the railing on the deck. Chapter 132. What do you care? In the cockpit, little green tea was sitting and driving the boat, while Yunqi was playing with Wang Kai beside her. The two of them would chat with each other from time to time, and after a few jokes, an inexplicable smile would appear on their faces. Little green tea was originally sitting in her seat and driving the boat honestly. As a result, she saw Chung Mu standing on the deck, looking at the sea with his head down and his face solemn. She originally wanted to care about Chung Mu to see what was going on. Why did he suddenly become unhappy? As a result, just as she was about to speak, she saw Chung Mu leaping from the deck in a graceful arc and then jumping straight into the sea. Seeing this scene, little green tea's face instantly turned pale with fear, and she turned to Yunqi beside her and stammered, "No. No. Brother." He jumped into the sea. Yunqi, who was originally playing with Wang Kai, thought that little green tea was deliberately scaring her when she heard this, and didn't take it seriously at first, until little green tea pulled her arm and looked at the deck. Yunqi saw that the place where a person had just stood was now empty. Seeing this, the two rushed out of the door and ran to the place where Chung Mu had just jumped. Gululu. Garulu. Several bubbles appeared where he had just jumped. If the bubbles burst, they would turn into white foam. Chung Mu, who had just fallen into the vast sea, had a number in his mind as soon as he entered the water, 0.7. As he dived and floated up, this number increased or decreased accordingly. The system is quite user-friendly, knowing to give a depth prompt. It is worthy of being my good system father. Chung Mu looked around in the seawater. The visibility was okay, and he could see the general situation around him. But when he looked down, it slowly became dark below. This darkness slowly changed from the deep blue to a pitch black. After taking a general look at the situation around him, Chung Mu floated to the surface of the water. What a joke. The system gave 4 hours to complete this task. There was no need to go down now. He just observed the situation first. These 4 hours must be used well. To put it bluntly, he must survive as long as he can. And he wants to see if he can find a lucky 4-leaf clover in these 4 hours. If he can find one, he will make a wreath ring. Although the depth of 100 meters in the sea does not seem to be dangerous, it is always better to have more protection. And maybe he can find some equipment that is helpful for diving in these 4 hours. For example, the shark skin diving suit blueprint he just found. If you find another purple supply box and get the iron fist shark from it, you can make this equipment. Unfortunately, the chance of this is not very high. There are so many creatures in the game, and no one knows what will be in the box. Chung Mu, who just emerged from the water, saw the tearful Xiao Lu Cha and the anxious Yunqi preparing to flip down from the railing. If he had come a second later, the two of them might have jumped into the sea. What are you two doing? Chung Mu asked them while stepping on the water. Brother, didn't you jump into the sea to commit suicide? Seeing Chung Mu coming out of the water, the little green tea's tearful face immediately turned into a face full of surprise. Yunqi's frowning brows instantly relaxed when she saw Chung Mu coming out of the water, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Jump into the sea to commit suicide? Ahem. I thought it was a bit hot just now, so I jumped down to take a shower. Chung Mu said to them with a guilty conscience. Are you fucking sick? Yunqi, who was always cold and noble, was forced to swear by Chung Mu. After being scolded by Yunqi, Chung Mu did not dare to retort. After all, he was wrong first, and was the one who was wrong. You dare to scold me? Wait till night, and see how I deal with you. No matter how rampant you are now, you will still be subdued by me. Although he did not dare to retort, he still had the courage to fantasize in his heart. Not only is there one, but it is also very big. Under normal circumstances, even if he jumped off the boat, the two of them would definitely not be so anxious. The main reason is that Chung Mu lowered his head and stood on the deck for a moment with a serious face before jumping into the water. From the perspective of the little green tea, they might really think that he chose to jump into the sea and commit suicide because he couldn't think straight for a while. At that time, the two of them were anxious and didn't care about so much. They just wanted to quickly pull Chungmu out of the sea. Seeing the two people with tears on their faces, Chungmu felt guilty and moved. The first thing he did after climbing onto the boat was to embrace Yunchi and Xyluka. After just a few seconds, Yunchi pushed Chungmu away, stomped her feet hard, and walked into the cabin. Xyluka was originally snuggling tightly in Chungmu's arms, but she didn't expect that after seeing Yunchi like this, she would follow suit. She also pushed Chungmu away, snorted, and turned around and walked into the cabin. Chungmu was a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do, because this misunderstanding was caused by him. Even if I had told them in advance, they wouldn't have been scared like this. The main reason was that Chungmu was thinking about the system task at the time, and because he was too focused, he forgot to tell them in advance. After scratching his head while standing on the deck, Chungmu followed them into the cabin. As soon as he walked in, he saw the two of them sitting on the sofa with their chests hugged and their mouths pouting so much that a soy sauce bottle could be hung on them. Go away. Go away. You are so small. What's there to hug? Chungmu walked up to the two of them and teased little green tea. You? Humph. The little green tea girl didn't say much and punched Chungmu in the chest. Ouch, ouch. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Chungmu pretended to be in pain and leaned over to roll into their arms. Yunchi pushed Chungmu away and asked him coldly, "Tell me, why did you jump down just now?" Yunchi crossed her legs, and the white shoes she was wearing today happened to be stepped on by her feet. Because she had to take off her shoes first when she was about to save Chungmu. And when she returned to the cabin just now, she forgot to put her shoes on properly. So she just stepped on the soles of her feet. So as one leg was lifted up, the little white shoe almost fell off Yunchi's foot. Fortunately, just when the shoe was about to fall, she hooked it with her toes. In this way, Yunchi shook the pure white shoe with her slender toes, hugged her chest, and coldly questioned Chungmu. From Chungmu's perspective, Yunchi looked like a queen. She also looked like a strict female teacher, lecturing her students who had made mistakes. He looked at Yunchi like this, and suddenly a strange feeling surged in his heart. Woman, you are playing with fire. If it weren't for the consideration of suspected violations, you can see how I would deal with you today. Ahem. Chungmu cleared his throat and replied, "Nothing else. Just wanted to go downstairs to take a shower." Hee hee. Do you think I believe it? Yes. Yes. Do you think we will believe it? Little green tea also immediately echoed. Whether you two believe it or not, I believe it anyway. But it is really hard to explain this to them. A good person stood on the deck and pondered for a while, and then jumped off the boat. This does not make sense logically. Since it does not make sense, then Chungmu can only change another way. That is, don't talk about it. Don't worry about this matter. I will go to the sea later. When the two heard that Chungmu was going to go to the sea later, they first showed a worry in their eyes, and then became even more angry. Okay. Okay. We won't care if you die. It's no wonder that they are so angry. As people who have survived in the game for so long, they also understand the dangers of the game. They also know that there must be dangers hidden in the sea. They can't understand why Chungmu insisted on going into the sea. From Chungmu's point of view, he also has a hard time. There is really no reasonable explanation for this matter. You can't tell them that the system forced them to go down. Right? After a few minutes, Chungmu saw that they were still sulking, and walked over to talk to them. Ahem. Are you still angry? It's none of your business. Yunchi and Xyluka answered in unison. You want me to care? Well, since you want it, I'll give it to you. You asked for it. With a cry of surprise, Chungmu took Yunchi and Xyluka into his arms. 40 minutes later, Chungmu lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. He now felt that he had no desires and his life seemed to have been greatly sublimated. It was time to think about the philosophy of life again. The reason why today's time was reduced from 2 hours to 40 minutes was not because Chungmu was no longer able to do it. It was because he still had work to do. And the system's tasks were still waiting for him. Work is important. Work is important. And if it's not important, it's not a good work. After stretching his muscles, Chungmu jumped out of bed. After washing his face in the bathroom, he returned to the bed and lifted the quilt that Yunchi and Xiaoluka were still wrapped tightly in. It's already this time. And you're still sleeping? Get up and find supplies. Chungmu stood on the deck at the bow and looked at his watch. It was already past 11 o'clock. There were less than 3 hours left to complete the system task. A diving depth of 100 meters was not difficult. As long as there were no creatures attacking him, he could dive to a depth of 1,000 meters. There were still 2 or 3 hours left. Let's go and see if we can find the lucky 4-leaf clover. And we can get close to the shore. The ocean there is relatively shallow. Even if there is danger inside, it will definitely be much safer than this place now. After making up his mind, Chungmu asked the two of them to start the Mud King and go out to look for supplies. However, this time the route to find supplies was in the direction they came from at the beginning. However, they still turned a big corner before going back, so that there was still some difference from the route they came from, and they could find more supply boxes on the way. In this way, while leaning towards the land, Chungmu stood on the deck and searched for supply boxes on the sea with a telescope. After about 10 minutes, a yellow supply box appeared in Chungmu's sight. Seeing this box, Chungmu was also looking forward to the lucky 4-leaf clover he needed. The lucky 4-leaf clover is a basic material, which needs to be matched with a specific blueprint to play its role. So it is unlikely to appear in the purple supply box, which usually contains blueprints, based on the inferences from the supplies found in the past 2 days. Chungmu judged that this material should be in the lower level yellow supply box or white supply box. Chapter 133 Flower Crown Ring. The Mud King quickly stopped in front of the yellow supply box. Chungmu reached out and picked up the box from the sea and opened it. There was no 4-leaf clover that Chungmu expected, but only a bright red rose in the entire supply box. He picked up the bright red rose from the empty supply box, and the game item prompt also appeared in front of him. This rose is called Desire Rose, which is also a material used to make equipment. As for the specific effects, we still need to find the specific drawings to know. Chungmu estimated that the equipment made by this thing should also increase charm. As for the side effects, it should be credibility. After all, its name is Desire Rose. After putting this bright flower into the storage box, the three continued to look for supplies. After driving for nearly half an hour, they still did not find the expected lucky 4-leaf clover. During this time, Chungmu also fished out 2 white supply boxes from the sea, but did not open anything special. Supply boxes appeared one after another, but nothing he wanted came out of them. Just as he was about to go back to the cabin to rest for a while, he turned his head and suddenly saw a familiar reflection coming from a direction he had not noticed before. Another purple supply box? Previously, this kind of reflection was basically emitted by purple supply boxes, and Chungmu hurriedly took out the telescope. It turned out that there was only a yellow supply box hidden in the fine waves. Yellow is yellow. It's pretty good to have a supply box. Today's luck is really good. In the morning, we have found a lot of supply boxes. Chungmu asked the two of them to drive the boat towards the yellow supply box. On the way there, he also had a strong premonition in his heart. This box has what I want. When he fished the box out of the water, this premonition in his heart became stronger. After using the system to see through the supply box to confirm that there was no danger, Chungmu opened the box. He always used the system to see through the supply box. This was a good habit he had developed from the beginning. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared. If the supply box mutated, he would be able to prepare in the first time. After opening the box, Chungmu saw a small grass that was as long as a finger. The rhizome of this grass was only 3 to 5 centimeters long, and there were 4 small leaves on the top of the rhizome. The shape of these 4 small leaves was a slightly rounded triangle. Chungmu had seen this kind of grass on Blue Star. It was not everywhere, but it was not rare. However, with the development of industry, the buildings that have sprung up everywhere have taken away the production space of this little grass. He carefully picked up the grass from the supply box, fearing that he would accidentally break it. However, when Chungmu got it in his hand, he found that it was much tougher than he had imagined. When his eyes focused on it, the item introduction prompt of the game also confirmed that this was the lucky 4-leaf clover he wanted. After taking a deep breath, Chungmu put away the grass, and then took out the manufacturing drawings of the flower crown ring from the storage box. After a moment, a white light flashed, and a glittering golden ring appeared in Chungmu's palm. A small red gem was inlaid on the ring. This should be the energy transformed by the magic core. Putting the ring on the middle finger of his left hand, Changmu found that it was just right. This is the good thing about games. The things they create are basically close-fitting. After putting on the ring, Changmu didn't feel anything obvious. As mentioned earlier, the attribute of luck is subtle. Now there is still 1 or 2 hours left before the deadline of the system task. And we can still search the supply box to see if we can find anything else. It would be best if we can find some equipment that helps with diving. Or in other words, we can get another Iron Fist shark from the box. After killing it, we can also use its skin to make the diving suit. So Changmu decided to look for the supply box again. Now with the bonus of the flower crown ring, the chance of finding the supply box should be increased. He no longer hesitated, and took advantage of the remaining time to find more supply boxes. After almost an hour, Changmu stopped looking for supplies. Now there is exactly 1 hour left before the system's task deadline. Although Changmu's current strength only takes a few minutes to dive 100 meters. In order to prevent any accidents, he still needs to reserve some time. 1 hour is just right. No more and no less. If there is any great danger in the ocean, it will be useless even if he stays out for 10 hours. If there is nothing in the sea that he cannot face, then an hour is enough for him to go back and forth several times. During this period of time just now, Changmu also asked the two of them to move the Mud King closer to the shore. And the boat stopped at a position that was neither too close nor too far. This place is still a certain distance from the shore, but it is also far away from the inner ocean, which is a relatively middle position. If you get too close to the inner sea, the probability of encountering danger will be much greater. After all, from common sense, the closer you get to the inner sea, the deeper the sea is. Only big fish can survive in deep enough seas. And there are only small fish, shrimps, and turtles in shallow seas. In comparison, Changmu obviously wanted to see the latter after he went into the sea. If he got too close to the shore, he might have dived to the bottom of the sea. But it was less than 100 meters. So the current position of the Mud King was just right. After sorting out these clues, Changmu went into the cabin and picked up protective gear and weapons. He didn't carry too many weapons. Underwater, the power of guns would be greatly reduced, and too heavy equipment would affect Changmu's activities. He held the dragon blade in one hand, tied a knot with a rope, and put the Type 95 on his back, and then put 2 Desert Eagles on his waist. Although guns are probably useless when they are 100 meters under the sea, it is better to bring them than not to bring them. And it is not a big deal anyway. As for protective gear, he asked Yunchi for the helmet of a Qing dynasty veteran. This thing saved him when he was in the Immortal Lake. When Changmu asked her for the helmet, Yunchi and Xiaoluka pestered him and asked what Changmu was doing. Of course, Changmu didn't tell them the truth. He just said that he wanted to explore under the sea. The two of them certainly didn't agree with him taking this risk. But since Changmu was determined to go, they couldn't change his mind. So they had to agree. Looking at Changmu, who was jumping into the sea, Yunqi and Xiaolucha also silently took out the ropes they had collected from the storage box, hoping to at least tie a rope around Changmu. If something unexpected happened, they could still pull Changmu out, because they were afraid that the rope was not long enough. The two of them were tying several ropes together. Changmu looked at Yunqi and Xiaolucha's actions, and a warm current instantly surged into his heart. It was not in vain that he loved you too. He was deeply moved. Then, he decisively rejected the proposal of the two to tie the rope. What a joke. If there is really any danger in the sea, and the two of them don't know the situation, and then pull the rope, maybe the situation that could have been survived will become a dead end after they pull it. Besides, this rope can only comfort the two of them, but it can't help the actual situation. When Changmu rejected this proposal, Xiaoluka started to cry, make a fuss, and even hang herself. Ignoring Xiaoluka and Yuchi's crying, Changmu resolutely walked out of the cabin and prepared to jump into the sea. He put on his bulletproof armor and the helmet of a Qing dynasty veteran. And the familiar BGM of carry your bag sounded in his ears instantly. After taking off the extra clothes, Changmu was ready to jump into the sea. But after thinking about it, he went back to the cabin and took the Reebok shoes from the storage box to the deck. The reason why he didn't wear them in the cabin was because it would reduce his charm. It would be bad if he interrupted their crying because of his reduced charm. It must be said that good-looking people are so pleasing to the eye no matter what they do. The little green tea girl cried with snot and tears, but she was still so cute. and the tears in the corners of her eyes made her look more pitiful. But Chungmu didn't have time to appreciate these things now, as he didn't have much time left. After putting on his Reebok shoes on the deck, he instantly felt his body become lighter, although the shoes would become heavy after being wetted by the water after jumping into the sea. This discomfort was nothing compared to the increase in agility attribute brought by Reebok shoes. The fine waves kept hitting the hull of the Mud King. Chungmu looked at the endless sea surface, took a deep breath, and then jumped directly into the sea. When the whole body just sank into the sea, the system's prompt about the diving depth appeared in his eyes. As Chungmu slowly dived down, the number was also slowly increasing. When he dived 5 meters below the sea level, Chungmu saw some small fish and shrimps not far away. The visibility in the ocean was pretty good, and he could still feel the water flow driven by these creatures when they swam. But when he looked down, it became darker and darker. There was no need to worry about breathing in the sea. Chungmu's strengthened body could hold his breath for a long time, enough for him to dive hundreds of meters and float back and forth. No longer appreciating the surrounding scenery, Chungmu continued to dive down. When the depth reached 15, he also felt a little chill. The seawater here became cold. However, this temperature did not cause any impact on Chungmu, and he continued to dive to the bottom of the sea. When he first entered the seawater filled Chungmu's eyes, and the high salinity water also stung his eyeballs a little painfully. But after a few seconds, he got used to this kind of pain. This difficulty was not worth mentioning to him. Chapter 134, The Letter to the Emperor. Without thinking any more, Chungmu continued to dive. 30, 40, 49. The system's depth indicator increased little by little, and Chungmu soon reached 49 meters below sea level. He stopped at this height and stepped on the water with his hands and feet. Ding! Chungmu received a private message from Yunchi and Xyluka. As long as the other party is still alive, no matter where he is or what he is doing, he will receive the message. After all, this is the chat system that comes with the game. Of course, if you don't want to be disturbed by others, you can also turn off the private chat function. But Yunchi and Xyluka are in Chungmu's whitelist. They can send messages to Chungmu at any time. The message was sent by Xyluka. She said that she and Yunchi had learned a new trick on the TV and asked him not to stay downstairs and to go up and try it. Chungmu didn't have the heart to do this now. And if he went up this time, he would definitely not be able to come back within the time specified by the system. After sending them a message to let them know he was safe, Chungmu prepared to continue diving. At this depth, the seawater below and the seawater within 50 meters seemed to be two different worlds. Although the visibility within 50 meters was a bit low, it was at least possible to see that there was water next to it. However, when Chungmu looked down at a depth of 49 meters, it seemed as if there was a dividing line blocking it below. Within 50 meters, it was dark, cold, but still normal seawater. Beyond 50 meters, it was completely dark. The purest darkness, similar to nothingness. Damn, this is too scary. Chungmu also cursed in his heart, but thinking that the system would definitely not harm him, he had to bite the bullet and dive down. Just when he crossed the 50-meter boundary, Chungmu felt a huge coldness surrounding him. With his current physique, he couldn't stop shivering from the cold. He looked up. If he couldn't still see the water surface above the dividing line, he really wanted to go back to the Mud King right now. Chungmu tried his best to empty his mind of all thoughts, and continued to go deeper into the darkness below. 55, 60, 70, 79. When the depth indicator in his eyes reached 80, Chungmu felt several streams of water flowing around him, and he could feel the ripples of these streams hitting his body. It seemed that something was watching him from the side. As these streams of water surged, Chungmu's hair stood up instantly, and his heart beat wildly. He knew that his chest was heaving violently, and his hands and feet were a little weak due to the large amount of adrenaline secretion. He couldn't see what it was, couldn't hear what the sound was, but he could feel the surge of the water. In the ocean dozens of meters deep, it was pitch black. When he opened his eyes, he saw only nothingness. When he closed his eyes, he felt only complete silence. On all sides of his body, countless cold sea water wrapped around him, and next to him, there were ripples caused by the movement of unknown creatures. Fuck you. I don't want to play anymore. Something moved next to me. I want to go home. Chungmu was so sad that he couldn't even cry. He touched the trigger of the Type 95 in his hand and pulled it instantly. Although he knew that this thing would not work at this depth, it was at least a psychological comfort for Chungmu now. Dozens of bullets instantly poured into the deep sea, making a gurgling sound. Fortunately, the guns in the game can still be used in such a deep sea. He didn't shoot to cause any harm to the unknown creatures around him. He just wanted to make some noise. At least after making some noise, he could give himself courage and feel that he was still alive. The dead silence and darkness around him made him feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. And the movement of the unknown creature just now made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Gudong. Gudong. When the 95 type bullet made a sound in the water, the unknown creature that was just beside him started to swim again. Chungmu once again felt the current brought by its swimming. But this time it seemed not to be observing him, but moving away from him. Is it gone? Was it scared away by the sound of my gunshot just now? This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, this thing lives in such a dark place every day, so it is reasonable that it has never seen the sound of bullets. So it may have looked at me from the side, found that I should not be very delicious, and then left silently after hearing the strange sound. But Chungmu didn't have time to think about these things now. He didn't care how the thing left, as long as it left. After gently stroking his pounding heart, Chungmu felt that his condition was a little better. There were only the last 20 meters left, so he had to make a concerted effort. The task progress had already reached 80%, so there was no reason to quit now. Chungmu closed his eyes, recited the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital in his mind, and then dived deeper. The emperor had not yet started his business halfway, and the main thing is to find something to do, to trick your brain, to divert your attention, and then you won't be so scared. Even if you close your eyes, the system's depth prompt will still appear in your sea of consciousness. 88, 89, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Finally, when he silently recited in his mind, "Don't underestimate yourself," the depth prompt became 100. At this time, there was only one thought left in his mind. Run! When he reached a depth of 100 meters, Chungmu immediately swam upwards. When he floated up, he was more frightened than before. His heart was beating wildly, and the huge fear also made him burst out with great potential. In just a moment, Chungmu floated straight up more than 10 meters. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen. He didn't dare to look back to see if there was anything following him. And he didn't even dare to think about it. What he was afraid of was that something strange would happen just after he completed the requirements of the system task. So when he reached 100 meters, he immediately swam upwards. After just a few seconds, the dividing line of 50 meters appeared in front of Chungmu. He swam towards the dividing line while praying in his heart that nothing would happen. When Chungmu's body just crossed the dividing line, he felt the warm sea water wrapped around him. In fact, the sea water at this depth can only be described as cold. But compared with the sea water below 50 meters just now, Chungmu only felt warm. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and continue to use all his strength to move upward. Although the place above 50 meters felt safer, Chungmu still did not dare to be careless. In this vast ocean composed of tens of thousands of tons of seawater, no one could guarantee that there would be no accidents. So he had to swim to the surface of the sea quickly. Through observations during this period of time, if there is no storm on the sea surface, generally speaking, there will be no danger. If you don't open the supply box, no creatures will actively attack the player. But it was different underwater. If he hadn't been lucky just now, and the unknown thing in the water didn't attack him, he might have died there. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the flower crown ring on his hand. Fortunately, he made this ring before going into the water. Otherwise it would be hard to say what would happen just now. Maybe it was those two lucky attributes that prevented the thing from attacking him just now. There is a will of heaven in the dark. Chungmu continued to swim upwards. He didn't know how deep he was now. When he dived to 100 meters just now, the depth prompt function of the system disappeared directly. This should also indirectly mean that he has completed the system task. However, he has not received the system reward prompt yet. It should appear when he returns to the Mud King. A few seconds later, Chungmu's head floated out of the water. As soon as his face touched the air, he breathed heavily. It was not because he was suffocating, but because he was too nervous. Deep breathing can relieve nervousness. He didn't dare to stay in the water for too long. But the place where he floated up was a little different from the place where the Mud King stopped just now. Fortunately, the deviation was only a few dozen meters away. Chung Mu looked at the bright black Mud King. Xyluoka and Yunchi were standing at the bow and stern, anxiously searching for something on the sea. When Xyluoka saw Chung Mu breaking out of the sea, she immediately shouted to Yunchi to come over. Before Chung Mu could swim over there, they threw a rope from the deck. Chung Mu did not take the rope, and swam over by himself, which was faster. He was not exhausted at the moment, so he did not need them to pull him over. At present, the only thought in Chung Mu's mind was to return to the Mud King as soon as possible. Although the sea didn't look dangerous, he was still afraid. That unknown mysterious creature, that darkness like nothingness. Thinking of this, Chung Mu also swam towards the Mud King faster. A few seconds later, he climbed onto the deck of the Mud King. Chung Mu, who had just climbed onto the deck, lay on the deck in a big letter shape, with his legs spread out and his little bird facing the sky. The deck of the Black Mud King was scorching hot under the scorching sun. But Chung Mu now felt that it was the warmest place in the world. No, it was the second warmest. The warmest place should be Yunchi's ravine. He just lay on the deck, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. Yunchi and little green tea came crying from the side. But Chung Mu didn't want to pay attention to them now. He just wanted to lie there and be quiet. Surviving a disaster is really... He recalled his experience in the sea just now. Although it only took a few minutes from diving to surfacing, he felt that it was as long as a century. If you are not careful, you will be separated from the living and the dead. In Chung Mu's imagination, he thought there must be some danger under the sea level. But he never expected that it would be so scary. The most important thing is the darkness of nothingness, which is the most scary. In this darkness, you don't know what you are facing. Chapter 135, All-Round Cigarette. Thinking of this, Chung Mu couldn't help but sigh. This system task looks simple. Just a distance of 100 meters. But one careless move can lead to death. Damn. This task is too difficult. System, you must reward me with something good this time. Otherwise, it's not worth the effort I put into this task. I'm your host. What good will it do you to kill me? The seabed? The system task? The mysterious creature? The things that happened just now played in Chung Mu's mind like a movie. As these things happened, Chung Mu, who was lying on the deck with his arms and legs spread out, gradually became conscious. His eyelids seemed to be filled with lead and could not stop drooping. In a daze, he seemed to hear Xiao Lu Cha and Yunchi shouting in his ears. Chung Mu! Chung Mu! However, the sound became more and more vague, as if it entered from one ear and flew out from the other ear. The sound slowly flew away until it flew into the sky and disappeared. As the sound disappeared, Chung Mu's consciousness became more and more blurred until he fell into darkness. After sleeping in the darkness for an unknown period of time, Chung Mu felt a few drops of warm liquid dripping on his face. His sleeping consciousness slowly woke up. And Chung Mu, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The scene in front of him gradually became clearer from blurry. Little green tea was beside him, sobbing with her head down. And Yunchi was sitting beside him with her hands on her knees, dumbfounded. The tears that just dripped onto her face should be those of little green tea. Chung Mu rubbed his temples. Little green tea was still kneeling and crying beside him, not noticing Chung Mu's rubbing of his head. Are you crying for me? Ah! Ah! Little green tea was startled by Chung Mu. And Yunchi, who was sitting next to him, immediately turned around and looked at Chung Mu. Chung Mu raised his hand to check his watch. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. It was only afternoon when he came out of the water. He had slept for a long time. The two people who saw Chung Mu wake up from coma were surprised and happy. They immediately came over to ask him what happened just now, and whether there was anything wrong with his body. Chung Mu didn't know anything. In his feeling, he was just a little sleepy and simply slept. Then he also asked Yunchi and Xiao Lu Cha about what happened just now. It turned out that when Chung Mu fell into a coma on the deck, the two tried every possible way to wake him up. After trying various methods, Chung Mu still didn't wake up. Just when the two of them were a little desperate, he suddenly woke up by himself. After listening to the two people's explanation, Chung Mu touched his still hot cheeks. You two used all kinds of methods, and you slapped me a few times. He propped himself up from the bed and looked out the window. It was completely dark, and the scenery outside seemed to be in the desert. When did we return to land? Chung Mu asked them with some doubts. It's no wonder that Chung Mu was confused. His mind was still a little confused. The memory of the last second in his mind was still lying on the deck in the sun. But the next second it became like this. After you fainted, Sister Yunchi and I tried many ways to wake you up but failed. So we decided to go back to land and think of a solution. Little Green Tea answered while sniffling and crying. They were also afraid of encountering a crisis that they couldn't face on the sea. So they chose to go back to land. Although they couldn't wake Changmu up on land, it was at least safer. Yes, a very wise decision. Almost 1/10 of mine. Changmu pinched their faces and said to them teasingly, "Get out of here. Why did you suddenly faint after coming out of the water just now?" Yunchi gently held Changmu's hand, put it on her face, and felt his warmth, while asking him. She was also very scared during the time when Changmu was unconscious just now. Looking at Yunchi's red and swollen eyes, Changmu felt a little distressed, and then moved his hand down. After explaining to Yunchi and Xiao Lucha casually, he sent them to cook. Even he himself didn't know how he fainted when he climbed onto the deck from the water just now. Except for some fear in his heart, he didn't feel anything abnormal in his body. As a result, after lying there for a few seconds, he became more and more sleepy as various fragments emerged in his mind. And then he closed his eyes, and kept them closed until now. Yunchi and Xiao Lucha were busy cooking for Changmu, and they would prepare a big meal for Changmu. In their minds, they must think that Changmu was overworked, which is why this happened. He must be rewarded heavily. Changmu climbed up from the bed, and just as he stood up, he felt sore all over. He was also a little puzzled, thinking that he was just diving, and he shouldn't be dizzy for several hours and still sore all over. It's not like the intense exercise he did with Yunchi and Zailuoka. He got off the bed and walked towards the bathroom, ready to take a hot bath to relieve his physical fatigue. After entering the bathroom, he turned on the shower, and the warm water splashed on him, making him feel a little better. At this moment, the system prompt subtitles also appeared in front of him. System task completed. Reward, system experience *10%. Attribute points *5 points. If it weren't for the appearance of this subtitle, Changmu almost forgot that he had just completed a system task. This system is really weird. It always appears at a mysterious time, and people can't figure out its rules. But then again, the system reward this time is not bad. It gives 5 attribute points and some experience. It's just a dive, which can be completed in a few minutes. For such a simple task, Changmu still wants to dive a few hundred meters. Of course, this is a joke. The fear in the deep sea. Even now, Changmu still makes his legs weak when he thinks about it. After getting these attributes, Changmu immediately added 1 point to each of the 5 attributes. As soon as he added these attribute points, he immediately felt a warm current injected into his body. With the injection of this warm current, he instantly felt that the fatigue of his body just now was washed away by the water flow in the shower. The fear and mental weakness in his heart just now also disappeared instantly. This attribute point is amazing. Changmu also praised it in his heart. It's just that this time the system experience is only given 10%. From his point of view, this system task is still quite dangerous, and more system experience should be rewarded. Unfortunately, the system would not listen to him, and this reward was already very good. Before he could be happy about the attribute points he had just obtained, the system prompt came again. The task has been completed, and you have obtained a system lottery opportunity. Note, the lottery system will have any form of rewards. These rewards may also bring you danger. Please choose whether to participate in this lottery. If you choose no, this lottery opportunity will disappear. Then, his eyes appeared. Yes and no are 2 options. Before Changmu could make a choice, the system started its countdown. 10, 9, 8. Damn it. Changmu cursed, and immediately picked up his shorts from the side, then ran out of the car while wearing them, and asked them to throw the guns and protective gear to him quickly. The reason why he ran out of the car was that he was afraid that if he drew a dangerous lottery, it would happen to appear in the Mud King, which would be a bit difficult to deal with. He put on his protective gear, picked up the Type 95, and put on his shorts in the second to last second, and chose yes at the last second. You won a blueprint through this lottery, which has been put into your storage box. Changmu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this subtitle, and then returned to the car. As soon as he entered the Mud King, he felt Yunchi and Xiao Lucha looking at him like a fool. To be honest, Chung Mu's behavior just now was indeed like a mentally retarded person. He was taking a good shower, then suddenly rushed out naked, shouting for a weapon. And after staying outside for a few seconds, he came back as if nothing had happened. Yunji and Xyluka had reason to suspect that Chung Mu was out of his mind. Looking at the two people's doubtful eyes, Chung Mu coughed twice with a little embarrassment, and then walked towards the storage box without blushing or beating his heart. Sure enough, there was an extra blueprint inside, and he took it out of the storage box and opened it. All-purpose cigarette manufacturing blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: tobacco leaf *1, paper *1. Note 1. After smoking an all-purpose cigarette, all your attributes will increase by 5 points within 5 minutes. Note 2. The amplification effect can only be used once within 24 hours, and multiple uses are invalid. Note 3. Smoking is harmful to health, and it is forbidden to sell cigarettes to minors. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? When Chung Mu saw this drawing, he said 3 times in his heart. The things he got from this lottery were beyond Chung Mu's imagination. He didn't expect that the system would give him such a superb drawing this time. All attributes increased by 5 points within 5 minutes, which is equivalent to explosive strength enhancement during this time. 5 attributes. That is 25 attribute points. As mentioned earlier, the increase in attribute points is all round, and such an increase is absolutely terrifying. I just don't know how rare tobacco is, and whether it is easy to find. Another material for making this all-purpose cigarette: paper. He has no shortage of it. So far, Chung Mu has not seen the so-called tobacco. But it doesn't matter. Now that we have the blueprint, it's only a matter of time before we find tobacco. When the time comes to make this thing, you don't have to rush when you encounter something. Just light a cigarette and pretend to beep silently, and then explode directly. Chung Mu feels good just thinking about it. Each attribute is enhanced by 5 points. This effect is really a bit abnormal. So abnormal that even Chung Mu thinks it is abnormal. Chapter 136: Handsome Brother Chung. Although he is the ultimate beneficiary of this blueprint, this does not prevent him from feeling that this blueprint has some bugs. Judging from the current strength of the players in the game, this thing is like a plug-in with a time limit of 5 minutes, which has no side effects. Chung Mu took the blueprint in his hand and laughed foolishly again. Yun Qi and Xiao Lu Cha behind him looked at him with increasingly strange eyes. They were now more certain that Chung Mu must have a brain problem, and that his brain was damaged by diving just now. Chung Mu turned around and said to them with a silly smile, "Didn't you two say you learned a new trick on TV? What did you learn? Let me see." With a cry of surprise, Yun Qi and Xiao Lu Cha were picked up by his arms and thrown onto the bed. They originally wanted to resist and let Chung Mu check their brains first, but Chung Mu was in a state of excitement after getting the blueprint, so their resistance was ineffective. 2 hours later, Chung Mu lay on the bed, panting. He still had the silly smile on his face, and he was still in the joyful state when he first got the blueprint. He should have entered the sage mode, but at this time, he became even more excited. Yun Qi and Xiao Lu Cha lay on Chung Mu's left and right. They looked at the silly Chung Mu with sweat dripping down their cheeks, and their faces seemed to have an expression of resignation. Fortunately, Chung Mu's stupid state did not last long. After lying on the bed for 10 minutes, his excitement slowly subsided and his facial expression became normal. Hungry? This is the only thought in Chung Mu's mind now. When he woke up from the bed at first, he felt a little hungry. Just when he got up from the bed and was about to take a shower and eat, the system prompt came at this time. Then after winning the top quality blueprint in the lottery, he was so excited that he forgot to eat. And then he went through 2 hours of exercise. Chung Mu was starving now. But fortunately Yunqi and Xyluka had prepared some food at the beginning. He ran to the dining table and gobbled it up without even heating it up. After finishing the food that was prepared at the beginning, he asked the two to prepare some more. Anyway, the leftovers could be given to Wang Kai. After feasting, Chung Mu lay on the sofa and patted his belly, while Yunqi and Xyluka curled up beside him. He lay on the sofa, still thinking about the all-purpose cigarette drawing, while his hands were wandering over their bodies. That's great. It's just that we're still missing some tobacco. Tobacco. Chung Mu seemed to suddenly remember something, and then he slapped Yun Qi's fleshy thigh. You can go to the chat group to ask. Just because he doesn't have it doesn't mean that others don't have it. Tobacco is something that's hard to say whether it's high grade or low grade. As mentioned before, it may be the same ingredients, Because there are so many types of supplies in the game. Even if Chung Mu is lucky, it's impossible to find every kind of it. However, what he couldn't find might be found in other people's places. After all, there are thousands of people in the game, and everyone must have a variety of supplies. Some supplies can be exchanged by communicating with each other. Thinking of this, Chung Mu also sent a message in the chat channel. Does anyone have tobacco supplies? Let's trade privately. Catch a wild big guy alive. Big guy. Do you have cigarettes? I want to buy a box. I want some too. I want 10 boxes. I've never heard of tobacco. Have any of you seen it in a supply box? No. I've never heard of it. Oh. It would be great if the game could have a store mode, so we can buy whatever we need directly from it. Wow. I want to go home. I miss life on Blue Star so much. Damn it. You made me miss home too. I want a super spear. I still feel pretty good here. I can experience a completely different life. Have you ever considered not killing each other? We can live well here as long as we live in peace. I agree with you. As long as you give me all the supplies, I will live in peace with you. Go to hell. I'll kill you with one knife. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 24 days. After browsing the group for a long time, Chung Mu still couldn't find the tobacco supplies he wanted. It's possible that these people who are always in the group didn't find the thing. Or someone has tobacco in his hand, but doesn't want to trade it. Or the person who has tobacco in his hand is busy and didn't see Chung Mu's message. After all, there are people chatting in the chat channel of the game almost all the time, and the information just sent will be drowned in the sea of information within a few seconds. There is no way. The chat channel is almost the only way for players in the game to contact each other, and not everyone has someone to accompany them like Chung Mu. As for the peaceful coexistence mentioned by someone in the group just now, Chung Mu just smiled. To be able to survive to this day, the materials in everyone's hands are definitely enough to meet the basic life. But the greed and jealousy in human nature make this an impossible thing. Maybe it's because they want to become stronger. Or maybe it's just because someone found a supply box before them. They might want to kill. Chung Mu didn't deny that there were definitely good people in this game. Definitely kind people. But no one dared to gamble. After all, it was their own life that was at stake. If you're not careful, it could be a disaster. And every update of the game would bring new ways of playing. And these new ways of playing would most likely cost many people their lives. In these uncertain days, who dares to think about these things? Chung Mu was not too disappointed that he did not buy the materials he wanted in the chat group. Anyway, his current strength is definitely the strongest in the game, and there is no need to rush to make all-purpose cigarettes. He does not need all-purpose cigarettes at all. He can sweep any player in the game. Of course, it is a one-on-one duel, not a gang fight between them. Besides, with Chung Mu's lucky attribute, it is only a matter of time before he finds tobacco. No longer thinking about tobacco, Chung Mu hugged Yunchi and Xiaoluka and lay on the sofa to watch TV. His fingers wandered over the smooth skin of the two, while his eyes were enjoying the content on the TV screen. He switched the channel to the children's channel, which had his favorite show, Booty Bears. On the screen, Bal Chan was holding his chainsaw, carrying his sniper rifle, and chasing two big bears. I have to say, my brother Chong is so handsome. Even the posture of being pressed under the buttocks of the bear is so handsome. After watching several episodes attentively, Chung Mu also felt a little sleepy. Although he lay in bed for several hours this afternoon, he was unconscious, not recuperating. Yunchi and Xiaoluka next to him had been yawning for a long time. However, they were not so sleepy, but they thought the cartoon was too boring. Chung Mu did not blame them. Not everyone had the same IQ as him to appreciate Brother Chong's handsomeness. Women, they can't understand such a profound plot. As he felt sleepy, Chung Mu picked up Yunchi and Xiaoluka and walked to the bed. I have to say that the new trick they learned today is really good. Recalling the wonderful feeling in his heart, Chung Mu slowly fell asleep. Last night, Chung Mu had many dreams, and various fragments emerged in his mind. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, Chung Mu rubbed his aching temples, propped himself up from the bed, and looked out the window. It was already drizzling outside. It seems that we can't go to the sea to look for supplies today. If it rains, there may be another storm. No one should be so stubborn as to go to the sea today. This sign is so obvious. Chung Mu got up from the bed quietly and looked at the coordinate machine. Now they are more than 200 kilometers away from the sea. This location is very safe. It seems that Yunchi and Xiaoluka were also very scared yesterday and drove so far. He still didn't believe that there could be a tsunami that could travel 200 kilometers across the ocean to see him. If there really was such a thing, he would accept it. Today's sky is very gloomy, and with a drizzle outside the window, it's a good day for sleeping. Chungmu got up and confirmed that it was safe, then went back to bed. He just got a top-quality blueprint yesterday, so he could reward himself by sleeping a little longer. And today is the 25th day of the game, and the version will be updated in 2 days. I don't know what changes will appear in the next game version, and I don't know if I will have time to sleep in again. So Chungmu also seized the opportunity today to have a good sleep. After sleeping for more than 2 hours, at around 8 o'clock, Chungmu felt Yunchi and Xiaoluka get up from the bed. After they washed up, Yunchi came over and asked Chungmu if he wanted to get up now. Chungmu decisively answered no. After explaining today's arrangements to them, he got up and looked out the window. It was still raining. And then he laid down again decisively. The task of finding the supply box today was given to them. Anyway, they didn't have to go to the sea, so they could just look for the supply box on land today. Although it was still raining outside, the rain was not heavy and had almost no impact on the site. Chungmu was indeed a little worried about the two of them when they were looking for the supply box in the sea. But he had no worries on land. And even if they really encountered a problem that they could not solve, Chungmu would have enough time to react on land. He emphasized to Yunchi and Xiao Lucha that if they encountered a purple supply box, they should put it away first, and the white and yellow ones could be opened by themselves. But as for the other colors, they should never be opened. After explaining these things, Chungmu hid in the quilt and went to sleep again. Chapter 137 Speed Mode. In a daze, Chungmu felt that the Mud King had been walking and stopping all the time. It seemed that Yunchi and Little Green Tea had found a lot of boxes of supplies. They were not as profligate as Chungmu. Even if they saw a white box of supplies on the road, they would stop and pick it up. They were good women who were thrifty and managed the household. At about 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Chungmu slowly got up from the bed. He opened the curtains and looked out the window. It was still raining outside, and the sky was gloomy, which made people feel a sense of desolation unconsciously. However, this feeling of desolation was soon diluted by the sweet voice of Little Green Tea. Brother, you finally got up. We just picked up a lot of supply boxes on land, including a purple one. Oh, found a purple box? Chungmu walked to the front of the cockpit, where there were already a dozen supply boxes. Fortunately, the cockpit of the Mud King was big enough. Otherwise these supply boxes would not fit. Chungmu looked at these boxes, most of which were white, and the ones with slightly better quality were a yellow supply box and a purple one. His eyes were focused on the purple supply box, and the system prompt immediately appeared in his eyes. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D. Danger level, low. It's just an ordinary purple box. Just let them open it. There probably won't be anything good in it. You two open these boxes. I'm going to take a shower. Chungmu said to them. Yes, brother. Little Green Tea replied playfully at the first time. Chungmu was not worried that this box would bring any danger to them. An ordinary purple supply box. Any one of them could easily deal with it, let alone the two of them together. He walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and the warm water poured over his body, emitting bursts of hot air. At this time, several gunshots were heard outside the car. The gunshots did not last long, and they were over in less than 10 seconds. This should be the gunshots made by the two of them when they dealt with the things in the purple supply box. Chungmu guessed while taking a shower in the bathroom. In this cold weather, taking a hot shower is a good thing. It would be nice to have a bathtub, but unfortunately the space in the Mud King is not big enough at present. Otherwise he would have to build one himself, and Chungmu would have to build one for him. It should be okay after upgrading the Mud King to level 4. But now, we are still short of materials. We haven't found the blueprint of the superior steel ingot yet, and we still need the magic core. Without thinking about these things, Chungmu continued to enjoy the massage of the warm water. After about 10 minutes, Chungmu came out of the bathroom steaming hot. Yunchi and Xiaoluka were counting the supplies that had just been opened from the supply box. What good stuff did you open? You are counting so carefully. Chungmu asked them while wiping his wet hair with a towel. Xiaoluka also ran over immediately and told him what she had just gained. Changmu also wanted to laugh. In his mind, this amount of gain was far from being this great. But because he had basically found all the supplies during this period, Yunqi and Zailuoka were only responsible for driving. So they finally had the opportunity to search for supply boxes. And they were very curious. Zailuoka was no exception to this excitement. What did you find in that purple box just now? Changmu asked Xiao Lucha casually. After all, it was just an ordinary purple supply box. And it was highly unlikely that anything good would come out of it. A blueprint, Xiao Lucha replied. Oh, it's a blueprint for something. Sister Yunqi said it seemed to be a manufacturing blueprint for some superior steel ingot. What? Changmu didn't even bother to put on his clothes, and rushed into the cockpit naked, asking Yunqi for the blueprint they had just found. Excellent steel ingot manufacturing drawing. Manufacturing requirements, strengthened alloy ingot *5. Looking at this drawing, Changmu wanted to reward them immediately. But the joy of getting the drawing diluted his impulse. Now all the materials for upgrading the Mud King are complete. Drawings, magic cores, power cores. The only thing missing is 2 large magic cores. He has found a total of 4 large magic cores. But he used one to make the flower crown ring before. And now he has 3 left. Should I upgrade the Mud King to level 4 first, or keep 3 large magic cores in my hand, as a skill to create dragon souls, to save my life? This is a question worth thinking about. Just now, when he was taking a shower, he was still thinking about what the Mud King would look like after upgrading. The space would definitely become larger. And this upgrade would require magic cores. Maybe the upgraded Mud King would gain an additional skill. There are no players in the game who can threaten him now. But he is afraid that the next game update will release creatures similar to Bald Chong. Changmu decided to wait until the next update, and then consider this issue after the version update is completed. If the game version does not change much at that time, you could upgrade the Mud King. If there is a great crisis, you must keep 3 magic cores to save your life. Of course, there is a better solution, which is to find more magic cores. Find 100 or 80, so that there will be enough to share anyway. There is no point in talking too much. Only by taking action can you get what you want. After putting the blueprint away, he also asked Yunqi and Zailuka to set out to find supplies quickly. If they encountered any large animals on the road, they must not let them go. He himself went back to bed to rest. Such good weather, rainy and cloudy, was perfect for sleeping. Changmu was a person who shared happiness and difficulties. He was definitely not a selfish person who only cared about his own enjoyment without considering others. So, he also called Yunqi to come together. When little green tea saw Changmu only called her Yunqi, she was of course not happy, and immediately started crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang herself. Changmu also persuaded her with emotion and reason, saying that finding supplies was the most important thing now, and she should devote her limited life to the endless search for supplies. As the youngest person in the team, this glorious and arduous task should be completed by her. This is everyone's trust in her, and she must not let down this hard-earned trust. Young people should do more work and exercise, not just enjoy themselves. Changmu's rapid-fire words stunned Xiao Lucha. Looking at Xiao Lucha, who had been successfully given a CPU by him, he was satisfied and walked to the bed, with Yunqi behind his back, like an old cadre, lying on the bed and panting. After resting for about 10 minutes, Changmu patted the beauty next to him, and said to her, Go and drive the car, and call Xiao Lucha over. Yunqi, who was still floating in the air, of course obeyed Changmu's words, and immediately jumped to the cab, like a child to call Xiao Lucha. Changmu, he is a selfless person. If he has good things, he must share them with everyone. So, he called Xiao Lucha over immediately. Half an hour later, just as Changmu was preparing to make the final sprint, a voice suddenly came from the cab. There is a large mammoth ahead. Go over there and kill it. Use the extreme speed mode? Changmu added. Yes. In this situation, the extreme speed mode should be used. With Changmu's roar, the Mud King directly hit the huge body of the mammoth. Because the speed was too fast, Changmu supported himself on the bed with both hands, breathing heavily, and beads of sweat were oozing out of his forehead. But he didn't have time to rest now. In 5 minutes, the body of the mammoth outside would disappear. So he had to go over and decompose it quickly. I hope I can decompose a large magic core. Changmu got out of bed with hope. But because his legs were a little weak, He fell flat on his face when he got out of bed. Seeing Chung Mu's humiliation, the little green tea who was just immersed in the paradise now looked at Chung Mu with a ruddy face and actually giggled. The pair of curved eyes was even sweeter than honey. Ahem. Chung Mu coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere. It's all because I didn't sleep well last night. It must be because I had too many dreams last night that I didn't get enough rest. And not getting enough rest will cause soreness in the waist and knees. This is common sense. Everyone knows it. Yes. It must be like this. After glaring at the gloating little green tea, Chung Mu immediately ran out of the car. He didn't have so much free time to argue with her now. I'll deal with her properly when I come back. Chung Mu rushed out of the door of the Mud King and rushed directly to the body of the mammoth. This mammoth is a few points bigger than the one Chung Mu saw at the beginning. The 2 or 3 meter long tusks had been smashed into several sections by the Mud King driving at high speed. He walked forward and fixed his eyes on the mammoth that had already died. The game prompt immediately appeared in his eyes. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Large fur *1. Meat *50. Large magic core *1. Chapter 138 Flathead Brother. Seeing the decomposition prompt, Chung Mu's heart, which was slightly hanging just now, was finally put down. He carried all the things he had decomposed to the car and stuffed them into the storage box. It was not until then that Chung Mu felt a strong sense of hunger. He had not eaten since he got up in the morning. When he got up from the bed at noon and was about to eat something, he did a fierce exercise because of the joy of getting the blueprint. Now, he felt so hungry that he could eat a cow. Xyluoka and Yunchi had already eaten at noon, so Chung Mu did not bother them anymore. Do it yourself. Have enough food and clothing. The two of them just need to concentrate on finding supplies. Chung Mu cooked some food with cooking utensils, and then cut a few slices of barbecue for Wankai. Wankai also accepted everything and ate the barbecue thrown by Chung Mu in a few bites. After walking over and touching Wankai's dog head, Chung Mu went back to bed to rest, while Yunchi and Xyluoka sat in the cab and chatted. The rain was still falling outside. He looked at his watch. It was almost 2 o'clock. It seemed that the rain would continue all day. Chung Mu had thought that it would not rain for so long during the day in the game. But today, it was beyond his expectation. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy and had no effect on the vision. It was no different from searching for a supply box during the day. Just like that, Chung Mu lay on the bed, thinking about some random things, and fell asleep again. There is no other way. I just consumed too much energy. I have to rest. Yunchi and Xyluoka were driving in front, continuing to look for supply boxes and wild animals on land. I don't know how long it took. Chung Mu raised his hand and looked at his watch in a daze. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He propped himself up from the bed, rubbed his dizzy head, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then asked the 2 people driving in the cockpit, "What did you gain during the time I was asleep?" 2 purple supply boxes and a small magic core. Wow. The profit is not bad. Chung Mu knew that the 2 of them must have found a lot of yellow and white supply boxes, but they just didn't say it. Show me the boxes. As he finished speaking, Little Green Tea took out 2 purple supply boxes from the storage box. He scanned it with perspective and found that there was actually a high-level purple supply box in these 2 boxes. Chung Mu took the box, put on his equipment and weapons, and then walked down the Mud King. As for the ordinary box, let them practice with it. Anyway, the things inside can't threaten him. He walked to a safe distance. The rain outside was still dripping, soaking his clothes, but he didn't care. After pressing the switch of the purple supply box, a thick, white smoke first sprayed out from it. And then, in the smoke, something similar to a small lizard appeared. However, the skin of this small lizard was covered with brown fur. After the smoke dissipated slightly, the full appearance of this thing was also revealed in Chung Mu's eyes. It is somewhat similar to the honey badger on the blue planet, also known as the flat-headed brother. The only difference is that the hair on the top and back of the flat-headed brother is white, while the little thing in front of him is covered with brown hair and is a bit bigger. When it just came out of the supply box, Chung Mu raised his gun and shot at it. However, although this thing is not big and has short limbs, it can run very fast after its 4 short legs paddle, and it actually avoided Chung Mu's first round of shooting. You must know that with Chung Mu's current accuracy attribute, it is absolutely 100%. And because his all attributes are so high, He could also accurately predict the movement of objects. In other words, the bullets fired from Chung Mu's gun were predicted. On the one hand, with the recent increase in attribute points and various high-level supplies, Chung Mu has become a little careless and underestimated the speed of this little thing crawling. On the other hand, there is also the factor that the game may have enhanced the creatures in the supply box. After the first round of shooting missed, the flat-headed brother ran towards Chung Mu quickly, and as it ran, bursts of white smoke continued to be released from its buttocks. Chung Mu held his breath, not daring to inhale the smoke, and retreated backwards, raising his rifle and shooting at it. This flat-headed brother, although it doesn't look very smart, its brain capacity is not very high. However, when it saw Chung Mu holding up the black thing that looked like a fire stick in his hand, it knew to turn around and run into the white smoke he released. Flat-headed brother. It is small in size, but it is easy to turn around and move very flexibly, because of the initial underestimation of the enemy. The first opportunity to kill it was missed, and now the rifle bullets can't even hit it. As the amount of white smoke it released increased, it now knew to hide in the smoke and wait for an opportunity to attack. If it hadn't rained today, its plan would have really worked. After a while, the white smoke it released was dispersed by the raindrops from the sky, and Chung Mu also saw an illusory figure moving in the white smoke. Now is an opportunity. He decisively raised his right hand and shouted, "Spear!" A few seconds later, Chung Mu was embarrassed to find that nothing was flying. He turned his head to look at the Mud King, only to find that he had unknowingly moved several hundred meters away from the Mud King. He felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately, after looking around, no one else saw his silly move just now, except for this flat-headed brother in front of him. But soon, it will keep Chung Mu's secret forever. Chung Mu ran towards the Mud King at a very fast speed, raising his hands and shouting, "Spear! Spear! Spear!" His voice was getting less and less confident the more he shouted. Fortunately, when he was about 100 meters away from the Mud King, a fine steel spear finally flew out of the Mud King like a cannonball. A moment later, Chung Mu caught the flying extreme spear steadily. He turned his head and saw that the flat-headed brother was chasing him, with a lot of white smoke coming out of his buttocks. Now! Chung Mu kept his balance with his left hand, held the extreme spear at 1/3 of the right hand, and thrust it hard at the running monster. Flat-headed brother threw it. The speed of the extreme spear he threw was faster than a bullet, and the little thing had no chance to dodge this time. The extreme spear had just left his hand, and the next moment, it was directly inserted into the neck of flat-headed brother, nailing it diagonally to the ground. This spear must have broken its cervical vertebrae. Looking closely, there was only some skin and flesh left connecting its head and body. However, flat-headed brother had a very strong vitality. Even though the injury was so serious, it was still twisting its body and struggling. And at the same time, its tail was releasing more and more dense white smoke. Seeing that the white smoke was about to cover its small body in the next second, Chung Mu immediately raised his rifle. Several bullets accurately nailed into its still twisting head. The rain in the sky was still falling, and Chung Mu's clothes were completely wet. After a few minutes, under the combination of wind and rain, the white smoke quickly dissipated completely. Chung Mu walked forward, his eyes focused on its small body, and the game's decomposition prompt immediately appeared in front of him. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Flathead Brothers Warlike Heart *1. This thing is actually called Flathead Brother. Chung Mu wanted to laugh, and then he immediately decomposed its corpse. As Chung Mu chose to decompose, a small dark red stone appeared in his hand. He took it in his hand and tossed it. And then he took this newly obtained trophy back to the Mud King. As soon as he entered the car, Yunchi leaned against the door, staring at him with a pair of spring water eyes, and said to him seriously, "You were really handsome when you ran and shouted just now." As soon as she finished speaking, she and the little green tea, who had been waiting by the side, held their stomachs and laughed. Chung Mu ignored them, and thought to himself that it was fortunate that there were no mobile phones here. Otherwise my reputation would be ruined if it was recorded. After taking off his wet clothes, he walked into the bathroom and took a hot shower. Although he didn't have to worry about getting sick or catching a cold with his current physical condition, taking a hot shower would make him feel much more comfortable. Some hot water poured on Chung Mu, and instantly made the bathroom steam up with hot steam. The hot air soon surrounded Chung Mu, and filled the entire bathroom. He lowered his head in the water in thought, reflecting on the mistake he had just made. If it weren't for the fact that he underestimated the enemy just now, why would he have to spend so much effort? He could have killed a flat-headed brother in an instant, because he hadn't encountered any major dangers recently, and because he had obtained supplies smoothly, and also because of his own system. Chung Mu had become a little arrogant recently. Even Chung Mu himself didn't realize this arrogance. Fortunately, he realized it through what happened just now. Fortunately, it was just a small monster today. If it was another crisis, it could be the difference between life and death if you were not careful. Although there is a Chun Gu armor, who would be willing to use this top-notch equipment unless it is absolutely necessary? No matter what situation you encounter in the future, even if you open the most ordinary purple supply box, you can't be so careless. Only by keeping a reverent heart can one become the strongest person in this land. But one should not be too reverent. And one should still be crazy when it is time to be crazy. After thinking about these things, Chung Mu turned off the shower, dried his body, walked out of the bathroom, and then laid down on the bed. What happened today was just a lesson for him. And he was a person with a long memory. And he would never make the same mistake again. Chapter 139 Reflection. Chung Mu also found a blueprint from the purple supply box that killed the flat-headed brother. In addition to this blueprint, there are some more basic supplies. Unfortunately, the blueprint is just an ordinary gun manufacturing blueprint. This type of blueprint is not of much help to Chung Mu at present. He is very comfortable with the 95 type in his hand. After deeply reflecting on his mistakes, Chung Mu also cheered up again. A small mistake doesn't mean anything. The important thing is to gain reflection and experience from this mistake. After thinking about these things, his mood became lighter. In the afternoon just now, the two of them picked up 2 purple supply boxes. Apart from the one that Chung Mu opened just now, there is still an ordinary supply box left. However, there is no rush to open this supply box now. You can save it first. When you have several in your hand, you can open them together, so that you can also exercise your ability to deal with multiple creatures attacking you. The game will be updated again in 2 days, so we must not be careless again. It was night soon. When it was just 7 o'clock today, the sky was almost completely dark, and the rain was still falling outside. Today is a bit abnormal, Chung Mu muttered to himself. This time, the rain has been falling for a whole day, and until now, there is no sign of stopping. Is it because of the upcoming version update? He couldn't help but associate this with the abnormal weather. It was the 25th day of the game. 2 days later, that is, at dawn on the 27th day, the game would usher in the next version change. But Chung Mu didn't have time to think about this now. He had to hurry up to search for large magic cores. He had to try to upgrade the Mud King to level 4 before the next version update, and then keep 3 more large magic cores in his hand to use as reserve energy for the Dragon Soul. With his current lucky attribute, plus the increase from the crown ring, as long as you work harder, it shouldn't be difficult to find these magic cores in the remaining 2 days. There are 3 people on the Mud King, and they can take turns to look for supplies. So in terms of diligence in the game, I'm afraid no one can compare to them. Although Chung Mu was sometimes lazy during this period, but the advantage in numbers made up for the disadvantage in diligence. Besides, Chung Mu was just a little careless during this period. After what happened in the afternoon, he immediately changed his mindset. Now, the diligent and cautious Chung Mu once again made a brilliant appearance. After the 3 of them had a simple meal, Chung Mu asked Yunchi and Xiaoluka to go to bed to rest. They had been driving all day and were a little tired. And at night, their vision was not as good as Chung Mu's. So now they were going to rest. And Chung Mu continued to drive the Mud King to search for the supply boxes. Although it was just after 7 o'clock, it was almost dark outside. Moreover, in the darkness, the drizzle made the vision even more blurred. I wonder if the rain will continue tomorrow. If the rain continues, it is very likely related to the content that will be updated in 2 days. In this way, the content of the next game update is not optimistic. Chung Mu thought about these things in his mind while looking around. See if he can come across any supply boxes. After driving on the road for an hour or so, a purple supply box appeared under the high beam of Mud King. In the past hour, in addition to the purple supply box in front of him, he also encountered 2 white supply boxes on the road. He did not ignore these 2 supply boxes as he did before. The main reason for picking up these two boxes was to see the difference between the white supply boxes on land and those in the sea. Although Yunchi and Xia had picked up a lot while driving. But those things were picked up by the two of them after all. Chungmu wanted to see what he could get out of the boxes he picked up. As expected, the two white boxes only contained some basic food and materials. The supply boxes on land are indeed not as good as those in the sea. In the vast ocean, even if it is just the lowest level white box, some strange materials can be opened inside. On land, neither Chungmu himself nor the two of them. They have never encountered such a situation. Soon, Chungmu drove to the purple supply box. He stopped the car, opened the door, and a cold wind blew directly in his face. The cold wind, coupled with the light rain that had been falling. Chungmu couldn't help but shiver. Damn, it's so cold. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, bent over and quickly picked up the supply box and returned to the car. When he was in the car just now, he didn't feel how cold it was outside. Now, as soon as he opened the door, he immediately had a deep understanding. Although his physical fitness is strong, he is not invulnerable to water and fire. In terms of heat and cold resistance, it is only slightly better than ordinary people. It is not the kind of degree that can wear short sleeves in the ice and snow. After feeling the biting cold wind, Chungmu is more certain that the abnormal weather today is definitely related to the upcoming version update. It was also very cold here at night before, but that was just ordinary physical cold. And today's cold was purely a magic attack. And before, the temperature would drop sharply after 10 o'clock in the evening. It's not like now. It's just past 7 o'clock. Abnormal. Absolutely abnormal. We have to go to the supply box and look for the magic core. After taking the box to the car, Chungmu drank a cup of hot milk to dispel the coldness in his body. Then he used the system's small penetration function to see the supply box he just picked up. He was surprised to find that this was a high-level purple supply box with a profit level of D+. He touched the flower crown ring on his hand and thought that since he had been lucky recently, the purple boxes he found were basically high-level. However, he didn't plan to open the box he just got now. It was dark outside, cold, and the visibility was not good. He could wait until tomorrow to open it. Even if it was still raining tomorrow, the visibility would be much better, and there would be no cold to affect his operation. After putting the box of supplies into the storage box, he continued to look for supplies. On the way to find supplies, Xia and Yunchi were watching TV in bed. Chungmu was also a little bored because he had no one to accompany him. But it doesn't matter. He still has the company of silly netizens. Watching them chat is so interesting. So, Chungmu, who was driving, opened the game chat channel from the Sea of Consciousness. Damn. Why did it rain all day today? It affected my search for supplies. Today, not only is it raining heavily, but the wind is also quite strong. Fortunately, I didn't go to the sea to look for supplies when I saw it was raining this morning. Are you stupid? You ran to the sea when you knew it was raining? By the way, does anyone in your family look for supplies in the sea today? Tell us what's going on there now. My. There's a lot of fuss going on inside. Just like your mother. This group of stupid netizens. How come their quality is getting lower and lower? Chungmu also complained in his heart. Recently, everyone's anger has been getting worse and worse. No matter what topic they talk about, there will always be a group of people who can start cursing. Maybe they have survived in the game for so long, and every day they just have to survive. So they are very angry. But what they do has nothing to do with Chungmu. It's so interesting to watch the group members quarreling. After such a long time of spamming in the group, Chungmu also figured out some patterns. In the chat channel, most people are still relatively normal. Everyone chats peacefully and talks about anything. However, there is a small group of people. Chungmu found that this small group of people are present in almost every quarrel. You say what you eat today, and they will come and scold you. They don't need a reason to scold people, just because they like it. In addition, they can gain some sense of existence. If other players scolded him, they would feel very happy. After Chungmu spent some time in the group, he also closed the chat channel with a smile. With the company of this group of netizens, time instantly became happy. During the half hour he spent in the group, he also found a yellow supply box and a white supply box. He got off the car wrapped in a blanket, picked up the two supply boxes, and opened them casually after confirming that there was no danger through the system perspective. there is still no special supplies from it. At least not the same supplies as those in the supply boxes in the sea. There is one thing about this game that makes everyone a little dissatisfied. That is, the boundaries of each update are very vague. For example, during this update, the game said that supply boxes and special items will appear in the sea. But it did not say that the things inside will be different from those on land. These all require players to slowly explore by themselves. For example, the boundaries of some drawings are also very vague. Many people have complained about this in the chat group. Fortunately, their words were not too intense, and they were not banned by the game. It is almost 9 o'clock now. The current harvest is a high-level purple box, and some yellow and white boxes. The sky is darker than before, and the visibility has also decreased a lot. Chung Moo's plan is to find supplies until 11 o'clock today, and see if he can find another purple box. However, as visibility decreases, it becomes more and more difficult to find supply boxes. The rain outside was getting a little heavier. It looked like the rain would continue until tomorrow. Chung Moo stood up from the driver's seat, walked into the bathroom, took a towel, wet it with hot water, and covered his sore eyes. Just now, when he was looking for the supply box in the dark, even though he had the powerful high beam of the Mud King, it was still a big burden on his eyes. Chapter 140 Angry Bull. This game is really weird. Sometimes the attribute points are also confusing. For example, he can see things around him clearly while running at high speed, but overusing his eyes will still cause soreness. He can easily lift a 1,000-pound boulder, but sometimes he still feels sore in the waist and knees. For another example, his physical fitness has surpassed the scope of humans, but he still has the Sage mode. If he sits for too long while driving, he will also feel sore in the waist and back, but he can recover quickly. So Chung Moo was very confused about these things, but he couldn't find out. After covering his eyes with a hot towel and stretching his body, he continued to sit in the driver's seat and set out to look for supplies. Magic core. I want a magic core. This is what Chung Moo wants to see the most now. He really wants a large beast to appear in front of him, and then he can get out of the car and fight it. Even if a group of wolves attack him again, it would be good to get some small magic cores. Unfortunately, looking at the situation today, I am afraid that I will not be able to encounter it. I can only wait and see if I can get a magic core from the high-level purple box tomorrow. The high-level purple supply box has a high chance of getting a magic core. As time passed, the pointer on the watch soon reached more than 10 o'clock. During this period, he also found some yellow and white supply boxes, but there was nothing of value in them, so it was not worth mentioning. Chung Moo planned to go to bed after 10 minutes. If he still hadn't found anything by 10:30, at 10:30, he would take a shower and clean up, and it would be almost 11 o'clock. After a good night's sleep and enough rest, he would be better able to search for supplies tomorrow. After a few minutes, Chung Moo turned the steering wheel and drove in another direction. The direction he was driving in was relatively flat, with no gravel hills around, so it was a good place to spend the night. Here, if someone wants to sneak attack him, he will be able to detect it at the first time. Of course, it is easy for others to find him. However, the game map is so large, and he has not encountered other players in the past few days, so the chance of being sneak attacked is very small. Even if there is, others will not dare to do anything when they see the Mud King dragging 2 cars behind him. Chung Moo is very famous in the game, and most people will think of running away when they see him. This is the benefit of fame. When he speaks in the group, even if everyone is arguing, they will calm down a bit because of his appearance. Of course, they will still swear afterwards, but at least when he appears, everyone will give him some face. And Chung Moo did not pretend to be arrogant because of these. He still just lurked in the group quietly. He would not jump out and say a few words until he needed to trade some materials. Being low-key in life and high-profile in work. This has always been Chung Moo's style. After driving in this direction for a while, and finding that there was no gain, Chung Moo prepared to stop the car to take a shower and sleep. Just as he was about to step on the brakes, Wang Kai, who had been lying obediently in the doghouse, suddenly ran over from behind. He looked back at Wang Kai, but he didn't step on the brakes in time, and the Mud King drove forward for a distance. As a result, he found a purple supply box at the end of the Mud King's high beam, which was faintly visible in the light. Chung Moo resisted the urge to kiss Wang Kai. Although Wang Kai didn't eat shit and was more hygienic, it was still Wang Kai after all. He drove the car to the front and quickly got out to pick up the box. Using the system to see through it, he found that it was actually a high-level purple supply box. After getting in the car with the box, Chung-Moo kneaded One-Size dog head hard, and then played with it for 10 minutes. One-Size name was really right, and he had made many great contributions. After putting the supply box he had just picked up into the storage box, Chung-Moo walked into the bathroom to take a shower with satisfaction. The warm water flowed along Chung-Moo's smooth muscles and washed away the fatigue and coldness of the day. After walking out of the bathroom and drying his hair, Chung-Moo went to the bed and hugged Yunchi and Xia-Luca, and the three of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Before 6 o'clock the next day, Chung-Moo got up from the bed. He walked into the cab and found that it was still dark outside and the rain was still falling. And today was even colder than yesterday. Even if Chung-Moo was in the car, he could feel the chill. He rubbed his arms, which were covered with goosebumps from the cold, and went to the sofa to put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Chung-Moo still felt a little cold, so he wrapped himself in a blanket. After he got up, little green tea subconsciously rolled over in her sleep and hugged Yunchi, burying her head in the snow. Chung-Moo was also a little helpless. After walking over to tuck the quilt for the two of them, he walked into the cab and started the Mud King. With the roar of the engine, today's journey to find supplies officially began. The current vision is still a little dim, but there is nothing we can do about it. Today is the 26th day of the game. The game will be updated again at dawn tomorrow. If we don't find more supplies now, we will be in a passive position if the game makes any trouble. If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. Chung-Moo turned on the high beam and searched for the supply box on this vast land. Yunchi, Xia-Luca, and Wankai, the two people and the dog, were sleeping in the back. Today's rain is about the same as yesterday's, but it is much colder. If everyone didn't have enough supplies, I'm afraid many people would freeze to death in this weather. Chung-Moo looked at the ranking panel of the game. Now there are hundreds of people who have upgraded their vehicles to level 2. But Chung-Moo is the only one who has a level 3 vehicle. The main problem is the power core. There are only 10,000 people in the game, and there are only 10,000 power cores in total. Currently, the power core can only be obtained by decomposing other people's vehicles. In other words, those who have upgraded their vehicles to level 2 have several lives on their hands. But I don't know if I can get the power core from the supply box after a few more updates. It may be that the supply box has not been refreshed yet at the beginning of the day, or it may be because he drove slowly in the morning. Chung-Moo has been driving on the road for more than half an hour, but he hasn't found even a white supply box. He was also a little puzzled. With his lucky attribute, it would not be a problem to find a white box, let alone a purple box in half an hour. How could this happen today? This is unscientific. But fortunately, this doubt did not last long. Just a few minutes later, a yellow supply box appeared in front. Now the sky is slightly brighter, but even so, it can only be described as dim. Looking at this situation, it will probably be 8 or 9 o'clock before it is completely bright. The 2 purple boxes picked up yesterday should also be opened after dawn. Although the things inside will not pose any threat to Chung-Moo, it is always right to be cautious. In this way, they drove around on the road until about 8 o'clock. Yunchi and Xia-Luca also got up from the bed, started to wash and prepare breakfast. Chung-Moo lowered the car window and looked out at the sky. There was still no sunlight, and the sky was covered with thick dark clouds, but the visibility had increased a lot. It was probably a storm on the sea now, Chung-Moo thought. In the 2 or 3 hours in the morning, he also encountered several boxes of supplies on the road, but they were all yellow and white. Not a single purple box was seen. After Xia-Luca and Yunchi finished washing up, Chung-Moo stood up from his seat and stretched his body, and then the three of them sat down to eat today's breakfast. After eating, Chung-Moo lay on the bed to rest for a while, and Yunchi and Xia-Luca drove to continue looking for supplies. He was resting and digesting, and after a good rest, he would go to open the 2 high-level purple boxes he got yesterday. Half an hour later, Chung-Moo adjusted his condition to the best. Then he got off the car fully armed with a purple box. He equipped almost all the weapons and armor he could carry. No wonder he was so cautious. Yesterday's incident taught him a lot of lessons. A lion needs to fight a rabbit with all its strength. And with the update of the game, the threat of the creatures in the box will definitely become greater. If you are not careful at this time, you will die. This time, Chung Mu specially took the Overlord bow that he found during the last attack on the oasis. This bow is extremely powerful, especially in Chung Mu's hands, because the stronger the power attribute of the person using this bow, the greater the power it can exert. He held the bow in one hand and put a fine steel arrow on it. When he was about 100 meters away from the Mud King, Chung Mu put the purple supply box in his hand on the ground and pressed the switch. When he pressed the switch, Chung Mu retreated at a very fast speed, retreating dozens of meters in an instant. In the small supply box, a bull with a body length of 6 or 7 meters suddenly appeared. The horns of this bull were tough and huge. From Chung Mu's point of view, the horns alone were probably more than 1 meter long. If you were hit by this horn, you would probably be pierced like a candied hawse in an instant. Fortunately, whoever opened the supply box would be attacked by the creatures that came out. If this bull did not attack Chung Mu, but instead rushed towards the Mud King with all its strength, it would definitely reduce the durability of the Mud King. Its eyes were blood red, emitting a strange light, and its skin was shiny and looked very tough. The bull had just been summoned from the supply box and rushed towards Chung Mu with an angry expression. It had been raining in the sky, and as the bull rushed, a lot of mud was splashed on the ground. Chapter 141 Security Suit. Chung Mu held the bow handle with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. With just a little effort, he pulled out a full moon with the Overlord bow, which was difficult for ordinary people to control. As the 3 fingers pulling the bowstring released, with a hum sound, the fine steel arrow shot towards the bull's head like lightning. As soon as the bowstring of the Overlord bow returned to its position, the fine steel arrow had already shot into the bull's eyebrows. After the iron arrow shot into the eyebrows, it did not stop, but in the blink of an eye it went straight out from the back of the huge bull's body and then sank into the hard rock behind it. Nearly 2/3 of the nearly 1 meter long steel arrow was stuck in the ground. This arrow was powerful and heavy. The life of this huge bull was also taken away by the iron arrow that pierced through its head. Its blood-red eyes had dimmed, and its huge body slid on the ground for a distance before stopping. Then, there was no more movement. Chung Mu walked forward, his eyes focused on the huge body of the bull, and the game's decomposition prompt also appeared immediately. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain large magic core *1, raging bull horn *1, meat *50, large fur *1. Looking at this prompt, Chung Mu was also somewhat delighted. This bull actually decomposed so many things, and there was also a large magic core. As the decomposition was completed, a brown magic core, a horn, meat and fur appeared in front of Chung Mu. He took the more than 1 meter long horn in his hand and weighed it, and found that the horn was still very heavy. I just don't know what this thing is used for. After throwing all these things into the storage box of the Mud King, Chung Mu turned around and picked up the purple supply box that he had just opened. There was only a blueprint in the box, and he took it out and opened it. Manufacturing blueprint of the exhilarating horn. Manufacturing requirements: Angry Bull's horn *1, Flathead Brothers Warlike Heart *1, Small Magic Core *1. Note 1. After blowing the horn, within 3 minutes, the user's strength and agility attributes will be +3, and after 3 minutes, the user will fall into a 5-minute weakness period. Note 2. If you wrestle with a bull, you will get a taste of bull hanging. Note 3. It can only be used once within an hour, and it is invalid if used multiple times. It is a pretty good item, but I don't know how weak the weak period is. However, the materials used to make this item are not rare, and Chung Mu has all 3 materials. As for the small magic core, it is not too rare either. I can make one later and see the effect. After putting this blueprint into the box, Chung Mu pulled out the fine steel arrow that he had just shot into the rock. The iron arrow pierced through the bull's body in an instant, so there was not much blood on it. However, he still washed the iron arrow carefully with clean water. It can be recycled, unlike bullets, which are used up after each shot. Moreover, the power of this bow is greater than he imagined. If it were not for the endurance problem, it would be better than a gun. After putting the blueprint, he just got into the storage box. Chung Mu drew his bow and arrow, and then prepared to open the second purple supply box. Just like before, Chung Mu put the purple supply box on the ground, pressed the switch and quickly stepped back. As the box opened, a creature similar to the armadillo on the blue planet came out from it. However, it was much larger than the armadillo. with a body length of about 4 or 5 meters, not including the long tail. As it appeared in sight, Chung Mu pulled the bowstring without hesitation. The fine steel arrow shot at the giant armadillo with an extremely domineering momentum. And this giant armadillo, just now coming out of the box, shrank into a big ball. And then the big ball rolled towards him. This is going to crush me to death, Chung Mu thought. The iron arrow shot out accurately hit the big armadillo. Unfortunately, this arrow did not completely kill it. At least 2/3 of the iron arrow shot into the armadillo's body. But it seemed to feel no pain and continued to rush towards Chung Mu without stopping. Since the arrow only shot into the side of its body, it did not affect its rolling. Soon, the big ball rolled in front of Chung Mu. However, this giant armadillo seemed to have nothing special except that it was relatively resistant to attack. Its speed was not very fast, so Chung Mu easily dodged its attack. After dodging the attack, it seemed to have eyes on its outer armor and continued to roll towards Chung Mu. Chung Mu was also a little speechless. Its head was obviously retracted into the ball, but it could still attack in his direction accurately. Obviously, this armadillo was open, looking at the big ball rolling towards him again. Chung Mu picked up the Type 95 and thought of a way to deal with it. Although its outer armor is very hard, and even the arrows shot from the Overlord bow cannot penetrate it completely, it is not impossible to deal with it. Although the armor of this armadillo has a very high defense, it also has a weak spot. That is the gap between its balls. Due to its huge size, the big ball formed by its limbs curled up also has some not so small gaps in the middle. Although these gaps are somewhat difficult to find when it rolls at high speed, it is not a difficult task for Chung Mu. With his accuracy, he can accurately shoot bullets into the gaps when the big ball rolls at high speed. Da-da-da-da. With bursts of gunfire, blood trails were left on the road where the giant armadillo rolled. However, the defense of this giant armadillo is really amazing. Even after being hit by so many bullets, its speed only slowed down a little, and it did not stop completely. But this is only a matter of time. After dodging its attack again, Chung Mu raised his gun and shot at its gaps again. Dozens of bullets penetrated its flesh through those gaps again. This time, the giant armadillo could not hold on any longer. Blood flowed all over the ground along the path of its rolling. Its rolling speed became slower and slower, and the ball formed by its huge body became more and more scattered, until finally, it stopped rolling, and the big ball formed by its body completely scattered. And then it lay on the ground with its legs spread out, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. To be on the safe side, Chung Mu fired a few more shots at its head before approaching it. As he stared, the game prompt also appeared in his consciousness. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain. Large magic core *1. Giant armadillo armor piece *10. Another large magic core. It didn't even look at the decomposed armor piece, but directly picked up the khaki magic core in front of it. Chung Mu didn't expect that both boxes would contain large magic cores. Today's burst rate is a bit high. Now, he already has 6 large magic cores in his hand, which is enough for upgrading the Mud King. However, Chung Mu still wants to save 3 more magic cores to upgrade the Mud King. The 3 magic cores are mainly for the energy storage of the Dragon's Soul. He is mainly afraid that after this update, the game may encounter some crisis that he cannot face for the time being. With the Dragon's Soul, he has a trump card to save his life, and he has confidence in his heart. In this way, he can calmly face the next version update. He put away the fragments of the decomposed magic core and armadillo armor, and then took out the things in the purple supply box that had just been opened, which also contained the blueprint. Security Helmet Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Excellent Cloth *1. Small Magic Core *1. Note 1, after wearing the security hat, you will gain extremely strong defense, and your charm attribute will be reduced by 5 points. Note 2, I am a security guard and I like the owner Xiaonin. Note 3, this is part of the security suit. If you collect the security suit, you will gain greater strength. Security suit. This game is quite interesting. I just don't know how strong the so-called extremely strong defense of this hat is. Games always come up with these ambiguous things. However, this hat will reduce the charm attribute by 5 points after wearing it. I think if it can reduce the charm attribute by so much, its defense should not be weak. I will know when I make it, and try it myself. The material used to make this hat is not too rare. although Chung Mu has never seen the excellent type of cloth. However, this kind of excellent material blueprint is not rare, and it will be found sooner or later. When it is found, he can make one and see. Mainly, he is very interested in this security suit. Without thinking about it anymore, Chung Mu raised his hand to look at his watch. It was not yet 10 o'clock. The rain in the sky was still falling, soaking all his clothes. But fortunately, his watch was waterproof and of excellent quality. Now, he was still 2 magic cores away from his goal. Chung Mu was confident that he could find 2 magic cores in these 2 days. After putting the supplies into the storage box, Chung Mu asked Yunqi and Xiaoluoka to start the car immediately and continue to look for supplies. He took off his completely wet clothes and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. After finishing the battle and returning to the Mud King, Chung Mu couldn't help shivering a few times. Just now outside, because he was more focused on dealing with the creatures in the supply box. And he was always in an active state. He didn't feel cold. Now, back in the car, he felt the chill. This damn weather. It seems that it will only get better after the next update. Chung Mu was in the bathroom, and when the hot water rushed over him, it also took away the chill. Looking out the window, the sky outside was even darker than yesterday. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, but the sky was like a winter evening. There were occasional muffled thunders in the dark clouds in the distance. Fortunately, this was in the desert. The terrain was relatively open, and there was no need to worry about accidents such as landslides. After washing his body, Chung Mu walked out of the bathroom and took over the control of the Mud King from the 2 of them. Chapter 142 Old Friends. Because Chung Mu's luck attribute is much higher than theirs, the chance of finding the supply box is also higher than theirs. Although this has not been verified, at least he thinks so in his heart, and his visual range and perception are much stronger than theirs. Now he will drive to find supplies, and they will come in the afternoon. This is the most efficient way. The morning passed quickly. Chung Mu looked at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. Xiaoluoka and Yunqi had already prepared lunch, so he stopped to rest and prepare to eat. In the 1 or 2 hours in the morning, he found a purple supply box and several yellow and white boxes. Unfortunately, the purple supply box was just an ordinary one, but it was not without reward. By killing the creatures inside, a small magic core was decomposed. During this period, Chung Mu also asked about the excellent cloth in the chat group to see if he could get it through trading. There was one person who sent him a private message, but the price was too high, so he ignored it. For Chung Mu, it would probably take less than 3 or 2 days to find the blueprint. What he needed most was a large magic core. When he was trying to acquire the excellent blueprint just now, he also asked about the large magic core, but no one offered it for trading. It's not that they don't have it. Players who can survive in the game to this day are more or less good at it. They may not have many brushes, but killing 1 or 2 large beasts is not too difficult for everyone. However, magic cores are needed to make many equipment, so no one is willing to trade them. Of course, if the price is higher than the magic core itself, someone will definitely be willing to trade. However, Chung Mu obviously will not be the sucker. Although he did not acquire the desired blueprints and magic cores, he did trade a lot of basic alloy ingots and steel ingots. At noon, the 3 of them were eating lunch at the dining table. The sky outside was even darker, and the rain was getting heavier. It should have been the brightest time of the day, but now it was the most teen time. The 3 of them did not dare to waste more time, fearing that the rain would get heavier. If it really got to that point, it would definitely affect the efficiency of finding supplies. So they had to hurry up now. After finishing lunch in a hurry, Yunqi and Xiaoluoka sat in the driver's seat of the Mud King, while Chung Mu lay on the bed. The task of finding supplies in the afternoon was given to them. Chung Mu would take over in the evening, which was the most reasonable. Chung Mu, lying on the bed, had nothing to do, and fell asleep slowly with the hypnosis of the rainy day. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chung Mu, who had a good sleep, rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. He walked straight into the cockpit and asked about what they had just found. Little Green Tea replied playfully that she found a purple supply box, and hoped to get Chung Mu's praise for this. He rubbed Little Green Tea's head, took out the purple supply box she mentioned from the storage box, and found that it was just an ordinary box. What a pity. If this was a high-level purple box, the reward would not be as simple as patting the head. He must pat other places. In this way, The three of them sat in the cockpit, chatting about all kinds of messy things while searching for supply boxes on the road. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, the hands on the watch had already reached more than 5 o'clock. And in this afternoon, they didn't even find a high-level purple supply box. In the 2 or 3 hours of the afternoon, they only found 2 purple supply boxes. Of course, there were also some yellow and white boxes, but these boxes were obviously useless. The 2 purple supply boxes were also ordinary, and could not explode large magic cores. Chungmu also took some time to get out of the car with these 3 boxes and open them. This time he chose to open 3 boxes at the same time to exercise his ability to deal with the beasts. This level of danger no longer poses any threat to him. After dealing with them, Chungmu returned to the car with the supplies. Only 1 small magic core was exploded from these 3 monsters. Today's explosion rate is developing in a disappointing direction again. Every time the game is about to update, it likes to do these things. In the few minutes when he went down to fight the monsters just now, the rain wet Chungmu's clothes again. Fortunately, he has the blueprints for making clothes and pants. Otherwise, he would have to be honest with Yunchi and Xyluka. There is no other way. You can't open the supply box in the car. Otherwise it will mess up the inside of the Mud King. The rain in the past 2 days is definitely a bit strange. When the rain hits Chungmu, he can't feel anything at the time. But after a while, he will feel a chill that penetrates into his bones. Fortunately, this chill will not last too long, and basically a hot shower will be fine. However, other players in the game do not have such favorable conditions as Chungmu. Their cars have no toilets, let alone shower facilities. Not to mention that some people's cars are level 1, without even air conditioning. These people are not comfortable in such cold weather, but they should have some equipment that can improve the situation. For example, hair dryers and fans. These 2 types of blueprints are relatively common. Chungmu found a lot of them himself, and just now, he took them out to exchange for other supplies. In addition, their wet clothes can be thrown away directly. And now basically everyone has clothing manufacturing blueprints. So in the chat group, Chungmu saw many people complaining about the bad weather these 2 days. But no one said anything too intense. Although the weather has some impact on their quality of life, the impact is not too big after all. However, compared with Chungmu's living conditions, there is a world of difference. In the Mud King, Chungmu has a spacious space, a comfortable big bed, an air conditioner that is always on, and can enjoy the services of Yunchi and Xyluka. If he announced his daily life in the chat channel, everyone's jealous eyes would kill him. After a simple dinner in the evening, Chungmu was tasked with finding supplies for the rest of the day. Yunchi and Xyluka curled up in bed to watch TV. On this rainy and cloudy day, this was a real treat. Chungmu rubbed One-Side's head, hoping it would bring him some good luck, or at least a few more high-level purple supply boxes. Wankai was always very magical. After rubbing One-Side's head, he instantly felt his confidence doubled. And then he sat in the cockpit with passion. Maybe it was because he touched One-Side's head. Chungmu had just gotten into the car, and had been driving for less than half an hour, when he saw a purple supply box in front of him. His first reaction when he saw the supply box was to pull Wankai over to kiss him, and hold him high. Who says that those who look silly are not ancient beasts? Look at One-Side's extraordinary ability. If this is not an ancient beast, what else can it be? Chungmu immediately took out a piece of meat from the storage box, and cooked it in a cooking pot for Wankai to eat, and then rubbed its head with both hands. Wankai was a little unhappy when Chungmu touched his head like this, but for the sake of barbecue, he allowed Chungmu to be presumptuous. Chungmu got out of the car, picked up the purple box, and used the system to see through it. Purple supply box. Income level, D+. Danger level, low. Oh my! Chungmu was a little surprised when he looked at this high-level purple supply box. He had been looking for a high-level supply box for a whole day, but couldn't find it. But he found it by touching One-Side's head. My dog Wankai has the potential to be an emperor. Next time when I look for a supply box, I will bring Wankai into the cockpit, and I can touch its head while driving. He ran to the car, picked up weapons and protective gear, and then called Yunchi and Xyluka. Chungmu planned to open this box now, not waiting until tomorrow. Judging from the current rain, it is estimated that it will not stop tomorrow, and there is a high possibility that it will rain even harder. Walking in the muddy land outside, Chungmu pressed the switch of the purple supply box. When Chungmu saw the creature summoned from the purple box, he knew that the magic core was there, and it was a large one. This time the creature was an old friend, the scorpion-tailed tiger that Chungmu had killed before. But this time, Chungmu did not beat it with his fists. In order to make a quick decision, dozens of rifle bullets were shot directly into its head. This time, the scorpion-tailed tiger died very quickly and peacefully, except for the fact that its head was cracked. Everything was almost the same as it was when it was alive. If this scorpion-tailed tiger has spirits in heaven, it will thank Chungmu from the bottom of its heart. Chungmu didn't waste any more time and immediately went forward to decompose its body. As expected, a large magic core was decomposed from it. He returned to the Mud King with the decomposed materials and the materials in the material box. As soon as he got back to the car, he asked Yunqi to come over and drive, and continue to look for materials. Time is very precious now. Not a minute or a second can be wasted. We must hurry up to search for magic cores. After collecting enough magic cores, it takes a certain amount of waiting time to upgrade the Mud King. So the sooner we collect them, the better. Chungmu took off his soaked clothes, and then ran into the bathroom to take another hot shower. It wasn't that he liked to be clean, but he had to wash himself. The rainwater on his body seemed to penetrate his skin. If he didn't deal with it in time, he would feel the bone-chilling cold. While taking a shower, he opened the door and called Xiao Lucha over. He didn't call Xiao Lucha to do anything, but to let Xiao Lucha read the contents of the drawing he had just found to him. Chapter 143 Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Just now, Chungmu picked up the supplies and hurried back to the Mud King, and had no time to look at it. Now it was just right to take a shower and let Xiao Lucha read the contents of the blueprint to her. After opening the bathroom door, Xiao Lucha appeared at the door. She stood outside the door, looking at Chungmu surrounded by mist. The smooth muscle lines and slender body made her swallow unconsciously. She had never seen such a situation before. As Chungmu moved his body in the water and stretched his muscles, Little Green Tea's two straight long legs also became a little soft. Read it after you finish. Chungmu's voice came from the mist. Chungmu thought, it's time. The version update is coming soon, and this Little Green Tea still has time to indulge in my beauty. Okay. Then, Little Green Tea's trembling voice came into Chungmu's ears. Gatling machine gun manufacturing drawings. Manufacturing requirements, excellent alloy ingots *10. Excellent steel ingots *5. Small magic core *1. Note 1. Gatling guns can be installed on vehicles, only level 4 vehicles can be installed. Note 2. Do not fire continuously for more than 3 minutes. Otherwise the gun will malfunction due to overheating of the barrel. Note 3. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 1 breath 3,600 turns. Great joy and great sorrow to save all living beings. Compassionate both to save all disasters. Hearing the content of this blueprint, Chungmu immediately became excited and felt that the day's hard work was not in vain. This is the first machine gun blueprint he found, although he doesn't know how strong it is. The description is very impressive. Besides, the Gatling gun is so powerful in the game. It must be even more powerful in reality. Chungmu was also a little excited when he thought about holding a Gatling gun with blue flames. In his previous life, it was unrealistic for him to do this. At that time, he might even break his wrist if he held a Desert Eagle, let alone a Gatling gun. But now, he could even suppress the Gatling gun with one hand. But it needs a magic core to make it. And Chungmu is short of this now. And there are enough guns now, so there is no rush. And he can wait to make them. Still have to continue searching. Chungmu finished his shower in a few seconds, then replaced Yunqi and continued to search for supplies. The sky gradually darkened, and the range of vision also decreased a lot. But this was not a problem for the energetic Chungmu. In this way, Chungmu drank iced fruit wine in small sips while driving on the road to search for supplies. This fruit wine with a certain degree is no different from juice for him, and he doesn't have to worry about getting dizzy after drinking too much. He also deliberately carried Wankai to the cab, hoping to borrow Wansai's magical power. Unfortunately, the dog got restless after sitting in the front for a while. Then it ran to the back to watch TV with Yunqi and Xiaoluka, leaving Chungmu alone in the empty cab to look for supplies. It would be nice if I could light a cigarette, Chungmu thought. I don't know when I can find tobacco and make all-purpose cigarettes, so that I can feel the feeling of instant strength enhancement. Just like that. After driving for half an hour in the dark evening, A yellow supply box appeared on the road ahead. Chung Mu took out a medium-sized fur from the storage box, put it on to keep out the rain, then got out of the car, picked up the box, and brought it to the Mud King. The first thing he did when he got the supply box was to use the system to see through it. He is very cautious now, and he will use the system to see through even the white supply box. This is to prevent the sudden appearance of mutant supply boxes in the game, or to set up dangers in low-level supply boxes. Anyway, there is no limit on the number of times the system can be used, and it is not difficult to use, so it is better not to use it. After making sure that the box was no longer dangerous, Chung Mu opened it in the Mud King. Damn! Cigarettes. In the middle of the supply box was a small yellow box the size of a palm. To be precise, it was a cigarette box with two big red characters on it, Wangshan. Chung Mu loved to smoke this cigarette when he was alive, and this cigarette also made an indelible contribution to his sudden death. But now there is no need to worry. His current physical condition allows him to smoke as much as he can. It's okay to smoke 10 cigarettes a day. He unwrapped the cigarette box with skill and unfamiliarity. He was skilled because he had done this action too many times in his previous life. He was unfamiliar because he hadn't done this action for a long time. After unwrapping the cigarette box, Chung Mu took out a cigarette from the box with a slight tremor. It was so short and so soft that any child could easily break it. But it was so great. Burning oneself. Burning every inch of oneself. Just to bring joy to others. And by the way, contributing a lot of military expenditure. And effectively controlling the problem of population aging. Chung Mu held the cigarette in his mouth and took out the lighter that he had put in the cold palace for a long time from the storage box. He opened the brass cover and turned the lighter wheel, and a flame suddenly came out. Then Chung Mu held the cigarette in his mouth and approached the flame. Zila. The flame ignited the tobacco in his mouth. As a small fireball appeared on the cigarette butt, Chung Mu took a deep breath, which entered his throat from his nasal cavity and then went deep into his lungs. Then, he coughed violently several times, and even tears were choked out. Damn. I forgot that I haven't smoked for a long time. I smoked too much, Chung Mu thought. Then, he held the steering wheel with his left hand and the bottle of wine with his right hand, and started to smoke in the cab. Not long after, Xiao Lu Cha came over following the smell of cigarettes. But Chung Mu had just enjoyed this pleasure, so he had no time to pay attention to Xiao Lu Cha. Xiao Lu Cha saw that his preaching had no effect, so he asked Yuan Qi to come to the rescue. Of course, Yuan Qi couldn't stop him. Chung Mu was not a person who didn't know how to control himself. Although smoking a few cigarettes would not have any effect with his current physique. But this thing is still somewhat harmful, so you should smoke less. The most important thing is that it is too rare. After searching for so long, I finally found a pack in the yellow supply box. It can't stand being wasted. So this cigarette was smoked until it burned out of the mouthpiece. And when it was only hot air that could be inhaled, Chung Mu flicked it out of the window. The yellow supply box is not too rare. But there are too many supplies in the game. No one knows how many kinds of supplies can be opened in the yellow box. To find a pack of cigarettes among so many supplies, the probability is still very touching. Refreshing. After taking a deep breath, Chung Mu continued to focus on finding supplies. This cigarette was just a diversion on the way to find supplies. After driving for more than half an hour, a purple supply box appeared on the road ahead. This should also be a high-level purple supply box. Chung Mu was looking forward to it. He walked to the lounge at the back, touched one-sized dog head, then got out of the car with a piece of fur on his head, and walked to the box. Purple supply box. Benefit level, D+. Danger level, low. After traveling thousands of miles, I finally found you. You must explode a large magic core for me. Otherwise I don't know when I can find the next box. He decided to open this box now. He couldn't help but want to know what he could get from this box. Chung Mu returned to the car and picked up his weapons and protective gear, and called Xiao Lu Cha and Yuan Qi to the front to be on guard. They were also surprised that Chung Mu was going to open the supply box again so soon. But they didn't say anything. He brought the box on the ground to the high beam of the Mud King, and turned his back to the light. This was good for his vision after all. And the strong light of the Mud King could also interfere with the creatures inside. Get a large beast. Don't give me anything fancy. Chung Mu repeated this sentence 3 times in his mind, then walked forward and pressed the switch of the supply box. With the sound of a machine gun, the supply box was instantly opened. Then Changmu quickly retreated, raising the Type 95 and aiming at the supply box while retreating. After a while, a burst of white smoke came out of the room. It can't be another flat-headed brother. That thing can't decompose into a large magic core. However, the smoke released from the box this time seemed different from the last time, and he continued to observe patiently. The smoke finally dissipated slowly, and a huge gray-white horn first emerged from the smoke. Then a huge figure slowly emerged. This figure was very exaggerated, like a huge wall. When the smoke was completely blown away by the cold wind in the air, the creature inside was completely exposed. Chapter 144. Do one good deed a day. A huge rhino walked out of the smoke. This giant was covered with scaly plates, and even its head had many wrinkles. Its skin was grayish-white, and it looked very tough and textured. Changmu did not hesitate at all, raised the rifle in his hand, and shot at its head. As he raised the rifle, the huge rhino also lowered its head, arched its horns, and rushed towards Changmu. The bullet fired by Changmu had no deviation and hit the rhino's head accurately. However, the bullet fired by this powerful rifle did not cause any damage to the big rhino with thick skin and flesh. He looked at the head of the rhino and found that the bullet he had just fired did not penetrate its skin. Instead, it was embedded in its thick skin. Then, the giant beast with a body length of 6 or 7 meters rushed towards Changmu. Changmu stood still and did not move for the time being. The main reason is that this big rhino runs too slowly. Its speed is not much faster than that of ordinary people. With this speed, it is simply a fantasy to want to meet Changmu. The creatures in the game may have been strengthened again. This big rhino is not even afraid of bullets. What about using the Overlord Bow? With his strength attribute, the arrow shot by the Overlord Bow can definitely kill this rhino. But he did not choose to do so. Although the arrows shot by the Overlord Bow are not consumables, they can be picked up and reused. But using it to shoot at a giant rhino with such thick skin and flesh would inevitably cause some wear and tear on the arrowhead. What about the Extreme Spear? The materials used to make the Extreme Spear are relatively simple, so even if it is worn out, it won't be too painful. At most, you can just make a few more. But he still didn't choose to do this because he had a better plan. Although this giant rhino has thick skin and flesh and looks invulnerable, a closer look will reveal that it is actually full of flaws. Nostrils, eyes, and ear holes are all relatively weak, and they are fatal weaknesses. Of course, you can also learn from the second brother in Africa and choose to attack the big rhino from behind. But this is inhumane, and Changmu does not have this habit. Changmu stood there thinking for a long time, and the rhino only ran half the way. Too slow. He raised the gun, aimed at the 2 small eyes of the rhino, and then pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 brass bullets were accurately shot into the small eye sockets of the rhino. As the bullets penetrated the eye sockets and embedded into the head, the big rhino twitched all over and then fell to the ground. Changmu looked at the rhino lying on the ground without moving. He did not take it lightly, but shot it a few more times. Shooting again is a good habit. When the bullets from his shot entered the rhino's head again, it twitched a few more times and then lost its movement forever. Changmu also verified this through subsequent follow-up shots. He walked forward, and the game's decomposition prompt appeared in front of him. Animal corpse. Decomposable. Decomposition can obtain large magic core *1. Plate armor of giant rhinoceros *10. Meat *50 pieces. Large fur *1. Magic core. Magic core. Magic core. It's still a big one. Changmu really wanted to jump up and kiss Wankai right now. What was in front of him now was a gray-white magic core, and next to it were 10 pieces of armor that looked like tiles. There was also a pile of meat and fur. He picked up the magic core excitedly, and then moved all these things into the inner Mud King. After getting in the car, Changmu didn't even have time to take off his wet clothes. The first thing he did was to cook a pot of delicious meat soup for Wankai. He also put a lot of green vegetables in it to adjust the nutritional intake. Wankai. Mud is my god. After doing all this, he felt a chill, hurriedly took off his wet clothes, and went into the bathroom to take a hot shower. As soon as the coldness on his body was diluted a little, Changmu rushed out impatiently. He now had only one idea in his mind, that is to quickly upgrade the Mud King to level 4. The Mud King after level 4 is absolutely fierce, and he really wants to see the appearance of the Mud King at level 4 now. However, He still took a few deep breaths to adjust his mentality. If he doesn't even have this little self-control, he is not Changmu. The current geographical location is not suitable for upgrading the Mud King. The area he is currently in has many small hills, and the terrain is uneven, and there are a lot of gravel. If it rains too hard at night, it may cause a landslide. The vehicle being upgraded cannot be driven. If it is buried by a landslide, it will be no fun. So now Changmu has to find a flat and open place. He took out another bottle of fruit wine from the refrigerator, lit a cigarette, and started looking for a place to spend the night. He will be able to upgrade to Mud King later, so it is worth lighting a cigarette to celebrate. After nearly an hour, Changmu finally found the place he liked. There were too many hills and large gravels in the area just now. In addition, it was very dark now, and the vision was severely obstructed. So Changmu drove very slowly. It took him more than half an hour to get out of the area, and then he spent some time looking for a place. The land in this place is very hard, and there is open space around. Looking around, there is not much ups and downs in the terrain. It is a good place to spend the night. After he stopped the car, he immediately looked for the upgrade drawings of the 4th level vehicle in the storage box. While looking for the drawings, he laughed, but he also found that such a laugh was too silly, and he forced himself to hold his stomach to hold it back. As a result, this look made him look like a thief. Yunchi and Zyluoka heard the noise and came from behind. They immediately asked him, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Changmu, who was just smiling like a fool, immediately said seriously, "Ahem. Nothing. Just preparing to upgrade the vehicle to level 4. It's not a big deal," he added. Then, there was a few seconds of silence. Changmu, who was a little silly just now, immediately became tall and mighty in the eyes of Zyluoka and Yunchi. "Brother, hurry up. Hurry up," Little Green Tea said incoherently. "Upgrade quickly," Yunchi added on the side. "Yes. Little Green Tea is like this. She tends to say bad things when excited. She is like this sometimes." Changmu took a deep breath and took out the precious blueprint from the storage box. Level 4 Vehicle Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Excellent Alloy Ingots *50. Excellent Steel Ingots *30. Power Cores *20. Large Magic Cores *5. Upgrade. Upgrade me quickly. Vehicle is being upgraded. Time required for upgrade, 12 hours. Vehicle cannot be driven during upgrade. Looking at this prompt, Changmu was also a little surprised. It took 12 hours to upgrade, which he estimated should be 8 hours. After all, it only took 4 hours to upgrade to level 3. But it's good this way. The longer the upgrade takes, the greater the improvement it brings. Luckily, I have collected enough magic cores today. If it's one day later, the version will be updated and my Mud King can't move, which will be a big deal. He looked at his watch. It was exactly 11 o'clock. It would take until 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for the Mud King to be upgraded. Then the game would be updated at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Changmu was looking forward to tomorrow. He wished that time would pass faster. Unfortunately, he could only wait slowly. When waiting for something important, time would always pass very slowly. In Changmu's eyes, time was moving second by second. It was so boring. This feeling also made Changmu a little crazy. He had to find something to do. So, he looked at Yunchi and Zyluoka next to him. An hour later, Changmu lay on the bed contentedly. Actually, it should have been 2 hours. But because time passed too slowly in his eyes, so this 1 hour became 2 hours. He took out another cigarette from the cigarette box. Yunchi and Zyluoka didn't say anything now. Let alone smoking. I can even smoke her. After all, if things are done well, everything will be easy. Changmu picked up the lighter and lit the cigarette. He just got things done. It's worth lighting a cigarette to celebrate. Before he had smoked a cigarette for long, Changmu heard a few wolf howls not far away. He immediately turned over and climbed up from the bed, and then looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw the familiar green light in the darkness. There were quite a lot of green lights this time. As many as a dozen. Changmu was also moved to tears. It's great that you can come to deliver the magic core. Good wolf. A peaceful life. But I'm afraid you won't be peaceful in this life. Even if I don't kill you, you will definitely be killed by others. But don't worry. I will let you go peacefully. In the next life. reincarnate on the blue planet in the 21st century and become a giant panda. In this way, I am also doing good deeds. Right? Good. Good. Chung Mu finished the remaining half of the cigarette in one breath. He stayed in the car and quietly took out a rifle with full bullets from the storage box. And then stopped moving, standing there quietly waiting for the arrival of the group of walking magic cores. He didn't dare to move, mainly because he was afraid of scaring away the wolves, so that he couldn't do good deeds. After a few minutes, the group appeared in sight. Chung Mu still didn't move. The distance was not close enough. If he acted rashly and frightened the wolves, they would turn around and disappear in the darkness behind them. Although Chung Mu could catch up with them in 2 steps. If they ran away separately, there was a possibility that some of them would slip through the net. Chapter 145 Benshi Daji. Just like that, Chung Mu continued to hide in the car and wait for the wolves. They also slowly approached the Mud King. Damn it. Hurry up. Do you still want to be a giant panda? Chung Mu complained in his heart. A few dozen seconds passed, and the wolves approached a distance again. This time Chung Mu saw them clearly. There were 8 of them, 2 or 3 meters long, with black fur all over their bodies, which looked quite cool in the heavy rain. Closer. Closer. I have waited for so long. I don't care about this moment. As time passed by, the patient Chung Mu finally got his chance. When the wolves got close enough, he jumped out of the car with a gun in hand. As soon as Chung Mu got out of the car, the wolves opened their bloody mouths and rushed directly at him. Originally, I was worried that I would scare them away, but now it seems that this worry is completely unnecessary. However, their sprinting speed is obviously not faster than bullets. As a burst of gunfire rang out, the 8 wolves fell to the ground one after another. Chung Mu walked to their bodies and decomposed the bodies of the wolves. What surprised him was that 3 small magic cores were decomposed from the bodies of the 8 wolves. This explosion rate is already quite good. Chung Mu happily carried the decomposed things into the car, and then looked at his watch. It was already past 12 o'clock. This is officially the 27th day. Soon, there will be an update. After packing up everything, he took a shower, then laid down on the bed and opened the chat channel. Anyway, there was nothing to do now, so he might as well watch the silly netizens chatting. Although it was already past 12 o'clock, the chat channel was still hot. Brothers, the next update will be here in less than 24 hours. Are you excited? Ha ha ha. I found the 3rd level vehicle upgrade blueprint, and I only need 1 power core to upgrade. Give me the coordinates. I'll go get you the power core. It's so damn cold in this rain. I'm freezing to death. Yes, the rain these days is very abnormal. It's very cold when it gets wet. Luckily I have a dryer. I just opened a pack of cigarettes in the yellow. Ha ha ha. Fuck. The game is updated to give out cigarettes now. I'll give you a fucking red shorts in exchange for the pack of cigarettes in your hand. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 27 days. It seems that these stupid netizens have been doing well recently. Some people have found the blueprints of the 3rd level vehicle. I don't know whether it is true or not. In addition, the message about finding the smoke also attracted his attention. No one has ever talked about the smoke before. Maybe it was refreshed in the game in the past 2 days. After continuing to chat in the group for a while, the excitement of upgrading the Mud King just now was replaced by sleepiness. And Chung Mu slowly fell asleep. At around 7 or 8 in the morning, Chung Mu felt Yunchi crawling out of bed next to him. A few minutes later, he looked up and saw Yunchi preparing breakfast. Yunchi never stayed in bed, unlike the little green tea who slept next to him. A pure lazy dog. In a daze, Chung Mu heard Yunchi asking him if he wanted to have breakfast, and he mumbled something and continued to sleep with his head covered with the quilt. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chung Mu, who was in a sweet dream, was suddenly startled by a gunshot. Then, he received a reminder that the durability of the Mud King had decreased. Seeing this reminder in his sea of consciousness, Chung Mu jumped off the bed. He saw Yun Qi and Xiao Lu Cha were also preparing to take out weapons from the storage box to be alert. How dare someone sneak attack me? He was not panicked. The Mud King was bulletproof all over. Even the glass was bulletproof glass. Others could not do anything to him for a while. But he was also a little surprised. The Mud King was so recognizable. And someone dared to shoot at it. Was he risking his life? Chung Mu walked quickly towards the cockpit. The gunshot just now came from that direction. As soon as he opened the door connecting the cockpit and the lounge, he saw that the windshield of the Mud King had cracks. Chung Mu had excellent eyesight. He looked forward. Although it was still raining outside, and the sky was gloomy, he still found a person about 1,000 meters away. The man used his car as a cover, and was shooting at the Mud King with a sniper rifle. When he appeared in the cockpit, the man put away his gun and drove away. Chung Mu looked at the man who ran away, and understood everything in an instant. This person must have discovered the Mud King by chance. After observing for a while, he found that the Mud King did not move. So he became bold and paid attention to Chung Mu. This person may have guessed that the Mud King was upgrading and could not move. Chung Mu just looked at his car, which should also be a level 2 vehicle. So he also has some experience in vehicle upgrades, and knows that the vehicle cannot move during the upgrade. His vehicle was very recognizable. A white Bentayga. Square and cool looking. So Chung Mu also remembered this man's vehicle. Damn it. Don't let me catch you. Chung Mu also cursed. This guy ran away in a blink of an eye. And his car should also have a high-speed mode. Chung Mu couldn't catch up with him on his 2 legs. Although this man didn't cause any substantial damage, Chung Mu still felt very sorry for the Mud King. At the same time, he also sighed at the strong defense of the Mud King. The sniper rifle in the man's hand was obviously powerful, but it still did not cause any major damage to the Mud King. Although the front windshield was cracked, there was no problem for the glass to withstand several more shots. Chung Mu also took out the repair drawings and repaired the Mud King. He reached out and touched the brand new windshield. He also felt a little guilty. Otherwise, if he was too sleepy, this kind of thing would not happen. After this incident, Chung Mu was obviously not in the mood to sleep. He sat in the cab. Zailuoka and Yunchi were on the left and right of the lounge, and the 3 of them were on alert at the same time. There was less than an hour left before the Mud King's upgrade was completed, and nothing could go wrong during this period. Chung Mu looked up at the sky in front of him. The rain in the sky was getting heavier, and the sky was as gloomy as ever. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. He sighed in his heart. While shooting around, he also remembered the sniper rifle in the man's hand. The power is quite good, and it can effectively kill at such a long range, so it is a good weapon. Suddenly, he remembered that he also had a sniper rifle manufacturing blueprint, and that gun must be more powerful than this one. If it weren't for what happened today, he almost forgot that he had this blueprint. He took out this blueprint from the storage box, and it took him a long time to find this blueprint in the storage boxes of 3 people, because he currently has too many supplies. Drawing 3, TC-50 Heavy Sniper Rifle Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements, Excellent Alloy Ingots *5. Reinforced Plastic *2. Reinforced Rubber *2. Reinforced Glass *2. Note 1, Extremely Powerful. Extremely Long Range. Extremely Large Recoil. Note 2, this weapon can only be used when the strength attribute is over 5. He took out the materials for making this weapon. Now this alloy ingot material is nothing to him. When Chung Mu chose to make it, a white light flashed, and a 1 or 2 meter long sniper rifle appeared in his hand. This sniper rifle is grayish white, and the barrel looks very intimidating. There are 2 brackets in the middle of the gun body, which are used to support it when shooting to provide better stability. Chung Mu weighed it in his hand and found that it was very heavy. But with his strength attribute, he could lift the gun with one hand and shoot. The recoil is simply child's play for him, and can be ignored directly. He searched in the storage box again. He had found the bullet manufacturing drawings of the sniper rifle before, and now it came in handy. He used this blueprint to make dozens of bullets. The bullets of sniper rifles are different from ordinary rifle bullets. The length alone is 2 or 3 times longer than ordinary rifle bullets, and it is thicker. Although it is still raining outside, Chung Mu still wants to try the power of this gun now. As a man, who doesn't like to play with guns, he took this heavy sniper rifle and climbed onto the roof of the Mud King's car. His eyes were close to the scope of the gun, and then a cross appeared in his eyes. Looking through the scope, the things he saw became clearer, and the field of vision was also improved. He stood on the Mud King, holding the nearly 2 meter long gun, aimed at the land diagonally below, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud noise exploded beside Chung Mu's ears, and the next second, a large amount of mud and water splashed at the place he had just aimed at. After the mud and water fell, there was a pit with a large diameter. Cool! This is the gun that a real man should use. The recoil of this gun is very strong, and most people really can't control it. But for Chung Mu, these are not a problem at all. His strength and comprehensive attributes are both extremely high, so he doesn't need to consider this at all. Unfortunately, the endurance is not good. He has to pull the bolt every time he shoots. It would be better if he could make it burst like in the game on Blue Star. He looked around through the scope on the sniper rifle, and then looked diagonally behind him. He found a piece of gravel with a diameter of more than 1 meter, more than 1,000 meters away. This is a good target, but he ignored it just now. Chung Mu immediately turned his gun in that direction. The distance was quite far. It was still difficult to hit an object with a diameter of less than 2 meters at such a distance. But it was not difficult for him. He aimed at the stone for a moment and pulled the trigger directly. Then he looked through the scope and saw that the stone that was intact in the last second was directly broken into pieces in the next second. Chapter 146, Level 4 Mud King. This gun has a powerful effect. Why didn't I think of making it earlier? It's useless to think of it earlier. After all, Chung Mu only found the blueprints of the excellent steel ingot and alloy ingot 2 days ago. No matter how good the idea is, it's useless without the materials. After testing the gun, Chung Mu guessed that if the distance was closer, this gun might be able to destroy a car with one shot. But this is just a guess, and he has no chance to verify it yet. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. If the guy who just drove the big car didn't run away, he could use his car to do an experiment. Even if it doesn't break with one shot, the durability will definitely decrease a lot. After testing the gun, Chung Mu climbed down from the roof and returned to the warm car. He took off his clothes that were wet again, walked into the bathroom, and took a hot shower. This damn weather. The rain should stop after the version update. Chung Mu looked at the rain that had been falling for several days in a row, and also complained in his heart. After the rain stopped, he was still waiting to go to the sea to look for supplies. He really wanted to see what the 4th level Mud King would look like when he entered the sea again. After taking a hot shower, Chung Mu walked out of the bathroom and picked up his watch to see that it was already past 10:50. In a few minutes, the upgrade of the Mud King would be completed. Looking at the time on the watch, Chung Mu's little heart also tickled, as the hands on the watch beat second by second. His heartbeat also accelerated. Damn it. Why don't you walk faster? Finally, after a few minutes of long waiting, the time came to 11 o'clock. When the seconds on the watch skipped the last second, the prompt from the game also appeared in Chung Mu's sea of consciousness. The vehicle has been upgraded to level 4. The vehicle obtains skills, Magic Core Cannon. Magic Core Cannon. Each use requires a magic core as ammunition. The higher the quality of the magic core used, the stronger the power. It can be used once every 24 hours. The vehicle gains additional weapon slots, enhanced body rigidity and bulletproof capability. Vehicle durability, 1000/1000. The 120-second Railman driving mode is upgraded to a 300-second Railman driving mode. The cooldown time becomes 6 hours, and the maximum speed will become faster, and the stability is enhanced. The body grows and widens, and the interior space of the vehicle increases. Gain a Mud Truck exclusive skill, Mud Truck Anger. Mud Truck Anger, when the vehicle is attacked and its durability drops to 0. The vehicle will absorb the surrounding energy and restore the durability to 200 in a short time. At the same time, it can release a powerful magic core cannon for free. Note, this skill is limited and can only be used once. The last upgrade prompt just appeared, and the 3 people in the car were dazzled. And then when they looked carefully, they saw that the space inside the Mud King had expanded a lot. Now this can be regarded as a mansion. At least in this game, it can be regarded as a mansion 100%. Chung Mu walked into the bathroom, and the originally narrow place became extremely wide. In the middle of the bathroom, there was a huge round bathtub. We can take a bath together. However, Chung Mu didn't have much time to observe the changes in the internal space of the Mud King. What he was most interested in was the new skill of the Mud King, the Magic Core Cannon. I just got 3 small magic cores yesterday, so I can take one out to test it. This way it won't be a waste. After all, the game will be updated soon, and it's always a good idea to know your own trump cards in advance. He looked around, and there was no suitable target. At least he had to find a giant rock as a target. Otherwise it would be a waste. Chung Mu immediately activated the Mud King and drove it towards the place he came from yesterday. There were many large rocks in that area. When Chungmu upgraded the Mud King to level 4, the game gave him another full-screen notification. This also caused a burst of exclamations in the game. The person who was bragging in the group yesterday that he had found the level 3 blueprint was silent now. Everyone in the group was shouting that the boss was awesome. But now, he didn't have time to pay attention to these. He just wanted to find a target quickly to test the newly acquired magic core cannon skills. It would be the best if I could meet the guy who drives the big rig. While driving, Chungmu also lit a cigarette. The sky outside was dark and heavy, but he was in a happy and cheerful mood. Today, I just upgraded the Mud King to level 4. It's worth celebrating. After driving on the road for about half an hour, Chungmu picked up a yellow supply box, and he opened another box of Huanshan brand cigarettes in it. Then, in front of him, there was a huge rock, which was nearly 10 meters high and just right for a target. Chungmu's mind moved, and the magic core cannon skill appeared in his sea of consciousness. Then, a red crosshair appeared in front of the huge windshield of the Mud King. This crosshair will also move accurately with his thoughts, but it can only move within the range of the windshield, and it will not work beyond this range. With the appearance of the crosshair, the number of magic cores he currently has remaining is also shown in the lower right corner. 3 large magic cores, and some small magic cores. His faith moved again, and a small magic core disappeared directly from the storage box and turned into energy to activate the magic core cannon. Fire! Chungmu muttered in his heart. Then, the entire huge body of the Mud King shook violently, and a huge laser shot out from the front of the Mud King, shooting towards the place where Chungmu had just aimed. In just a moment, the laser passed through the huge rock, and then slowly dissipated in the air like a meteor. There was no expected earth-shattering movement, and there was only a hole on the huge rock. Chungmu quickly picked up the telescope to observe the huge rock. The hole shot by the laser was 1 meter in diameter, and was a perfect circle. Since it was still raining outside, the telescope could not see the details clearly. So Chungmu ran out of the car, and ran to the huge rock. He could see the hole clearly, without any burrs, and there was no gravel around, as if it was natural. He reached out and touched it, and the cut surface was as smooth as a girl's skin. Chungmu took a breath of cold air. The power of the magic core cannon was so strong. If this shot only broke the huge rock, he would not be so surprised. But this shot went straight through the giant rock like it went through the air, which was a bit scary. You have to know that this was just a magic core cannon fired by a small magic core. But it could go straight through the giant rock like it went through the air. If it was a large magic core, I'm afraid that one shot would make the giant rock disappear out of thin air. This shot was so scary. He had no doubt that if this shot was fired at someone else's car, it would definitely evaporate both the person and the car. Looking at this smooth round hole, Chungmu was overjoyed, and then hurried back to the Mud King and lit a cigarette. The magic core cannon had just been successfully tested, so it was worth celebrating. The only flaw was that this magic core cannon could only fire once every 24 hours. It would be better if it could fire continuously. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chungmu felt that he was a little too greedy. He was already so awesome. What else did he need? So he had to apologize to the Mud King for his recklessness. So he lit another cigarette. Chungmu was not worried about using the magic core cannon now. The magic core cannon entered the cooling time. When the game version is updated, there will be dangers that ordinary weapons cannot face. He still has 3 large magic cores in his hand, which can make a dragon soul to save his life. If even the dragon soul can't solve the problem, then it's over. After trying the magic core cannon, Chungmu was in a good mood and asked Yunchi and Xiaoluka to make a few more dishes for lunch. Even if you can't finish it, it doesn't matter. Wankai will help anyway. In this way, Chungmu whistled while driving, and the time soon came to 12 o'clock. Just after 12 o'clock, strange phenomena occurred. The originally dark sky now turned dark directly, and white light appeared in the dense dark clouds. After a few seconds, countless thunders exploded out of thin air. Crash, crash. Then, it was as if it was pouring down from the sky, and it started to rain heavily. Chungmu turned the wiper to the fastest speed, but still couldn't see anything in front of him. The huge windshield was like a water curtain cave. Fortunately, he drove the car to a relatively open place with a stone surface. Otherwise, such heavy rain would have flooded the Mud King. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. Although the road is not clear, it does not mean that you can't drive. But if the area is muddy, you may really be trapped in it and can't get out. He turned on the light in the Mud King. The warm light brought peace of mind to the three people, which formed a sharp contrast with the extremely dark world outside the window. Looking at the rain, it is impossible to go out to find supplies today, so we can only stay in the Mud King. It's just right, so we can feel the expanded space of the Mud King. The heavy rain outside the car poured on the Mud King, but the three people and the dog in the car were enjoying a hearty lunch, as if the rain had nothing to do with them. After finishing the meal, Chung Mu lay on the sofa and lit a cigarette. It had just rained so hard. I had never seen it before. It was worth lighting a cigarette to celebrate. He took a deep puff and instantly felt like he was on top of the clouds. A cigarette after dinner was like being a living god. Chung Mu half lay on the sofa smoking, while Xiao Lu Cha and Yun Qi were cleaning up the table after dinner. This scene was so warm. Chung Mu, who was lying on the sofa, was a little bored, so he opened the chat channel to check if it was raining so hard in other parts of the game. Chapter 147 Lost City. Damn. Why is it raining so hard all of a sudden? I can't see anything. It's so cold. I'll buy a quilt for a high price. Stop the rain soon. I'm still waiting to go to the sea to find supplies. I'm in the middle of the sea now. Brothers, feed me a little bread. I'll live broadcast the huge waves to you all. Damn. It suddenly rained heavily just now. I was almost trapped. Fortunately, the black blind was opened. The rain should stop after the upcoming update. No more chatting. Let's go to sleep. Can anyone give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 27 days. It seems that other places in the game map are also raining heavily. Chung Mu also deduced this from the chat content of netizens. It stands to reason that this level of heavy rain should stop soon. But this game is obviously not playing by the rules. It has been nearly an hour since the rainfall first increased, and the rain does not seem to show any signs of weakening. Instead, it is getting heavier. At present, Chung Mu can't do anything except stay in the Mud King. The rain is so heavy that he can't even see the road 1 meter ahead. If he goes out rashly, he is likely to encounter danger. After all, there are a lot of muddy land in this desert. This kind of geology will be very muddy when washed by heavy rain. It would be no fun if he got stuck in the Mud King. However, the place where he is relatively safe. The bottom road in this area is all hard rock, so there is no need to worry about landslides. In order to kill time, he counted the supplies he found again. But this only killed a little time. Bored Chung Mu joined Yun Qi and Xiao Lu Cha in watching TV series. But unfortunately, they were watching the brainless romantic dramas that Chung Mu hated the most. However, this romantic drama was a good hypnotic for him. He listened to the sound of rain outside the window, the conversation on the TV, and the laughter of Xiao Lu Cha and Yun Qi, and slowly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes and woke up, Zai Luoka and Yun Qi had fallen asleep beside him. He looked at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. After rubbing his eyes and getting up from the bed, he found Wankai also sleeping in his doghouse. It was still raining heavily outside, slapping on the body of the Mud King. This kind of weather is really suitable for sleeping. Chung Mu went to the bathroom to wash his face, then sat in the driver's seat and lit a cigarette. The rain is still falling. It's worth lighting a cigarette to celebrate. While smoking, Chung Mu also took out the Dragon Soul manufacturing drawings from the storage box. He wanted to manufacture the Dragon Soul now. If manufacturing the Dragon Soul requires several hours of waiting time, like upgrading the Mud King, then if you encounter any powerful threats, you will be caught off guard. However, in the current game, apart from upgrading vehicles, Chung Mu has not encountered any materials that require waiting time to manufacture. But just in case, he still chose to manufacture it now. He took out the Dragon Soul manufacturing drawings and 3 large magic cores from the storage box. And then he chose to manufacture in a sea of consciousness. A white light flashed, and a slightly transparent ball of light appeared in his palm. He raised his finger to his eyes, and he could see the materialized energy swimming in this small ball of light. It seemed that there was a little dragon swimming in this ball of light. Chung Mu took out the dragon blade from the storage box again and approached the ball of light. When the distance between the two was close to a certain extent, the ball of light was automatically sucked into the handle of the dragon blade. Currently remaining Dragon Soul, 1 point. After the light ball was sucked in, this prompt appeared in his sea of consciousness. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the game version to be updated. He laid down the seat, put his feet on the steering wheel of the Mud King, smoked a cigarette, and admired the water curtain cave in front of him. After more than an hour, Yunchi and Xyluka also got up from the bed. Although I don't know when they started to sleep. It seems that they have slept enough. After getting up, the two of them simply washed up and started preparing dinner. It was completely dark outside. But fortunately the headlights in the Mud King were quite powerful. It brought warmth to the three people in the darkness. Other players were not so lucky, and the lights in their cars could only bring a little light. After waking up Wonkai from the doghouse, the three of them sat on the chairs, and Wonkai lay on the ground with his food bowl in front of him. In this way, the three people and the dog chatted while enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Today, the two of them cooked a dish of beef brisket with tomatoes, potatoes and beef brisket. Chung ate it with a big appetite and ate 2 bowls of rice in a row. After dinner, Yunchi and Xyluka stayed in bed again to watch their stupid romance drama. Chung Mu really couldn't appreciate this silly plot, so he took out the TV manufacturing drawings and built another TV. Anyway, there is enough space in the Mud King now, and it is more than enough to put 2 large color TVs. He turned on the brand new TV and tuned it to the children's channel, which was playing his favorite Boonie Bears. His handsome brother Chong was being beaten brutally by 2 bears. Brother Chong is Brother Chong, and he is still handsome even with a bruised face. In this way, the three of them watched their favorite TV series until after 10 o'clock, and then they felt a little sleepy. This sleepiness was not very obvious. After all, they had slept for so long in the afternoon, but they were a little tired from watching TV, so they lay on the bed to rest for a while, waiting for the arrival of the game update. At 12 o'clock midnight, a subtitle prompt appeared in the minds of all players in the game, and this subtitle also made Chung Mu, who was still confused, wake up instantly. Survivor game will usher in a version update. The update content is as follows. Lost City. The game mode will be launched in Survivor game after 8 o'clock. Lost City game introduction. In the depths of the vast ocean, there is a mysterious and huge island. On the island, there is an ancient city. Some people call it the Lost City. Note 1. A higher level of supply boxes will be refreshed in the Lost City. Note 2. There will be no more storms in the ocean in a short period of time. All players will be warned 3 days in advance before the storm occurs. Note 3. There is an ancient secret hidden in the Lost City. The first 10 players to reach the Lost City will receive a 10-point attribute point reward. All surviving players will receive a 5-point attribute point reward. Looking at this version update, Chung Mu took a few minutes to digest this information. This update was completely different from what he expected. He originally thought that the game was just a minor change, but he didn't expect to log into a new game mode directly. The updated game mode is still related to the sea, and a huge island is refreshed in the ocean. The game is also determined to let all players participate in this game mode. Not only does it clearly state that higher level supply boxes will be refreshed there, but it also rewards the first 10 players who reach there with a full 10 attribute points. This has never happened before. Chung Mu looked out the window. The heavy rain was still falling, and he couldn't see what was going on outside. He had originally wanted to rush to the beach overnight, and the three of them could work in 3 shifts. But now he had given up the idea. Why rush when you can't even see the road clearly? You can only wait until 8 o'clock tomorrow to watch it. Now you can't move, so there's no point in thinking about it. Chung Mu, who had just updated the game, was also a little excited. In addition, he had slept for so long in the afternoon, so he would definitely not be able to fall asleep in the short term. Not only him, Yun Chi and Xiao Lucha also turned on the TV and continued to watch dramas together. Chung Mu wanted to exercise with them again, but one reason was that they would have to travel in a few hours and might encounter some danger on the road. Although the game didn't mention it, it didn't mean it didn't exist, so it was better to be cautious. Another reason was that the content was suspected of violating the law, so he could only open the chat channel to see what the stupid netizens were talking about. Anyway, he watched cartoons all afternoon today and was a little tired of it. Damn it. Why is it still raining? Damn it. I was just rewarding myself. But the sudden game prompt scared me. Game? Come out and pay. Looking for a superior steel ingot manufacturing blueprint. I have it. I've sent you a private message. Damn. Why is the wall-breaking game updated again? Can't I just calm down for a while? Player No XXXX has been banned for 24 hours for insulting the game. Long out in. have reserved one of the top 10 spots. What the hell are you reserving? You idiot. When will the rain stop? I'm going to get moldy these days. Tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Oh, I want to go home so much. I miss my Yenzi so much. I haven't sent her money for almost a month. Yenzi. How can I live without you? I've come all the way here. Why are you just licking me? Damn. You licker must die a bad death. Are there any girls to make friends with? Brother. Private chat. Fuck. The guy who just called me brother cheated me of 5 eggs, 3 pounds of rice, and 10 pieces of meat. Damn it. Don't let me catch him. Is there any big brother who can give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 28 days. Ha ha ha. Chung-Moo couldn't help laughing when he saw the silly netizens chatting. Yunchi and Xia, who were watching TV, frowned when they saw Chung-Moo laughing at the air. They didn't know that Chung-Moo was watching others chatting in the sea of consciousness. From their perspective, they only saw Chung-Moo sitting there. And then the expression on his face changed from a smile to a crooked smile, and finally turned into a Barba-like laugh. Alas, his brain must have been damaged by diving last time. Thinking of this, Yunchi and Xia looked at Chung-Moo, who was laughing wildly with despair. Chapter 148 Punishment Becomes Reward. After laughing for a while, Chung-Moo finally stopped. He went to the bathroom to wash up, and then lay down on the bed again. After laughing so hard, Chung-Moo felt a little tired. The silly netizens brought him too much joy, which was not something he should bear at his age. He was just a child weighing more than 100 pounds. How could he bear such extreme joy? So he was tired and needed to sleep. Yunchi and Xia were still watching her silly TV series. Chung-Moo asked them to go to bed, but they strongly requested to finish watching this episode. He didn't rush them. Anyway, he would drive the car tomorrow morning, so they could sleep a little longer. When they get to the Lost City, they might not have as much leisure time as now, so let them play for a while. Chung-Moo also set an alarm for his biological clock at 6 in the morning. A few hours of sleep was enough for him to adjust to the best state. In the early morning, when the hands of the watch just skipped 6 o'clock, Chung-Moo, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. His biological clock has always been very accurate. He propped himself up from the bed. Xia and Yunchi next to him were still sleeping soundly, and did not feel his movements at all. It seems that they also stayed up late yesterday. But it's not a big problem. Let his women indulge occasionally, and Chung-Moo can protect them. He still has this ability. Pulling open the curtains at the head of the bed, Chung-Moo looked outside the car. The heavy rain was still falling, and the momentum still showed no signs of weakening. Seeing this scene, Chung-Moo was not surprised. He estimated that when a certain time came, the heavy rain might stop in a second. Chung-Moo knew this game. It was just like that. So, he set an alarm for his biological clock at 7 o'clock, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep again. An hour later, Chung-Moo opened his eyes again and found that it was still raining. Then he fell asleep again and set an alarm for 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, Chung-Moo opened his eyes, then got up and looked out the window. Well, it's still raining heavily, so I should go back to sleep. Just as he lay down, the sky, which was pouring water down without any cost in the last second, suddenly stopped this wasteful behavior in the next second. Chung-Moo was also a little helpless. But who made this game like this? This situation was also within his expectations. He also estimated that the game would stop raining heavily after 8 o'clock. After all, at this time, the Lost City game mode was officially launched. 8 o'clock, which was exactly the time he guessed. The reason why he set the alarm for himself at 6 and 7 o'clock was that he was afraid that the game would not go according to common sense. Fortunately, the cards played this time were more formal. He went to the bathroom to wash up, then made himself a simple sandwich, and then heated a cup of milk in the microwave. After eating a simple but nutritious breakfast, Chung-Moo felt refreshed. So, he sat in the driver's seat, started the Mud King, and lit a cigarette. I just finished my meal, and I have to light a cigarette to celebrate. Although the heavy rain that had been falling for several days has stopped, the sky outside is still not clear and is still a little gloomy. However, the game also said that there will be no storms on the sea in the short term. Even if there is a storm, all players will be warned in advance and given 3 days to escape. He is not too worried about any other dangers on the sea. The game is not boring enough to play such a word game. Its purpose is to get everyone to participate in the game mode of Lost City, rather than killing everyone. Not only will high-level supply boxes be refreshed in the city, but the 10 attribute points of the top 10 players are also a great attraction for each player. If someone gets ahead and gets the reward, they will definitely be stronger than themselves, which is a potential threat to themselves. This should be the idea of most people in the game. So everyone will definitely rush to find the giant island deep in the ocean. This is exactly what the game wants to see. Chungmu took out the coordinate meter. He also wrote down the coordinates of the beach last time. If he drove from his current location to the beach, it would take about 2 or 3 in the afternoon to get there. He might not be the first person to enter the sea. As of now, there should be someone closer to the beach than him. But it doesn't matter. It will take some time to find the mysterious island after entering the sea. It should not be found in a short time. Otherwise, the game would not have deliberately set the location of this island in the deep sea. Moreover, the Mud King is very fast in the sea, compared with other players' vehicles. It has a greater advantage in the sea than on land. In addition, the 3 of them can work in 3 shifts and drive non-stop. So Chungmu is determined to get the reward of 10 attribute points. System task: be the first person to enter the Lost City. The system, which has been silent for a long time, has also assigned him a task. However, this is also within his expectations. When the game version is updated, the system will definitely have tasks. Chungmu accelerated towards the beach and opened the chat channel at the same time. He wanted to see everyone's reaction. The rain finally stopped. Brothers, let's go! Haha. Luckily, I wasn't far from the beach when it rained. This time, I must be the first person to enter the Lost City. Are you pretending? My son is anxious? What do you think will be the dangers in this new mode of the game? The name sounds scary. Yes. Will you be lost after entering this Lost City? Humph. No matter what, I will definitely be one of the top 10. Fuck. I'm going to go no matter what's in there. I figured it out. Sooner or later, I'll die in this game. I might as well take this opportunity to improve my strength and live a carefree life. Do you think we can still go back to Blue Star? I don't know. Now I just want to enter this Lost City first. Looking at these messages, Chungmu unconsciously stepped on the accelerator harder. Damn. They are all rolled up. Right? Just like that. Chungmu was very alert and drove towards the sea. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Yunqi got up from the bed rubbing her eyes, while Xiao Lu Cha was still sleeping under the quilt. In the past 2 hours, Chungmu also found a lot of yellow and white supply boxes, but he didn't see any purple ones. Now he is very happy when he encounters a yellow supply box on the road, because he can get cigarettes from it. Just now, he also opened 2 packs of cigarettes from the boxes he found. They were still his favorite. Huanshan brand. Maybe the game would also adjust the brand of cigarettes according to everyone's preferences. The few packs of cigarettes on hand were enough for him to eat for a while. Chungmu smoked very sparingly. Only about 5 cigarettes a day. It's not that he didn't want to smoke, but he really didn't know when he could find the next pack of cigarettes. So he had to leave enough food for himself. Otherwise, if the cigarettes were all gone, and the craving for cigarettes came back, it would be a disaster. After Yunqi got up and packed up, she went to the bed and woke up Little Green Tea. After torturing them, Chungmu learned that the 2 of them had stayed up until more than 3 in the morning yesterday. He also asked them to sleep for a while. After all, they would have to drive in the afternoon. When Little Green Tea heard this, she fell asleep again after being pulled up from the bed by Yunqi. As for Yunqi, she did not go to bed to sleep again, but sat in the cab to chat with Chungmu. After staggering all the way until 11:30, Little Green Tea finally got up from the bed. Chungmu was so angry when he saw her that he slapped her, but hard a few times. Ah! However, the situation seemed to develop in the opposite direction of what Chungmu expected. Chungmu wanted to punish Little Green Tea, but she took it as a reward. Chapter 149 Horrible. No, I can't continue to reward her. Otherwise she will deliberately make mistakes and let me punish her. Looking at Xyluoka, who was enjoying herself, Chungmu also made this important decision. He ignored Xyluoka and continued driving, asking Yunqi and Xyluoka to prepare lunch. After eating, he would take a nap to keep himself energetic. After giving these instructions, Yunqi went to prepare lunch with Xyluoka. Chungmu took out the coordinate meter to check again, and confirmed that there was no big deviation in the direction. In this desert, There are no obvious reference points, let alone well-built highways. So if you don't take out the coordinate meter from time to time to check the route, you may find yourself running in circles in the end. In a few minutes, the two of them prepared a meal. Today's meal is not very rich, but it is very delicious. A plate of tomato scrambled eggs, a plate of barbecue, and a cucumber egg soup. After finishing his meal, Chung-Moo drank a large bowl of soup, and then he felt a heat rising in his body. Although it was no longer raining outside, the sky was still gloomy and full of cold. So this meal also drove away the coldness he had accumulated all morning. After finishing his meal, Chung-Moo also lit a cigarette and lay on the sofa, puffing out smoke. And Xiao Lucha also stood in front of him with a scheming look, as if saying, "Brother, I made a mistake. Come and punish me." As for Chung-Moo, of course he ignored Xiao Lucha, and after eating, he lay on the sofa and smoked a cigarette quietly, which was more pleasant than anything else. Chung-Moo covered himself with a blanket on the sofa and woke up after sleeping for half an hour. You can't take a nap for too long, or your brain will become stupid. However, he didn't replace Yunqi with the driver, because they would reach the beach in about an hour, and he would drive after they got to the beach. Chung-Moo turned on the TV, and then teased them from time to time, and more than an hour passed quickly. "Brother, we're almost there. Come and have a look." Little Green Tea shouted to Chung-Moo as if to ask for credit. He walked into the cockpit. Little Green Tea was looking into the distance with a telescope. Chung-Moo had a good sight, and could see the distant coastline clearly even without a telescope. Although the sky was still very gloomy, and only a ray of sunshine could be seen through the thick clouds, the sea was still calm. Although there was a slight breeze, it did not pose any threat to the ship. Even the most ordinary first-level ship would not be affected by sailing on this sea, let alone Chung-Moo's fourth-level vehicle. Chung-Moo wanted to see what the Mud King would look like after entering the sea. After several upgrades, the Mud King on land is now more than 10 meters long. After entering the sea, its size will definitely expand again. He lit another cigarette to celebrate his upcoming entry into the vast sea. They didn't find any supply boxes during this period of time, probably because they were close to the sea, and the supply boxes were no longer refreshed on land. It took only 2 or 3 cigarettes for the three of them to drive the Mud King to the beach. Chung-Moo also asked the two of them to go back to rest and drove for a while, although this would affect the efficiency of finding the supply box. His current goal was not to find the supply box in the sea, but the lost city. If he deliberately searched for the supply box on the road, it would definitely waste some time. So he didn't care so much about finding the supply box. And with his lucky attribute, he would definitely find the supply box. The most important task at present is to find the lost city. He must get the 10 attribute points, and Zailuoka and Yunqi must also get this reward. Chung-Moo stepped on the accelerator of the Mud King facing the sea with countless waves in front of him. With ups and downs, the driving room of the Mud King became a familiar cabin again. However, this time the cabin has changed a lot compared to the previous one. The biggest change is that the field of vision has become much higher. Before, his driving room was only a little higher than the deck of the ship, so the field of vision at that time was not very good. Now, Chung-Moo's cabin is more than 10 meters higher than the deck, and he can overlook the surrounding environment from all directions. The Mud King has also changed a lot, and the size of the entire ship has increased by nearly 3 times. According to his own visual estimation, the length of the Mud King is probably close to 50 meters now, which is really an ironclad ship. Chung-Moo jumped from the cockpit to the deck and looked back at the place where he just jumped off. The cockpit now has 3 floors, and the top floor is responsible for the operation. The area of this floor alone is nearly 100 square meters, and this is still the smallest level. The entire cabin is distributed in a pyramid-like manner, with the bottom level being the largest and the top level being the smallest. The changes in the Mud King after entering the sea obviously exceeded Chung-Moo's expectations. Yunqi and Little Green Tea were also standing in the cockpit, overlooking the beautiful scenery around with a little surprise. Chung-Moo was excited to see every corner of the Mud King. There was nothing much to say about the deck, but mainly the cabin, which was originally not very large, but has now become a 3-story villa. However, the three of them only need the top floor to live, which has the best view and can detect any disturbance on the sea surface in the first place. At the top of the 3rd floor, there is a small turret. Chung-Moo knows that this is a magic core cannon. Chung-Moo just tried to aim at this magic core cannon. It can rotate 360 degrees, unlike on land, where it can only aim forward. With a nearly 50-meter-long ironclad hull and a powerful magic core cannon, the Mud King can now be regarded as the overlord of the sea here. Even a small storm can't do anything to it. Level 4 Mud King is so terrifying. After admiring the Mud King, Changmu returned to the cab more than 10 meters high. To be honest, it was the first time for him to drive a boat at such a high altitude, and he was a little uncomfortable at first. He always felt that he had no roots under his feet, as if he was floating in the air. But after a few minutes, he got used to this wide perspective and drove very happily. The current Mud King is much easier to drive than before when it was level 3. Before, because the cabin was at the back of the ship and there was a long deck in front, he was a little awkward driving. But now it is completely different. Apart from the first few minutes of discomfort, Changmu has fallen in love with the feeling of being high above and having a panoramic view of everything. He was worried at first because he might be affected by the need to find the lost city quickly to find the supply box. After all, the primary goal is to find the lost city, so it is bound to distract some attention from finding the supply box. But now there is no such worry. With such a high angle of view, basically most of the places in front of him cannot escape his sight. And Yunchi and Zailuka can also help to look at both sides. After letting go of this worry, Changmu was in a good mood, so he lit a cigarette. As the smoke rose, the giant ship Mud King was also riding the wind and waves in the sea, heading towards the lost city. In the sea, Changmu also picked up the telescope and looked ahead. The sea in the distance still had no edge, and there was no sign of any island. However, he saw a few small black dots on the sea, and he knew they were other ships. It seemed that most of the players had gone to sea this time. Although ships could be seen in the sea before, the density was obviously not so high. This was good. If someone dared to get too close, he would be given a taste of the power of the magic core cannon and plunder their supplies. This was much faster than looking for boxes one by one. After driving on the sea for more than 2 hours, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the gloom in the weather finally dissipated a little. It looks like it will be as hot as before tomorrow. Changmu still likes the weather before. Although the sun is hot, it is not so depressing. The weather these 2 days is cool, but it makes people depressed. In these 2 hours, he also found 2 purple supply boxes, one of which is advanced and the other is ordinary. But he is not in a hurry to open these 2 boxes. At present, the search for the lost city is a race against time, because he was looking for supply boxes on land before. Many players are closer to the sea than him. After all, many people were waiting for the rain to stop not far from the sea, and did not return to the inland to look for supplies like him. So there must be many people who entered the sea before him. So now not a minute or a second can be wasted. The purpose of setting up this lost city in the game is to let everyone participate in this game mode. So it is impossible to set this place too difficult to find. Otherwise everyone can't even find the place. Then what's the point of playing? Changmu estimated that it should take 1 or 2 days to find this place. So now every second counts. And we must hurry to the depths of the sea. Otherwise the 10 places will be gone in a flash. Besides, he still has 3 people here, and needs 3 places. And the system's task is to make him the first person to enter the lost city. Although the system did not say what kind of punishment there would be for not being the first, it is very likely that the hidden score will be reduced. Although the situation is more urgent, Changmu is not anxious. First of all, the Mud King is huge, but not bulky, and its cruising speed is much faster than other ordinary ships. At present, most people in the game are still level 1 vehicles. Some are level 2, and very few are level 3, and his Mud King is now a level 4 ship, which others can't compare with him at all. Chapter 150 Old Capital Burrito. Secondly, King Mudhead has 3 people. He had just agreed with Yunchi and Little Green Tea that the 3 of them would work in 3 shifts before the lost city was found. People can take turns to rest, but the boat cannot stop and must keep moving forward towards the depths of the sea. Anyway, even at night, you can sail freely in the sea without worrying about any shipwreck. Just pay attention to the direction you are heading. There is no island here. As for other ships, who dares to collide with the mountain like Mud King? The only thing to consider is not to go around in circles. Just like driving the boat, admiring the blue sea view. Time soon came to more than 6 o'clock. It has been several hours in the sea, and there is not even a hair of an island. As for the other players, who could still see the black spot at the beginning, They have already run away. Now that the size of the Mud King has increased so much, others have already run away when they see it. So who dares to stay near it? Are you tired of living? Chungmu had been driving the boat for several hours and felt a little tired. He went to change the tea to drive the boat. While Yunqi was preparing dinner, he stood on the deck at the bow and lit a cigarette. Suddenly he thought of the heart of the black tortoise that he had won in the system lottery. When he got this thing before, its notes said that this thing was lost in something. Is it related to this lost city? He took out the red stone from the storage box. It was originally cold, but now it was a little warm in his hand. It had been heated before, but he didn't think much about it. After all, this stone was too mysterious to him. Chungmu held it in his hand, raised it horizontally, and then turned his arm in different directions. He turned it to the left first, and the stone, which was still warm, slowly cooled down. Is it really related to the lost city? Chungmu was also surprised by the change of this stone. He estimated that if the stone was hot in a certain direction, then the lost city might be in that direction. Chungmu turned his arm to the right again. Sure enough, it became a little hot again this time. He found the angle when the stone was hottest and asked Little Green Tea to go in that direction. Although Little Green Tea didn't know why she suddenly changed direction, she immediately did it. There was a compass on the dashboard of the Mud King. After adjusting the direction, just keep driving in this direction. Although Chungmu didn't know whether this black tortoise heart was really related to the lost city, he would look for it anyway. Instead of searching aimlessly in this vast ocean, it is better to rush in a certain direction, so that the chance is higher. And this is not a random rush. The thing given by the system is definitely not a useless broken stone. It must have meaning. After all, its name is so cool. Heart of Xuanwu. Would an ordinary stone dare to be called this name? So following its guidance is also a good choice. In this way, Chungmu thought about these questions while smoking a cigarette on the deck with the sea breeze. Then he walked into the cabin and climbed to the 3rd floor. When he entered, Yunqi had already prepared dinner. In order to make it easier to eat, Yunqi made rolls at night, using cooking utensils to make the fragrant rolls, and then rolled various vegetables and barbecued meats inside. Then he simply added a little seasoning, and Chungmu ate it so deliciously. The old Beijing rolls were so authentic. The rolls were not small, and the two of them were full after eating one each, while Chungmu ate 3 in one go. As for Wan Kai, he doesn't like to eat this kind of food. He likes simple and rough food. Meat is enough. Why do we need other fancy things? After dinner, Chungmu patted his belly and lay on the sofa. He lit a cigarette and turned on the TV. At this time, his favorite Chomga was playing on TV. He also planned to watch TV for a while, and then go to bed, and then get up in the middle of the night to replace them. Although everyone's physical fitness has been strengthened, they still feel tired and sleepy, and their physical fitness is not as good as Chungmu's. So this arrangement is the most reasonable. The two of them drive until 1 or 2 in the morning, then go to rest. Chungmu takes over, and when they are rested, Chungmu will take over. This arrangement is also a plan made by Chungmu after careful consideration. Yunqi and Xiaoluka do not have the ability of Chungmu to fall asleep whenever he wants. It is only 6 or 7 o'clock now, and they can't fall asleep if they force themselves to sleep. Moreover, according to Chungmu's estimation, it is very likely that the lost city will be found tomorrow afternoon or evening, and at that time, he will have just rested and will be in the best condition. When we enter the lost city, we can search for supplies directly. However, all this is just speculation. But from the current point of view, this arrangement is the most appropriate. After watching an episode of cartoons, Chungmu went to wash up simply, ran to the bed, and fell asleep. He set an alarm for his biological clock at around 1 a.m., which happened to be the time when the two of them were a little sleepy, and their guard was the lowest. Although most people dare not make plans for Chungmu, Chungmu will never be naive to think that no one dares to touch him. The guy who drove the big mail that day was the best example. If you are a little lax, you may be replaced by others. But there are many people eyeing his position. Before going to bed, he also went to the storage box to take a look. The main purpose was to check the black material box. When he scanned the black material box with the system, he found that the danger level of the black box had become high. It was no longer the previous one that asked him to run away quickly. Chungmu was not too surprised about this. He now has the dragon soul and the magic core cannon in his hand. If this still can't solve the black supply box, it's unreasonable. The black supply box is awesome, but not so awesome that it's invincible. In addition, he has gained some attribute points. All these things add up to a change in the system's evaluation of the black supply box. Although it has changed, Chungmu still has no intention of touching the black box. There is no need to do so now. The game has not launched anything to hunt him down, so he doesn't need to take the risk. Moreover, the danger warning given by the system is still high, which also means that the things inside are definitely not easy to deal with. If you don't use the Dragon Blade skills, it is very likely that you can't solve it. But the Dragon Blade skills must be kept. And this is what you have to keep to register. Chapter 151: The Blazing Sun. After arriving at the Lost City, he didn't know what kind of crisis was waiting for him. So he had to have something to save his life. Accompanied by the gentle sea breeze and the sound of waves outside, Chungmu lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chungmu opened his eyes on time. He had just had a dream, and he dreamed that he was floating on the cloud he had dreamed of before. There was still an unclear illusory figure. He rubbed his head and got up from the bed, went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water, and then felt much more awake. Every time he had such a strange dream, his head would hurt a little after waking up. Fortunately, the pain would disappear automatically after a few minutes. He didn't think much about the headache now, nor about those dreams. After coming out of the bathroom, he went straight to the cockpit. Yunchi was driving the boat, and Zyluoka was accompanying her. They were holding a bowl with various cut fruits in it. They also prepared a portion for Chungmu and made him 2 sandwiches, to prevent him from having to cook for himself when he was hungry while driving the boat at night. Chungmu walked up, took a few pieces of fruit from the bowl and put them in his mouth, then said to them, "You two should go and rest, and I will take over when you wake up." Although they were in good spirits, their eyes were full of bloodshot. He touched Yunchi and Zyluoka's heads with some distress, told them to go to sleep quickly, and sat in the driver's seat. He lit a cigarette, reclined the seat, put his legs on the dashboard, and drove towards the depths of the sea. Chungmu took the heart of black tortoise out of the storage box again. In this direction, it was still the hottest. Feeling the hot red stone, he felt a little relieved. To be honest, he didn't know if he could find the lost city in this direction. This hot stone can only give him a little comfort. But a little hope is much better than no hope. This sea is beyond imagination. If there is no guidance, it would be really desperate to find an illusory island in it. It is very dark outside. But fortunately, you don't need to look at the road. Just look at the direction. And the Mud King has an adaptive cruise function. So Chungmu is not tired of driving the boat. Just lie on the seat and check the direction from time to time. He had just slept for 6 or 7 hours. After washing his face, he was full of energy, but a little bored. But soon, he started to use his little brain and came up with a brilliant idea. That was to move the TV to the cockpit. He turned on the TV and saw the familiar figure of Brother Chung, who was using his electric saw to saw wood with a buzzing sound. Chungmu turned the volume down very low, mainly because he was afraid of disturbing the two of them. In this way, he watched his brother Chong being beaten by 2 bears, and then from time to time he looked at the sea ahead, and occasionally looked at the compass to make sure the direction was correct. This was his first time to spend the night in the sea, and it was indeed a little different from being on land. The main thing was that he felt a little nervous, as if he was sleeping in a bottomless place. The pitch-black night and the deep water surface also deepened this feeling. In the middle of the night, except for the front illuminated by the high beam, other places were dark. If you want to find a few more supply boxes at this time, you should take a break. The matter of finding supply boxes can only be said to be random. So Chungmu only looked ahead occasionally. If we can find a supply box, that would be the best. If we can't, that's fine. Anyway, the first task is to find the lost city. Chungmu did some other things to kill time, and time quickly came to the early morning. Today's sky has changed a lot compared to the previous few days. It's just past 5 in the morning, and the distant sky has a hint of fish belly white. The white sky, the blue sea, and the red of the rising sun. The 3 colors form a beautiful picture. Chungmu couldn't help but jump directly from the cockpit to the deck. He wanted to go to the bow to enjoy the beautiful scenery. He jumped from the top of the cabin and landed steadily on the deck. Now the height of 10 meters is nothing to him. and there is no danger in jumping directly from it. He stood at the bow, admiring the sunrise, with a cigarette in his hand, which was really a kind of enjoyment. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Chung-Moo returned to the cabin. Yunchi and Xyluka were still asleep, and he didn't disturb them. Chung-Moo was still very energetic and didn't feel sleepy at all. He continued to sit in the driver's seat, sitting at the highest point of the Mud King, admiring the sea view around him. Time passed by minute, and when it was about 7 o'clock and close to 8 o'clock, the sun was already high in the sky, dazzling and hot. The weather finally recovered. Although it was a bit hot, Chung-Moo had gotten used to this kind of weather in the past 20 days. Like the situation of wind and rain in the past 2 days. Although it was cool, it was very troublesome to do anything. After a while, Yunchi also got up from the bed. She never sleeps late, and she didn't sleep very late yesterday. Just 1 or 2 hours later than usual. So although it's only 8 o'clock now, she has already gotten up and washed. Unlike the lazy dog Xyluka, who is still sleeping with his butt sticking up. But there's nothing to do about it. Xyluka is younger, and his physique is not as good as Chung-Moo and Yunchi. So it's okay to sleep a little longer. Besides, Xyluka has never been vague when it comes to work. Yunchi got up and made some breakfast for Chung-Moo. Eggs, porridge, and toast. After he finished his meal, he jumped onto the deck again, walked to the bow, and lit a cigarette. The huge sun was already emitting strong heat. He stood at the bow and felt a wave of hot air rising from the deck. The black hull absorbs heat more than other colors, so it is also hotter. But it doesn't matter. Just being handsome is enough. Besides, the 3 of them stayed in the air-conditioned room every day, so whether it was hot or cold outside didn't have much impact on them. After smoking, Chung-Moo went to the bathroom to take a shower. After staying up all night, his hair was a little oily, and he could wash off the smell of cigarettes. He was not very sleepy now, but he still had to force himself to sleep. Chung-Moo guessed that he should be able to find this so-called lost city today. After finding this ghost place, he must go in and explore it. So he must get enough rest. If he is not energetic enough, it will be fatal if he loses his concentration. Chapter 152 Intense Pain. Chung-Moo did not dare to be careless. After washing up, he returned to bed and hugged Little Green Tea from behind to prepare for sleep. Little Green Tea has also grown a little bigger recently, evolving from an airport to a poached egg. Of course, Chung-Moo contributed to all this. He did not sleep for long. At noon, he was awakened by the noise of Yunchi and Little Green Tea making lunch. He wanted to sit on the bed and light a cigarette to wake himself up. But Yunchi saw him and drove him to the deck. Chung-Moo didn't say anything. It was really bad to make the bedroom full of smoke. He was a person who knew how to take care of other people's feelings. So he quietly went to the deck to smoke. After smoking this cigarette and washing up, he sat at the table and started to enjoy today's lunch. Apart from anything else, this kind of life of eating and sleeping every day is still very good. During the morning when Chung-Moo was sleeping, Yunchi and Xyluka also found 2 purple boxes, 3 yellow boxes, and 5 white boxes. When he used his perspective to scan and found that it was just an ordinary purple box, he lost interest in opening it. He turned his attention to the 3 yellow boxes. He was more interested in the yellow boxes because he could get cigarettes from them. However, only 1 pack of cigarettes was found in the 3 boxes this time. Then Chung-Moo let the 2 of them go to sleep, and he drove the boat himself. The 2 had just finished their meal and were a little sleepy in the sun. They fell asleep in a few minutes after returning to bed. He sat in the cockpit and took out the small stone, the heart of the black tortoise, from the storage box. Chung-Moo held it in his hand and faced it to the sun. Under the refraction of the light, the stone also emitted a strange light, which was very beautiful. He held the stone and stood on the bow of the deck again, then lit a cigarette. As the smoke entered his lungs, a faint pleasure rushed straight to his brain. The red stone was held in his palm, and it became hotter and hotter, just like the burning cigarette between his fingers. He looked up at the sea in the distance, which was still blue, the same as usual. But Chung-Moo, standing at the bow, seemed to be trapped in a mysterious feeling. This feeling was indescribable. Countless fragments seemed to be replayed in his mind like a movie. Suddenly, his head burst into a needle-like pain again. He wanted to pound his head to relieve the headache, but he found that he couldn't do anything. It was as if his consciousness was clear, but his body no longer belonged to him. He wanted to turn around and shout, but found that he couldn't even make a sound. The pain in his mind became more and more intense. A pain like his soul being torn apart. And all the fragments of memory were recalled faster and faster. He felt a strong force tearing his consciousness apart. And when his consciousness was about to completely dissipate, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his fingers. With the appearance of this burning sensation, the tearing feeling in his mind instantly dissipated. Chung Mu instantly felt the exhaustion coming from his whole body. He lost his balance and almost fell off the deck. But fortunately, there was a railing in front of him to stop him. He leaned on the railing, breathing heavily. Although the pain from his soul had dissipated, he was afraid that he would never forget this feeling in his life. His right hand was still holding the hot stone, and there was a little red swelling on his left hand and middle finger. This was because the cigarette he had just smoked burned out and burned his fingers. He was sweating all over. And now there was only one thought in his mind. Who the hell said smoking is harmful to health? If it weren't for the burning pain caused by the cigarette just now, his consciousness might have been unable to hold on and would have dissipated. Maybe the pain in reality brought his consciousness back to reality. Just now, Chung Mu felt that his consciousness seemed to drift into the void. This feeling, however, was beyond his control. As if there was something more powerful that forcibly brought his consciousness into the void. During this period of time, there have been too many similar things. But every time he was about to think about these things carefully, he would always be interrupted by a strong headache. This time was no exception. When he was about to think about his headache, the nature of this game, and the special events that happened to him, the stabbing pain in his head just now came again, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chung Mu threw away the remaining cigarette, but in his hand, turned around and walked into the bathroom on the first floor of the cabin to take a cold shower. The pain just now was gone, but he still couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, the cold water splashing on his body helped him calm down a little. After taking a cold shower, Chung Mu went upstairs. Yunchi and Xiaoluka were still sleeping together. Looking at the two of them sleeping peacefully, a smile appeared on his face, making him temporarily forget the pain he had just faced. When he turned his head and walked into the cockpit, he was surprised to find that on the blue sea just now, a faint dark line appeared in the distance. He quickly took out the telescope from the storage box and looked into the distance. In the telescope, he could only see a green line. Is this the island mentioned in the game? During the update, the game once prompted that the lost city existed on a giant island. Even if you look horizontally to the left and right, you can't see the edge of this line in front of you. It's just like a connected continent. This is also in line with the game's description of giant. After all, the game map is always larger than Chung Mu's imagination. It is not impossible that an island is equal to a continent in the previous cognition. He took out the heart of black tortoise from the storage box again, and was surprised to find that the heart of black tortoise had become even hotter, and it was faintly emitting a strange light. If the lost city really existed on this giant island, then he could use the light emitted by this stone to find the city. The island was so big that even if he landed on it, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to find it, and he didn't know what was going on the island. Now Chung Mu had something like a hint prop more than the others, which greatly increased his chances of becoming the first person to find the lost city. He was very excited and wanted to wake up Yunchi and Xiaoluka right now to share his joy with them. But after thinking for a while, he still lit a cigarette and calmed down. They didn't sleep for long last night, so let them sleep a little longer now. Besides, when they land on the island, they will definitely be more surprised when they wake up. Maybe their jaws will drop. Of course, it's not just the surprise that can make their jaws drop, but also Chung Mu. Chapter 153 Grenade Launcher. Chung Mu thought of this and unconsciously increased his speed. However, judging from the distance, it would take a while to get there. The dark land line in the distance was still very small. Even with Chung Mu holding a telescope, he could only barely see the landline. Even though it was still so far away, the horizontal boundary of the landline could not be seen. This showed how big the island was. But it is not certain that this is the giant island mentioned in the game. After all, it is too big. Chung Mu still has the world view on Blue Star in his mind. There, an island of this size is definitely a continent. But these can only be found out after he gets to the island. He lit another cigarette, took out a bottle of iced fruit wine from the refrigerator, and then opened the chat channel while smoking and drinking. Anyway, it will take some time to get to the island, so why not see what these stupid netizens are talking about? Brothers, I'm selling a pack of Wazzy brand cigarettes. If you're interested, please contact me. I don't like smoking Wazzy. I cough when I smoke Wazzy. Can you still sell cigarettes now? This thing is not a rare thing. Yes. I also opened a few packs of cigarettes from the supply box these 2 days. Many things that I haven't seen before can now be opened from the box. Brothers, do you have lighters for sale? Give me one. I found a pack of cigarettes, but I can't light it. If you want something else, I won't give it to you. But I can give you a lighter. You pay for the handling fee. Plus a pack of cigarettes. Has anyone found the lost city? I've been drifting on the sea for 2 days. And I haven't even seen a shadow. Stupid. If someone had found it, the game would have given a hint. I'm destined to be one of the top 10. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 29 days. Chung Mu looked at the chat channel for a while, and then closed it. No one was cursing today. And it was boring to watch them talk about these things. Maybe it was because everyone was rushing to find the lost city. And no one had the energy to quarrel. Damn. This class of netizens is really the worst class I have ever led. Chung Mu was a little disappointed that there was no large-scale quarrel. But fortunately, now I can still kill time by smoking and drinking. Yunchi and Xiaoluka were still sleeping soundly. The sun was a little dazzling today, so they were a little sleepy after lunch. Chung Mu did not disturb them. It was not easy to sleep, so he slept as long as he could. After they got to the island, there might be some dangers waiting for them. They would not be able to sleep even if they wanted to. As time went by, the Mud King was getting closer to the land line. He took out the telescope from the storage box again, and now he could roughly see the area. From his perspective, he could only see some green things. He squinted his eyes and looked carefully, and found that it was a dense forest. This forest spread over the entire land line. Looking from left to right, it was all lush green. These trees also blocked his sight. If he wanted to look inside, he had to go through the dense forest. It seemed that this mission to find the lost city was definitely not easy. Apart from anything else, it would take a lot of time just to go through the forest. And it was unknown if there was any danger in the forest. It was also unknown if the Mud King could still drive after reaching this area. If he could drive normally, he could just drive the Mud King through the forest. Although these trees are large in size, they definitely cannot withstand the impact of the Mud King. But all this can only be discussed after reaching the shore. At present, this place is very close to the shore there, and it will take about 20 minutes to drive there. In these 20 minutes, there is something else to do. That is, to open the supply boxes harvested in the past 2 days. During the driving time of the past 2 days, although half of the time was at night, there were fewer supply boxes, but he still has 2 high-level purple supply boxes in his hand, and some low-level boxes. He planned to open the 2 high-level purple boxes first. The supply boxes found in the sea can only be opened in the sea, although the huge island in front of him should also be considered on the sea. But Chung Mu did not want to take the box there to open it. Let's not talk about whether the supply box in the ocean can be opened on the island. Everything is unknown there now. Facing an unknown environment, he was so bold to bring the dangerous supply box there to open it. This behavior is tantamount to looking for death in the toilet. Although even if it was a high-level purple box, the things inside were just something Chung Mu could easily deal with. But he must not take it lightly. And there was no need to take the risk. If something was very dangerous, but also accompanied by huge benefits, then Chung Mu might still do it after considering it. But in this situation, it was obviously a thankless task. So he took out the 2 high-level purple boxes he had found in the past 2 days from the storage box and opened them. There is nothing much to say about the process. Anyway, Chung Mu easily solved the crisis in the 2 boxes. He didn't even wake up Yin Qi and Xiao Lu Cha. The harvest in these 2 supply boxes was not amazing, but it was pretty good. He decomposed a large magic core from the creature summoned in one of the boxes. But the quality of the blueprint in this box was not good. It was just a manufacturing blueprint for ordinary weapons. In the other box, although no magic core exploded, there was a blueprint that was very useful to him. Grenade Launcher Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Reinforced Alloy Ingots *3. Reinforced Steel Ingots *2. Note 1. The grenade launcher has 6 loading slots, which can be loaded with different ammunition. Note 2. The grenade launcher needs to be used with specific grenades, and ordinary ammunition equipment is invalid. Looking at this grenade launcher blueprint, Chung Mu returned from the deck to the cockpit and found a blueprint he had obtained before. Li Mei Incendiary Bomb Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements: Gasoline *1, Gunpowder *1, Reinforced Alloy Ingot *1, Reinforced Steel Ingot *1. Note 1. This incendiary bomb needs to be equipped with a grenade launcher to launch. Note 2. You can also choose to throw it out with your hands, but it will not explode. And there is a high probability that it will cause others to laugh at you. Note 3. Do not use this incendiary bomb to make barbecue. Note 4. When the opponent uses this incendiary bomb, the damage increases by 50%. This Li Mei Incendiary Bomb and the grenade launcher blueprint just found are simply a perfect match. And in the dense woods on this island, the power of the incendiary bomb can also be maximized. But you may accidentally burn yourself. Chapter 154. Unusual Movement. However, he does not have enough gunpowder materials at present, and cannot use incendiary bombs in large quantities. Although the materials for making gunpowder can be found in low-level material boxes, there are too many types of materials in low-level material boxes, so it is still a bit difficult to find the raw materials for making gunpowder in them. The gunpowder he currently has can only make a few incendiary bombs, and he has to keep some gunpowder to make grenades. Incendiary bombs are good, but grenades are also good. As he opened the purple supply box and fiddled with the supplies, 20 minutes passed quickly. The land ahead, or rather the giant island, was already within reach. In front of him were layers of golden sand with a hint of white. Looking up along the sand, it seemed as if there was a dividing line that separated the sand. Above the sand was moist soil, and in this moist soil grew rows of towering trees. Chung Mu looked up and saw that the rows of trees were at least several dozen meters high. According to common sense, this place cannot grow trees this high. Apart from other things, the distance between each tree is very small, and there is not enough nutrients. But this is in the game, and Chung Mu is used to this kind of unreasonable things. When he was about to stop and observe the situation while driving the Mud King, a prompt subtitle from the game appeared in his eyes. The ship has been detected approaching the Lost Island. Keep moving forward. When the ship hits the beach, it will shrink into a pendant. Note: to restore the ship, throw the pendant into the sea. Lost Island? Is this the name of this island? And what does it mean that the ship is reduced to a pendant? He couldn't help but think of the Pirates of the Caribbean he had seen in his previous life. The ship in that game could be reduced to fit in a small bottle. This must be what the game meant by reducing it to a pendant. Chung Mu didn't do it right away, but stopped the ship near this area. Since he had already arrived here, there was no need to rush. Then he went back to bed and woke up Yunchi and Xyluoka. They were suddenly woken up from their deep sleep. Yunchi was a little better, but Xyluoka had her hair disheveled and looked confused. Seeing this scene, Chung Mu laughed dumbly. He turned around and took out a bottle of iced drink from the refrigerator. He handed it to Xyluoka, who was still confused, and took 2 sips. The cold juice also sobered her up a little. By the time she had fully understood the situation, Yunchi had already finished washing up. Chung Mu also smoked a cigarette and waited for her. Anyway, there was no rush now. After he finished smoking a cigarette, Xiao Lucha finally finished washing up. So Chung Mu drove the Mud King to the beach, and the 3 of them jumped off the deck. He looked back at the Mud King, and the prompt of shrinking the ship appeared in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the Mud King, which was dozens of meters long just now, turned into a pendant of a few centimeters. There was also a small ring on the pendant, which inexplicably looked like a keychain. Not only did the Mud King become smaller, but even the storage box on the car was separated and turned into a small pendant. This is much more convenient. Before, Chung Mu was still thinking about how to carry supplies after landing on the island. The storage box on the Mud King is not large, but it is definitely not small. If you carry it with you, it will definitely affect some actions. I am afraid that when you encounter an enemy, if an action is blocked, it will be a fatal matter. Others will definitely not be merciful to you because of this. Now, the storage box is directly reduced. If Chung Mu needs something, the grid of the storage box will appear in his sea of consciousness. He can directly extract it, which is undoubtedly much more convenient. However, this is not a special treatment given to him by the game, but every player has this treatment. The game is eager for him to die sooner. The Mud King that has become a few centimeters long feels quite textured in his hand. Chung Mu uses a gold necklace to string it together with the storage box and wears it around his neck. This is his life and property. Wearing it on his chest, he can react immediately if there is any change. The exquisite gold necklace on his neck also makes Chungmu look more handsome. Yunchi and Xyluka didn't know what happened yet. They just saw that the Mud King, which was dozens of meters long just now, disappeared in a flash. Because their boats were towed behind the Mud King by the tow chain, they didn't receive any prompts yet. After Chungmu explained to them, they drove the boat over. And then, their boats shrank instantly and turned into pendants. The two followed suit, and Yunchi buried her red sports car in the deep gully. Xyluka was placed between two small poached eggs. Chungmu took out a backpack from the storage box and stuffed Wankai into the bag. It was obedient, although only the dog's head was exposed in the bag. It didn't make a noise. Wankai also knew that this was not the time to talk about comfort. Besides, Chungmu just told it that he would give it extra food when it found that city. Although he didn't understand what city it was, Wankai remembered the two words extra food. It might not understand other instructions, but it would definitely remember the two words extra food. Then the three of them took out their weapons and protective gear and prepared to explore the forest in front of them. As soon as he stepped into the towering forest, Chungmu felt a strong miasma. Fortunately, this miasma doesn't seem to have much effect on the body. It just smells a bit bad. The ground under his feet was a bit soft. Chungmu looked down and saw layers of fallen leaves. In some places, the leaves on the road had rotted along with the mud on the ground, which looked a bit disgusting. Fortunately, Chungmu had found a manufacturing blueprint for leather boots before. Otherwise, he couldn't even walk on the road here. The three of them walked in the woods in a front-to-back order. Chungmu was in front. Yunchi was behind. And little green tea was protected in the middle. She was the weakest. So this arrangement was the most reasonable. Chungmu was the strongest in both strength and reaction. So he was also the first to rush to the front. And he could stand up and deal with any crisis at the first time. Just a few meters into the woods, a muddy field appeared in front of the three of them. Chungmu looked at the terrible environment in front and frowned. The mud was nothing. But he was afraid that there would be some creatures that attacked people in it. He was just about to turn around and talk to the two of them, when a rustling sound came from the treetops in front of him. Chapter 155 Human-Faced Demonic Spider. The strange sound coming from the tree canopy instantly made Chungmu's nerves tense. He raised his hand to signal Yunchi and Xyluka to stay alert. They also understood that this was not a joke. And if anything went wrong it would be fatal. So when they saw Chungmu's action, they immediately raised their guns and became alert. With a rustling sound, a very exaggerated spider suddenly jumped out from the dense leaves in the tree canopy in front. It was very large, with 8 long legs spread out, and the entire body was more than 1 meter long in diameter. For a spider, this size was already considered a mutation. Its bulging abdomen had a white ghost face. It looked a bit like a creature in a novel he had read in his previous life, The Human-Faced Demon Spider. In that novel, this creature was very powerful, and even the protagonist was almost killed by it. Although the one in front of him was not as exaggerated as the one in that novel, it also looked very intimidating, as it pounced on him from a height. Chungmu's heart was hanging. However, he did not sit there and wait for death, but immediately raised his Type 95, pulled the trigger, and shot the bullet at the head of the giant spider. Chungmu originally thought that this thing that looked like a human-faced demon spider would be very difficult to deal with. So he emptied the magazine in a few seconds. What he didn't expect was that the spider was very fragile, and it was hit in an instant, with green juice splashing everywhere, and was directly deflated. I thought it was something, but I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. He walked forward and looked at the shriveled body of the big spider. The game prompted that a small magic core could be decomposed. The harvest was good, but the body of this thing was a bit disgusting. After dealing with this spider, Chungmu was also thinking about a question. That is, whether to let Yunchi and Xyluka go with him to find the lost city. It seems that finding the lost city will not be found in a short time. We have just entered this forest, and it will probably take a long time to find this so-called lost city. Compared with before, the creatures in this area will actively attack the player. Although Xyluka and Yunchi are not weak, they are still far behind Chungmu. It's not because they are not good, but because Chungmu is too strong. If we take them with us, although they have the ability to protect themselves, it is not much help for Chungmu. The main reason is that he can't help but worry about the two of them. If he loses his concentration during the battle, something might go wrong. Although there are enough weapons, there are not enough protective gear. For example, bulletproof armor and helmets of Qing Dynasty veterans are not enough for 3 people because of insufficient raw materials. After standing there and thinking for a while, Cheng Mu turned around and said to them, "You should wait for me in the ocean near the shore. I will explore by myself. I'll leave the boat to you. If you encounter any danger, you can directly use the magic core cannon. Now these small magic cores are enough for you to use. You can leave your boat to me, just in case." Little Green Tea was about to speak, but Yun Qi, who was standing beside her, answered first, "Can you do it yourself? Well, if you are here, it will distract me. It's safer to stay on the boat." "Okay. Then be careful. We will wait for you nearby. Pay attention to the messages we send you, because the game has a chat system. They can communicate at any time without worrying about not being able to find each other." "Okay. Don't worry. I will make a mark along the way. And when I find the lost city, you can just follow the mark." After saying that, Cheng Mu gave the 2 of them a simple hug and said goodbye. The 2 of them were not people who didn't know the pros and cons. They turned around and took the pendant Mud King and walked to the beach, while Cheng Mu left their boat behind. This way, if something happens, there will be no lack of boats. Cheng Mu had upgraded Yunqi's sports car to level 3 before, so it would definitely be enough if anything happened. Cheng Mu watched them walk to the beach and threw the Mud King's pendant into the sea. In an instant, the pendant, which was only a few centimeters in size, turned into a giant ship dozens of meters long. Yunqi and Xiaoluka turned around and waved goodbye to him, then boarded the Mud King. Cheng Mu could also go to find the lost city by himself without any worries. He still preferred to act on his own, so that he would not feel constrained. Moreover, the 2 of them staying at the seaside can also play a role in guarding the rear for Cheng Mu. At least in this area, Cheng Mu does not have to worry about someone sneaking up from behind and stabbing him in the back after he enters the woods. If others come from the distant sea, the 2 of them can also use the magic core cannon to directly eliminate them. It is estimated that others will not dare to approach the Mud King that is dozens of meters long. After saying goodbye to the 2 of them, Cheng Mu first took out a blueprint for making ropes from the storage box and made several bundles of ropes. This rope is very strong and thick, and ordinary things cannot cut it. It is best to use this rope as a mark. After he finds the lost city, it can give a clear hint to Yunqi and Xiaoluka who come later, and it can also prevent him from getting lost in this dense forest. You know, the density of trees in this forest is very high, and there are no paths or obvious identification objects in it. If you don't make a mark, it is very likely that you will find yourself going around in circles after walking for a long time. It is not impossible to use other things as markings, such as carving a mark on each tree, but it is also easy to get lost, and it is far less simple and crude than a rope. Cheng Mu knew that even on the blue planet in the 21st century, some scientific exploration teams would still use ropes as path marks. Sometimes, this simple rope is much more reliable than those sophisticated scientific instruments. After tying one end of the rope to the tree at the entrance, Cheng Mu began to explore the depths of the forest. After the spider incident, Cheng Mu became more cautious. He wrinkled his nose at the rotten air in the woods, but luckily he could hold his breath for a long time. In order not to inhale too much air here, Cheng Mu took a deep breath and changed his breath when he couldn't hold it anymore. The air here doesn't seem to be toxic, but who can tell? So it's better to inhale less. To be on the safe side, he took out the blueprints from the storage box and made a few detoxification pills. Chapter 156: A Serious Question. These detoxification pills have different effects, but they are not much different. Anyway, they are all used to detoxify. The blueprints for making them were also found by him before. However, Cheng Mu did not intend to take these detoxification pills unless it was absolutely necessary, because most of them have some side effects, and the side effects are a bit confusing. For example, one of the pills has a side effect of getting credit after taking it. In this wilderness, without Yunqi and Xiaoluka with him, if the credit is increased, then he can only find something to show off. Cheng Mu obviously didn't want to do that, so he wouldn't eat this stuff unless it was absolutely necessary. He continued to walk into the woods, and the ground he stepped on was basically made up of rotten leaves and mud. Walking on it felt very disgusting and weak, as if he would sink into it if he wasn't careful. So Cheng Mu was also very careful, and he would feel firm every step he took, and only walked after testing it. Fortunately, he had obtained the manufacturing drawings of a pair of leather boots before, which had better sealing, so the mud could not touch his skin, and he didn't know whether the mud was poisonous. Chung Mu basically put the rope around the tree next to him as a mark every time he walked a certain distance. Anyway, he had his storage box with him, and there were enough materials to make ropes, so he didn't have to worry about running out of ropes. These ropes also gave him a great sense of security, because he was protected by the ropes on his body. He was not too worried about getting stuck in the mud. Even if he got stuck, he could pull himself out quickly with his reaction and strength. And seeing that the places he had walked through were marked, it also gave him a great sense of peace of mind. Hello. Hello. Calling Chung Mu. Calling Chung Mu. Please reply if you receive it. Please reply if you receive it. Over. Not long after walking in this forest, Chung Mu received a message from Xiao Lu Cha. Seeing this playful text message, a smile appeared on his face, and even felt that the tense atmosphere was relieved a little. He suddenly remembered something that should have been done a long time ago. How could I forget the heart of the black tortoise? This thing can sense the lost city. So Chung Mu hurriedly took out the heart of the black tortoise from the storage box. This time, the heart of the black tortoise felt very warm in his hand. Not as hot as before. Chung Mu moved it left and right in his palm. This time, its temperature no longer rose, but the light it emitted increased as his palm moved. When he moved the heart of the black tortoise to a direction slightly to the left, the light it emitted reached its peak and was almost dazzling. Chung Mu looked at the brightest part of the stone, and his expression became interesting. The direction ahead was not a road at all, but a swamp. From time to time, a small bubble would come out of it. I wonder what creatures were breathing in it. It is also possible that the gas fermented from the bottom of the swamp floated up. But no matter what, this road is not an easy one to walk on. There must be something wrong inside. He looked at the swamp in the distance, and then rejected the idea of taking a detour in his mind. The swamp pool has no boundaries, although the trees block the view. Its boundaries extend far into the distance until it is out of sight. If you take a detour from the side, you don't know where to go, and the road next to it is not so easy to walk. At this moment, you must light a cigarette and think about it. Chung Mu took out a cigarette from the storage box, but did not light it immediately. This area is full of methane. If you light a fire rashly, it is likely to cause a sky full of flames, so there is a risk of roasting yourself. He first opened the cover, blocked the fire hole of the lighter with something, and then turned the spark wheel. The flint and the roller collided, and several sparks burst out. After trying this several times, he did not find anything abnormal, so he took away the thing blocking the fire hole. Then he turned the spark wheel, and when a ball of flame just appeared, Chung Mu immediately closed the cover of the lighter. In this way, he repeated the experiment several times, and the flame of the lighter survived longer and longer in this air. Only then did he bring the flame closer to the cigarette in his mouth. In fact, this process only took a few minutes, but it was quite complicated. But he had to be cautious. He didn't know whether the methane here was flammable. If he accidentally ignited it, he might be disfigured. In order to save his handsome face, he had to be careful. Chung Mu took a deep breath, and the small fireball on the cigarette, but moved a little closer to the cigarette holder. A thick smoke was inhaled into his lungs through his nasal cavity, and after a cycle in his lungs, it was exhaled from his mouth. As the smoke was exhaled, Chung Mu's little head seemed to become smarter. He instantly thought of a perfect plan. Although the swamp in front of him was not easy to cross, he could not cross it. That's right. He could not cross it from above. That is, from the air. Although the swamp looked disgusting, there were still many thick trees growing in it. I don't know how they lived in it. And the distance between these trees was not large. Chung Mu can use these trees to pass through this swamp. He couldn't help but feel proud of his clever little head. But how to climb these trees? This is a very serious question. His expression, which had just relaxed, instantly became interesting again. He had never climbed a tree when he was on Blue Star, so asking him to climb a tree would be a bit of a stretch. Although his physical fitness has improved a lot now, if he climbs a tree rashly, it would be no joke if he falls down. Tree climbing is a sport that requires not only strength, but also strong skills. And it can be considered a technical job. And this is not just climbing one tree, but countless trees. These trees are very thick, and one person can't hug them together. There is no foothold at all. If you only need to climb one tree, it's okay. Chung Mu can still climb it by brute force. But there are countless trees. And after climbing up, you have to jump from the tree you land onto another tree. And move around in this forest. If one fails to operate properly, falling down can be fatal. Chung Mu looked at the thick mud in front of him. If one accidentally falls down, he probably won't be able to get up. He thought he couldn't do this kind of technical work. But he was not in a hurry. There shouldn't be many people coming to this place at present. Even if they also entered this forest, their situation would not be much better than Chung Mu's. And might even be worse. You know, Chung Mu's luck attribute is very high. Even he is trapped here. Let alone others. Chapter 157 Climbing Tools. So he was not in a hurry. He would think hard and find a solution. So Chung Mu lit another cigarette. Smoking helps people think about problems. And everyone knows this. It could be the effect of the cigarette. Or it could be the effect of his brain working fast. After a while, he really came up with a solution to the problem. That is to use the tools at hand to get through this swamp. He just ignored this matter for a while. And only thought about solving this problem with his physical fitness. This is what people often say, the darkest place is under the lamp. He took out 2 extreme spears from the storage box and held them in his hands. The tip of the extreme spear was sharp, and the whole spear body was very tough. Then put it between 2 objects. The spear body was suspended in the air, and a person stepped on it, and it would not break or bend significantly. Of course, the person who stepped on it needs to be a normal person, not a 500-pound fat man. Chung Mu picked up the Heba spear, walked to a tree, and thrust forward with force. Half of the spear was embedded in the thick tree in front of him. He pulled it out again, and it took a lot of effort to pull the Heba spear out of the tree. This effect just met his expectations. So Chung Mu held a Heba spear in each hand and inserted it into the tree. These 2 spears became his climbing tools. He inserted the spear in and then pulled it out. Up and down. And he quickly climbed to a suitable height. After reaching this height, he took out 2 more extreme spears from the storage box and stuck them into the tree at his feet, using this place as a foothold. Because this operation would waste the extreme spears, he also made a lot of them. Fortunately, he had plenty of materials to make extreme spears, so this was not a problem. Making hundreds of them was not a problem for him. After standing firmly on the current tree, he was ready to throw the extreme spear to the next tree. In this way, he could use the extreme spear as a foothold on the tree to shuttle through the swamp. Relying on strong accuracy, Chung Mu threw 3 extreme spears to the next tree, 2 at the bottom as footholds, and 1 at the top as a grip point for his hands after jumping over. After throwing the extreme spear over, he stepped on the spear under his feet, jumped up, and then jumped to the next tree. The spear inserted into the tree can fully bear his weight, and the distance between each tree is just a piece of cake for him to jump over. After jumping onto the next tree, Chung Mu looked ahead again and found that the swamp didn't extend far out. Just now, there were too many thick trees on the ground that blocked his sight. But now at this height, his sight was much wider. So he didn't recall the extreme spear. Anyway, Yunji and Xiaoluka would take this road later, and they would have to be inserted again. So in order to save trouble, he just left all these extreme spears here. This is not a waste. These extreme spears can be summoned and recycled after they are used up, and they may be useful in the future. At worst, they can be sold on the trading channel, and they will not lose money. Although the extreme spear is not a powerful weapon on the panel, this weapon depends on the strength of the user. For example, if the user has a high strength attribute, the power of the thrown spear will be very exaggerated. In addition, Chung Mu's reputation in the game makes it easy to sell these extreme spears. In this way, Chung Mu shuttled through the trees above the swamp like a monkey. The swamp was not very big, however, because he had to mark the way with a rope every time he walked. It took about 20 minutes before the end of the swamp appeared not far away. Finally, he came here. After seeing the land, he was relieved. Although it was not too difficult to shuttle through the swamp, there was still some pressure in his heart. The swamp below was constantly emitting bubbles, and the stench it emitted added a lot of psychological pressure to Chung Mu. After all, if he fell down, the chance of falling would be very high. So when he saw the dry land in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chung Mu did not jump down directly, but took out another extreme spear, stabbed it into the land below, and then summoned it back. The extreme spear inserted into the ground was summoned back by Chung Mu. and it also brought out a lot of wet soil. After repeated attempts several times, he jumped down from the tree only after confirming that the road ahead would not collapse. When his feet stepped on the slightly soft ground, Chung-Mu felt much more at ease. He sorted out his weapons and protective gear, then took out the heart of the black tortoise from the storage box, and continued to walk towards the place where the light was brightest. The forest ahead was much easier to walk than the road we had come from, and the distance between each tree was far. Whether it is the view or the space, it is much wider than the road we came from. Even so, Chung-Mu still did not let his guard down. He still took every step firmly, and only took a step forward after confirming that there was no danger. Although this would take a little longer, it was at least safe. In this completely unfamiliar place, if you are not careful, you may die without knowing how. Chung-Mu continued to walk in this wide forest, following the guidance of the heart of black tortoise. From the current point of view, this area is still safe. At least there is no particularly difficult terrain, and no creatures have appeared to attack him. However, these did not make Chung-Mu take it lightly, but more cautious. According to the nature of this game, if it does not make any moths for a period of time, it means that it may be waiting to make a big one. As Chung-Mu moved forward, the light emitted by the heart of black tortoise became more and more intense. During this period, Yunchi and Xiaoluka would send him a message every once in a while, although Chung-Mu had to take a few seconds to reply to each message. The feeling of being cared for was quite good, and he enjoyed it very much. I don't know what Wankai is doing. After I find the lost city, should I go back to pick them up? Chung-Mu was walking on the road, thinking about these questions. He planned to let them follow from behind if he still couldn't find the lost city in a few hours, and he could walk slowly and wait for them. Otherwise, the efficiency would be too slow. If Chung-Mu waited until he found the lost city before letting them go, then they would probably not be in the top 10. Chapter 158 Kazakhs. The plan Chung-Mu is making now is the safest. First of all, he doesn't need to bring them with him, so he won't be distracted by them. Secondly, he has already paved the way ahead, so they can follow easily, and they don't have to be like other people, like headless flies, unable to find the way. However, if he can find the lost city in a while, he can go in and come out to pick them up. As long as the lost city can be entered and exited, it will. Chung-Mu went to pick them up in person, which was more reassuring. After all, they had to take Wankai with them. After walking a distance forward, he took out the heart of black tortoise from the storage box and looked at it. Now the light it emitted was very dazzling. Looking at this situation, it should not take long to find the lost city. He put away the heart of black tortoise and put it in the storage box. After confirming that there was no danger around, he took out a cigarette from the storage box and lit it. As the smoke inhaled and exhaled, Chung-Mu's tense nerves relaxed a little. This place was not too dangerous, but since it was a completely unfamiliar place, he had to be cautious. And a person's mind cannot be in a highly concentrated state for too long. It's like a bowstring. If it is too tight, it may break. Although Chung-Mu's physical fitness has been enhanced to beyond the scope of humans, this is only an enhancement in one aspect. His mental strength is only stronger than before, not to the point where he will not get tired. The cigarette in his hand can effectively relieve this state of mental tension. The smoke entered his lungs, and with the dopamine secreted by his brain, Chung-Mu felt his limbs relax. Just as he was about to take another deep puff, a giant mantis, nearly 2 meters long, suddenly jumped out from the land hidden by dead leaves not far away. Damn! Kazakhs! Chung-Mu was also shocked by this thing at first. Anyone who suddenly saw a giant mantis, nearly 2 meters long in front of them, would probably be shocked. The main reason is that the contrast between this thing and the one on Blue Star is too great. On Blue Star, this creature only grows for a short time, but now the size of this thing has directly expanded by dozens of times. Although Chung-Mu was also shocked, he did not lose his composure. He immediately raised the Type 95 hanging around his neck and shot at the mantis. And this mantis was the yellow color of dead leaves. So when it was hidden in the dead leaves and motionless, even with Chung-Mu's perception, he did not find it. Although it looked a bit scary, with a triangular head and a mouth full of sharp teeth, it kept dripping green saliva. Its 2 huge forearms were waving like sickles, and when it stood in front of others, it could really scare people to death. But the strength of this thing was completely inconsistent with its scary appearance. The bullet shot by Chung-Mu directly hit its triangular head, and it was just like the big spider at the beginning. without any defense. Its head was instantly splattered with green juice. And after losing its head, its thin body twitched a few times. And then, there was no movement. In order to prevent this guy from faking his death, Chungmu fired more than a dozen shots at its body. Only after the body was smashed to pieces did Chungmu step forward. The game also prompted that its body could be decomposed into a small magic core. The probability of the creatures in this forest exploding magic cores is quite high. Since entering this forest, he has only encountered 2 creatures in total. And these 2 creatures also exploded a small magic core for him, with a 100% explosion rate. Just as he was thinking about why there was such a high explosion rate, Yunchi sent him a message. How are you in there? Do you want us to go in? Not now. I should be able to find the Lost City in a while. If you still have no clue after a while, you can come in again. I tied ropes along the way as marks. When you come, just follow the ropes. But still be careful. There may be dangers that I haven't discovered. Okay. I know. Let's not talk about it for now. I still have to continue looking for this damn place. Okay. Be sure to be safe. After finishing the chat with Yunchi, Chungmu continued to move forward. The area he was in was now much wider, and the distance between each tree was even more than 10 meters. If he walked further forward, it would be considered a plain. He took out a cigarette from the storage box and lit it, then held the cigarette in one hand and the gun in the other, and continued to move forward. Now the light of the heart of Black Tortoise was already very dazzling. He decided that if he couldn't find the Lost City after waiting for an hour, he would let Yunchi and Little Green Tea come over first. Time can't be delayed too long. Otherwise the opportunity will be lost. I don't know where other players are now. When thinking about this, Chungmu suddenly slapped his thigh. You can check the chat group. How could I forget this? So he immediately opened the game chat channel in his mind. Damn. I've been looking for 2 days, and I can't find anything. What the hell is this game set up for? Go find a job in a factory. Player No XXXX has been banned for 24 hours for insulting the game. Oh my god. This can be banned? 6. You guys. I saw an island. But it's not that big. It doesn't look like there's a city on it. There are other islands in the sea. I haven't encountered any in the long time I've been driving on the sea. Is it that the game deliberately put them there to confuse players? But now we don't know whether what this person said is true or not. It is very likely that he made it up to confuse others. If there are other islands in the sea, then Chungmu will doubt whether he is looking for the right one. However, there should be no problem with the heart of Black Tortoise. This thing is a reward given by the system. It is completely different from those ordinary coquettish bitches in the game. Fortunately, the heart of Black Tortoise is still shining brightly, which also gives Chungmu some peace of mind. This piece of information was somewhat useful, although he didn't know whether it was true or not. And he couldn't pull the person who sent the message over to torture him. But as long as this information could only play a small role, it would be profitable. Anyway, watching the silly netizens chatting didn't cost money. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Chungmu walked forward while distracting part of his attention to the sea of consciousness, to see if he could find any useful information from the chat channel. Chapter 159, Entering the Lost City. Are there any family members who can give me some clues? I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Do you want to give it to your mother? Brothers, I think I found the huge island mentioned in the game. The coordinates are xx.xx.xx. Chungmu was just about to take out his coordinate meter to see if what this person said was true. But someone started to curse in the group. You can make up something more plausible. This coordinate point is land. I just came from there. Alpaca. I guess people who have made real progress won't tell you. There aren't so many kind-hearted people who would hide their information. That's not necessarily true. For example, your father. I'm about to find the Lost City, and I want to show off in the group. Are you pretending to be your mother? Is there any big brother who can give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 29 days. He looked in the group for a while, but didn't find any useful information from this group of stupid netizens. Chungmu smiled bitterly, feeling a little helpless, and then continued to move forward. However, after looking at the chat messages in the group, he relaxed a lot physically and mentally. One is smoking, and the other is watching the silly netizens chatting. These two are his favorite ways to relax, which are good for physical and mental health. After walking for about 10 minutes, the land in front suddenly became wider and uphill. Looking ahead, the place in front is somewhat similar to the oasis that Chungmu had seen before. and it is also in the shape of a crater. I wonder if the basin in the middle hides the lost city. He took the heart of the black tortoise out of the storage box. As soon as he took it out, the red stone burst out with an extremely dazzling red light. This dazzling light also made Chungmu quickly cover his sight with his hands. Otherwise he would be blinded. From this point of view, the lost city should be in front of him. The road ahead is very wide. There are no weeds or trees. It is all flat land. It looks very safe and easy to walk. Chungmu lit another cigarette, and then simply stretched his slightly tired limbs. He planned to run directly over this section of road at a high speed later. It's a pity that you can't drive here. Otherwise it would save a lot of effort. After smoking a cigarette, Chungmu sorted out his equipment again, put all the unnecessary things into the storage box, and then ran forward. The road ahead can't see the end. It can only be seen that it is an uphill trend. There is no way. Run. According to the hint of the heart of Xuanwu, the lost city should be in front. Chungmu rushed forward at a faster speed. With his current physique, he can run at this speed for several hours without getting tired. He controlled his speed very well, and did not deliberately pursue too fast speed. There was an uphill slope ahead, so he had to save some energy. And while running forward, he also had to pay attention to whether there were any dangers around him. Fortunately, he was also more experienced in dealing with these things. His breathing was very stable, and his eyes were like eagles, watching the movements around him. As long as there was any movement, he would be able to detect it at the first time. However, there was no special danger on this road. There were only some small animals on the road, and when they saw Chungmu, they also left quickly. Just like that. After running on this empty land for about 40 minutes, the slope ahead suddenly became steeper. Chungmu looked up and found that if he climbed a little further, he would almost reach the top of the long slope. There was a thin mist surrounding the top of the long slope, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately ran forward. No matter what the situation was, he would run over and take a look first. He had already come to this place, so he couldn't give up. In a few minutes, Chungmu ran to the top of the long slope. The thin mist that had just surrounded him disappeared when he arrived here. He stood on the top of this circle similar to a crater and looked forward. In the basin in front of him, there were buildings that looked a bit dilapidated. These buildings had different styles. There were ancient pavilions, Western church-style buildings, and even more. There were skyscrapers of the 21st century. These buildings of different styles stretched out all the way, and there was no end in sight. Standing on the top of the mountain, he looked to the left and right, and could only see the mountain tops next to him in an embrace, surrounding this group of buildings in the center. But he couldn't see where the boundary of this mountain top was at all. It was bigger than he imagined. He no longer looked at the surrounding scenery, and focused his eyes on the buildings in front of him. This should be the so-called lost city, right? If so, they can come over directly later. The various buildings gathered together inside really look like a huge city. However, this city is also very big. He stood at such a high place and looked around, but he couldn't see any signs of the end. After taking a deep breath, Chungmu began to walk down. The downhill road was not too steep because of the long distance, but rather a little gentle. He also maintained a moderate speed and paid attention to the surrounding environment. The breeze gently blew on his face, making him feel very relaxed. After walking forward for a few minutes, he saw a game prompt in his eyes. Keep going. You will enter the lost city. Sure enough, it is here. He originally thought that he had to enter these buildings to truly enter the lost city, but he didn't expect that he could do it now. This is good. After confirming it, he can now ask Yunchi and Xiaoluka to stay for 2 days. Although there are some dangers along the way, these dangers are nothing, and they can handle them. For example, the mantis and the big spider. If they reacted a little faster, they would be as fragile as paper. Chungmu originally wanted to go back to pick them up. The game did not say that you could not come out after entering the lost city, so he could go in first, take the first place, and then come out to pick them up. But this would waste a lot of time. He could use this time to search for supplies in the lost city. And Yunchi and Xiaoluka were not the kind of people who would only scream when they encountered danger and would not do anything else. Chungmu imagined that the two of them could handle the situation along the way. Judging from the arc shape of the top of the lost city mountain, this huge island should also be circular, and players can land from all directions. Chungmu was a little excited about becoming the first person to enter the lost city. After all, The game rewards and system tasks were waiting for him ahead. Chapter 160, The Second Heart of Xuanwu. He lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. He first sent a message to Yunqi and Xiaoluka, telling them to follow the mark he left. But they must be careful. He also told them this repeatedly and told them in detail about the possible hidden dangers. If the person is alive, everything is fine. If the person is gone, then everything is gone. After taking a deep breath, Chengmu strode forward. The moment he entered this area, the game gave him another full-screen notification. 9527 has become the first player to enter the Lost City, and is awarded 10 attribute points. As this message appeared in everyone's eyes, the chat group exploded again, and Chengmu, after adding the attribute points obtained by Yang Guang, promptly opened the chat channel, had fun with everyone, and enjoyed the pleasure of showing off. Fuck. The boss is too awesome. He found the Lost City so quickly. I had already predicted that 9527 would be the first person to enter the Lost City, and everything was within my expectations. Boss, can you tell me what's going on in the Lost City? I'll bribe you with 5 bags of spicy noodles. 9527. You're awesome. I'll give birth to your baby. Humph. I'll find the Lost City soon. There's already a huge island in front of me. I estimate that the Lost City is inside. 9527. You're still in need of a bed warmer. How are you doing? I'm in need of one here. You're in need of a fucking dick. I'll sit on you to death. Sit on me. Sit on me. I'm going to leave now. I have to find the Lost City quickly. Otherwise the gap will get bigger and bigger. Selling 50 alloy ingots. If you are interested, please contact me. I have quite a lot of inventory. Let me chat privately. I want this batch of alloy ingots. Damn. 9527 is too abnormal. He is always the first in this situation. I suspect he has some PY transactions with the game. The big guy did it by his own ability. You can't report him. Yes. This person is right. I, Chengmu, can get to where I am today because of my own efforts. After reading this information, the prompt of the system completing the task also appeared in front of him. System task completed. Reward. System experience asterisk 15%. Then what? That's it? Just 15% of the experience. That's it? No matter what. This task took him a day or two. And there were still some dangers on the way. Just a reward of system experience. This isn't inappropriate. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the system still has a chance to draw a lottery. And the lottery can also open good things. The task has been completed. And you have obtained a system lottery opportunity. Note, the lottery system will have any form of rewards. These rewards may also bring you danger. System, I don't ask you to give me any special rewards. Just don't do anything weird to me. Please choose whether to participate in this lottery. If you choose no, the chance to win the lottery will disappear. Please make your choice. After 10 seconds, if you do not make a choice, it will be automatically judged as no. Countdown, 10, 9. Looking at the familiar subtitles in front of him, Chengmu took out the dragon blade from the storage box, so that if the system really creates any danger, he can also face it in time. After getting ready, he first prayed, and then decisively chose. Yes. Congratulations. You have won a mysterious reward, and the reward has been put into your storage box. Seeing this prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurried to the supply box to check his gains. He opened the supply box hanging around his neck, and found another small stone similar to the heart of the black tortoise. But this one was a little different in shape from the first one. The heart of the black tortoise again? He took the stone out of the storage box, and the system prompt appeared in his sea of consciousness. Heart of the black tortoise incomplete. February 3rd. Note 1. According to legend, the black tortoise once wandered around the world, and because of the long time, it had lost part of itself. Note 2? Note 3? Damn. It is true. I don't know what this thing is used for. This piece is the second one now. I can only wait until I have collected 3 pieces. Then he put the black tortoise heart into the storage box. After watching the chat group for a while, Chengmu stopped wasting time on this. From what the group said, it seems that someone else is about to enter the island. Unfortunately, both this island and this city are too big. Otherwise he can hide and ambush the people who come. If you can successfully ambush someone, the supplies you get will be too rich. worth several days of searching. And now that the game has been going on for so many days, everyone will have more supplies. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is to hurry up and find supplies in the Lost City. He sent another message to Yunchi and Xyluka, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual about them, he turned around and looked at the building complex in front. This building complex is not regular. Basically one building here and one building there. They are of different heights. Some are only a few meters high. Some are more than 10 meters high. And there are buildings hundreds of meters high inside the building complex. The high-level supply boxes mentioned in the game should be hidden in these buildings. Right? However, this area is so large. I don't know when I can finish searching. For example, it will take a long time to search the 100-meter building layer by layer. Let's take a look at these houses in front of us first. I don't know what kind of danger there is inside. Chungmu took a deep breath and adjusted himself from the feeling of being admired by everyone just now. Although this feeling is very good, if you keep indulging in it, you may not even know how you died. He took a deep breath and then walked towards the building closest to him. This house is a 2-story small Western-style building about 5 or 6 meters high, and it looks a little shabby from the outside. Chungmu checked the weapon in his hand, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he walked towards the door of the house. Branches. After turning the doorknob, the old door made a teeth-grinding sound, followed by a cloud of dust. He waved his hand to disperse some of the dust in the air, and then looked inside the house. The house was like a normal home, with all kinds of furniture and facilities that a normal home should have. However, since no one had lived there for so long, these things were also covered with dust. Chungmu was also a little confused. Why did the game set up the house to be similar to that on Blue Star? Before he could think about it in detail, another teeth-grinding branch sound came from the floor on the second floor of the room. Chapter 161 Mummy. As the voice appeared, Chungmu looked up at the stairs on the second floor, and the ceiling where he was now was also shaking off a cloud of dust. He held his breath, narrowed his eyes, and clenched his weapon in his hand, waiting to see what kind of danger would be waiting for him in this room. In this way, he stood on the first floor and waited for a few minutes. But nothing came out to attack him. Chungmu was also a little strange. Why didn't anything come down? Could it be that the sound just now was caused by the fact that the house had been in disrepair for a long time? He decided to go up to the second floor to see what was going on. The strange sound just now came from the second floor. Looking at the stairs in front, Chungmu did not go up directly from here, but exited the house and planned to climb up from the outside of the house. The stairs in the room were steep, so there was a certain blind spot in the vision, and climbing up from the outside was not a difficult task for him. As easy as breathing. Although Chungmu can basically deal with the crises in the game, it is his first time here, and he doesn't know what kind of dangers there are in the Lost City, so it's better to be cautious. Chungmu walked out of the house, first confirmed that there was no danger around, and then climbed up to the window on the second floor in a few steps. He held the windowsill with his hands to prop himself up and float in the air, looking through the window into the room on the second floor. To his surprise, there was nothing else in the room on the second floor except the dust, and he thought there would be some danger waiting for him inside. Could it be that the sound just now was made by myself after I entered the room because the house had been in disrepair for a long time? Except for the cement walls outside this house. Most of the furniture inside is made of wood, and the floor is also made of wood. In this way, the sound of branches just now should be the sound made by myself entering the house and destroying the delicate balance inside it. This makes sense. The second floor of this house is not large and a little empty. There is a thick layer of dust on the floor. In the center of the room, there is a purple supply box. The purple supply box was very clean, unlike the dusty floor next to it. After carefully scanning the room on the second floor and confirming that there was nothing unusual, Chungmu pushed his arms hard and turned over through the window into the room on the second floor. As soon as he landed, the old, dusty wooden floor made a twig sound again. It seemed that the sound just now was indeed made by the old floor. Chungmu didn't dare to make any big movements on it. The floor felt shaky. He was afraid that a slightly bigger movement would collapse the floor directly, which would be no fun. He is a man of public morality and will not destroy public property at will. He waved his hand to fan the air in front of him and walked to the purple supply box. Then he used the system to see through the box and found that it was just an ordinary purple supply box with a profit level of D. Let's open it first, and see if there are any good things inside. However, this is just his guess. The quality of the supply boxes in the Lost City should be similar to that of the supply boxes on land. Neither of them can open special items, like the supply boxes on the sea. When the game was updated, it only said that there would be higher level supply boxes in the Lost City, but did not say what special items would be in them. Chung-Moo picked up the supply box from the house, and then jumped directly from the second floor to the open space outside. After standing firm, Chung-Moo pressed the switch of the supply box, and then paid attention to the building he just jumped down. He was worried that the danger in the supply box in the Lost City might be summoned from the house where it was found. However, the supply box in front of him quickly denied his guess. A white light flashed, and a mummy wrapped in cloth strips came out of the box. The moment it was summoned from the box, Chung-Moo immediately raised the Type 95 in his hand and shot at it. The texture of this mummy was very brittle, like a piece of paper that was wetted by water and then dried by the wind. The bullet hit its body, and it directly splashed a burst of debris, which fell to the ground and turned into a white smoke. In a few seconds, the mummy, which was intact just now, was dried into pieces. These pieces fell to the ground and turned into wisps of white smoke. Chung-Moo held his breath and retreated quickly, and in an instant, he was out of the range of the white smoke. Needless to say, the smoke from this thing is 100% poisonous. If someone accidentally inhales it, who knows what will happen? Chung-Moo stood far away from the smoke, and then lit a cigarette. There happened to be a gust of wind in this area, which quickly blew away the smoke, which was not thick to begin with. Fortunately, the wind was not blowing towards him. He stood there smoking while observing the various buildings in this place. The supply boxes in the Lost City should be hidden in these buildings, so it is not too difficult to find. Even if we don't know if there are any hidden dangers in these houses, there may not be any in the small house. But those tall buildings and magnificent buildings inside, that's hard to say. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Chung-Moo walked to the supply box. In fact, the white smoke was blown away by the wind, but for the sake of safety, he still smoked 2 cigarettes before going over. The harvest in the supply box was not rich, only a blueprint and some basic supplies. This blueprint was just an ordinary blueprint, nothing special. After putting these things into the storage box, Chung-Moo sent a message to Yunchi and Xyluka. They had already passed the swamp and did not encounter any danger along the way. He looked at his watch. In a while, they should come over. In this case, he did not plan to search inside. He would first look at the situation outside and explore deeper after the 2 of them arrived. Otherwise, it would be bad if they could not find him after they arrived. Chung-Moo continued to search outside the Lost City. Some houses had supply boxes, while others did not. The buildings he was searching for had one common feature. That is, there was no danger inside. The supply boxes inside were no different from those in the mainland, except for the purple supply box he found at the beginning. During this period of time, only a few white and yellow supply boxes were found. The only thing Chung-Moo got from these supply boxes was a pack of cigarettes. Damn, the supply boxes in this Lost City are not good. If that's the case, it's better to search for supply boxes in the sea. The things in the supply boxes there are at least quite useful. Although Chung-Moo believes that there must be high-level supply boxes in the depths of this Lost City. Chapter 162 Unexpected. But no matter what, there must be a greater crisis waiting for him in the depths of the Lost City. Chung-Moo glanced at his watch. Yunchi and Xyluka would be here in about an hour. Just as he was about to send a message to them, a prompt subtitle suddenly came from the game. Number 6789 has become the second player to enter the Lost City, and is awarded 10 attribute points. Someone else came in. Chung-Moo was also a little surprised. He never expected that someone would find the Lost City again so soon. He thought his team would take the top 3. It was a pity that this person didn't come from where he was now. Otherwise, he would have gone to kill people and rob goods. This island is really too big, so it is possible for players to land from all directions. Yunchi and Xyluka have to speed up. Otherwise the top 10 places will be taken. Should I go pick them up? Anyway, the game doesn't stipulate that you can't leave after entering the Lost City, and there are no good supply boxes in the periphery now. Instead, we can pick them up first, and then the 3 of us will go to the Lost City to find supply boxes. Chung-Moo looked at these houses, some of which he had already looted, and no longer hesitated. He decided to pick them up now. mainly because he was afraid that if they encountered any danger on the way, it would waste time. Although with their strength, there should be nothing on the way that can delay their steps for a long time. But it's better to go and meet them. It's better to be safe than sorry. It won't take much time to meet them. Even if you use this time to look for the supply box, you won't find anything good. But if something really happens and delays their top 10 places, then they won't have anywhere to cry. Compared with the precious attribute points, the supplies they looted are just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of the attribute points, Chungmu was also a little sad. He didn't get any attribute points after completing the system task this time. This is unscientific. But it's useless to think about these things now. It's more important to pick up Yunchi and Xyluka first. This is the most important thing. After making a decision, Chungmu turned around and walked back the way he came. When he walked out of the Lost City, the game did not send any prompts. This also shows that the Lost City can be entered and exited at will. Just like the ocean, there are no restrictions. You can come when you want, and leave when you don't want to. However, if you spend the same amount of time searching for supplies in the ocean or the Lost City will definitely be more profitable than searching for supplies on land. He took out the coordinate meter from the storage box and walked outside. Although he had marked the roads with ropes when he came here, he still took out the coordinate meter to record the coordinates of his current position just in case. The coordinate meter is really easy to use. It is not affected by the magnetic field in the game and is always so accurate. The quality of the props in the game is still very good. While running forward, Chungmu also sent a message to Yunchi and Xyluka, telling them that he would pick them up and ask them to just follow the rope and not run around. He asked them to send their current coordinates. Then, after a series of precise calculations, Chungmu used physics and mathematics to calculate the distance between the three people. Then he came to a conclusion. That is, in about 10 minutes, the three of them will meet. Chungmu also slightly sped up, so that he could prove that his previous calculation was wrong. Thinking of this, Chungmu couldn't help but feel proud of his intelligence. With this IQ, if he lives 2 more years on the blue planet, he will definitely win a Nobel Prize in physics. I had just run on the road for about 2 minutes when the game sent another prompt subtitle. No XXXX has become the third player to enter the Lost City, and is awarded 10 attribute points. Damn. Another one? At this speed, Yunchi and Xyluka may not be in the top 10. These animals. How can they all run so fast? I should have brought them here at the beginning. But it's useless to think about it now. Since things have developed to this point, it's better to think about how to solve it quickly. Chungmu no longer hesitated, but immediately ran along the rope. His speed was so fast that the wind blowing on his face was like a knife cutting. In a few minutes, Chungmu met up with Yunchi and Xiaolucha. Without time to say any nonsense to the two of them, Chungmu quickly took them to the direction of the Lost City. In a few minutes, he will be able to take them into the Lost City. The top 10 spots should be no problem. From this position, it will only take about 5 minutes to run to the boundary of the Lost City. Even if he is included now, there are only 3 people in the Lost City, so there are still enough spots. Just when this thought came to his mind, the game sent another prompt subtitle. No XXXX has become the 4th player to enter the Lost City, and is awarded 10 attribute points. No XXXX has become the 5th player to enter the Lost City, and is awarded 10 attribute points. You are kidding me, right? These 2 consecutive messages about players entering the Lost City made Chungmu a little confused. The Lost City is not like other places. There are only 10 places in total. If all 10 places are used up, there will be no place to cry. He was a little anxious because of these 2 messages. He turned around and shouted to Yunchi and Xyluka, "Hold me tight." Then he hugged them both from the waist, one on the left and one on the right, and then rushed towards the Lost City. Chungmu's strength attribute was extremely strong, and he could hold 2 people who weighed less than 100 kilograms as if they were nothing. He held the 2 people tightly with his 2 arms, and with a cry of surprise, he rushed away. His agility attribute was much higher than the 2 people. So this method, although not very elegant, was indeed the fastest solution. There was no other way. The 10 attribute points were too important, and they had to get them. After entering the Lost City, you have to look for supplies inside it. No one knows what dangers there are inside. If you don't have strong enough attributes, you may be defeated inside. Chungmu doesn't lack these 10 attribute points. Even if he doesn't get them, he can make up for it by completing system tasks. But Yunqi and Xiao Lucha are different. Their attribute points are only slightly higher than those of ordinary players. While he was running towards the Lost City, the game sent another prompt. Now 6 people have entered the Lost City, which is far beyond his expectations. Chapter 163, A Narrow Escape Without Danger. Looking at this message, Chung Mu's already extremely fast speed increased a bit. The strong wind resistance even blew off some of his hair on his forehead. Fortunately, although there was a narrow escape this time, there was no danger. During the time when he was running at full speed, no one entered the Lost City again. Only a moment later, Chung Mu brought Yunqi and Xiaoluka into the Lost City. With the appearance of the game prompt, the two of them also got the reward of 10 attribute points as they wished. After entering the Lost City, Chung Mu sat on the ground exhausted and gasped. The running speed just now was his limit. After running for so long at this limit speed, he was bound to be tired. It was very difficult to run for so long at this speed. Yunqi and Xiaoluka also squatted down and patted his back, while Wankai also lay aside to slow down for a while. The speed just now was too fast for it. Although it didn't run, the speed just now had caused a huge shock to its young mind. Fortunately, he sat on the ground and rested for a while, and then he adjusted himself. Then Chung Mu patted the dust off his butt and said to the two of them, "Let's go." "I'm fine. Let's go in and find supplies." Yunqi and Xiaoluka were in the mood to observe the Lost City in front of them. They first looked at the buildings of different styles inside, and then turned to Chung Mu and asked, "What's inside?" "It's similar to the land, but the density is higher. I just searched the periphery, and the supply boxes are all inside the house. But I don't know if there is any danger in the house. The 3 of us will search separately outside to get familiar with the environment, and then go inside." "Okay," the 2 answered straightforwardly. "Don't be careless when looking for supplies. If there is any special situation, call for help loudly." "Yeah, you too." After Chung Mu explained the precautions to the 2 of them, the 3 of them began to look for supplies outside the Lost City. He glanced at the sky outside. Although the sun was still hanging in the sky, it was already a little weak. It's past 5 now, and we have to consider staying overnight. Unfortunately, the Mud King can't be used here, so we can only wait and see if we can find a house here to stay overnight. In fact, we can also retreat to the sea and stay overnight in the Mud King. But this will also waste several hours of time. There are 3 of them, and it's no problem if the 3 of them take turns to guard. There is no special danger outside, so it's acceptable to stay overnight here. Chung Mu took out a backpack from the storage box, stuffed Wankai into the bag, leaving only a dog head, and then took Wankai to search for supplies. It's a pity that living things can't be put in a storage box. Otherwise it would be much more convenient to put Wankai in it. It's good now. Maybe I can find a more advanced supply box with Wankai. Wankai didn't have any problems. He stayed in the backpack. Although it was a bit bumpy, he could sleep in the backpack. Chung Mu searched in front, while Wankai was sleeping soundly in the back. Xiaoluka and Yunqi were searching for supply boxes not far from him. The distance between the 3 was only a few dozen meters. If there is any situation, just shout, and Chung Mu will rush over immediately. And the 3 of them can also communicate with each other through the game chat channel. In this way, the 3 of them searched the periphery of the Lost City until 7 o'clock, and then met in front of a house that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. This house was found by Chung Mu while searching for supplies. When he saw it for the first time, he decided to spend the night here. This building is more like a blockhouse than a house. It is cylindrical in shape, with only one small door for people to enter, and only one small window on the 2nd floor. Chung Mu just found a yellow supply box in this blockhouse. It was already dark outside, and the 3 of them entered the blockhouse and cleaned it up briefly. There was not much space here, so Chung Mu smoked 2 cigarettes, and the 2 of them cleaned it up. Chung Mu had found a mattress manufacturing blueprint before, and he thought it was useless and planned to trade it out. But he didn't expect it to come in handy now. After making the mattress, the 3 people began to count today's supplies. Not every house has a supply box, but because the buildings are densely packed, their harvest is still richer than on land or sea. In the past hour or so, they found 3 purple supply boxes and several yellow and white supply boxes. Although the 3 purple supply boxes are ordinary, the number wins. After a busy day today, coupled with the hot weather, the 3 people were sweating. Although this blockhouse is easy to defend and difficult to attack, The facilities inside the house are not very good, and there is no place to take a shower. But it doesn't matter at all. Chungmu has enough supplies in his hands. He took out several large buckets of clean water from the supply box. The three of them used the clean water to simply wash their bodies. And then he took out the drawings and made 3 small fans. There are several plugs in this blockhouse. He just tried it and found that these plugs are all powered. It was dark outside, but the weather was still very hot. The environment here is not as good as the air-conditioned room in the Mud King. Fortunately, there is electricity here. Otherwise it would be too hot to sleep at night. Chungmu took the refrigerator out of the storage box, and then took out the cooking pots. He took out 3 bottles of juice from the refrigerator. The cold juice also took away the heat accumulated during the day. Then Yunchi and Xyluka began to prepare dinner for today. They did not turn on the lights or emit light. Turning on a light in the room at night would undoubtedly become a target for others. Although Chungmu is very powerful, he would not do such a thing that attracts attention. It is better to avoid troubles. If you are too pretentious, you will be struck by lightning. After the 3 of them had a simple dinner, Chungmu remembered the good things on the Mud King. Because he had been staying on the Mud King before, he did not feel the superiority of the environment. But now that he suddenly changed to a new place, he had a new feeling. Before, on the Mud King, the small air conditioner was blowing, the small bed was sleeping, and everything he wanted was available. Unlike now, there is nothing to be desired. The difference is immediately apparent in this comparison. But it doesn't matter now. Just think of it as a memory of the past. Chungmu lay on the mattress and took out the 2 pieces of Xuanwu heart from the storage box. The Xuanwu heart no longer glowed and radiated, and looked ordinary. Just 2 pieces of exquisite gems. Although he knew that the Xuanwu heart must have some secrets, it was not the time to explore it yet. Chapter 16400-meter high building. Wait until you have collected all 3 black tortoise hearts before considering this matter. What you need to do now is to go to bed quickly. Maintaining sufficient energy is the top priority. Chungmu lay on the simple mattress, smoked a cigarette, put the 2 black tortoise hearts into the storage box, and then prepared to go to bed. Although it was only a little after 8 o'clock, he still had to force himself to sleep. Let Yunchi and Xyluka take over the duty now, and wait until midnight, and then replace them. This way, the 3 of them can maintain a relatively sufficient amount of energy by tomorrow daytime. This is a new map. Chungmu doesn't know what will happen here. If he doesn't maintain a good state, he will probably fall. It's better to be on the Mud King. At least you don't have to worry about being attacked when you sleep at night. The Mud King is bulletproof, so you don't have to worry about these when you sleep at night. Unlike in this tower, if you are not careful, you will be at risk of being wiped out. Before going to bed, Chungmu also checked all the doors and windows, and only after confirming that they were all correct did he lie on the mattress again. If he didn't check them carefully, if someone threw a grenade in, it would be a disaster. Although the probability of this happening is very low. It is pitch black at night, and it is impossible for others to know that there is someone in the house. But he couldn't help but be on guard. Chungmu has always been a cautious person, so he would consider this. After Yunchi and Xyluka were on guard, he also went to sleep with peace of mind. The 2 of them could chat to kill time, and they could keep each other company. So Chungmu didn't worry that they would get sleepy. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chungmu woke up from his sleep. Yunchi and Xyluka sat on each side of the window and chatted in a low voice. He got up from the mattress, rubbed his eyes, washed his face with cold water, and instantly became much more awake. The mattress was not comfortable today, and his waist was a little sore. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, the 30th day of the game, and the first day that Chungmu missed the Mud King. If there weren't so many boxes of supplies here, he really didn't want to stay here. You 2 should go to bed, Chungmu said to Yunchi and Xiao Lucha after getting up. Although they were in good spirits, their eyes were full of bloodshot, which made them look distressed. After they washed up, they laid down on the mattress and fell asleep. Chungmu stood by the window, leaning against the wall, and lit a cigarette. Although no one should be out wandering at this time, for the sake of safety, he didn't even dare to appear in front of the window. It was not very dark outside. The bright moonlight was shining on the ground, and the visibility was not bad. Yunchi and Xyluka fell asleep before they finished smoking a cigarette. Wankai, the dog, slept soundly, lying in the corner without waking up again. After smoking a cigarette, Chung-Mu moved a bench to sit by the window, and then looked out of the window from time to time. From where he was, any movement outside could not escape his senses. At the same time, he did not expose himself to the range of the window to prevent someone from observing the blockhouse in the dark. If he stood within the window, others would know that there was someone in the room, and he might be in danger. The defense capability of this tower is not strong, and it is just that its shape has a little advantage over other houses. If others have any large-scale lethal weapons, then the three of them will be in danger. Although the chance of others encountering them in such a large map is very small, they still have to be careful. There should be about 100 people in the Lost City at present. In the afternoon, not long after Chung-Mu entered the Lost City with Yunqi and Xia, the top 10 places were divided up. At this point, there are about 100 people in it. Or maybe not many, but he couldn't verify this. The game only reported the top 10 players in full screen, and didn't show the number of players behind. But you could open the chat channel to take a peek, and see what the stupid netizens are talking about. I don't know if the stupid netizens are asleep. Just open the chat channel and see. Damn it. I shouldn't have come here earlier. There's not even a place to sleep in this crappy place. Xiao, how did you get here so quickly? I just arrived near the island. I'll go to the island tomorrow morning to have a look. No more talking. I'm going to go. I'm so sleepy. There are so many supply boxes here. Much denser than on land and in the ocean. Yes, I found 500 purple supply boxes today. How about you? Me too. I found them on my Facebook page. How about you? You bastard. Have the guts to report the coordinates? Damn. It's not safe here. If it weren't for the large amount of supplies, I wouldn't have come here. You are talking nonsense. If it's not for supplies, who would come here for no reason? Ha ha ha. I said, I am destined to be one of the top 10. Sorry. I am the second place. It feels really good to get 10 attribute points. You are really able to stay up. It's past 2 o'clock and there are still so many people who haven't slept. Alas, I dare not sleep. I am afraid that someone will attack me. I will find a more secluded place to sleep tomorrow. Is there any big brother who can give me some food? I haven't eaten for 30 days. Just like that, Chung-Mu sat not far from the window, watching the silly netizens chatting while smoking. And time passed by minute by minute. He had slept for more than 6 hours from 8 o'clock in the evening to now. So he was not very sleepy. Even if he waited from now until Yunqi and Xia woke up in the morning, his condition would not decline much. The night passed quickly in Chung-Mu's feeling. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky. He also took some clean water to wash himself up, and then took out some ready-made food from the storage box for breakfast. His movements were very gentle, mainly because he was afraid of waking up Yunqi and Xia. They were still sleeping soundly, but the weather was a bit hot now. In order to let them sleep better, Chung-Mu also made 2 more electric fans and placed them next to them. He finished his breakfast, and after carefully observing the surrounding environment, he climbed to the top of the current blockhouse and looked into the distance. As far as he could see a building nearly 100 meters high. This building was different from the dilapidated buildings outside. It looked very new. This building was similar to the office buildings on Blue Star, and the exterior was made of transparent glass. Apart from this building, if you look further away, you can't see it clearly. Chung-Mu knew that this building was far from the inner range of the Lost City. Chapter 165 Large Flat. But if he looked deeper, there seemed to be a layer of mysterious energy fluctuations blocking his sight. Chung-Mu came down from the tower and returned to the room. After lighting a cigarette, he began to plan today's actions. The building he saw just now must be visited. He planned to take Yunqi and Xia directly there after they woke up. There will definitely be more players entering the Lost City today. If he doesn't hurry up, it is likely that the place will be plundered by others in a while. This building may not be a big deal in the Lost City, but it is still very conspicuous in the area where Chung-Mu is. Chung-Mu himself doesn't know how many players there are in his area, but as long as they are there, they must be interested in this building. Yunqi woke up at about 7 o'clock in the morning. Chung-Mu was going to let her sleep a little longer, but she got up from the bed directly, and the little green tea next to her was still sleeping soundly. Why don't you sleep? Chung-Mu asked Yunqi in a low voice. Shh. Don't wake her up. She pointed at the sleeping little green tea. I woke up and couldn't fall asleep. It's okay. I'm not very sleepy. You should take a nap. Chung-Mu looked at Yunqi's face and felt that she was okay. She didn't look very sleepy. She didn't have the habit of staying in bed. After gaining 10 attribute points, her physical fitness was also strengthened. After staying up all night, he also felt a little sleepy. He was not a hypocritical person. Since Yunchi asked him to sleep, he would take a nap for a while longer. Even if he could only sleep for 10 minutes. It would be good. As the strongest person among the three, taking more rest and maintaining sufficient energy would be of great benefit to the team. When she wakes up, wake me up, and we will go search for supplies together. He stretched his body and turned to Yunchi. Okay. Chung Mu stopped talking nonsense. Yunchi stood guard at the window, and he lay on the mattress again and took a nap. In fact, there are so many buildings in this area, and there is no need to keep watch. Others will not know that there are people here. However, in order to prevent special situations from happening, it is better to be cautious. At about 8 o'clock, Xiao Lucha opened her eyes. At first, she was going to rub her eyes and continue to sleep. But suddenly, she thought of something more important. So she got up from the mattress. After Xiao Lucha woke up, Yunchi came over and gently patted Chung Mu awake. Chung Mu, who had slept for another hour, felt very energetic and jumped up from the mattress. After the three of them washed up briefly, they put Wan Kai into the bag, revealing a dog head, and then left the blockhouse and walked out. Chung Mu planned to go directly to the 100-meter-high office building now. As for the houses along the way, he would not search them one by one. Not every house has a supply box. It would be a waste of time to check every one. And there were no good supply boxes inside. Moreover, there must be more supplies in the places closer to the inside. The harvest in that tall building should be much richer than the houses along the way. If you go late, it is very likely that someone will get to this office building first. This office building is 30 or 40 stories high, and each floor is very huge, many times larger than the area of ordinary houses. Even if you can only find a supply box in one floor, it is still a huge harvest. It is useless to think more. You still have to take action to see the harvest. Chung Mu did what he said. After leaving the tower, he briefly explained to Yunchi and Xia, and the three of them ran towards the tall building. The sun was high in the sky, a little dazzling. After running for a while, the three of them began to sweat. As he ran towards the building, he was alert to the movements around him. As long as there was any movement, he would react immediately, although the heat wave was overwhelming. Fortunately, with the speed of the three people, they arrived in front of the building in a short time. Chung Mu stood in front of the building and carefully examined it. After not seeing anything unusual, he pushed the door open and walked in. The door was easily opened. It was not locked or anything like that as expected. The lobby on the first floor was very high, more than 10 meters high, and magnificent. The facilities inside were similar to those in the office buildings on Blue Star. The only difference was that it was dead silent here, and there was no trace of anyone. The lobby on the first floor was also very wide, and the entire appearance could be seen at a glance. He took a quick glance and found what he wanted to see in the hall. That was the elevator. The elevator was not far in front of him. There were 8 elevators in the building, 4 on each side, and each elevator stopped at the first floor. No one should have been here before. When they came in just now, they also scanned the hall and found no signs of anyone coming. It was normal that no one came. Compared with the game map being so large, it was difficult for players to meet each other. He felt that the game map might be as big as Blue Star, even bigger than it. But now is not the time to think about these things. Chung Mu took a deep breath and pressed the elevator button. He planned to take the elevator directly to the top floor to have a look. According to common sense, the best thing should be at the top. At least, he didn't see any supply boxes on the first floor. After pressing the button, the elevator door on the first floor also opened, and the 3 people walked into the elevator. The mirror in the elevator showed the 3 people. Chung Mu looked in the mirror and couldn't help but find that he was more handsome. He looked at the tall Yunchi and the petite Xia again. If he did exercise in front of this mirror. Ahem. Business is important. Business is important. He threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and turned to look at the elevator button. This building has a total of 33 floors. Chung Mu directly pressed the button for the 33rd floor. If there was no one in the building, he would even suspect that this building was moved directly from Blue Star in the game. The elevator went up very quickly and reached the top floor in a short while. The highest floor of this building, The 33rd floor is completely different from what Chungmu imagined. It is not like the normal office building layout, where the first floor is divided by cubicles of various companies. This floor has been transformed into a house, which is the large flat he has always wanted to own on Blue Star. The entire 33rd floor belongs to this house, and the smallest room is more than 100 square meters. The living room where they got off the elevator is even more exaggerated, reaching several hundred square meters. Chapter 166 Gun Room. The large flat is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. This can definitely be said to be the most luxurious house Chungmu has ever seen in his life. It is even more exaggerated than what he has seen in movies. On Blue Star, a so-called large flat is only a few hundred square meters, not even as big as a living room in this house. When the three saw this house, their eyes lit up, and then an idea came into their minds at the same time. That is to use this floor as their base in the Lost City. As long as there is no storm in the sea, they can conduct a radial search around this building, and these surrounding areas cannot be searched in 1 or 2 days. So they can go to look for supplies during the day and come back here to rest at night. If this floor is slightly modified, there is no need to worry about sneak attacks. However, these are what they should consider now. They should quickly find the supply boxes on this floor. After confirming that there was no danger on this floor, Chungmu, Yun Chi, and Xiao Lucha searched for supplies separately on this floor. They looked through the living room of several hundred square meters at a glance. There were no supply boxes here. They turned around and began to look for supplies in each room. There were more than a dozen rooms of different sizes on this floor. Chungmu first went to the deepest room on the right-hand side of the entrance. This room should be considered a master bedroom. Chungmu opened the large black door with a very textured feel. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge bed. Resisting the urge to lie down and enjoy himself, he observed the rest of the room. The room was at least 200 square meters in area, and the decoration was very beautiful. It was simple and minimalist, but it gave people a sense of extreme luxury. Without a certain level of skills, it is absolutely impossible to create such a feeling. Not only that, but it also requires a very high level of skills to create it. The only flaw was that he didn't see any supply boxes in the room. However, Chungmu was not in a hurry to leave the room. Now that he was here, he had to enjoy the view from the huge French window. The ceiling of this floor was estimated to be 6 meters high. He stood in front of the French window, lit a cigarette, and then enjoyed the beautiful view in front of him. There was actually no scenery outside, just some buildings of different styles. But because of the height and wide field of vision, it was also a different artistic conception. Chungmu stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. But unfortunately, he could only see some houses not far away. In the distance, it seemed that there was a strange energy covering the place, making it difficult to see clearly. This might be the setting of the game. There should be many such tall buildings in the Lost City. If everyone runs to the top of the building and looks into the distance, it will be easy to figure out the surrounding situation. The difficulty of such a game is obviously too low, so the game also blocks part of the vision. Players need to go to that area to unlock the vision there. This should be called the fog of war? But he doesn't have so much time to think about it now. After smoking a cigarette, Chungmu was ready to turn around and leave the room. He was not here for vacation, but to find supplies. At present, I haven't even found a supply box. So how can I stay here any longer? After extinguishing the cigarette, he turned and walked towards the door. But when he glanced at the marble wall next to the big bed, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately became alert and walked towards the wall with his weapon. When he got closer and walked to the wall, he realized what was wrong. There was a very small gap on this wall, which could not be seen at all if you were a little further away. Even if the distance is close enough, you have to be very careful to see it. This gap is in the shape of a rectangle, and it looks like a door frame. Could it be a dark room? Chungmu would not be surprised if there was a dark room in a house of this level. However, the workmanship of this dark room is so exquisite that it is difficult to find its trace. Chungmu put his palm on one side of the door frame and pushed it gently. This marble in the shape of a door frame rotated 90 degrees as if it had an electric power assist, and the gap between them was just enough for one person to pass through. He stretched his head and looked inside. The overall decoration style was a somewhat ambiguous red, and the dim purple light added a bit of charm to the room. Is this a love room? Damn. Rich people know how to enjoy themselves. Chungmu walked sideways through the marble door and entered the room. After entering the door, there were several light switches on the wall next to him. He pressed the switch, and the originally dim light instantly became brighter. Only then did he see the whole picture of the room clearly. This room still has a huge floor-to-ceiling window, but it is blocked by the leather curtains, and no light can penetrate. Then, there is a huge bathtub in the corner, and there are various facilities in other places. Most of these facilities are related to the things between men and women. For example, there are love chairs, bondage racks, and facilities that can hang people up. In short, they are beyond your imagination. These things all look brand new, with unopened ceiling films on them. It seems that the game was quite thoughtful when building this building, and they knew to use brand new ones. Ahem. In this case, Chung Mu, will not be polite. But looking at these props, Chung Mu also lit a cigarette. He needed to be quiet now. It was not the time to think about these things yet. Now it was important to find the supply box. He opened the curtains, and the sunlight shone in, making the room brighter in an instant. You too should be careful when searching the room. See if there is a dark room or something. Safety comes first. After sending this message to the two of them, Chung Mu began to search the gun room to see if he could find any supply boxes inside. The room was not too big, only about 100 square meters, and there was nothing too secret inside. One could see everything at a glance. But unfortunately, there was no supply box. Chung Mu lit a cigarette inside. It didn't matter if there was no supply box. The building was so tall that he would definitely find a supply box. Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly remembered that there was one place he hadn't seen. That was the bathtub. The other facilities in the room could not hide anything, but a supply box could be placed in the bathtub. He had already walked to the door of the dark room, and turned around and walked towards the bathtub. It didn't matter that he walked, but when he walked to the bathtub, he actually found a black supply box inside. He quickly picked up the box, and the system prompt immediately appeared. Black supply box. Income level, C. Danger level, high. Chung Mu was very surprised. He didn't expect to find a black supply box here. Black supply boxes are too rare, and the ones he has are all obtained or system rewards. So when he saw this box, he immediately lit a cigarette to celebrate. Chapter 167. All are fickle. Chung Mu put the black supply box into the storage box, and then lay on the big bed in the outer room. The harvest from this black supply box was considered to have completed all his work for the day in advance, so it was okay to lie down and relax a little. After lying on the bed for a few minutes, stretching his muscles and relaxing his body and mind, he got up from the bed and prepared to continue searching for supplies. This black supply box is not enough for him. No matter what, he has to search this building with more than 30 floors today. It is only 10 o'clock now, and they still have a whole day to search for supply boxes. Their task today is to search this building. As for other places, they can wait. The more luxurious the building in the Lost City, the higher the level of supply boxes may be. This can also be seen from this black supply box just now. So if you don't search this luxurious building and turn around to search for surrounding buildings, it's like looking for fish in a tree. Chung Mu just stood in front of the French window and looked at it, although it's not clear in the distance. At least there are no special buildings around this building. They are all small bungalows or small buildings with several floors. The most luxurious one is a Western-style church. This church can be visited after searching the office building. As for other small houses without any characteristics, you can ignore them for now. There are countless buildings of all kinds in this area. If Chung Mu were to search every one of them, he would be exhausted, and it would take up a lot of time. It would be better to focus on high-end buildings, such as this office building. This black supply box is worth many days of searching. This is a qualitative gap that cannot be easily made up by quantity. Chung Mu whistled as he walked out of the house, and sat on the luxurious sofa in the living room. He put his feet on the coffee table in front of him, holding a lit cigarette in his mouth, his arms open, a smile on his lips, and sat on the sofa puffing smoke wantonly and unruly. Not long after, Yunchi and Xiaoluka finished searching the area they were responsible for, and came to the living room with a frustrated look on their faces. Chung Mu looked at the two people with empty hands, raised his eyebrows, and then said to them, "Didn't you find anything?" Xiaoluka spoke first. "Yes, brother. It's normal that they didn't find anything. It's probably because there is only this black supply box on this floor, and all the luck has been taken up by this box. Come here. I'm going to punish you severely. You didn't even find a white box. What's the use of you? When the little green tea girl heard that there was a punishment, she thought, is there such a good thing? She immediately lay on Chung Mu's thigh obediently. There was a pop sound, followed by an excited scream of awe. Seeing that the situation was about to develop in the direction of being blocked, Yuan-Chi hurriedly asked, "What did you find that makes you so happy?" Chung Mu was waiting for them to ask this question, and immediately took out the black supply box he had just found from the storage box, and threw it on the sofa in a casual manner. "Look! Take a good look at what this is." Little Green Tea looked back and saw the black supply box. And then she exclaimed, "Wow!" and then hugged Chung Mu's waist tightly. "Brother, you are so awesome. I love you so much." Her legs were a little weak from Chung Mu's punishment just now, so she could only lie on the sofa and hug Chung Mu, and said to him in a coquettish voice. Yuan-Chi also showed joy on her face. She didn't expect Chung Mu to find a black supply box. She was a little sad because she didn't find a supply box just now, but she immediately turned from worry to joy after seeing the black supply box. Women are fickle. "Where did you find it?" Yuan-Chi asked him. "Where did you find it? I'm not sleepy anymore when I talk about this. Come on. I'll take you two to see it." So Chung Mu took them to the gun room where the black supply box was found just now. Yuan-Chi and Xiaoluka's faces turned red when they saw the various facilities in the room. When they were on Blue Star, they knew almost nothing about these things, and only saw a little bit on the internet. So when they suddenly saw these objects, they blushed instantly. Although they didn't know how to use them specifically, they definitely didn't look like good things. "Ahem. Do you want to try it?" Chung Mu asked them with a wicked smile. 2 minutes later, the three of them walked out of the secret room, and the blush on Yuan-Chi and Xiaoluka's faces had not yet dissipated. Of course, they just simply observed these facilities inside, and didn't really use them. Now there is a more important thing to do. That is to find supplies in this building. Besides, it was broad daylight now, and it would be bad if someone disturbed us. When it was night, Chung Mu would renovate the room to ensure that no one would break in. And then he would study the purpose of these objects carefully. The three of them walked out of the room and headed for the stairs to the next floor. The layout of the next floor was different from the top floor. It was no longer a large flat layout like the one above, but was divided into several small grids. On Blue Star, each of these small grids should be a company. The three of them walked into one of the rooms. The layout inside was very similar to that of the company on Blue Star, except that there was no one here. They quickly searched the entire floor and only found a purple supply box, which was ordinary. This was also within Chung Mu's expectations. After all, it was a surprise to find a black supply box in this building. It would be better if there were other boxes, but it would not be so unacceptable if there were none. After searching this floor, the three of them continued to search downwards. The whole morning passed with the three of them searching and playing around. At about noon, the three of them had already arrived at the 20th floor. They found a secret room on the 20th floor. Yuan-Chi and Xiaoluka began to prepare lunch, while Chung Mu sat on a chair, lit a cigarette, and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he was also planning his arrangements for this afternoon. If nothing unexpected happened, this afternoon would be enough to search all the rooms in this high-rise building. In the 10 or so floors they searched in the morning, they found 6 purple supply boxes and some white supply boxes, but they didn't see many yellow supply boxes. At this rate, after eating and resting for a while, and then searching all the remaining floors, it should be around 5 or 6 o'clock. At that time, he will start to transform the top floor. He will transform it into a temporary residence until he finds the next high-rise building like this and leaves here. The view further away is blocked by the game settings. Only after reaching the next area can you see the situation inside clearly. This is also a bit stupid, but there is no way. Who lets the game have the final say? Whatever it wants. The players in the game can only play according to its way of playing. Chapter 168 Porter. Thinking of the setting of this damn game, Chung Mu cursed it fiercely in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to express these words in the chat channel, because it would be bad to be bullied. For such things, he could just vent them in his heart privately, and couldn't be too rampant. He had to give the game some face. After a simple lunch, Chung Mu lay on the sofa and slept for a while Yuan-Chi and Xiaoluka chatted beside him and kept watch. This office building has air conditioning, and the environment is much better than the blockhouse yesterday. Chung-Moo slept very comfortably this time, although there was a fan last night. The night in the Lost City is different from the desert. In the desert, the temperature drops sharply at night and becomes very cold. If you don't pay attention, you may freeze to death. But here, it is still very hot at night, so he didn't sleep very well yesterday. At 1 o'clock, Yun Chi and Xiao Lu-cha came to wake Chung-Moo up. He rubbed his eyes, went to the bathroom on this floor to wash his face, and then the three of them went to the next floor. There were still nearly 20 floors left to search, so they had to hurry up. He had to go back upstairs in the evening to transform the top floor into a secret base. Except for the top floor, the layout of the remaining floors was basically the same, and the three of them were getting more and more handy in searching. However, since each floor was very large, they didn't search the remaining floors until nearly 6 o'clock. After reaching the first floor, Chung-Moo rechecked the lobby on the first floor, and then deliberately created some traces of someone having been there. In this way, if someone comes to this place again, they may be scared away when they see these traces, or they may think that this place has been searched and no longer interested. Of course, there is also a certain possibility that others will become more cautious after seeing these traces, and then carefully look for people who may be in this building, so as to achieve the purpose of killing people and searching for treasures. Whether to leave traces or not, there are pros and cons, and Chung-Moo still plans to leave some traces. If someone really dares to come to his door, he doesn't mind taking all the supplies of this person. The top floor of the building is different from the blockhouse where he slept yesterday. The space in the blockhouse is not large, and a grenade can cause large-scale damage, while the large flat on the top floor cannot cause any threat if there are no large weapons. After finishing the traces on the first floor, the three took the elevator back to the top floor. It was still light now, although it was past 6 o'clock. The sun was already hanging in the sky, but it was just a little tired. It looked like it would be dark until 8 or 9 o'clock. Now he could search for supplies in the small houses around him. But Chung-Moo had more important things to do, and was not in the mood to search around. After returning to the top floor, Chung-Moo took out a bottle of iced drink from the storage box, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After searching for supplies for a whole day in such hot weather, he was so sticky that he could stick a book on his body. After washing up in the bathroom, he lit a cigarette and then began to think about how to renovate this floor. The main goal of the renovation was to ensure safety. When they were searching for supplies today, they also carefully observed this place. If you want to enter the top floor from the lower floors, there are only two ways to get up. One is the stairs, and the other is the elevator. There is no other way. Of course, there is another way, which is to climb up from the outside of the building. However, this method is too difficult to operate and is not within the scope of discussion. There is no suitable foothold for climbing outside the building, and it is all smooth glass. Except for Spider-Man, there should be no player in the game who can complete this difficult operation. There are 8 elevators in the building, and there are also 8 elevator entrances on the top floor. As long as these 8 elevator entrances are blocked, and then the staircase entrance is also blocked, then the three of them can rest assured inside. Even if someone really came to attack them, it would certainly cause a lot of noise, and Chung-Moo would be able to react immediately and would not be caught off guard. In this way, the three of them could sleep well at night. As soon as they said it, the three of them also moved various things in the room to block the staircase and elevator entrances. In this way, even if someone came up, they would definitely have to push these obstructions to enter. Pushing these obstructions would inevitably make a huge noise, so the three of them could receive the signal in advance, and then use their familiarity with the room to kill the enemy. There are all kinds of things piled up at the entrance of the passage: beds, sofas, cabinets, and all kinds of sundries. Fortunately, this floor is big enough, and there are enough of these things inside. Otherwise, there really is no way to find enough things to block the passage. You know, there must be enough things to block the passage. Everyone has gained attribute points, and their physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Compared with the physical fitness on Blue Star, it is definitely not at the same level. But the weight of these things in the game is not much different from that on Blue Star. If there were not too many things piled up, such as just a sofa, then others might be able to move these things away quietly. Chung-Moo was careful, and he deliberately leaned the innermost layer of debris against the elevator door, so that as long as the door opened, it would inevitably make some noise. After working for a long time, the three of them finally blocked all the passages. Except for these blocked places, there was no other entrance. Looking at the results of moving back and forth for nearly 2 hours, the three of them were also full of a sense of accomplishment and security. While ensuring safety, they can also sleep well. If anyone dares to come, they will never come back. It is almost 8 o'clock now, and the sky outside is darkened, but they still haven't turned on the lights. Turning on the lights would be too conspicuous. This building is already conspicuous in this area. If the lights are turned on in this dark night, it will undoubtedly become the brightest star in this area. Chung Mu is not a person who likes to be high profile. It's not that the lights cannot be turned on, but you must find a room that can be sealed on all sides after closing the door. And there is no shortage of such rooms on this floor. After the three of them finished the moving work, they took a short rest and went to a room to prepare for today's dinner. Not only the three of them, but also one side's stomach was growling with hunger. They were busy moving things just now, and forgot to feed Wankai. Poor Wankai also knew that the three of them were busy with work, so he didn't bother them. Wankai must be given a snack in the evening. Chung Mu moved a chair from the room to sit and smoke, while Yunchi and Xia were preparing for today's dinner. Chapter 169: A Flash of Light. After a few minutes, today's dinner was ready. The dinner was simple. Rolls and soup. Simple but very delicious. After dinner, Chung Mu sat on a chair and smoked. Yunchi ate slowly and chewed slowly. Brother, I'm going to the toilet. Don't do bad things behind my back. Little Green Tea looked at him meaningfully and walked out of the room. In your heart, am I Chung Mu this kind of person? Where is the trust between people? Just when Chung Mu was indignant, Xiao Lu Cha outside the door suddenly shouted, "Come out. There seems to be someone over there." Chung Mu heard her shouting, and he didn't even bother to put out his cigarette, and immediately rushed out of the room, followed by Yunchi. Someone. This is not a joke. When he rushed out of the room, he saw Xiao Lu Cha standing by the window. He immediately ran to the window and looked in the direction of Xiao Lu Cha's finger. Where is the person? I don't see it. He stood downstairs and took a quick look. Although it was dark outside, his vision was very good, but he didn't see anyone in that house. The light just turned on for a moment, and then turned off immediately. It was just a moment, but I saw it. Chung Mu looked in the direction that Xiao Lu Cha said. It was a 2-story villa that looked ordinary. Where is the light on? Is it on the second floor or the first floor? It should be the second floor. I just saw a flash there when I came out just now. It was dark now, and if there was light, it would be quite obvious. Little Green Tea should not be wrong. You go into the room first. If there are too many people, we might be discovered. Okay. After Yunchi and Little Green Tea entered the room, Chung Mu took out the TC-50 sniper rifle from the storage box and placed it on the ground next to him. This sniper rifle allowed him to shoot the man on the ground directly from the high building. He lay on the ground, took out the telescope from the storage box, and then observed the situation in the house below. The reason why I didn't stand and watch was because the target was too big. Although the glass of this office building can block the view from the outside, I still have to be careful. Chung Mu was very interested in the supplies in this person's hand. If he was found by him and scared him away by accident, it would not be the result he wanted. He is a hunter with enough patience. It has been a few minutes since Xiao Lu Cha called him out. During this time, he was lying on the ground with a telescope, staring at the place motionlessly. I don't know if this person went in to search for supplies or planned to stay there. If there is no movement later, let Yunchi and Xiao Lu Cha come to watch, and go down to eliminate this person. Another 5 minutes passed, and just as Chung Mu was about to send a message to Yunchi and Xia, the door of the house downstairs suddenly opened. Chung Mu quickly focused his attention, and his hand touched the sniper rifle next to him. As long as someone walked out of the room, he would shoot immediately. The person in the room seemed to have noticed something. The door opened, but no one walked out. He did not act rashly, but was still waiting quietly. And at the same time, he was alert to other exits, such as the window on the second floor. But unfortunately, he couldn't see all the exits. From his angle, the house below had several blind spots. If this person ran away from those blind spots, Chung Mu really couldn't see him. The door was open, but after several minutes, no one came out. Damn, didn't he really run away? Chung Mu called Yunchi and Xia out of the room and said to them, You two stay here and watch the room below. I'll go down and see. The person in the room may have run away from somewhere else. Are you okay? No problem. Don't worry. After explaining to the two of them, Jung-moo prepared to go downstairs. Judging from the current situation, the person in the room should have run away. He was not surprised by this. This person may have sensed the danger. With a cautious personality, it is not difficult for him to find another exit and run away. The sixth sense is very mysterious. Sometimes it can really save your life. And now the players in the game have been strengthened with attribute points. So it is normal for them to have stronger perception. However, Jung-moo still wanted to verify it himself to see whether the man had escaped or was hiding in the house. He didn't need to enter the house. If he did, he might be caught off guard. He found some materials for making gunpowder in the supply box today, so he could throw grenades directly in. There are 2 floors. 1 on each floor will be enough. So there will be no waste. If there is someone inside, then the supplies obtained after killing him will be enough to make many times the profit of the grenades. If no one is there, it's not a loss. It's just 2 grenades anyway. This is a low investment, high-income business. This kind of business must be done. The things that were just moved to the elevator entrance with great difficulty have to be moved again. However, Jung-moo is still full of energy. After all, this is for himself. There is no black-hearted capitalist to squeeze him and rob him of his labor. So he became more and more excited, and soon moved all the debris piled up at the elevator entrance. Jung-moo pressed the elevator button and arrived at the first floor in a moment. Is there no movement in the house? He sent a message to Little Green Tea and asked. Yeah. No. Sister Yunchi and I have been keeping an eye on it. There is no movement at the front door. But I don't know about other places. Okay. You also pay attention to other places. Got it. Over. Under the cover of the night, Jung-moo slowly walked towards the house. When he got close to a certain distance, he took out 2 grenades from his crotch. No. From the storage box. Then he pulled the ring of one of the grenades and threw it towards the second floor of the house. With a burst of flames and a huge explosion, he pulled the ring of the second grenade and threw it towards the first floor. The 2 explosions also blew the small building to pieces. If there were really people inside, they would definitely not survive. Unless he had full-body defensive equipment. But this kind of thing is too rare. Even Jung-moo has never seen it, let alone others. After blowing up the building, he stayed in the dark corner for a few minutes. And after making sure there was no movement inside, he was ready to turn around and leave. If there were people in the room, the game would show a kill prompt. The kill prompt would not reveal who killed whom, but there would be a prompt. And just now, he looked at the number of people in the game before throwing the grenade. And it did not decrease after throwing it. Chapter 170, Sharing All Knowledge. So it is certain that there is no one in the house. However, in order to prevent the possibility that the people inside were blown half to death, Jung-moo decided to go in and take a look. Although this situation is so small that it can be ignored. How can he not go in and confirm it since he is here? He was very alert and sorted out his protective gear and weapons. Then he walked towards the small building that had been blown through. And at the same time, he was vigilantly looking in all directions around to prevent any unexpected situations. Jung-moo was very fast, and soon entered the house. There was a burning smell coming from inside, which was caused by the explosion of the grenade just now. He carefully checked every corner of the house, and paid attention to whether there was any movement outside. Yunchi and Xiaoluka also helped him watch the surroundings from the commanding heights of the roof. He quickly searched the first and second floors of the house, and did not find any trace of the body inside. It seems that the man really felt something was wrong and ran away from somewhere else. This guy is very sneaky. It might be hard to catch him later. Jung-moo also complained in his heart. He left the house, returned to the office building, and pressed the elevator button. Not long after, he returned to the top floor. The man in the house downstairs had never appeared around here. Didn't you find him? Seeing Jung-moo coming back, Yunchi asked him. Well, I don't know where he went. Be careful these 2 days to prevent him from coming back for revenge. While answering Yunchi, he moved the piled items back to the elevator door. He didn't know if this person had discovered him. He probably wouldn't have, as his whereabouts were relatively hidden. And he was very alert and perceptive. If someone was really watching him in the dark, Jung-moo couldn't have failed to notice it. Back in the room, the 3 of them continued to enjoy today's meal. And after dinner, they simply rested for a while, since they didn't plan to go out to look for supplies at night. And there was no entertainment in the room. But they needed to find something to do to kill time. Otherwise it would be too boring. So Chungmu taught Yunchi and Xiaoluka everything he knew. 2 hours later, Chungmu got up from the bed panting, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed again. Yunchi and Xiaoluka also went to take a shower. They had sweated so much just now. They had to take a shower. Chungmu, lying on the bed, was bored and empty. He had no choice but to lie on the bed and open the game chat channel to see what the silly netizens were talking about. It's only 10 o'clock now. Everyone is bored lying in bed after a busy day. So the chat group is very lively. Brothers, the density of supplies here is too high. My legs are weak from picking up boxes. Brother, you have done too much manual work. V me 50, and I will treat you. Come to me. I have been a Chinese medicine doctor for 30 years. I specialize in sheep's tail. Those who have tried it say it's good. And I only charge 30. It's rolled up. Right? There are indeed many supply boxes in the Lost City. Mainly because there are too many houses. But not every house has a supply box. Although not every house has one. There are too many houses here. You can see them everywhere. Yes. But the farther away seems to be isolated by a special ability, and can't be seen clearly. These houses seem to be houses on the Blue Star. One of them is very memorable because I just came out of that house, when I crossed over. Maybe these are all copied one-to-one from Blue Star. This place is too big. I don't know where it ends. The game said that if there is a storm, it will notify you 3 days in advance. It won't be a scam. Right? It shouldn't be. Don't you realize that the game doesn't want to kill everyone? I suddenly thought of a very serious question. There are so many supply boxes here. Does it mean that the next update of the game will bring a greater crisis? After all, the benefits and risks in the game are proportional. You are a real talent. I find that there seems to be some truth in it. The game is very likely to be waiting to be made into a big one. Yeah. You guys should go back to the land as soon as possible, leaving me here alone to find supplies. Fuck. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel a little uneasy. Fuck. Where did you get this conclusion? What is your purpose in posting these? Who is behind you to say these things? What are you insinuating? You are just spreading rumors. Brothers, follow me to cyberbully this bastard. Can any big brother give me some food? I haven't eaten for 31 days. Chungmu had thought about what the man in the game said just now. The supply boxes in the Lost City are so dense, which means that the next version update is likely to be accompanied by great danger. That man is right. Greater benefits also come with greater risks. But thinking about these things now is useless for Chungmu. There is no absolutely safe place in the game. It is better not to have the idea of finding a place to hide on land. At present, the only thing he can do is to find enough supply boxes and get more attribute points to make himself stronger. As long as he is strong enough, those crises can be passed safely. Instead of worrying about the future here, it is better to think about how to improve yourself. After watching the chat channel for a while, Yunchi and Xiaoluka also came out of the bathroom. The wet hair draped over their shoulders, coupled with a slight blush, made them look very attractive. But Chungmu didn't have much time to appreciate these things now. He was already bored, and he had to go out to find the supply box tomorrow. Time was very precious. After they dried their hair, Chungmu went out to check and make sure that the entrance to this floor was blocked. Then he returned to bed with Yunchi and Xiaoluka to sleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chungmu opened his eyes on time. He set an alarm for himself at 6 o'clock before going to bed last night. Yunchi and Xiaoluka were still asleep. Chung patted them. Yunchi was fine. She opened her eyes immediately. Xiaoluka, on the other hand, was wiggling around in bed like a maggot, unwilling to get up. Yunchi frowned when she saw this. And then she lifted the quilt in an instant, revealing her spring light. In the morning, Chungmu was already in a vigorous state. Seeing this scene, he also felt a little blood boiling. Then he hurried to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and calmed himself down. Chapter 171 Rampant Footsteps. Now is not the time to do these things. Daytime is very precious, and should be used to find supplies. These can wait until night. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, Chungmu returned to the room. Yunchi and Xiaoluka had already put on their clothes, and were no longer as exposed as before. Chungmu sat on the bed, lit a cigarette, and waited for them to finish washing up. Although the speed of their packing was considered fast among women, they still took twice as long to wash up as Chung Mu. After smoking 2 or 3 cigarettes, the two of them finally packed up. After eating some bread and drinking a glass of milk, the three of them sat on the bed for 10 minutes to digest the food before going downstairs to search for the supply boxes. Today, their search range is centered on this office building and then radiates to the surrounding areas. If the entire area around the office building is searched, it will probably take several days to complete. So they can still live on the top floor of the office building for a while. And there is no rush to change their base for the time being. However, the man who was not dealt with last night is a thorn in Chung Mu's side. Chung Mu will not live in peace until he is killed. That man is in this area, and he may have looted a lot of supplies here. It is uncomfortable for anyone to have someone loot supplies in their own area. Although the game does not stipulate that this area belongs to Chung Mu. But here, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. He said this territory belongs to him, so it is his. Today, we not only need to search for the supply boxes, but also see if we can find the person from yesterday. Chung Mu always feels uneasy when someone is near him, and he feels uncomfortable doing anything, so he must kill him. But now we don't know whether the person is nearby or has run away. We will know this after trying it later. The three of them moved the debris blocking the elevator door, then entered the elevator, and soon arrived at the lobby on the first floor. After putting Wankai into the backpack, the three of them began to look for supplies separately. This area is very large, and they should be able to find a lot of supply boxes. The yellow and white supply boxes were opened last night, but nothing special was found inside. What was attractive to Chung Mu was a few packs of cigarettes. Tonight, we can open the purple supply boxes we found in the past 2 days. Yesterday, they found a total of 10 purple boxes. Among these purple boxes, there were 3 high-level ones. With the ones found today, we should be able to get some useful drawings from them. The distance between the 3 people when they were looking for supplies was not far at the beginning. Just like before. Just a few dozen meters. Chung Mu, who was searching for supplies, suddenly thought of an idea. Maybe we can find the idea that the person printed yesterday. The direction they are searching now is exactly opposite to the direction of the house where the person was yesterday. He now plans to let Yunchi and Xiaoluka continue to search for supplies here, while he will search over there. If this person has not left this area, from the perspective of psychology and philosophy, then this person should still stay in this place. Of course, philosophy and psychology are just his guesses. The most important thing is that he has this hunch in his heart. Premonitions are hard to explain, but at least his current premonitions are pretty accurate. Don't separate for now. Go search together. I'll bring Wankai over and leave him with you later. Chung Mu sent a message to the two of them. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? I'm going to check the area where the man was yesterday. I feel uneasy if I don't find him. Don't worry about me. Just be careful. We don't know where the man was yesterday yet, so be careful. Chung Mu sent messages to them while walking towards them. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at their house. He handed the bag carrying Wankai to them, and then took out bulletproof armor and various protective gear from the storage box, fully equipping them. Yunchi and Xiaoluka's attribute points were the best in the game except for Chung Mu, and they did not add many attribute points to luck and charm, which had little effect on combat. Like him, even if they were alone, they could deal with most of the players in the game. Not to mention that they were together now. Chung Mu was a little worried at first, but after thinking about these things carefully, he was not so anxious anymore. He was too worried about Yunchi and Xiaoluka before, but now his mentality is slowly changing. After all, it is impossible for him to stay by their side every minute and every second for 24 hours. And there will always be times when he is not there. So it is good for them to exercise these basic abilities. After briefly explaining to them and saying goodbye, Chung Mu strode towards the area where the man was yesterday. Anyway, there is no need to hide his whereabouts now. His purpose is to use his body to see if he can seduce the person from yesterday. As long as that person has thoughts about him, Chung Mu can detect it. Just like that person detected his murderous intention. Attribute points will enhance people's various senses, including the magical sixth sense. In terms of sensitivity, no one in the game can compare to him. So many attribute points are here. He walked on the road swaggeringly. And now, he didn't deliberately hide his figure. Anyway, the purpose is to attract other people's attention. Others didn't know what he looked like. so they wouldn't run away after seeing him. If anyone dared to have ideas about him, he would kill him. He first went around the house where the blasting operation was carried out yesterday, and then searched for the supply boxes in the vicinity with frantic steps. Unfortunately, there were basically no supply boxes in the nearby houses, and there were obvious traces of human intervention inside, probably because they were searched by the person yesterday. But Chung Mu didn't care much about this. Anyway, his main purpose was to find that person. As long as he got rid of him, these supply boxes would eventually return to his hands. However, he was just casually moving between the houses, but he didn't feel anyone around him. Could it be that he really ran away? Chung Mu couldn't help but feel nervous. Before, he liked that no one noticed him, but now he wanted someone to see him. Unfortunately, this thing is just like menstruation. Sometimes, you don't want it to come, but it comes, or you want it to come, but it doesn't come. But Chung Mu is not a person who gives up immediately if he doesn't see any improvement. Today is just the beginning, and he still has a day to find this person. So, his pace of looking for supplies became more rampant, and the noise he made became louder and louder. Chapter 172. What can I do to my arrogance? In this way, Chung Mu searched the area recklessly for a whole morning, but he did not attract anyone's attention, because this area had been searched by others. He did not find any supply boxes. However, he did not care much about this. It did not matter if he did not find any, as long as he could lead this person out. After killing him, the supplies he would get would be several times more than these. In the morning, Chung Mu also found the traces of this person. He found the clues from the houses that had been searched. The looted houses stretched in one direction. This man had a unique way of searching for supplies. He only searched the larger houses. He didn't even enter many small houses. Even so, Chung Mu would carefully observe each house before entering to see if there was an ambush inside. He would enter only after making sure it was safe. Will you eat together at noon? Chung Mu, who was searching the house, received a message from Xiao Lu Cha. No, you two can stay together. I still have to continue looking for the person from yesterday. Then you must be careful. Don't worry. After finishing the chat with Xia Luoka, Chung Mu looked at his watch. It was already past 12 o'clock. It was time to find a place to rest for a while. He found a 3-story villa and the most secluded room on the 3rd floor. He hid inside and ate some fast food such as bread. After eating, Chung Mu sat on a chair, lit a cigarette, and began to think about the person he was looking for. If nothing unexpected happened, he should follow these open houses this afternoon and capture the figure of that person. After all, there should be only that person in this area besides his 3-person team. So these traces can basically be concluded to be left by that person. Chung Mu has an impression of the houses he has looted, and he will not go back. After smoking 2 cigarettes in the room and resting for a while, Chung Mu continued to look for supplies, still following the traces left by that person. The traces are not fixed, but basically they are slightly larger houses. The doors of these houses were basically closed, but after opening the door and going in, you can still see some traces of people coming. Chung Mu searched house by house, while Xia Luoka and Yunqi were in another direction. They had found a lot of supply boxes in the morning. Unlike Chung Mu, he only found a few low-level boxes here and there. The afternoon passed quickly, and the huge sun shone on the lost city. Chung Mu's clothes were already soaked with sweat. If he was on the Blue Star, this intensity of ultraviolet rays would probably burn his skin. If there hadn't been a clue of a house that had been entered in front of him, he would have given up. This guy is really fast, and I haven't even seen his shadow yet. Chung Mu raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 2 o'clock, and the sun was scorching. He was a little irritated. When he found this guy, he would beat him up. He took out a cigarette from the storage box and was about to light it when he suddenly felt a chill. And then a sense of crisis arose from the bottom of his heart. This sense of crisis came from the right front of him, and Chung Mu could roughly feel the source of the sense of crisis. He did not show any hesitation. Still lit the cigarette, took a deep breath, and then looked up at the sky to cover up the smug look on his face. Damn! I finally found you. It's worth it that I searched for so long under the sun. The impulse to beat this man up just now quickly dissipated, and he just wanted to make a quick decision now. To vent anger, one can do it by whipping the corpse. Chung Mu, who sensed the presence of this person, did not show any abnormality. He took a deep puff of cigarette, took out a bottle of iced fruit wine from the storage box, and then continued to search for supplies nearby as if nothing had happened. He could only roughly infer the location of this person now. If he rashly alerted the enemy, this person would probably notice, and then run away with the help of the complex terrain. The houses in this area are very dense. If he took action now, then the person would easily lose his target if he moved left and right in the gaps between the houses. Of course, if someone wants to hunt Chungmu, he can easily play tricks on the other party in this maze-like road. Now the enemy is in the dark, and he is in the light. It is not a good time to take action. He must make sure which building the enemy is in before taking action. Chungmu continued to search for supplies in this area, but he no longer went into the big house like before, because his purpose was too obvious. Before, no one was watching him, so of course, he could wander around freely. Now, in this situation, he had to act in full. He searched all the houses in the area, big or small, and then moved closer to the man's general location. I should be close to finding that man. How are you two doing? Nothing unusual, right? He hid in a small house and sent a message to Yunchi and Xiaoluka. We are fine here. Do you want us to help you? Yunchi replied. No. It's easy to arouse alarm if you two come here. Just stay and continue searching for supplies. Be careful. Send us the coordinates. If there is any situation, send us a message and we will go there immediately. Don't worry. This little guy will be fine. Under the guise of searching for supply boxes, Chungmu slowly approached that place. As the distance increased, the feeling that someone was watching him became stronger and stronger. From the beginning, he put on an expression of nothing can happen to me on his face. And his body language was also very exaggerated. Just like a gangster who had never been beaten by society. This style makes it easier for people to relax their vigilance. Coupled with Chungmu's young face and strong acting skills, it is easy for people to believe that he is such a fool. He stood in the most conspicuous position on the road, stretched out his hand to pinch his nose, and then pretended to flick it to the side. His face was full of arrogant expression, which made people want to rush out and beat him up. It is not known whether Chungmu's arrogant appearance angered the man, or whether the man wanted to kill him because of the shrunken supply box hanging around his neck. After picking his nose, Chungmu suddenly felt that the vague killing intent that had just appeared had become more substantial. He should be nearby. And he finally couldn't help but attack? Come out and beat me. He was a little excited in his heart. As long as this person jumped out, Chungmu was confident that he could get rid of him in a very short time. Chapter 173 Pretend to the end. Then, we can loot the supply box from his body and get a huge reward. Thinking of this, Chungmu instantly felt the motivation to do things was full. But he couldn't be too arrogant. Although he had to act out that kind of arrogant feeling, he had to distinguish between his acting career and real life. He turned around and pretended to search for supplies in the house next door, leaving his back to the general direction of the man, while paying attention to any movement around him. As long as there is a little movement, he can react in the first time, and then dodge and counterattack in one go. What surprised Chungmu was that even though he was walking slowly on the road like a gangster, the man still did not launch an attack. Could it be that the distance was too far, and the man was not confident enough to kill me? Fuck. You have to stand up. I have been acting with you for so long. How can you be so cowardly? Just like that. Until Chungmu walked into a room. The man still did not launch any attack. Was my performance too exaggerated? He thought about his actions carefully in the room. There are no loopholes. If his acting was made into a movie, it would win an Oscar for Best Pretender. Or is this person cautious enough? He would not attack without the necessary confidence. Chow. I have acted like this. If you don't do it, it will be difficult for me. After thinking for a while, Chungmu took out a purple supply box from the storage box, and then walked out of the room, pretending to be very surprised, as if he had just found this purple supply box in this room. Now you should finally show your weakness. Right? I searched the place you just passed by and found a purple supply box. Aren't you angry? Don't you feel like you're being watched by a minotaur? After standing at the door of the house with the purple supply box and gritting for a long time, there was still no movement. You are really patient. You are a talent. And you are cautious enough. But what puzzled Chungmu was that with such a cautious character, how could this person turn on the light in the room last night? Did he accidentally touch the switch on the wall? Okay. Let's go all the way. Chungmu opened the purple supply box he had just taken out of the storage box at the door of the house. This supply box is just an ordinary one, and the thing summoned out will not be too difficult to deal with. It is just right to use this level of box for acting. After opening the purple supply box, a white-browed tiger with hanging eyes was summoned from it. Chung Mu pretended to have wasted his efforts to deal with the tiger, and showed his acting skills to the people in the dark. After getting rid of the tiger, he bent down and rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath for a while. The strength he showed just now was very weak. As expected, when he showed the strength that a weakling should have, he instantly felt a chill on his back. The man's killing intention became more obvious, but he still didn't act immediately. Should I move towards him again? He still hasn't been sure yet? Chung Mu was also a little helpless. He had to pretend to be vigilant and looked around after getting rid of the tiger that jumped out of the purple supply box. Then he continued to approach the man. After approaching that direction for more than 10 meters, he stood there pretending to relax his vigilance and lit a cigarette. When he held the cigarette between his fingers and brought it close to his mouth, a burst of gunfire came from a house not far away. Damn! I'm waiting for you. The gunfire came from a 3-story villa. On the 3rd floor of the villa, there was a place similar to a small attic window, and the man shot from here. The bullets in a magazine were used up by the man in an instant, and Chung Mu had already prepared for it. He was not afraid of you shooting too much, but afraid that you would not shoot. Now that he knew the exact location of that person, he no longer had to deliberately hide his strength. After easily dodging the bullets, Chung Mu quickly ran towards the building where that person was. The person in the building was stunned for a second when he saw his amazing speed, and regret instantly surged in his heart. However, he was only stunned for a moment, and then he immediately reacted and rushed to the window behind him. Chung Mu saw what he did through the small window. With the sound of broken glass, Chung Mu had already arrived downstairs. After knowing that the person jumped out of the window to escape, he quickly went around to the back of the house, which was the location where the person jumped out of the window to escape. As soon as he ran over, he saw the man's figure about to disappear around the corner. But unfortunately, he was still a step slower, and Chung Mu raised his gun and shot. Several bullets hit his back of the head accurately, and the ground was also scattered with white filth. This person was cautious enough and reacted quickly enough. After knowing Chung Mu's hidden strength, he planned an escape route in the first place. If it were someone else, I'm afraid he would really fall into his hands. But unfortunately, he met Chung Mu. Everything was over. Chung Mu walked up and searched the man's body, and found the storage box pendant on his pants belt. After searching the storage box, Chung Mu looked around and found nothing unusual. So he immediately reported to Yunchi and Xiaoluka that he was safe. They were not too far away, only a few hundred meters away, and they must have heard the gunshots just now. However, they did not dare to send a message to Chung Mu during the battle, fearing that it would affect him. If he did not send a message to them, they would probably be anxious. Send me the coordinates. I will come to find you. It has been resolved. In fact, they could have just shouted and followed the sound. But that was too reckless. Now that they had dealt with the man, there was no need to do that. That's good. That's good. I was so worried about you. After they sent the coordinates, Chung Mu reunited with them in less than 2 minutes. The supplies in this man's hands, plus what his team had found in the past 2 days. They now had a lot of supplies, but they didn't have time to count them yet. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. He had been busy for so long, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. This afternoon, they will search the supply boxes in this area again, and then wait until the evening to open the purple supply boxes they got in the past 2 days. Time is very tight for them, and they don't have so much time to count the supplies now. First, finish the important things at hand, and then they can slowly count them in the evening. After briefly explaining to the two of them, and gathering at 6 o'clock in the evening, the three of them continued to search for supplies. With the building as the center, Chung Mu estimated that by the evening, the three of them could only search about a quarter of the surrounding area. Chapter 174 Roasted Bats. It would probably take 3 or 4 days to search this area completely. This time was obviously too long for Chung Mu, as he was still waiting to go inside the lost city. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be something there that could unlock the secret of the heart of the Black Tortoise. He looked around and focused his attention on the church building a few hundred meters away from him, in the area he was currently in. Except for the office building, this church was the most magnificent. Without further ado, Chung Mu decided to go and see the church right now. After sending a message to Yunchi and Xiaoluka, he set off for his destination. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, he arrived in front of the church. The building looked quite imposing from the outside, but even under the scorching sun, standing in front of it still gave people a gloomy feeling. Those vampires and other things in Western legends often appear in such gloomy churches. But here, no matter what kind of monster you are, there is nothing that can't be solved by a bullet. If there is, then use more bullets. After checking the weapon in his hand, Chung Mu pushed open the door of the gloomy church. As soon as the door was opened, there was a burst of animal screams. These sounds came from all directions inside it. The sun was shining outside, but the church was extremely dark and gloomy. Just as Chung Mu was tracing the source of the sound, suddenly, a little green light lit up on the ceiling of the dark church, and then hundreds of bats rushed towards him. Although these bats are not big in size, they are numerous and ugly. If they get close to you, you will probably be sucked dry in an instant. Chung Mu obviously didn't want to be a slave. Even if he was sucked dry, he didn't want to be sucked by these things. And Yunchi and Xiaoluka. He raised the rifle in his hand and shot at the bats while retreating. Unfortunately, the number of bats was too large. He could only shoot at the most densely populated areas, and only killed a few dozen. Fortunately, these bats seemed to be very afraid of the sun. When Chung Mu retreated outside the church and stood in the scorching sun, these bats did not dare to fly out, but just circled in the church. Hundreds of bats were flying around the house like a tornado. After flying for a while, they returned to the dark corners and hid. There must be something good in this church. This was Chung Mu's first reaction when he saw the group of bats. Benefits come with risks. This was the first house he had encountered that was dangerous as soon as he entered the door. So he concluded that the things inside were definitely not ordinary. It depended on how he dealt with this huge group of bats. "Are you okay over there? I heard a gunshot just now." The two of them heard the gunshots and sent a message to Chung Mu to ask. "It's okay. I'm at the church. It's just some bats. There's nothing wrong except that there are too many of them. Don't worry. These bats don't dare to see the light and only dare to stay in the house. I want to find a way to deal with them." "That's good. Then you stay safe, and we continue to search for supplies." After replying to Yunchi and Xiaoluka's messages, Chung Mu thought about how to deal with this group of bats. There are too many of them. The ones that showed up just now may be just a small part. If you kill them one by one, I don't know how long it will take to kill them all. But these bats seem to be very afraid of light. Will they die when they see light? Catch one and you will know. He took out a dominant spear from the storage box and walked into the house. In an instant, another group of ugly bats rushed towards him. Chung Mu aimed at one of them and threw the dominant spear at it. The spear accurately penetrated its body and killed it half to death. But it was still alive. After hitting one of the bats, Chung Mu quickly left the house and summoned the dominant spear back. The extreme spear, along with the bat that had just been hit, returned to Chung Mu's hand and was also exposed to the strong sunlight. The bat that was pierced by the extreme spear struggled violently as soon as it came into contact with the sunlight. And then a burning smell came. Chung Mu threw down the extreme spear and retreated a few meters. Who knows if the smell of this thing after burning is poisonous? He has always been cautious and would not make such a low-level mistake. After struggling on the tip of the spear for a few seconds, the bat turned into a pile of black ashes. No wonder these bats dare not come out. They really die in the light. If that's the case, then it's much easier to deal with. The reason why the interior of the church is dark is partly due to the game settings, and partly because there are many thick glass windows blocking the sunlight. As long as these glass windows are broken, sunlight can shine into the church, which can also kill some of the bats inside. Then, the rest can be killed slowly in the future. Chung Mu did it right away, raised his rifle, and then went around the church, breaking all the glass he could see. Although these glasses are very thick, they are not tough. When bullets hit them, they make a crackling sound. After the glass shattered, the sunlight also shone smoothly into the church, making the inside much brighter instantly. When the strong sunlight shone into the church, there were bursts of sizzling sounds inside, which were the sounds of the bats being scorched. Chung Mu stood outside, lit a cigarette, and waited for a minute or two. The sizzling sound slowly disappeared. He stood in the distance and waited for a while, waiting for the smoke inside to dissipate. After about 10 minutes, the smoke in the church completely dissipated. Chung Mu took out the Gatling machine gun from the storage box and walked into the church. A large part of the bats in the church had been killed by the sunlight just now. But there were still some stubborn people living in darker corners, and they were not affected. When Chung Mu walked in, they did not attack, because Chung Mu was still standing in the sun, and they would only seek death if they attacked now. So they could only stare at him with their green eyes in the corner. Since you don't move, I won't be polite. He raised the Gatling machine gun held in both hands, and fired at all the directions of the green light. Duh. Wherever the bullets passed, blood, flesh, and stones flew. This group of bats had no resistance at all, and were quickly wiped out by Chung Mu. At present, there was no trace of any bats in sight. However, Chung Mu did not take it lightly. He put the Gatling into the storage box, and took out the Type 95. The Gatling was a bit heavy, and would affect his movements. The Type 95 was enough to deal with the bats that might not have been discovered in the church. This church is not small in scale, with dozens of rooms of different sizes. At present, Chung Mu did not see any supply boxes in the hall, so they should be in these small rooms. Chapter 175 Nun's Uniform. He picked a relatively large room among the many rooms and walked forward. The door of this room was made of wood and looked very heavy and textured. Next to the door frame, there was a metal sign with 3 large characters written on it. Confession Room. Below the 3 words Confession Room was a line of English letters. Something like room. Chung Mu's high school grades were not ideal, so he didn't recognize all of these most basic words. But he could guess that these English letters meant confession room. There was no way. Chung Mu was a patriotic young man on Blue Star, so it was understandable that he was not good at foreign languages. He pushed the door open cautiously to prevent some escapees from inside. But after pushing the door open, he found that he was overthinking. There was no danger inside. It was just a normal confession room layout, although there was no danger as imagined. He did not find any supply boxes in this room. The room was not big and could be scanned at a glance, except for a brand new nun's uniform hanging on the hanger. There was nothing special. Just as Chung Mu was about to leave this room and search for supply boxes in other rooms, he suddenly thought of something. How could there be brand new clothes in this church room? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for clothes to be intact, which is unscientific. So he turned back and walked to the clothes rack, focusing his eyes on the nun's clothes on it. And the game prompt suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Nun's clothes. Clothes worn by Western nuns. Note 1. Only available for females. Charm +3 after equipping. And also has certain defensive functions. Note 2. Some people always use it as a sex toy. Note 3. It's just a piece of clothing. Nothing more. Damn it. Luckily I was smart. Otherwise I would have missed this good thing. Just now, Chung Mu was busy searching for supplies, and forgot about this sex toy. No. This nun's clothing. Even if it doesn't have attribute bonuses, it still has other uses. Such as? Chung Mu patted his head. He was so focused on his career that he forgot some important things. Wouldn't it be a perfect match for Yunchi and Zailuoka to wear this dress? He took the new nun's dress on the hanger and felt the texture. It was very smooth. Then he put it in the storage box, and continued to search for supplies in other rooms with a happy mood. When he thought about doing some role-playing tonight, he couldn't help but get excited, and even his steps became lighter. If there are nun uniforms, there should also be clothes that priests or pastors wear. Right? Chung Mu thought to himself as he walked. He didn't understand what these various titles and Western doctrines meant, and his understanding of them was limited to some movies. But it doesn't matter at all, as long as it's good to watch. Is there anyone who has to learn all kinds of cultural knowledge when watching a movie? Is there really anyone who doesn't masturbate to unknown people? Whether there are people or not. He is not that kind of person anyway. Due to Chung Mu's cheerful pace, he searched the church quickly, and did not encounter any other dangers during the search. However, he only found 2 sets of nun uniforms, and a few white supply boxes in the church, which was somewhat inconsistent with his expected gains. In fact, props that increase attributes are still very rare. And there are no side effects, which is very rare. However, Chung Mu could not actively use these 2 sets of nun uniforms, and could only passively accept them. So he was still a little disappointed. But it could be ignored. Sometimes passive acceptance is not a bad thing. After walking out of the church, Chung Mu continued to look for supply boxes in various houses nearby. Time passed quickly. especially when the three of them were concentrating on searching for supplies. The hands on the watch quickly turned to 6 o'clock. It was time to gather. He sent a message to Yunchi and Xiaoluka, and the three of them were ready to gather in front of the office building. Although the sky is not as bright as noon, it is still bright. They stopped searching for supplies now, mainly because there are still many supply boxes to open. There are more than 10 to 20 purple supply boxes found in the past 2 days, and they need to be opened quickly. Only open supply boxes are good supply boxes. If they are placed in a storage box, they are just broken boxes. After 2 cigarettes, Chung Mu arrived in front of the office building. Yunchi and Xiaoluka were already waiting for him here. The three of them sorted out the supply boxes they had obtained in the past 2 days. There were a total of 4 high-level purple supply boxes with valuables, and more than 10 ordinary purple boxes. It was just the right time to take advantage of this moment, when it was still light and there was no one around. So they quickly opened these boxes. There was nothing much to say about the process of opening the boxes, not to mention the three of them. Even if it was just Chung Mu himself, opening these boxes would just be a bully. With the two of them, it was easier to bully them. Chung Mu also gave most of the dangers in the supply boxes to the two of them to deal with, in order to train their combat capabilities. After opening the dozen or so boxes, the three returned to the top floor of the typing building. After putting the things that blocked the elevator door in place again, Yunchi began to prepare today's dinner, and Xiaoluka was counting the supplies for the past 2 days. Chung Mu, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa, smoking leisurely. As for Wan Kai, the idiot went to sleep in his temporary doghouse as soon as he came up. After more than 10 minutes, Yunchi made a very sumptuous dinner, and Wan Kai, the dog, crawled over from the doghouse with his eyes closed after smelling the fragrance of the food. After the three of them finished dinner, Yunchi and Xiaoluka began to count the harvest of the past 2 days. There was no other way. There were too many good things in the past 2 days, and one person could not count them all. Chung Mu took Wan Kai around in this super large flat. He hadn't played happily with Wan Kai for a long time. Today, he finally had time, so he must accompany him. He took out a toy ball from the storage box. This ball was found by him before. When he found this ball, he wanted to play with Wan Kai. Master and dog game. Unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable opportunity in the past few days, either because I don't have time or the venue is not enough. And at that time, I was afraid that someone would come to attack me. Now in this super large flat, there is no need to worry. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Wan Kai, do you know what this is? He waved the toy ball in his hand and said to Wan Kai. Wan Kai shook his head. I will throw this ball out later, and you will be responsible for picking it up. Understand? Wan Kai looked up and looked at Chung Mu. If you perform well, I will give you another meal later. Understand? Good guy. Didn't you tell me earlier that there was an extra meal? Chapter 176 Come. Try it on. Wan Kai nodded frantically when he heard the word additional meal. Chung Mu looked at him like this and was very relieved. It seems that Wan Kai is not as stupid as I thought. As expected of a Chinese rural dog, Wan Kai still has something. Watch it. Chung Mu shouted at Wan Kai, and then threw the toy ball in his hand. Wan Kai still stood there, looking up at Chung Mu. You, go pick it up. Chung Mu beat his chest and stamped his feet, but it still didn't react. Wan Kai just came to tease Chung Mu when he heard that there was a snack. Everything was under Wan Kai's control. Chung Mu? Just Wan Kai's toy. After playing with Wan Kai to no avail, Chung Mu returned to the sofa and lay on the bed smoking a cigarette with no desire to live. Until the sweet voice of little green tea came. Brother, the supplies have been counted, and a total of 5 more useful drawings were found this time. Read. Yes. Drawing 1. Tobacco leaf manufacturing drawing. Manufacturing requirements. Tobacco *10. Note 1. Smoking is harmful to health. Note 2. Tobacco is only produced in purple supply boxes. Note 3. For every 10 portions of tobacco, 1 portion of tobacco leaf can be produced. Tobacco leaf? The raw material for making all-purpose cigarettes? Good boy. I thought tobacco leaves could be found directly from the supply box, but I didn't expect that they still need to be made. However, tobacco can be found in purple supply boxes. With the density of supply boxes in the Lost City, it is not difficult to find purple supply boxes. As long as you encounter another building like this, There will be more than a dozen purple boxes. When you have enough tobacco to make tobacco leaves, you can make an all-purpose cigarette. And then, you will have another powerful item. He didn't know how many pieces of tobacco could be opened in a purple supply box. He hadn't seen tobacco yet. And he didn't know when the game would update tobacco in the supply box. Continue. Chung Mu said to Xiao Lucha. Drawing 2. Paralysis Cigarette Manufacturing Drawing. Manufacturing Requirements. Tobacco leaves *1. Paper *1. Note 1. After smoking this cigarette, you will feel a little numb in your mouth. In addition, within 5 minutes, your perception of pain will be greatly reduced. Note 2. It can only be used once within 24 hours. And multiple uses are invalid. Note 3. Please do not use this product multiple times. Otherwise your perception of pain may be permanently reduced. Sure enough, just as Chung Mu guessed, there are other cigarette manufacturing blueprints in the game. However, compared with the all-purpose cigarette blueprint he got before, this paralysis cigarette blueprint is simply a world of difference. Although the raw materials for manufacturing are exactly the same, the functions are very different. His all-purpose cigarettes are like a little cheat. And there are no side effects, which makes people want to smoke again. Paralysis cigarettes are a powerful analgesic, but the side effects are too great. If you use them too much, you will be paralyzed. When you lose your sense of pain, you may not even know that you have been shot. The difference is obvious. The difference is obvious. Yes. How can the coquettish bitch that can be obtained casually in the game be compared with the exclusive props rewarded by the system? Keep going, baby. Don't stop. It's better to go faster. Chung Mu continued to say to Little Green Tea. Little Green Tea rolled her eyes at him, thinking that you should stop talking and take some practical actions. She quickly read the remaining 3 drawings. These 3 were all drawings of weapon manufacturing, and they were not related to attributes. So Chung Mu didn't care. These drawings, including various materials looted in the past 2 days, can be traded if they don't need them. They also got a lot of materials from the person killed by Chung Mu. The harvest in the past 2 days can be said to be very rich, which is worth celebrating. Come here. You've done a good job. I'll give you a gift, Chung Mu said to Little Green Tea. Little Green Tea immediately ran over eagerly. Brother, what's the gift? He took out the nun's dress he found today from the storage box and handed it to Little Green Tea. Try it on. It adds attributes. Little Green Tea took the dress and immediately saw the introduction of the game. She was a little surprised that this seemingly undecent dress could actually add attributes. A minute later, Little Green Tea put on the nun's dress. Her already ordinary figure looked even more ordinary after wearing the robe. However, Chung Mu was sure that a strange emotion was rising in his heart. It felt like he trusted Little Green Tea more. This should be the effect of the charm attribute, which can increase the trust of others. If the charm attribute is high enough, maybe just meeting someone once can make others follow you wholeheartedly. But unfortunately, after Little Green Tea put on this dress, it did not arouse Chung Mu's strong credibility. No, Yunqi had to wear it. Ahem. You go to the room and wait for me first. It's the innermost room. That's right. It's the brothel. After sending Xiao Lucha away, Chung Mu took out another one from the storage box. Fortunately, he found 2 in the church today. Otherwise it would not be enough. Yunqi was sitting on the sofa in a room to play with Wang Kai. Chung Mu used the same trick to trick Yunqi into putting on the clothes. It has to be admitted that there are differences between people. After Yunqi put on the robe, her bulging chest was more mysterious under the robe, which made people want to explore it. Father, do you want me to confess to you? Yunqi looked at Chung Mu with a half smile. His bones softened the moment he was looked at by Yunqi's eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. After waiting for a long time in the room, Chung Mu's Little Green Tea was a little depressed. It had been so long. Why didn't she come? Are these things in the room still needed? Just as she was sitting on the bed thinking secretly, there were suddenly waves of faint joyful sounds outside. She was too familiar with this sound. So she followed the sound and went to look for it room by room. When she found the source of the sound, she kicked the door open. And suddenly, 6 eyes met. The owner of one pair of eyes was completely naked, and the owner of the other pair was half covered. Well, do I have to say sorry for disturbing you? Little Green Tea walked forward angrily, and said to the 2 people in front of her. No. You came at the right time. Chung Mu replied with a sly smile. Since we are here, let's go together. 2 hours later, A heavy roar was heard in the small room. On the bed, there were two more beauties with rosy faces and eyes as bright as spring water, and a man staring at the ceiling with dull eyes. After a few minutes, Chung Mu finally adjusted himself from the sage mode. It was indeed a different flavor just now, so he was not stingy. He patted the two people next to him gently, then sat up from the bed, lit a cigarette, and puffed out smoke while recalling the beauty of just now. Chapter 177, Searching for the Heart of Xuanwu. After smoking a cigarette, Chung Mu raised his hand to check his watch. It was not yet 10 o'clock. Let's see what the silly netizens are talking about recently. It's a bit too early to go to bed now. Yunqi and Xiaoluka have already filled the bathtub with water for Chung Mu. He soaked in the bathtub, smoking, eating cut fruits, enjoying the meticulous massage, and then opened the chat channel. Hey, guess what? We found 3 purple supply boxes today. Buying 5 packs of cigarettes. Private chat if you have any. Urgent. Selling an AK. Anyone interested? Damn. You guys are already in the lost city? I'm still floating on the sea. What a loser. 6. Today I found 3 purple supply boxes in a courtyard. Cool. When do you think the storm will come? Do we have to go back to land then? This island is so big. It shouldn't be a problem. Right? It's hard to say. From my observation of the game over the years, even on the island, it may be affected. Keep calm. Even if there is a storm, the game will still give you 3 days to escape. Just be prepared to escape when the time comes. What's there to be afraid of? It's not here yet. Just find supplies and it's done. Is there a team? You can't team up. You idiot. Is there any brother who can lend me some supplies? I will reward you handsomely in the future. In the future? How the fuck? I'm a man. 1.85 meters tall. Tall and handsome. Looking for a girl to watch the sunrise with. And don't disturb each other after the sunrise. Come to my place. Don't forget to bring all your supplies. Is there any big brother who can give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for 31 days. After watching the silly netizens chatting in the sea of consciousness for a while, Chung Mu came out of the bathtub. The water slid off his body, and the little green tea brought him a bath towel to wipe his body. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. His slender figure, handsome face, and well-defined muscles made him fall in love with himself if he were a woman. After a while of self-absorption, Chung Mu checked various safety issues. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he returned to bed and fell asleep with Yun Qi and Xiao Lucha in his arms. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sun shone into the room of the 3 people, and Chung Mu opened his eyes on time at this time. When he went to bed last night, he set an alarm for himself at 7 o'clock. He killed a man yesterday and got a lot of supplies, so he could reward himself by sleeping a little longer. Chung Mu got up from the bed, stood naked in front of the huge French window, stretched his waist and groaned because of the comfort of stretching his muscles. Yunqi opened her eyes from the bed when she heard the sound, raised her hand to look at her watch, and slapped the little green tea on the butt. Get up, Yunqi said to the one who was trying to stay in bed, with an unquestionable command in her voice. A blush appeared on her face, and after she lifted the quilt of little green tea, she went to the bathroom to wash up. Chung Mu stood in front of the window, not only stretching his muscles, but also observing the surrounding environment. Almost a quarter of this area has been searched by them, and today's task is to search at least another quarter of the area. Although there may not be black supply boxes in the house below, it is not a problem to get a few purple supply boxes. Chung Mu was not a person who was too ambitious. He knew that only in the high-rise building where he was could he find high-level supply boxes. However, due to the fog of war, he did not know where the next high-rise building was. If he gave up this area and went deeper, it might waste a lot of time. He did not need to gamble on this. After searching this area, the next update of the game might come. Then he would see whether to continue to go deeper or run away. Now he should finish the current task well. After thinking about these things, Chung Mu turned around and went to the bathroom to wash up. After he finished washing up, he waited for a while until Yunqi and Xiaoluka finished cleaning up. The 3 of them had a simple but not shabby breakfast, and then rested for 10 minutes before going downstairs to search for supplies. When they arrived downstairs, Chung Mu looked at his watch. It was exactly 7:40. After a command, the 3 of them began to search for supplies around. There were no other players to chase Chung Mu today, So he searched the houses one by one very easily. Time passed quickly, and it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. It was time to meet up with the two of them. This morning, Chung Mu found mostly yellow and white boxes of supplies, and 2 purple boxes of supplies. He didn't know what the two of them had found. He sent a message to Yunchi and Xiaoluka, and the 3 of them found the nearest point and agreed to meet there. A few minutes later, Chung Mu met the two of them. In the morning, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and Yunchi and Xiaoluka were no exception. There was no other way. The sun was too strong. If their bodies had not been strengthened by attribute points, they would have been burned to the 2nd degree. Yunchi and Xiaoluka took out clean water from the storage box and simply washed their sticky necks. Chung Mu was much simpler and rougher. He poured water on himself and changed his clothes. The 3 of them hid in a small house and had a simple meal. Then Chung Mu sat in the corner and smoked. He raised his hand to check his watch. It was only a dozen seconds until noon. This electronic watch is pretty good. Accurate to the second. He leaned against the wall and took a deep breath of smoke. After the smoke entered his lungs, before he could exhale, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. System task. Find the 3rd piece of Xuanwu heart. Task deadline, unlimited? Chung Mu was so surprised by this sudden system task that he choked. After coughing, he began to examine this system task. Isn't the Xuanwu heart a reward that can only be obtained through system tasks? Why do I have to find it myself? Besides, the lost city on this lost island is so big. Where can I find such a small piece of stone? Currently, the only clue Chung Mu has is the 2 pieces of Xuanwu heart he got before. But he just took them out and looked at them, and they are no longer glowing or hot. His guess is that this piece of Xuanwu heart should be in the central area of the lost city. But there is a problem. He doesn't know where the central area is. The lost city is terrifyingly large, and there is no map navigation. Who can know where is its central area? Chapter 178 Energy Membrane. Besides, even this was just his guess. Who could guarantee that the heart of the black tortoise would be in the central area? What if it was hidden in a room? This mission could really be called looking for a needle in a haystack. System. You have no heart. Chung Mu also roared silently in his heart. He sat in the corner of the room, lit another cigarette, exhaled the depression in his heart along with the smoke, and then stood up, ready to go out and look for supplies. There is no way. Life must go on. Since there is no deadline for this system task, it means that it cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. The current action should still focus on finding supplies. While looking for supplies, you can also check whether you can complete the task. Yunchi and Xiaoluka saw Chung Mu's face suddenly look sad, and wanted to ask him what happened. But when they saw that he returned to normal after a while, they did not ask more. After all, since that time when they jumped into the sea, they were used to Chung Mu's abnormal behavior. In this way, after lunch, the 3 of them continued to search for supplies under the scorching sun. Chung Mu searched the streets, house by house. This time, he searched every house carefully to prevent the Xuanwu heart from appearing in some hidden corner. However, the first 2 Xuanwu hearts were awarded to him by the system and were considered his exclusive props. This 3rd Xuanwu heart should only be found by him. Right? The heart of the black tortoise is different from the props in the game. Even its introduction is the exclusive subtitles of the system, not the sparse and ordinary introduction of the game. It can be said that the things given by the system are all high-end goods. If you think about it this way, the chance of finding the 3rd piece of the heart of the black tortoise seems to be a little higher. After all, as my own exclusive prop, I will come across it one day. If I really can't find it, then at worst, I will just let it go and wait for it to find me. This is really a genius idea. Chung Mu instantly became proud of his intelligence. I am so smart. The afternoon search time passed very slowly. Chung Mu thought it should have been 2 hours. But when he looked up, he found that it was only half an hour. The sun at noon was too scorching. Even though Chung Mu walked in the shade while searching for supplies, he was still very painful from the sun. As we all know, painful time always passes very slowly. Every time he entered a room, Chung Mu wanted to stay in it for a while. Although it was hot inside, it was at least better than outside. But when he thought of Yunchi and Xiaoluka, who were also like him, searching for supplies under the scorching sun, he put away his lazy thoughts. The sun is fair. Not only them, but other players in the game are also enduring the scorching sun. Now, it's a matter of who can be more competitive. Now, if you endure more hardships and pick up 2 more boxes of supplies, you may have a better chance of winning when you meet and fight with knives in the future. After taking out a bottle of iced cola from the storage box and gulping it down, Chung Mu felt a chill in his heart, and his steps forward became more motivated. After walking for about half an hour under the scorching sun, Chung Mu looked into the distance. A few hundred meters ahead, it seemed that he had arrived at the boundary of this area. Looking forward through the scattered houses, the scenery a few hundred meters away became blurred, a bit like being separated by a layer of frosted glass. Go over and take a look. Chung Mu had this idea in his mind when he saw this strange energy membrane for the first time. He left as soon as he said he would. He took a short rest, and then ran towards the energy membrane that blocked his sight. In just 1 minute, he ran to the front of the membrane. He first stretched out a hand to touch it, and did not feel any obstruction, as if there was only air in front of him. However, this invisible air wall did play a role in blocking the line of sight. After checking his weapons and equipment, Chung Mu crossed the air wall in 1 step. There was no special feeling as he expected, as if he had just taken a step forward. He looked back, and the house, that was only 1 step behind him, just now became blurred. There is something. The game just likes to do these fancy things. No longer thinking about this layer of membrane, Chung Mu looked in front of him. The buildings in front are different from the buildings behind him. Most of them are ancient, with some ancient architectural flavor. I don't know if they are real or imitation. Looking at this area, there are no 2 magnificent buildings. He decided to search these buildings in front of him first. Soon, Chung Mu searched more than a dozen houses in this place, and the supply boxes inside, whether in quality or quantity, were not much different from those in the previous area. Aside from the initial novelty of seeing the strange building, the search here can be said to be boring. It is better to go back to the previous area, where Zailuoka and Yunchi are still. He climbed up a building that was considered high in this area, stood on it, and looked around. After not finding any buildings like office buildings, he returned to the original area. Before leaving, he wrote down the coordinates here, and when he finished searching for supplies in the previous area, he could come directly here. After returning to the office building, Chung Mu continued to search for supplies according to the original plan. The 3 of them searched until about 6 in the evening, then found a place to gather and began to count today's gains. In 1 day, the 3 of them found a total of 5 high-level purple supply boxes, 16 ordinary purple supply boxes, and several yellow and white supply boxes. The density of supply boxes here is indeed much higher than on land and sea. The number of supply boxes found in 1 day is equivalent to that of these 2 in several days. It took them about half an hour to open these supply boxes, with Yunchi and Zailuoka still the main force, and Chung Mu watching from the side. Every time a blueprint was opened, he would take a look at it. When all the supply boxes were opened, he also selected 2 blueprints with good functions. Blueprint 1, Enhanced Rifle Bullet Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements, Enhanced Alloy Ingot *1. Note 1. The power of the enhanced rifle bullet is greater than that of ordinary bullets. Note 2. 30 bullets can be made each time. Note 3. After the rifle is equipped with enhanced bullets, its power is enhanced while its stability is also reduced, requiring the user to have a stronger ability to control the gun. With the game's version updates again and again, Chung Mu also feels that it is a bit powerless to use only guns now. If we wait until the next update, many things may not be able to be faced by ordinary guns. Chapter 179 One Shot to Kill. Chung Mu was well aware of this, and had a strong sense of crisis. So the arrival of this blueprint was like timely help. After making hundreds of bullets with the blueprint, he put the blueprint into the storage box, and picked up another blueprint. Sleeping Bomb Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing Requirements. Prism Sleeping Crocodile Scale *1. Strengthened Alloy Ingot *1. Gunpowder *1. Note 1. Need to be used with a grenade launcher. Note 2. After launching the sleeping bomb, it will explode with smoke, and the person who inhales it will feel very sleepy. Note 3. Brother Jia, please don't. This blueprint is quite good, but he has not come across the manufacturing materials yet. This kind of thing should appear in the next game update, and he will definitely find it later. After dealing with these supply boxes, the 3 returned to the top floor. Yunchi and Zailuoka began to prepare for today's dinner, while Chung Mu sat in front of the huge French window, admiring the fiery sunset. After they finished dinner and rested for a while, They were about to go to a room to do some exercise. But suddenly they heard bursts of gunfire from a few hundred meters outside the office building, as if two different people were shooting at each other. They immediately ran to the window where the gunfire came from and observed the situation below. The sun had not completely set yet, and although the sky was a little dim, the three of them could still see the muzzle fire, standing on a high place and looking down. The position of the two people was clearly visible. They were both in a house, separated by a street, and the two people were hiding inside and shooting at each other. How did these two people get here? From another area? At present, it seems that only this speculation is more reasonable. Chung-Moo has been in this place for so many days. If there are other people, he can't fail to notice. At present, both of them are hiding in the room, and it seems that neither of them can do anything to the other. In this case, let me help you. Chung-Moo took out the TAC-50 sniper rifle from the storage box, opened the window, and aimed the gun at the two of them. These two people are fighting a life-and-death duel, and they are not in the mood to pay attention to Chung-Moo at the moment. However, from Chung-Moo's perspective, he only knew that the two of them were in the house, and he didn't know the exact location. He stared at one of the houses, and Yun-Chi and Xiao Lu-Cha focused on the other one. If anyone dared to show their head, they would shoot immediately. After a while, the person in one of the houses seemed to be impatient. He first changed to an exit at the back and walked out of the house. Chung-Moo saw all this, but he didn't shoot immediately, because this person walked out of the house not to run away, but to attack the other person's house. Chung-Moo saw it clearly through the sniper rifle. If he fired now, he might only kill him, and the other person might escape. You two go to the room at the edge, and be careful that the other person doesn't run from behind. Chung-Moo asked Yun-Chi and Xia to change positions to monitor the other person. The angle of the room over there was better, but there was still a blind spot. They could only take care of 3 sides of the house at most. Because of the opposing positions, there was always one side they could not see, but 3 directions were enough. As long as the opponent was not determined to run from that place, they were sure to kill him. Besides, the chance that the person inside chose to escape from that blind spot was still very small. Chung-Moo continued to lock the man through the sniper scope. He leaned against the wall and took out a bottle from the storage box. Because of the distance, Chung-Moo could not see it clearly, but he felt that it should be a Molotov cocktail. Do you want to use a Molotov cocktail to force the other party out? As Chung-Moo expected, the man took out a lighter from his crotch and lit the Molotov cocktail the next second. Then he threw it at the house. After throwing several in a row, he stopped, just as Chung-Moo was about to check on the other person. Several gunshots suddenly came from the room next to him, and then the game showed a prompt that a player was killed. Yun-Chi and Xia shot and killed another person? Chung-Moo didn't have time to send a message to them to confirm. He immediately turned the sniper rifle and aimed at the person who threw the Molotov cocktail at the beginning. The man seemed to be still wondering where the gunshot came from, but the next second, Chung-Moo pulled the trigger. The shot was aimed at his upper body, not his head. Chung-Moo had not tried the effect of using this sniper rifle to shoot people, and today he could use this man's body to do a test. A gunshot, followed by a very short delay. The man's body was directly broken into 2 pieces starting from the chest, and then he twitched twice before losing his life. At the same time, a not-so-small hole was left on the wall behind him. Chung-Moo was not too surprised by the power of this gun. He had used this gun to shoot rocks before, so it was within Chung-Moo's expectations that it would cut a person in half with 1 shot. This is the real thing. It is impossible that you can still say a few last words after being hit by a heavy sniper shot like in the game. Did you kill another person with those gunshots just now? After killing this person, Chung-Moo immediately sent a message to Yun-Chi and Xiao Lu-Cha to confirm. Yes, I was hit 3 times. Little Green Tea replied. They were quite decisive. They probably saw the man preparing to run away and thought they had a golden opportunity, so they shot immediately. Chung-Moo walked into their room, praised them, and asked them to keep an eye on the upstairs, and then went downstairs to get his spoils. After moving the things blocking the elevator, he quickly went downstairs and walked to the place where the 2 men had just fought. There were already several flies lying on the body he had cut, and it was unknown whether they were eating the flesh or laying eggs. After Chung-Moo found the 2 people's supply boxes, he took out everything inside, then gathered the 2 bodies together, poured gasoline on them, and set them on fire. They were dead. And they were the same kind after all. Instead of letting their bodies be eaten by insects, it would be better to burn them. And it would be better for him. No one knew whether their bodies would spread the plague after rotting. In such a hot day, it would only take a few hours to rot. They will continue to search for supplies in this area tomorrow. So burning the body will also ensure their own safety. However, they will probably only stay in this area tomorrow. Chungmu just looked at the area where the two men had just fought. Many houses here also have signs of being searched. It is estimated that they searched while he was eating just now. Chapter 180. Try it. The traces of searching nearby should be left by these two people, because this place is quite far away from the place where Chungmu and his team searched 2 days ago. Chungmu did not sense their presence. After all, his perception is not omnipotent. These two people have almost finished searching this small area, so the three of them can search nearby tomorrow and move to another location. Chungmu does not plan to go to the ancient building area that he came into contact with this afternoon. The buildings there do not look high level, and there should be no good things inside. Spending the same amount of time, the supplies found in other areas may be of better quality than those found there. But tomorrow you can explore it. There are more places separated from this area than just that one. Chungmu took away all the harvest and prepared to go back upstairs. Yunchi and Xiaoluka were still waiting for him in the room. He couldn't let them wait anxiously. After walking out of the elevator, he put all the things blocking the door back in place, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. He had been busy for so long just now, and was sweating again. After Chungmu finished his shower, he walked out of the bathroom, and found that Yunchi and Xiaoluka were missing. Where did they go? They were just in the living room. He began to look for them room by room. Finally, Chungmu found them in the room where he found the black supply box, which was the room with many props. When Chungmu went in, they were studying the use of some of the tools. This should be used like this, Xiaoluka said, while demonstrating to Yunchi. No. If it's what you said, then what is this thing for? Yunchi asked back while fiddling with one of the objects. After the initial embarrassment, the two gradually became curious about the things in the room and began to study their uses. Yunchi and Xiao Lucha were discussing seriously and concentrating, and they didn't even notice Chungmu appearing at the door of the room. Ahem. You should ask me about these things. I'm familiar with them. Chungmu, who was standing at the door, coughed twice and said to the two, "This thing can actually be like this. So great. Wow. This is too amazing. Fuck. There is actually this?" In the secret room late at night, there were constant exclamations, mixed with some inexplicable sounds. And even Chungmu was amazed at the rich variety of props inside and exclaimed that it was exciting. Before, I could only watch it through the screen and never had the opportunity to experience it in person. Today I finally got the chance. The various sounds in the secret room continued for nearly 3 hours before they slowly stopped. They were leaving tomorrow, so the three of them took advantage of tonight to try out everything inside. After greatly increasing his knowledge, Chungmu sat on the sofa in the living room, panting, and admiring the starry sky through the glass. He had just consumed too much energy, so he also sat in the living room and asked the two of them to get a midnight snack. After smoking a cigarette, Yunchi, with a peach blossom on her face, came to Chungmu with a plate in her hand. The two of them made Chungmu a bowl of noodles and some barbecued meat. Although it was simple, it really whetted his appetite. After the intense exercise just now, he felt so hungry that he could eat a cow. Wang Kai, who had fallen asleep, smelled the fragrance of the rice and ran over again, lying on the ground and looking at Chungmu pitifully. Chungmu was also a little amused when he saw Wang Kai. "We don't have anything else here, but we still have enough food." So he asked Yunchi to go and get Wang Kai a midnight snack. He couldn't treat his good brother badly. Looking at her graceful back, like a ripe peach, Chungmu recalled the happy time just now and couldn't help but reminisce. After eating supper, the three returned to bed and chatted about everything and then fell asleep. Wang Kai was sleeping soundly in the doghouse next to him. At about 7 o'clock the next morning, the first one to wake up among the three was Xiaoluka. As soon as she opened her eyes, she shook Chungmu next to her and said, "Brother, hurry up. While we have nothing to do now, let's try yesterday's one again." Chungmu rubbed his eyes. What was there to try? He was so tired yesterday, and he still hadn't recovered. But he still got up from the bed and called Yunchi to get up. They still had to search for supplies today. Yunchi opened her eyes and looked at the lively little green tea. She didn't know how she got up so early. She was so tired yesterday, and she still felt very tired. Yunqi looked at the culprit beside her, and glanced at Chengmu. However, in the eyes of the parties involved, this glance was full of charm. With a feeling like an electric shock, Chengmu's whole body bones became soft. After 2 dry coughs, Chengmu looked at his nose and his heart, and got out of bed to wash up. He had a strong recovery ability. What happened yesterday might be very tiring for Yunqi and Xiaoluka, but it was not worth mentioning to him. This early morning, precious time had to be used to search for supplies. At the same time, for the sake of their health, Chengmu could only temporarily ignore something swollen and walk towards the bathroom. He looked at his watch. It was almost 7:30. He took a quick shower and sat on the bed waiting for them to finish packing. After several minutes of waiting, Yunqi and Xiaoluka finally came out of the bathroom. After the 3 of them had a simple breakfast and rested for a while, Chengmu stood in front of the French window and observed the surroundings to plan today's actions. The area they were currently in would be searched in 1 day, and they would start looking for the next area as their destination. Today, Yunqi and Xiaoluka will be responsible for searching for supplies, and his task is to find a new base. After a brief plan, the 3 of them walked down the elevator. By the way, they took away all the useful things here, although they were not short of supplies. The more of these things, the better. Especially the props used last night. Chengmu put them all into his storage box for future use. These things are rare, and the most important thing is that they can bring Chengmu happiness. As soon as the 3 of them walked out of the office building, they felt the heat wave, but they were used to it. After a few simple explanations, the 3 of them began to look for supplies separately. Chengmu's focus today was to find the next area. This area was not very large. As long as he walked in one direction, he would always find the energy membrane that blocked his sight. After taking a cigarette from the storage box and lighting it, he began to walk in a direction he had not been to before.